I'm off to work. I've already made breakfast, remember to eat. Groggily, Chen Shuai squinted his eyes into narrow slits. He caught only a blurry silhouette flashing before him. Drowsiness washed over him again. His head felt heavy, his eyes sore and burning as they slowly closed. He didn't know how long he slept. When he woke again, a sliver of sunlight squeezed through the crack under the door. The room, once cool, was gradually warming up. The bright light made Chen Shuai yawn and stretch as he sat up from sleep. Everything around him looked hazy and indistinct. Shaking off grogginess, he pulled on a plain white undershirt and tugged on loose cotton shorts with a kick of his legs. But when he glanced up, something unbelievable caught his eye to date. It was 1994. Did I get reborn? Or did I travel back in time? Rubbing his foggy head, Chen Shuai blinked repeatedly, trying to sharpen his vision. Once the year was confirmed, all sleepiness vanished instantly. His heart jolted, leaped straight up. He really had been reborn back, more than 50 years into the past. Looking around, the surroundings felt both familiar and strange. This was a rented room, just a single unit, about 20 square meters. There was almost no furniture. One bed, one table, 3 or 4 stools. That was it. A wardrobe? Pure luxury. Instead, 2 peeling leather suitcases and 3 woven plastic sacks held all their belongings. Though it was June, the room was already sweltering. No clean white walls, no decorative posters, just grimy blackened plaster crawling with cobwebs. Spiders scuttled, overhead mosquitoes, and tiny insects struggled helplessly in the webs, awaiting their fate. An old, rickety oscillating fan wheezed stubbornly, churning out feeble gusts of air. With no window, the room stayed dim and carried a faint, musty odor even on clear, sunny days. The cement floor remained stubbornly dark, no matter how often it was mopped. Stepping on it felt like your shoes might stick. Memories flooded back into Chen Shuai's mind. He recalled how, in his previous life, had finally shown a shred of conscience and voluntarily asked for a divorce. But by the time he had built himself into someone respectable, he could never find the love of his life again. That loss became Chen Shuai's eternal pain. Even with billions to his name later in life, he could never heal that wound. Only on his deathbed did he finally learn the truth. His beloved Miaoyun had never married, shed, lived alone her whole life. But by the time Chen Shuai rushed to see her, it was too late. They were forever separated by death. The thought pierced his heart. He wanted to slap himself hard again and again. But now, armed with full memory of his past life, he had no time for such foolishness. Chen Shuai sprang to his feet at once. It was 1994, the perfect time to start anew. Industries were sprouting like bamboo after rain, opportunities bursting everywhere. His wife had once told him, "You don't need to work, you'll earn enough to support you." Back then, he hadn't thought much of it. Head injured his leg working construction, and though Head fully recovered after more than a year of rest, he never returned to work. 3 years passed. Young Miaoyun never complained. In fact, she insisted on supporting him for life because he was her man. Remembering her words now, Chen Shuai's chest ached. He sat up straight and looked at the simple meal on the table. A bowl of thin porridge, 2 plates of stir-fried greens, and 5 steamed buns. The dishes had little oil but were clearly made with care. The buns were homemade, steamed fresh that morning. Not as white as store-bought ones, but fragrant and warm. How early she must have risen was obvious. Warmth filled Chen Shuai's heart, his eyes grew damp. Sighing softly, he picked up his toothbrush and stepped outside. There was no tap inside the room, only one in the shared courtyard. The building housed about 60 or 70 tenants, arranged in a traditional Sihuan courtyard layout. In this era, such rental income meant the landlord didn't need a job at all. Monthly rent alone placed him among the city's elite. Especially the landlady. Every day, she painted her cheeks red, whitened her teeth, dressed in gaudy, colorful clothes, strutted through the streets, and flirted shamelessly with men. As Chen Shuai approached the water tap, someone was washing clothes. Seeing it was him, she gave a curt nod, no greeting. "Oh, Chen Shuai, rent's due the day after tomorrow, and are you paying me?" Hearing that familiar voice, Chen Shuai smiled faintly and looked up. "Oh, Annie, don't worry, I won't be short on rent." Today, the landlady was decked out extravagantly in a brand new yellow floral dress and black high heels. Though she was in her 50s, she dressed like a teenager every day. She let out a disdainful sniff. "It's not that Annie looks down on you, but I've always taken special care of you and your wife. Just ask around, everyone else's rent has gone up, but yours hasn't." In truth, they'd only lived here a little over a year, and none of the original tenants had seen rent increases. Only newcomers paid slightly higher rates. Chen Shuai didn't understand why she suddenly brought this up today, but he wasn't interested in arguing. "You're right, Annie. Thank you for your kindness, he said politely. He'll pay on time, you can trust me. Seeing his ready agreement, she said nothing more. If he failed to pay, shed a victim without hesitation, and it's were easy to replace in those days. Humming a tune, she swayed her hips and strutted proudly out of the courtyard. Chapter 2. Can you add just one more yuan? Enough for a pack of cigarettes and some greens. Nearby tenants watched Chen Shuai with mocking smirks. They might not know his story, but fellow renters did. Chen Shuai hadn't worked in years. At a time when going out to labor elsewhere marked you as ambitious and capable, staying idle was shameful. You could at least return to your village and farm. Living off your wife in the city? That was downright disgraceful. Some would call it brazen audacity. But Chen Shuai acted as if he didn't notice their scorn. Toothbrush in hand, he returned to his room. Sitting beneath the rattling old fan, he lifted the bowl of porridge and gulped it down in one go. He ate half a bun, then lost his appetite. The air was stifling. He quickly tidied up and rummaged through his few belongings. Soon, he held 150 yuan in crisp bills, his wife Miaoyun salary from last month, just received yesterday, and not yet deposited. This 150 yuan will be my startup capital, he declared, brimming with confidence and drive. In his past life, had done every kind of work to survive, especially cooking. Had become quite famous, countless restaurants had offered him high salaries. Making money in this era was both simple and complex. Simple because the economy had just opened up every industry, pulsed with new life, and had worked in many of them. Now, with persistence, success was certain. Locking the door behind him, he stepped out into the sunlight. He took a deep breath. Only now did he truly feel had returned to the past. Though unemployed, he knew this city well. Located on the urban-rural fringe, traffic was sparse. Most cars on the road were Santana or Jetta models, and private car ownership was exceedingly rare. Nearly all vehicles belonged to state-run institutions. Following his memory, Chen Shuai jogged toward a bicycle shop. It sold both new and used bikes and tricycles. Few people bought them. Sales were sluggish. Monthly wages simply couldn't support such purchases. Inside, the clerk sat bored, staring blankly into space. This was a manufacturer's outlet. The boss was just a salaried employee. Sales performance didn't concern him. Like in the old commune system, whether goods sold or not, he still got his work points and grain coupons. To ordinary folks, this was a prized iron rice bowl. Seeing Chen Shuai enter, the clerk didn't bother to greet him. Buy or note, it was all the same to him. Chen Shuai strode straight to the tricycle's various sizes, weights, and conditions. A brand new large tricycle cost 200,300 yuan, far beyond his means. After careful inspection, he settled on a second-hand model about 7,080 new. It was a heavy-duty type, thick frame, solid build, clearly durable. He pressed hard on the frame, thick steel, large wool hubs. Perfect. He climbed on and pedaled several laps around the shop. The clerk didn't object. In this honest era, people trusted buyers wouldn't damage goods they couldn't afford to pay for repairs anyway. This tricycle could easily haul hundreds of pounds. Though the paint was chipped, there was no structural damage. A good wash would make it look nearly new. The only flaw was the worn paint. Spotting the drowsy clerk, Chen Shuai called out loudly, "How much for this tricycle, boss?" Startled, the clerk grumbled irritably but shuffled over. Glancing at the tricycle, he mumbled, "It's still pretty new and the largest model. 100 yuan flat." Chen Shuai shook his head. "Too expensive. What's your lowest?" "A new one costs at most 200,300 yuan. Be reasonable, I'll take it today, if the price is right." Seeing Chen Shuai's earnest expression, the clerk frowned. "All right, 90 yuan and you ride it away." Though the price dropped significantly, Chen Shuai remained unsatisfied. "Still too high. You've got no customers. But you get commission per sale, right?" The clerk grew impatient. "Don't push at me, boss. Won't be happy if I sell too cheap. Actually, this is a new tricycle, just sat here unsold for over a year. It's only dusty." Chen Shuai knew better. He could tell at a glance whether a vehicle had been used heavily. He gave a knowing smile. "I used to work in a bike factory. I can tell in one look if it's been ridden hard. Your price is still too high. I'm not good at bargaining and I hate haggling. But you want to sell. I want to buy. That's mutual interest. 60 yuan. If you agree, I pay cash now. If not, I walk. No one will buy this in months. Selling it to me earns you your boss praise. Selling 0 units for days probably has him doubting your ability. Besides, this tricycle's been used, it's logged serious mileage." Though here to buy, Chen Shuai spoke like an expert. The clerk hesitated, torn. Technically, he could sell at that price. The shop had acquired it as used stock for only 30 yuan. Its like new appearance came from cleaning and a quick repaint. The frame was rust-free, undamaged, nearly as good as new. If he pocketed a few extra yuan, hood no. He tugged at his short hair. "That's really too low. My boss will be furious." How about this 70 yuan? Take it or leave it. Chen Shuai shook his head, not only refused to raise his offer, but lowered it further. 50 yuan, and I only need a 40 yuan invoice. The remaining 10 is yours. Why not? The clerk's eyes widened. Had done this before this era's people were mostly honest, issuing invoices matching actual payments. Schemers like him were rare. 10 yuan tempted him, but still felt low. He glanced around, lowered his voice. Add 2 more yuan, just enough for me to buy a pack of cigarettes and some greens. And if the tricycle breaks down, they'll fix it for you free of charge. Deal. Chapter 3. You've hidden a treasure. Selling it to me is a win-win situation. Faced with the other party's earnest persuasion, Chen Shuai revealed a subtle smile. How about this? You provide me with a tire repair kit, and I will add 2 yuan to the deal. What do you think? Although the tire repair tools were not particularly expensive, a complete set would still amount to 2 or 3 yuan. Here, in this large automobile shop, prices were relatively lower compared to other places, typically just over a yuan. Chen Shuai's willingness to offer 2 yuan brought him considerable joy, prompting an immediate nod of agreement. Given your sincerity, I shall grant you this favor. He offered 2 tubes of tire repair glue and 2 old tires. Chen Shuai was well aware that these individuals often concealed additional goods. Some expressed their dissatisfaction with a shake of the head. 5 tubes of tire repair glue, 2 old tires, 2 inferior items, a wrench, and a pair of pliers. Goodness, what started as a simple gift of glue has turned into quite a bundle. This left him feeling quite displeased, shaking his head vigorously as if it were a rattle drum. No, that's simply 1 do. Brother, the total value you mentioned has reached 7 or 8 yuan. If I were to give you this, the boss would surely dismiss me. Do not add 2 yuan. I only sell vehicles. If I were to engage in such a transaction, I would truly be foolish. Chen Shuai, however, remained unfazed, merely narrowing his eyes slightly. Don't be so quick to refuse. I believe you have quite a stash of hidden goods. Let me put it this way. I am planning to start a repair shop. In the future, I would like to procure related glue from here. As for the subsequent tools and glue, they will be priced fairly. In this way, dear brother, you shall reap substantial profits. We shall achieve a mutually beneficial outcome. If you are not interested in such a splendid opportunity, I may have to seek alternatives. The salesperson felt particularly perplexed. How did Chen Shuai know about his hidden treasures? Working here was not something just anyone could do. He was the factory manager's brother-in-law, which granted him such privileges. If this information were to leak, he would undoubtedly face severe consequences. After a moment of hesitation and inner turmoil, he reluctantly and excitedly nodded. Brother, do you truly have connections and skills? Chen Shuai's confident and joyful smile confirmed his suspicions. After all, he would not be at a loss. These hidden goods would eventually need to be sold. Attempting to sell them at a fair price openly would be utterly impractical. Very well, we shall settle on this arrangement. Actually, I don't have much, just a few tubes of glue. She hastily explained to demonstrate her innocence. Chen Shuai did not linger on the matter. Promptly paying and taking the receipt. Looking at the tricycle before him, he felt invigorated. Riding the tricycle while feeling the breeze, he pedaled swiftly. Before long, he arrived at the wholesale market. With the onset of openness, many finally had the opportunity to engage in business. The tricycle stopped in front of a store named Sanyu Oil and Grain. Boss, I'd like 10 gene of flour, 10 gene of soybean oil, 10 gene of rice, and 2 gene of millet. By the way, do you have any alum? This was a significant order. Ordinary households typically only required a few gene. The proprietor has only recently commenced operations and lacks a stable clientele. He greets warmly, exuding a cheerful demeanor. You specialize in breakfast, I presume? I do have some alum, he remarks, while simultaneously weighing rice and flour and deftly ladling oil from a large white barrel. His movements are swift, ensuring everything is measured accurately. Chen Shuai does not conceal his admiration. Indeed, it appears that you are quite the expert. The prices are reasonable, and he resolves to procure supplies from this establishment in the future. In this day and age, few venture out to purchase breakfast. Most prefer to dine at home, recognizing the challenges of making a living. Yet, one cannot doubt the potential for success. The owner offers a remarkably low wholesale price. With rice and flour priced at mere cents per pound, the once empty tricycle is now filled to the brim. He has retained enough change to satisfy his wife. Riding back home, he unloads the rice and flour. Without pausing for rest, Chen Shuai sets out once more on his tricycle, attracting the curious gazes of several tenants. He went out this morning and returned with a tricycle? Who knows? It's been years since he last worked. He is probably just enjoying the ride. I concur. Walking can be exhausting, while riding is simply exhilarating. It is indeed a pity for Xiaoyang, whose beauty is overshadowed by her attachment to such trivial pursuits. TSK. One cannot enjoy what they cannot have. Perhaps they are simply envious. True enough, Xiaoyang hardly speaks to any man, remaining resolutely loyal. Among the men and women at home, gossip flows incessantly. They seem to revel in deriding others, as if their own lives are exceptionally prosperous, while dismissing the struggles of those around them. Chen Shuai halts his tricycle at a relatively bustling intersection. In this era, most families have acquired bicycles, leading to a gradual increase in repair services. He parks at the corner and retrieves a prepared wooden board from the compartment of his vehicle. Taking out chalk, he boldly writes tire repair in large letters. The tools he possesses are quite rudimentary, merely what he obtained with the bicycle. Just as he settles down, a young man approaches, pushing a bicycle with a visibly deflated tire. It is evident that this is a new bicycle, having been ridden for only a couple of days before succumbing to a puncture, causing him considerable distress as he carries it with one hand while pushing with the other. Having walked several hundred meters without encountering a repair service, he feels a sense of frustration. Many men these days carry their own tire repair kits, but the cost of fixing a tire, at 50 cents, often dissuades them. Conversely, many elderly women are not equipped to handle such repairs. Just as he is about to give up hope, he spots the old tire hanging prominently from Chen Shuai's tricycle, a wave of relief washing over him. Otherwise, he might have had to lug the bicycle all the way home, a daunting prospect with several miles still to traverse. "Sir, could you repair my tire?" At long last, he reaches Chen Shuai's side. As he sits down, business comes knocking, prompting a broad smile from Chen Shuai. "Of course, my friend, please take a seat and rest." He gestures to a chair, offering it graciously. This is a chair from home, brought here for guests to sit on. The man's mouth is slightly agape, and his hands are wiping sweat from his brow. "Setting aside the quality of your repairs, I must commend the exceptional attitude of service. I have observed others repairing tires, and they hardly provide any seating for customers. Here, beneath the shade of trees, a gentle breeze can be felt. Otherwise, the heat would be unbearable. There are many people at this intersection, so surely there will be numerous individuals needing repairs throughout the day." Chen Shuai poured half a bucket of water from his car into a basin, all the while responding to the inquiries of others. "It's going quite well. I just arrived today." As he spoke, he emptied most of the water and immediately began deflating the tire. Even if there was little air left, it was necessary to release it. His movements were swift. In just a few moments, he had removed the tire and filled it with air using a pump. He had spent a considerable amount of time in his previous life engaged in tire repairs, transitioning from a tire repairman to owning his own repair shop. He possesses intimate knowledge of bicycles, capable of fixing nearly any issue with ease. Currently, he mainly works with Phoenix and Forever brands, as these bicycles rarely malfunction unless struck by a nail. After inflating the inner tube, he submerged it in water, quickly locating the puncture. He wiped it clean with a rag and released any excess air. Grabbing a file, he meticulously smoothed the surface before cutting out an oval piece of rubber with scissors. He then ground it down appropriately and began applying glue to the inner tube. This adhesive, allowed to dry slightly, would ensure a stronger bond. After a few presses, Chen Shuai remembered to check the outer tire, running his fingers inside to feel for any additional punctures. Besides the nail he had already identified, nothing else was amiss. He swiftly inserted the inner tube back into the tire and inflated it fully. The entire process took merely 2 minutes. His speed is truly impressive. Observing Chen Shuai's efficient movements, the man's spirits lifted, and he gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Compared to you, I would take at least 20 minutes to repair a tire. Your speed is truly commendable." He then extracted 50 cents and handed it over, a sum that is the standard market price known to anyone who has had a tire repaired. Chen Shuai received it with a grin, replying, "Thank you for the compliment. We are here to serve the people, aren't we?" Just as he finished his self-praise, an elderly gentleman appeared, struggling to push his bicycle, his hands visibly strained from the effort. In these times, purchasing a bicycle is no small feat, and everyone values their possessions dearly. Chen Shuai quickly pocketed the money and hurried over, asking, "Sir, do you need assistance?" The sudden appearance of this young man touched the elderly man's heart, prompting a resigned sigh. "I would appreciate your help, but alas, with a flat tire, you wouldn't be able to assist me." Hearing this, Chen Shuai felt a surge of joy. "You have indeed found the right person. That is my stall. I am the tire repairman." The elderly man regarded him skeptically, stating, "I have seen many tire repairmen, but they were all in their 40s or 50s. Are you certain you know how to repair a tire?" It was not merely skepticism. He found it hard to believe. Chen Shuai nodded affirmatively. There are no other tire repair shops in this vicinity. The elderly gentleman, resigned, could only place his trust in the situation. The Phoenix bicycle, rather hefty in structure, was effortlessly lifted by Chen Shuai, who traversed the 10-meter distance with ease. Please take a seat, sir. I shall attend to your bicycle promptly, he assured. Under the astonished gaze of the elder, Chen Shuai proceeded with the tire repair, executing the entire process with remarkable speed and dexterity, revealing years of experience. Even as beads of perspiration clung to his brow, the bicycle was swiftly restored to its former glory. The elder's mouth widened in a grin reminiscent of a child's delight. Without a doubt, your technique suggests you've been at this for many years. This is the fastest and finest tire repair I have ever witnessed, he exclaimed, cheerfully producing 50 cents. Thus, $1 found its way into his pocket. Fate invariably favors those who are prepared. At that moment, the elderly gentleman had yet to depart, while two ladies approached, one on each side, maneuvering a bicycle. This presented a challenge for Chen Shuai, who differed from other mechanics, no matter the circumstances. The bicycle must be brought directly before him. Otherwise, any thoughts of a tire repair would be futile. Chen Shuai gauged the distance with keen eyes and hurried towards the elder of the two ladies. Chapter 5. A kind misunderstanding. I shall not charge you for your bicycle. His sudden approach startled the woman, who momentarily feared she was about to be robbed in broad daylight. Startled, she let go of the bicycle, which toppled over. Her expression shifted to one of fear as she instinctively retreated a step, regarding Chen Shuai with trepidation. What do you intend to do? With a warm smile, Chen Shuai pointed to the tricycle. Please do not misunderstand, madam. I am here to assist with tire repairs. I noticed you struggling alone with the bicycle, and I thought I might lend a hand. Following his gesture, she recognized the tire repair station and sighed in relief. After pushing for 200 meters, I am utterly exhausted. I truly do not wish to continue without a repair shop nearby. However, dear brother, your sudden movements can be quite alarming, she remarked, still somewhat shaken, as she patted her chest in reassurance. In this weather, even walking felt taxing, and pushing such a heavy bicycle left her drenched in sweat. Her entire body feeling weak and fatigued. Her legs trembled, and she struggled to maintain her balance. Chen Shuai, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head. You seem weary. Do you think you can walk steadily enough to proceed? Taking a moment to assess Chen Shuai, the lady regained her composure. I suppose I can manage. Please help me push the bicycle forward. She possessed a kind heart, yet this situation had devolved into an unfortunate misunderstanding. Chen Shuai lifted the bicycle and returned to the repair station, while the lady ambled over at her own pace. He refrained from assisting her further, for being a good person in these times is no easy task. In the bustling street, where many voices clamored for attention, it would take numerous explanations to clarify the situation. As Chen Shuai aided the lady, another woman remained stationary, contemplating why she deserved assistance while the other did not. Yet, she tried to comfort herself, though a sense of grievance lingered. In these times, one could feel unfortunate even while merely drinking cold water. Initially, she rode her bicycle smoothly, but just a few meters away, she experienced a puncture. Exhausted, the woman felt nearly incapacitated, her strength depleted, and she could barely drag the bicycle even a couple of meters. Sir, do you repair tires? She noticed Chen Shuai had not hurried over to assist. Struggling with her fatigue, she approached Chen Shuai. Observing her nearly fainting and displaying a face full of dissatisfaction, Chen Shuai kindly offered her his small chair. Please have a seat. I will take care of your bicycle. Customer satisfaction is paramount. Excellent service is the foundation of a thriving business. Anyone in such a predicament would undoubtedly feel discontent. Fortunately, in this day and age, intentions remain relatively pure. If this were decades later, one might be accused of having scattered nails. If it weren't for you, how could the bicycle have punctured here? After repeatedly hauling two bicycles, even Chen Shuai began to perspire slightly. Yet, with each challenge, his determination grew stronger. Grabbing the air pump, he briskly approached, and after a few swift pumps, he filled the tire and easily pushed the bicycle back. Once he had settled the two women, he promptly began repairing the tire. The elderly man nearby remained, continuously praising Chen Shuai. Initially, the two women were apprehensive. After all, Chen Shuai was young and handsome. However, witnessing his swift efficiency eased their worries. The elderly man's expertise could ascertain the quality of his skills. Tire repair may seem trivial, yet bicycles are plentiful in this era. Within half an hour, 5 or 6 customers were waiting for tire repairs and inflation. However, a problem soon arose. After repairing over 20 tires, he encountered a bicycle that required parts replacement. Chen Shuai handled it with ease, though he lacked the necessary parts. Wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, he offered an apologetic smile. I sincerely apologize. Today is my first day at this location for tire repairs, and I didn't bring many parts. Tomorrow, I will have all the necessary components. I'm sorry for the inconvenience today. This bearing is not in good condition, but it can still function for a few days. If you trust me, please return tomorrow at 1 o'clock. The middle-aged man, observing Chen Shuai with incredulity, remarked, I've seen it. If you don't replace it, it will make a grinding noise. Noting the man's skepticism, Chen Shuai pointed to the bicycle. I assure you, it won't make noise or wear down the tires. Though I cannot guarantee how long it will last. If you wish, I can demonstrate. His words seemed to instill confidence in the man. After Chen Shuai's careful adjustments, the bicycle was reassembled. Please take it for a test ride. The middle-aged man was somewhat doubtful, having tried it multiple times before and being certain it was irreparable. Living nearby, he often encountered Chen Shuai. With a skeptical mindset, he placed his right leg on the ground and mounted the bicycle. As he pedaled, the bicycle glided effortlessly, completely silent, as if it had been restored to factory settings. After riding back and forth several times, he finally approached Chen Shuai, satisfied. Your skills are truly commendable, boss. When I first discovered the issue, I inquired at several repair shops, all of which insisted on a replacement. Yet here, you have truly managed to repair it. Your skills surpass theirs by a significant margin. How much do I owe you? As he spoke, he reached into his pocket for money. Chen Shuai, who was in the midst of mending a tire, shook his head and said, if the noise had occurred initially, it could have been completely repaired. However, now this small part is severely worn. A repair at this stage can only prolong its usability for a time, but it will ultimately fail again. I cannot accept payment for an incomplete job. Nearby, 5 or 6 individuals were fixing tires, and upon hearing this, they looked at Chen Shuai in astonishment. An elderly woman expressed her admiration, saying, young man, your honesty is commendable. Even if the repair is only temporary, it shows your effort and integrity. People rush for money, but you are truly admirable. Initially, the middle-aged man was reluctant to part with his money, but Chen Shuai had made it clear that he did not intend to evade payment. Nonetheless, the others present were not pleased. They believed that he should accept the payment. Reluctantly, he pulled out his money, saying, boss, you must accept something. Otherwise, I would feel truly embarrassed. Chen Shuai smiled and waved his hand, insisting, it is truly unnecessary. Just trust that I will be back to replace the bearing when the time comes. He remained steadfast in his conviction. In his heart, he believed that if he accepted payment, he must deliver quality work. Since he had not fulfilled that obligation, he felt unworthy of the money. Chapter 6. The laid-back man who buys chicken and fish. Everyone had never encountered such a remarkable mechanic. Not only was the bicycle repaired, but he also refused to take payment, citing that the repair was not perfect. The middle-aged man, thoroughly impressed, raised his thumb in appreciation and bowed his head apologetically, saying, I sincerely apologize for my earlier attitude. I will definitely return tomorrow. Thank you so much, master. Regardless of the circumstances, he remained resolute in not accepting payment. He even declared that he would return the next day for further repairs. The elderly woman, who had just had her tire fixed, praised, young master, you are truly sincere. Next time my bicycle is in need of repair, I will certainly come to you. With a boss like you, how could your skills be lacking? This was her assessment of Chen Shuai. Although they departed, the flow of customers never waned. In this era, bicycles were the primary mode of transport, with virtually every household owning one. If your bicycle remained intact, someone else's was bound to break down. For anyone in the repair business, there was no shortage of work. However, Chen Shuai's business was exceptionally thriving. From noon onwards, he worked tirelessly until he could no longer lift the tires. And by the time he completed the last tire repair, it was already 5 in the afternoon. With all 5 tubes of glue used up, he felt a sense of urgency, as he was powerless to assist further. He needed to leave as swiftly as possible, for evening was approaching, and he had to prepare dinner. A few elderly gentlemen nearby, who were playing chess, chuckled at his flustered demeanor. Young man, your business appears to be thriving. For several hours now, I have observed that you have not paused even for a moment. After this period, you must have earned quite a sum, haven't you? Wiping the sweat from his brow, Chen Shuai tidied up. A basin of murky water was splashed onto the cement ground, emitting a hissing sound. After a day under the sun, the ground had become scorching hot. A smile graced Chen Shuai's face, revealing a set of notably white teeth. Not much. Just earning a bit of hard-earned money, he replied. At this hour, young Miaoyun was nearing the end of her workday. The distance to home was not far, yet Chen Shuai had no time to return. He hastily rode his tricycle toward the vegetable market. He had not visited the market in years and was utterly unaware of the prices there. However, it mattered little. For today, he had over 100 yuan in his pocket. The market primarily offered vegetables. Although there were chickens, ducks, fish, and meat, few chose to purchase them. With a monthly salary of 1 to 200 yuan, they were particularly frugal. Chen Shuai rode directly to the fish vendor's stall. The fish here were all wild from the river, with no oxygen pumps, just a large basin of water, leaving their fate to chance. "One crucian carp, please," he requested. Having earned some money today, Chen Shuai was not inclined to haggle over a few cents. For these vendors, even bargaining usually resulted in a mere penny or two off the price. The crucian carp cost 2 yuan and weighed nearly 2 pounds. Nearby, there was a vendor selling chickens, ducks, and geese. Considering the lack of customers, the vendors primarily sold freshly slaughtered poultry. Upon seeing Chen Shuai approach, the young vendor was particularly cheerful. "Would you like a chicken, sir? All are home-raised," he eagerly promoted. "Today I've only sold 4 or 5. In comparison, vegetables sold more readily, but they yielded little profit. I'll take a hen, but it shouldn't be too large." From its plumage, it was evident that it had not been fed commercial feed. People were reluctant to consume it. Who would want to buy feed to raise chickens? The chicken was slightly more expensive than the fish, costing 6 yuan. He then purchased some green vegetables, yard-long beans, and potatoes. The market also had a rice shop, so Chen Shuai bought a few pounds of rice. After bustling about in the market for 20 minutes, his time was running thin. He hurriedly pedaled homeward. After a long day, he felt somewhat fatigued. However, having been lazy in his past life for a few years, he currently had no time to spare. Upon returning to his rented room, nearly half of the tenants had already arrived. Some familiar faces exchanged pleasantries, though he found their greetings somewhat tiresome. Engaging in conversation with such individuals often left him feeling particularly drained. As Chen Shuai descended from his vehicle with his purchases, onlookers became noticeably unsettled, especially a few gossiping women who relished in idle chatter. They looked down upon others, as if only their own families were blissful and free of worry. "What has happened to that street urchin today?" one remarked. "It seems he has indeed ventured out to spend." "I concur. It is indeed a wasteful indulgence to squander one's hard-earned money on frivolities. Who could argue otherwise? Such a lovely young wife is truly a pity to see wasted." "Oh, the saying rings true. A good man has no good wife, while a slothful man marries a beautiful one. Honestly, it is a shame to see such a splendid young woman with him. Yet, one cannot judge hastily. I have conversed with her, and she appears quite content. One is willing to give, while the other is willing to receive." Amidst the gossiping women, Chen Shuai, unfazed, retreated into his room. These nagging women would eventually be dealt with. For now, preparing the meal is of utmost importance. With all the ingredients laid out, the chicken and fish placed in the basin, and the green beans meticulously trimmed and gathered, I also procured an additional basin at the market today, as washing vegetables with only one would be impractical. Carrying the chicken and fish, Chen Shuai hurried toward the well. Chapter 7. A feast of fish and meat. Is this a banquet for the brokenhearted? It is indeed the hour for cooking. Here, there are no men of stature, merely a gathering of women. The men's role is solely to earn a living. Domestic chores are far beneath them. If a man were to cook, he would surely be the subject of ridicule. Spotting Chen Shuai with the vegetable basin, the men erupted in laughter. Most were familiar with him, for he is quite a renowned figure. "Isn't that the fellow who takes it easy?" they remarked. "What does he mean by carrying a basin at this hour? This fellow is something else. Among us tenants, he knows everyone. He lives a carefree life, eating and sleeping at his leisure. I do not envy his lifestyle, but rather the fact that he does not have to labor, and his wife remains unperturbed. It is best not to dwell on it. Such thoughts only stir frustration. What do they mean? I have worked hard enough, yet my wife is truly unremarkable. Just look at Chen Dajia, whose wife is exceptionally beautiful. It stings. Let us not discuss it, my friend. Truly, a good man has no good wife, while a slothful man marries a delicate one. Such is fate. Such is their fortune. Have you not noticed him carrying the vegetable basin to wash? This is indeed a rare sight. Let us go see if such cleverness extends to his culinary skills. These men, just off work from construction sites and factories, have found labor increasingly popular in recent years. Though weary and reluctant, they must persist. It is certainly preferable to toiling in the fields. They jostled one another as they made their way toward the well, eager to witness this peculiar spectacle. It was as if the sun rose in the west and set in the east. Not only were they curious, tenants from above peered down inquisitively as well. This fellow spends his time either idling or engaging in idle chatter. In no time, dozens of tenants became familiar with him. Children from nearby rooms scampered out, eager to see the commotion, while those unaware might think a significant figure had arrived. Chen Shuai is, indeed, exceedingly famous. True to his name, he is remarkably handsome, yet he does not labor. He spends his days indulging in banquets and living carefreely on the streets. The sole advantage of residing in the suburban areas is the opportunity to return home occasionally, bringing along some provisions. My family possesses a few acres of meager farmland, which I estimate is now overgrown with tall grass. Indeed, The fields have become so obscured that the ground is no longer visible. The dilapidated three-room house in my hometown has long been leaking. Naturally, I have gained a notorious reputation in the village. Whenever the harvest season arrives, I simply wave my hand and hire others to do the work. Once the grain is collected and the surplus sold, I take a small portion for myself. After paying the laborers, hardly any money remains. With such a dubious record, who would possibly admire me? This is the epitome of idleness, a veritable loafer. When Chen Shuai approaches with his dish, it stirs great excitement among everyone. He is indeed a remarkable individual. A few women washing vegetables notice Chen Shuai's arrival, and their eyes widen in astonishment. It is as if a mother pig has climbed a tree, and even a boar would lay eggs. The women curiously gather around him, keen to inquire. "Brother, what delectable dish are you preparing?" One asks. "I must say, it's quite unusual for a man to cook these days." Another chimes in. "Forgive me for saying, but are you clearing the scene after a solitary feast? Or is this something serious?" I retort, "Sister, you're quite harsh. Surely our brother is not that sort of person. Just look at him, his complexion, his good looks. Truly captivating. I find myself wondering, with such commendable qualities, if he might not attract a wealthy woman and prosper. Oh, you're quite the flirt, aren't you? Is it that the men in your family are lacking, and you've taken a fancy to Brother Chen? Get lost. Mind your words. Or I might just tear your mouth apart." One mustn't underestimate women in such moments. They can be exceedingly bold when away from home. Their words flow freely, leaving even a group of men blushing. Upon hearing their teasing remarks, Chen Shuai is suddenly inspired, grinning as he surveys them. "Sisters, your words suggest a certain hunger. If I cannot satisfy your appetites, I could lend a hand. As for the prospect of seeking a wealthy lady, that is none of your concern, dear sisters. Those seeking to make mischief or mock him are merely naive. These women are merely indulging in verbal sparring. They are allowed to speak freely. But when someone takes them seriously, they quickly retreat in fright. These rather imposing women suddenly lose their bravado." Chen Shuai refrains from further banter and begins to unveil fish and chicken from his basin. Moments ago, the women were quite spirited, yet upon seeing the chicken and fish, their eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. It is well known that, in these times, a typical meal consists merely of stir-fried greens. At most, one might prepare 2 dishes. Even city dwellers must wait quite a while before indulging in a meat dish. A meal with 2 meat dishes? City folk would never squander such a luxury. Since Chen Shuai has appeared here, they have never witnessed him working to earn money. This sudden display, could it signify impending bankruptcy? Is he finally preparing a farewell meal as he contemplates divorce? The incessant chatter suddenly ceased, leaving the women momentarily stunned. With nimble hands, Chen Shuai commenced the cleaning process, particularly ensuring that the fish was impeccably washed. The green beans and vegetables were rinsed twice, and one could hardly discern that it was his inaugural attempt at cooking. His dexterous technique left them in disbelief. It was only after Chen Shuai departed that the women regained their composure. The men, observing from the sidelines during Chen Shuai's cleaning, couldn't help but swallow hard. The chicken and fish, typically reserved for festive occasions, were a luxury that they couldn't afford while toiling away at work or farming back home. Among them were individuals from Chen Shuai's village as well as neighboring ones, all too familiar with him. The women, standing closest, were still enveloped in the lingering aroma of fresh fish and the raw scent of chicken. Such extravagant displays seemed excessive and wasteful. Someone among them was the first to voice their astonishment, igniting a flurry of conversation that the women could no longer suppress. Such exquisite ingredients in his hands are truly a sin. It must be his wife's hard-earned wages. Is he truly planning to squander it all? I suspect it's time for a payday. This fellow is gearing up for a grand feast. My curiosity isn't about that, but rather whether such fine materials are destined for waste. One couldn't deny the essence of that statement, no matter how handsome a man may be. It is rare for him to possess culinary skills. If only we could have the chicken and fish, our family of 4 would be utterly satisfied. Stop dreaming. This guy is always out and about, entangled with unsavory characters. If you dare touch his belongings, it could cost you dearly. Come now, I was merely making a comparison. Men and women alike engaged in their discussions. They might hold disdain for Chen Shuai, but dared not covet what was his. He frequently indulged in dining out, often without the need to carry cash. They were ordinary folk, far too intimidated to provoke such a formidable individual. In their minds, young Miaoyun's reluctance to divorce could very well stem from Chen Shuai's intimidation. This line of thought indeed held considerable weight. Unbeknownst to Chen Shuai, his simple act of washing vegetables had once again rendered him the center of attention in the courtyard. Of course, his mindset had shifted. Even if he overheard their chatter, he would merely smile in response. He was quite clear-headed now. Those who dared to speak ill of him would soon find themselves settling the score, though not at this moment. Presently, his thoughts were solely focused on providing a good life for his wife, feeling that her kindness warranted reciprocation. At this juncture, Chen Shuai was unaware of the exact time young Miaoyun would finish work. If she did not work overtime, she would return around 6, but if she did, it could be as late as 7 or 8. He had never bothered to inquire. Based on his estimation, he believed he still had ample time. Fortunately, they had access to gas here. Back in the countryside, they would be burning wood. The cleaned chicken was deftly dismembered at the thigh, with the leg tucked into the cavity. One of the wings was inserted through the incision at the neck. A simple task was thus completed. At that time, pressure cookers were not yet widespread. They were available on the market, but the price soared to 15 or 16 yuan, which was a considerable sum for an ordinary household. Chen Shuai sighed, taking up the pot used for boiling rice as a makeshift solution. He resolved to purchase a pressure cooker the very next day. Without it, cooking was an arduous and lengthy process. He added water to the pot and placed the chicken inside. Despite his lack of employment, he demonstrated foresight by using his wife's money to buy a double burner, much to young Miaoyun's dismay, who wept half the night. In those days, owning a single burner was already considered rather extravagant. In their rural hometown, such cooking apparatuses were a rarity. As the water reached a boil, he cooked the chicken for 4 to 5 minutes before retrieving it and placing it in a basin to carry outside. Though the cooking time was brief, the boiling water awakened the chicken's aroma instantly. The steam wafted through the air, exuding an enticing fragrance, especially with an additional half basin of chicken broth. The delightful scent permeated the entire courtyard, capturing the attention of several children who had just returned from school. Initially, they were preoccupied with their homework, but the enticing aroma rendered them oblivious to their tasks. They abandoned their assignments, drawn outside by the delicious smell. "Is that the smell of chicken?" a chubby little boy exclaimed, his mouth watering in anticipation. As he succumbed to his cravings, the other children from the rental houses eagerly followed suit. At that age, who could resist such temptation? A few other children, similarly enchanted, wandered towards the source of the fragrance. The remaining women in the vicinity caught a whiff of the aroma from a distance. Upon spotting Chen Shuai carrying a pot of chicken, their eyes widened in astonishment. They instinctively stepped aside, recognizing the formidable presence he exuded despite his amiable appearance. However, as they witnessed Chen Shuai pouring out the steaming, fragrant chicken broth, they were taken aback, unable to intervene in time. "Is this chicken broth? If it were cabbage stew, it would be heavenly," one woman remarked, lamenting the extravagance. "Oh, if only you had given it to me." Another sighed, truly regretting the waste. "With such a large chicken, do you intend to consume it all at once? That seems rather excessive. Surely a single chicken could provide 3 meals." As the conversation unfolded, the children had already rushed over, their eyes wide with anticipation. Although it was not the 1980s, times were still tough. Those who ventured out to work earned only a few dozen yuan a month. Even with a higher salary, it would only amount to around 100 yuan. Earning 200 or 300 yuan was considered a substantial income. The children gazed eagerly, drooling uncontrollably. Chen Shuai, however, paid no heed to their longing stares, hastily returning indoors with the chicken. He added water to the pot, along with star anise, bay leaves, cinnamon, scallions, and ginger. Soon, the pot began to bubble vigorously. The chicken was cleaned thoroughly, devoid of any impurities. He then reduced the heat to a gentle simmer, allowing it to stew slowly. Taking the fish from the basin, I carefully scored a crosshatch on both sides. I then cleaned the frying pan and placed it on the stove, igniting the flame. As the pan dried, I poured an appropriate amount of soybean oil. The oil began to smoke under the high heat. The temperature for frying the fish must be elevated. Otherwise, the skin would peel away. I wiped the fish dry and gently eased it into the pan. The moment the fish met the hot surface, it emitted a delightful sizzling sound. As the flames danced below, the aroma of the fish wafted throughout the room, spilling out through the open door. Once both sides turned golden, I added dried chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, ginger, and sections of green onion, ingredients that had been prepped just before frying the fish. Initially, I had intended to braise the fish, but recalling my wife's preference for spicier dishes, I opted for a dry stir-fry instead. With the addition of soy sauce, Chinese vinegar, cooking wine, and fine salt, the fragrance of the fish intensified. Nearby, a pot of old hen was bubbling away. The mingling scents of both dishes wafted out through the door. Chapter 9. Peeking at others. Have you truly not considered divorce? Just blanching the chicken had already set appetites ablaze. Now that both the fish and chicken were simmering, the aroma was simply exquisite. As a gentle breeze stirred, the enticing fragrance permeated not only our courtyard, but also the neighboring rental properties. This was the time for cooking. Typically, when women prepare meals, men and children would hover around them. However, today, even those who usually gathered had lost their enthusiasm. It was indeed a torment. In the heavy machinery factory, the work was quite strenuous, and many found it hard to endure, even those accustomed to laboring in the fields. Despite the high turnover, the allure of a monthly wage of 200 yuan drew many to work here. Within the spacious metal workshop, both men and women toiled. Even though the women had relatively lighter tasks, not everyone was suited for the work. Nevertheless, in the pursuit of livelihood, women represented about 1/8 of the workforce. On the packing line, several women were diligently laboring. Above them, a large ceiling fan turned lazily, moving slower than a child's pinwheel. It was hardly effective in providing any breeze. In this weather, it was more bearable to refrain from working, but once engaged in labor, one would inevitably sweat. Especially in the metal workshop, where the sounds of machinery and clashing steel filled the air. It was a challenge to work there. Even standing still for a moment would induce perspiration. "Are you going to the restroom?" asked a middle-aged woman in her 30s. "I was just about to call you to join me when I needed to shout out for water." Communication within the factory was challenging. Although cameras had yet to be installed, supervisors, foremen, and even the factory director frequently roamed the area. Furthermore, the din of steel and the roar of machinery rendered conversation nearly impossible. The restroom was not nearby, but located at the front of the workshop, alongside a tea room. All the cups are placed here, and at the far end of the packing line, there are 5 or 6 female workers. Among them, Miaoyun is the youngest. She maintains particularly close relationships with her colleagues, and their interactions are harmonious. 2 of them set aside their tasks and head towards the restroom. They must traverse the entire production line to reach it. As they pass by, several men working nearby cannot help but glance at them. Their collective focus is on Miaoyun, whose slender figure and stunning beauty have earned her the title of the factory's belle. "Hanping, are you sneaking another look?" remarks a man in his 30s, while a young man in his 20s cannot take his eyes off her. A few other men in their 30s and 40s are also covertly admiring her. The youth, referred to as Hanping, feels no shame. Rather, he is filled with pride. "What is wrong with me looking? Everyone in our workshop knows I have a crush on Miaoyun. With my qualifications, finding a woman of my choice would be effortless. Just so you know, tomorrow I will be the line leader on this production line. My uncle is the deputy factory director, so handling this matter will be a breeze." Hanping revels in his own self-importance, disregarding the colleagues around him. In truth, he has only been at the factory for a month, yet he constantly boasts. It is true that he has seen the deputy director come by to inquire about his well-being a few times. Indeed, only beautiful women are worthy of his attention. To be honest, Miaoyun is genuinely beautiful, but it is a pity. A lazy man marrying a good wife. These days, even the finest vegetables are trampled by pigs. That is a fair point. Everyone knows our village. Who among us has the fortune of Chen Shuai, whose wife seems like a fairy descended from the heavens? Enough. The more you speak, the more it frustrates me. Why are we so unfortunate? That kind of wife is truly unattainable. Let us not talk about ourselves. It's really hard to express. Indeed, just look at her figure, and her face. As they continue their banter, Hanping grows increasingly troubled, impatiently waving his arms. He declares, "Enough? Are you all trying to annoy me? These days, I truly cannot find interest in ordinary women." His thoughts weigh heavily on him, and his expression darkens. "I'm going to the restroom." He removes his heavy gloves and storms off. Observing Hanping's departure, the other men seize the opportunity to take a break, continuing their work while engaging in idle chatter. "Do you think Hanping is going to the restroom for a quick release? Seems like you might be onto something. At such a young age, how could he not be fired up? With such a large factory and 5 or 6 workshops, who knows how many are pursuing Miaoyun? Why isn't she moved? Ah, you don't know. She once said that she will marry for love, and divorce is out of the question. Is that really true?" "Of course it is true. My wife is with her, so how could this be false?" Miaoyun and her companion emerged from the restroom. After washing their hands and faces, she took her tea thermos and, feeling somewhat parched, drank deeply. The thermos contained hot water, prepared in advance for when she would desire a refreshing sip. "Miaoyun, honestly, what is it that Chen Shuai possesses? How can a man of his stature expect you to support him? There is no shortage of suitors in this world. Wealthy individuals are not hard to find, and there are plenty of men to choose from. Moreover, given your beauty, you could easily attract affluent admirers if you so desired. I believe it is essential for you to contemplate your future seriously. It cannot be that one party bears the burden alone." Some of my words may seem harsh, but do not take offense. I am a few years your senior, and having grown up in the same village, I feel a certain kinship. While I cannot claim we are particularly close, I still believe our relationship has been amicable enough. Her colleague and close friend, while sipping water, continued to voice her grievances. Chapter 10. Chiding a friend, the affectionate fool. Young Miaoyun's expression grew somewhat uneasy as she drained her thermos. Yet her friend showed no signs of stopping, which left her feeling rather displeased. Setting down her thermos, she gazed at her sighing companion. Sister Yuan, I understand your sentiments. Please refrain from repeating such remarks. I choose to be with him, for I believe that sincerity can lead to breakthroughs. I cannot imagine that Chen Shuai will remain in this state indefinitely. While she spoke thus, doubts lingered. Could he truly change? Old habits are hard to break, and once a person becomes accustomed to a relaxed lifestyle, it is challenging to instill discipline. Nevertheless, a part of her still wished to believe. Observing Yang Miaoyun's stubborn demeanor, her friend fell silent. Yang Miaoyun was the only high school graduate in their village during those years, a position of considerable privilege. Yet she had unwittingly fallen into the deep pit that was Chen Shuai. She sighed. Well, everyone has their aspirations. Your education surpasses mine, and I cannot contend with you. When you come to your senses, you will realize just how many people admire you. With a tone of envy, she watched as Zheng Hanping approached. Upon seeing his long-cherished goddess, Zheng Hanping trembled with excitement. His fair complexion flushed instantly, reminiscent of a shy bride meeting her beloved. Yet, the roles were rather reversed in this scenario. He anxiously adjusted his crumpled work uniform, wiping his soiled fingers across his face. What had been a somewhat clean visage was now marred by the smudge of dirt, creating a comical contrast. A foolish grin broke across his face. Zheng Hanping's affection for Yang Miaoyun was well known throughout the workshop. He harbored no disdain for her marital status or her 2 children. As long as he could be with her, he was willing to take on the role of her supporter. His feelings were not solitary. Whispers of affection for Yang Miaoyun echoed from other workshops as well. Do not be misled by the fact that she is a married woman. Her popularity undoubtedly rivals that of unmarried young ladies, perhaps even exceeding it. At this moment, Sister Yuan beside her is filled with envy. Shall we leave? Who knows how long we will be working overtime today? Faced with the sudden appearance of Zheng Hanping, Yang Miaoyun feels quite displeased. The 2 of them had just arrived, and he had also come over, clearly an intentional act. This incites a sense of annoyance within Yang Miaoyun. Upon noticing that the goddess is about to depart, Zheng Hanping finally registers the situation. In a flurry, he reaches for a wooden cabinet above him, retrieving a greasy pancake from a black plastic bag, and offers it with a beaming smile. Miaoyun, I've already inquired. We'll be working an hour and a half of overtime today. I noticed you only bought steamed buns at the cafeteria for lunch. Please have this oil pancake to tide you over. This is his utmost effort to ingratiate himself. Seeing the oily pancake, Yang Yuan beside them swallows hard, her hunger from a day of labor making her stomach growl. During lunch, she hesitated to purchase more oil pancakes, for the cafeteria does not adhere to strict portion sizes. Each employee receives 30 yuan in meal tickets per month. Once depleted, one must purchase food out of pocket. This amount is barely sufficient for basic sustenance. If one desires meat or an extra serving of vegetables, the monthly allowance might simply fall short. A man like Zheng Hanping typically exhausts his allocation within half a month. On average, he enjoys 2 dishes and occasionally indulges in meat, making him an object of envy in the workshop. This admiration stems not from anything else, but rather because his father has a stable job with a higher salary. Observing Yang Yuan hesitate, Yang Miaoyun feels a twinge of irritation. If Sister Yuan isn't leaving, then I shall take my leave first. Outside the rental apartment, a few children around 8 or 9 years old have already found their way home, loitering around Chen Shuai's doorway. The enticing aroma wafts through the air, providing some comfort to their rumbling stomachs. A few parents look on with exasperation. Among them, 2 with fiery tempers rush forward, particularly the eldest sister, who storms ahead in a fit of rage. She seizes her son's ear, scolding him relentlessly. Why aren't you rushing home to do your homework? I've invested so much effort to bring you to the city for your education. Study diligently, and you can secure a comfortable office job in the future, enjoying a good life, and perhaps even marrying a beautiful city girl. If you don't put in the effort, you'll end up back home, farming the family's 2 acres. Once the grain tax is paid, there will barely be enough left to eat. Don't even think about marrying. You might end up single. If luck is on your side, you'll be just like your father, bowing and scraping to make a meager living. As she continues her tirade, her legs and hands remain in motion, channeling all her frustration onto her son. The stubborn boy, however, does not cry, his large eyes fixed intently on Chen Shuai's room. With a fervent sniff, as if fearing that the delightful aroma might be whisked away by others, she remained resolute. Should this persistence prevail, the next girl would certainly not be so fortunate. Suddenly, a woman in her 30s dashed in with the speed of a sprinter. Before the child could even react, a resounding slap echoed through the air, a sharp sound that left the surrounding children momentarily stunned. They instinctively took 2 steps back, as if anticipating the next blow might strike their own faces. With that single strike, the girl was left in tears, a heart-wrenching wail escaping her lips. Chapter 11. A matter of life and death, no time for meals or homework. With the arrival of these 2 enforcers, other parents rushed over as well. However, the children had become quite astute. Upon seeing their own parents, they turned and fled, unwilling to become the next victims of an ear-splitting slap or a painful twist of the ear. In the room, Chen Shuai watched helplessly, bewildered by the chaotic scene unfolding outside. He could hardly be bothered, as long as it did not disturb his own peace. If it did, he would certainly not be an easy target. Chicken and fish simmered gently on the stove, and the long beans were already chopped, awaiting their turn to be stir-fried. The fish would be ready first, but he lacked a proper dish to serve it. After all, they only indulged in fish a couple of times a year, making a fish basin an extravagant luxury. Thus, he resorted to placing it on a plate, pouring the remaining broth into a bowl. He took the pot outside to wash it by the well. In these ordinary households, dishwashing liquid was a rarity. They simply scrubbed pots with a brush several times after each meal. There were women washing vegetables nearby. Upon noticing Chen Shuai approaching with the pot, the enticing scent of the fish made them swallow hard. In these times, who could afford to buy fish? It would cost at least 2 or 3 yuan. The brush Chen Shuai wielded was quite worn, its bristles nearly gone, resembling a balding shoe brush in his hands. As he drew near, the women parted to make way, as if believing that refusing to do so would invite misfortune upon them. Chen Shuai smiled in gratitude for their courtesy. After a few swift strokes, the pot was clean, and he turned to leave. Time was of the essence. He was uncertain when his wife would return from work. If she came home to find no meal prepared, it would surely be a disaster. As Chen Shuai hurried back inside, the women grew increasingly curious. Surely, the tantalizing aroma wafting from his home indicated a special occasion, one that warranted such a feast. Who could say? It was likely another instance of him indulging in his wife's hard-earned money for a lavish meal. Alas, what a pity it was to have such a beautiful wife, who spent her days idly, feasting and then strolling about. I must go now. My husband will be home soon, and I still have to prepare dinner. The temptation of that delightful scent was almost unbearable. Upon returning to his room, Chen Shuai promptly ignited the flame and began to stir-fry the long beans. As the oil in the pan heated, the addition of chili and scallions produced a delightful symphony of sizzling sounds. The beans must not be overcooked, yet they should not be undercooked either. Undercooking affects the texture, while overcooking can lead to food poisoning. These beans have just been blanched, and taking advantage of the residual heat, they cook swiftly. With the addition of a modest amount of soy sauce, the dish becomes visually appealing. While other tenants prepare vegetables, their dishes lack this enticing aroma. The flame may not be as fierce as in a restaurant kitchen, yet Chen Shuai's fervor remains undiminished. As the final drizzle of oil is added, the dish is finally ready to be served. It is plated and covered with a rice bowl. The pot used for steaming rice is currently simmering chicken. For any further dishes, he must resort to the frying pan. Once again, Chen Shuai approaches the well with a brush in hand. A new group has taken over the vegetable washing duty. Each person's pot is scrubbed only once a day. In an average household, only 1 dish is prepared. Even if 2 are cooked, they hesitate to wash the pot, lamenting the waste of oil. When preparing the second dish, one can indeed use less oil, knowing the fresh residue from the first. Several women watched Chen Shuai scrub the pot with a look of incredulity. As for what they discussed behind his back, it's easy to surmise their thoughts. With time for cooking in short supply, he cannot afford to engage in idle chatter with these women. He swiftly slices a carrot in half, then into thin shreds. An appropriate amount of bean oil is added to the frying pan, followed by the carrot for sautéing, and then water is introduced. Seizing the moment, he scoops rice and heads outside. After rinsing it twice, he hurries back. When the water in the pot reaches a boil, he adds the rice along with a pinch of salt. As the flames beneath the pot reach a vigorous boil, he adjusts it to medium heat. At this juncture, Chen Shuai finally finds a moment to pause. Now, he awaits the completion of the rice and chicken. The pot's lid is lifted after 10 minutes, unveiling fragrant, glistening rice. Chen Shuai can only muster a modest sense of satisfaction. The amalgamation of rice and carrot is enticing, awakening one's appetite with its aroma. The fragrance of oily rice mingles with that of the old hen. While other households have already begun their meals, he is still enveloped in delightful scents. With flames dancing energetically, families with children are particularly chaotic, as adults struggle to resist the intoxicating aroma, and the 10- and 8-year-olds are even less compliant. The girls may show a bit more restraint, but the boys are quite the opposite. In their homes, they prepare a simple vegetable dish. In the past, such a meal would have been devoured ravenously, yet today, they find themselves lacking appetite. This unbearable aroma torments them. Some households have angrily shut their doors. In this rental, many rooms lack windows. Even when present, they are merely a meter wide. Once the door is shut, the room's temperature rises instantly. The interior is already dim, and an unpleasant odor lingers. With the door closed, the aroma can no longer escape, leaving the surroundings shrouded in darkness. The cramped quarters evoke a sense of suffocation. They are reluctant to turn on the lights at this moment. In a realm where darkness enveloped all, the flickering of lights heralded the onset of evening preparations for slumber. Thus, the children were compelled to complete their writing in the inky blackness, surrendering to sleep as night descended. Beside Chen Shuai lived a neighbor with 2 children, who had yet to perfect their writing since returning from school. They were incessantly tormented by Chen Shuai, leaving them devoid of appetite for food or the motivation to tackle their homework. As dusk approached, it seemed inevitable that the lights would be summoned for their writing endeavors. Observing his 2 sons peering longingly at the neighbor's door, the man heaved a deep sigh, hesitating before finally uttering, "Perhaps, while the light still graces us, I shall procure some meat." Chapter 12. Amidst culinary endeavors, chaos reigns elsewhere within the confines of his kitchen. Chen Shuai glanced at the chicken simmering in the pot. The absence of a pressure cooker rendered the task rather cumbersome. Covering the pot, he resumed his cleaning efforts, muttering to himself, "This wall is far too dark. I must purchase some paint tomorrow. The room is stifling. A ceiling fan is essential. We are out of laundry detergent, and soap is non-existent. We lack sufficient plates for our meals." After a thorough tidying, the room appeared considerably cleaner, yet he discovered a plethora of essential supplies woefully lacking, if not entirely absent. In his quest for dirty laundry to wash, he realized his wife donned her work uniform daily, leaving no clothing to clean. With a sharp crack, Chen Shuai struck his own face, realizing why others urged them towards divorce. Here he was, a robust man of considerable stature and wit, yet feeling utterly inadequate. He retrieved a stack of money from his pocket. After accounting for expenses related to vehicle purchases and groceries, a little over 20 yuan remained after deducting the original 200. Regardless of circumstances, he had managed to earn a fair sum today. However, a somber expression shadowed his face, reflecting a deep-seated seriousness. His past inadequacies had subjected his wife to hardship, and he resolved that he would strive to ensure she would never suffer again. Clenching his fists, he contemplated his path forward. Once the room was spotless, Chen Shuai paused, grabbing a chopstick to lift the pot lid. A cloud of steam wafted up, bringing with it an enticing aroma. The chopstick pierced effortlessly into the tender chicken, the broth glistening with oil. He added a spoonful of salt and replaced the lid. In mere moments, the fragrant essence permeated both indoors and out. The once unbearable humidity had dissipated considerably after several moppings. As he tended to his chicken, the neighboring households found themselves in disarray. It was a challenging time for everyone, who could hardly afford lavish feasts. Now, for a couple of hours, they were besieged by the delicious scent wafting through the air. As Chen Shuai busied himself with cleaning, his neighbors observed in astonishment. What had come over this man? Had he bumped his head or been kicked by a donkey? Surely, during such festive times, one could not indulge so extravagantly. After a lifetime of neglecting cleanliness, what had sparked this newfound desire for tidiness? His commotion rendered the neighborhood restless. In the midst of clamor and chaos, with shouts of familial exasperation echoing through the air, Chen Shuai finally extinguished the stove as dusk enveloped the sky. The aroma wafting through the room hinted at the stew's quality, yet he knew he could not indulge in the meal alone, as his wife had yet to return. Glancing at the now tidied room, his eyes fell upon the clock on the wall. It was already 7 o'clock, and darkness had settled in. He hastily locked the door and mounted his tricycle, heading towards the nearby market. The open-air vegetable market showed no signs of closing, as the night drew in, but the vendors remained reluctant to depart, with a limited supply of produce. Failing to sell today meant they would have to forfeit their wares until the next day. The number of fruit vendors was scant, yet none had begun to leave. In these times, few families could afford to indulge in fruit unless they were entertaining guests. A middle-aged man selling grapes observed the remaining bunches on his cart. He had brought 10 clusters, but 2 clusters still lingered unsold, compelling him to lower his prices in desperation. If sales did not improve, he would have no choice but to pack up and leave as darkness enveloped the market. Nearby, a vendor selling chili peppers cautiously placed his goods into his cart. They were from the same village and had come together, hoping to depart together as well. "You go ahead, I'll wait a bit longer. Even selling one would be a relief," he remarked. Just then, the screech of brakes pierced the air, and a figure emerged from a vehicle, albeit indistinctly in the dim light. "How much are the grapes?" came the inquiry. The grape vendor's face lit up with a smile. His perseverance had yielded a potential buyer. "They're cheap, just 50 cents a pound. I only have 2 clusters left. Please take a look," he exclaimed, though the darkness obscured the fruit from clear view. Such boldness in the face of uncertainty was astonishing. Chen Shuai, however, was no novice. He could discern the quality of the grapes with a mere touch. He quickly identified a few soft ones and, despite his remarks, stated, "You've had these out all day. Your price is akin to that of freshly picked fruit." Moreover, in this darkness, who knows how many are spoiled? His tone conveyed reluctance, and the middle-aged vendor felt a pang of urgency. Missing this customer would likely mean the end of his hopes for those 2 clusters. "Please, don't rush away," he implored. "I've brought a candle to illuminate them for you. These grapes are exceptional, sweet and large, carefully transported. Although they've been out for a day, they've been kept safe underneath. They're as fresh as if just harvested." In a moment of desperation, he produced a candle, striking a match to ignite its flame. Under the flickering candlelight, the grapes appeared indeed purple and large, exuding an enticing sweet and tangy aroma. Yet, Chen Shuai shook his head. "No, too pricey. They've lost their freshness after a day. I'll take 2 clusters for 20 cents each." His grapes were nurtured with utmost care, sweet and visually appealing. Though they were priced slightly higher than others, at 50 cents per pound, the price was quite reasonable. Bargaining was permissible, yet having the price would certainly cause discomfort. Observing the man's troubled expression, Chen Shuai hesitated not a moment. He promptly mounted his tricycle. In his previous life, he had encountered countless negotiations. Bargaining was as trivial to him as a mere dish of bean sprouts to Zhang Fei. This time, the middle-aged man finally appeared flustered. The grapes were homegrown, and selling them for less was indeed an option. As Chen Shuai prepared to leave, the man grew anxious. Selling a bit less would not be an issue. The 2 large grapevines yielded hundreds of pounds, and if not sold promptly, they would incur losses. "Wait, could you possibly add a bit more?" he implored. "This price is reasonable, and if you don't sell them, they'll pile up by tomorrow." Chen Shuai discerned the urgency in the man's voice. The grapes were indeed waiting to be sold. If the time elapsed, they would miss the prime selling period. Grapes do not all ripen simultaneously. A cluster must be harvested at once. Keeping them for 3 or 4 days is manageable, but beyond that, it becomes problematic. Faced with the 2 bunches of grapes, the man gritted his teeth. "All right, I will sell them to you." He hastily took out the scale. "A little over 5 pounds, let us call it 5. He retrieved a plastic bag and placed the 2 bunches inside. Chen Shuai produced 1 yuan, accepted the grapes, and placed them in the tricycle's cargo area. The man, having sold the grapes, finally relaxed his expression. "Wait, I have something to discuss." Just as he was about to leave, Chen Shuai called him back. The grape vendor feared Chen Shuai might be reconsidering and preparing to return the purchase, causing his face to tense once more. In the eyes of the common folk, even if someone circled back to decline, they would still willingly refund the money. Chen Shuai remained calm, plucked 1 grape, and tasted it. It was exceptionally sweet, bursting with flavor. Such taste was rare in later generations. No one would sell grapes from their own garden. The grapes sold in the market were cultivated in bulk, treated with pesticides from a young age to prevent pests, and the tiny fruits were not easily shed. Such plump fruits were indeed a rarity. After savoring 2 grapes, Chen Shuai finally spoke. "You must have quite a few grapes at home, right?" The grape vendor was puzzled, unsure of the reason behind Chen Shuai's inquiry. Nevertheless, his honesty compelled him to respond truthfully. There should be several hundred pounds from the 2 decades-old vines. Chen Shuai, unhurried, replied, "Bring me 30 to 40 pounds tomorrow around noon. How does that sound? As for the price, you must provide a discount." The man thought he had misheard, blinking, and had it not been for a nudge from his fellow townsman, he might not have grasped the situation. He nodded excitedly. "Sure, absolutely no problem. I'll give it to you at 20 cents per pound. How does that sound?" The man realized that the young fellow was planning to resell. If that were the case, it would indeed be wonderful. The fruits from one's own garden require no initial investment. With a little extra care, they can be sold for profit. Fearing that Chen Shuai might disagree, he hurriedly exclaimed, 2 dimes is already an exceptionally low price. Although the cost is minimal, I have invested a considerable amount of labor, have I not? Chen Shuai shook his head. "You can see for yourself. I, too, wish to capitalize on the grape season and earn a modest profit. Greetings to you all. This is essentially a no-cost venture. The grapes have just reached ripeness, so you need not worry about their overripening." Chen Shuai immediately revealed that the grapes cultivated at home come in abundant clusters. "If you supply them to me, it will undoubtedly be profitable." The man began to mentally calculate. Nearby, a fellow villager appeared somewhat enticed, grinning broadly with hope. I have some at home as well. Will you buy them, boss? Without hesitation, Chen Shuai responded affirmatively. Yes, if I can sell them, the more the merrier. If they do not sell, then there is little I can do. Observing his fellow villager poised to seize the opportunity, the man felt a surge of urgency. It is well known that many families in the village grow grapes, which are considered a rare fruit in the city, but are quite common in rural areas. Boss, I can offer a discount. How about $1.50? If there is a significant quantity, many in my village have them. With his companion nearby, the man decided to be magnanimous. Chen Shuai feigned hesitation and reluctantly stated, Our acquaintance is fortuitous. I shall give it a try. Let us start with 30 pounds tomorrow. However, there will be no deposit. Upon seeing the grapes, payment will be made immediately. While he indeed wished to secure half the payment, Chen Shuai had spoken first. The man scratched his head, his resolve finally solidifying. All right, I will wait for you here tomorrow. Chapter 14. Joyfully heading to pick up his wife from work, it was only after Chen Shuai departed that the grape vendor's compatriot seized him. I say, Brother San, while it's generous of you not to ask for a deposit, what if the person doesn't show up? He was feeling quite pleased with the prospect of securing such a significant deal. His grapevines were the largest in the village, yielding the most fruit. In recent years, he had been unable to sell all of them, and many had rotted on the vine, which caused him great distress. Having encountered such a lucrative buyer, selling them for any price would translate to real profit. Although he had considered this point, hearing it articulated by his brother caused a pang of anxiety. He took a deep breath, clenched his fists twice, and his tone grew resolute. If he doesn't want them, I shall sell them myself. After all, I stand to lose nothing. Guzzi, you have quite a few grapes as well. If this works out, bring yours too. Having grown up together, sharing good fortune with his brothers was only natural. Observing Brother San's unwavering confidence, he could only nod in agreement. Chen Shuai rode his tricycle toward the factory that lingered in his memories. Although he had never come to pick up young Miaoyun, he was familiar with the factory's location. The moon above had also risen high into the night sky. Bathed in the pure, silvery glow of the moonlight, Chen Shuai's silhouette stretched long as he pedaled forward. Finally arriving at the factory gates, noticing that the workday had yet to conclude, he took a deep breath. Perhaps the end of the shift was near. For the security guard promptly swung open the two large iron gates. At the entrance, a 100-watt bulb hung, casting a warm, yellow light that dispelled the surrounding darkness. Outside the factory buildings, the area remained shrouded in shadows, as the lights were only activated during inspections by the management. The security guard, a robust man in his 40s, was not the type to be easily intimidated by the vastness of such a large factory. Initially sweeping the ground with his head down, he lifted his gaze to behold Chen Shuai standing not far from the entrance, and with a start, inquired, Who are you? What brings you here? Chen Shuai steadied his tricycle and retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, offering it to the guard. I am young Miaoyun's husband from our factory, here to pick her up after work. Please carry on with your duties. I shall wait here. Upon realizing that Chen Shuai was a family member of a factory employee, the guard felt reassured. It was common for relatives to arrive for pickups, both men and women, creating a lively scene. Many families owned but a single bicycle, which served their needs adequately. The guard extended his hands to accept the cigarette, carefully tucking it into his own cigarette case, as he cherished such rare gifts. He usually smoked tobacco grown in his own backyard, rolled in newspaper. His modest behavior warranted an explanation. I apologize for the inconvenience, but smoking is not permitted during working hours. This statement implied that while he could have declined the offer outright, he chose not to. Chen Shuai nodded in understanding and settled onto a nearby stone to wait. Inside the factory, workers were engaged in the final tidying up. Yang Miaoyun returned, pushing a garbage cart, as her colleagues completed their tasks and prepared to leave. Two of them had already headed to the changing room. Dressed in her work attire, she was approached by her close friend, Sister Yuan, who urged her, Let us leave together. You can't walk every day, though my bicycle is secondhand. It rides quite well. I suggest you consider getting one too. Yang Miaoyun had initially intended to ride with her friend, but hesitated, her expression betraying her discomfort. The factory whistle rang out, signaling the end of the shift. Chen Shuai, who had been seated on the stone, sprang to his feet. In a matter of moments, the entrance had filled with a throng of people arriving on bicycles, tricycles, and even horse-drawn carts and donkey carts. Their faces bore no trace of the sun-kissed complexion typical of rural folk. It was evident they hailed from the city. In such a large factory, most workers belonged to this urban demographic. Despite the diminishing presence of horses and donkeys in the city, many still utilized them as transportation means for trade. The darkened factory roads only illuminated a few lights at quitting time, with most remaining unlit, and the faint glow barely sufficing to light the path ahead. Carelessly, he managed to advance without colliding with any obstacles. Soon, the first shadow finally appeared before his eyes. Chen Shuai stood up, a surge of excitement coursing through him. Following that were the second, third, and fourth figures, and soon a multitude of individuals were emerging as the workday concluded. A slender silhouette caught Chen Shuai's attention, sending a thrill through him. Under the dim lighting, he could finally discern the approaching figure's face. It was a woman, though not his beloved Miaoyun. The difference in physique was immediately apparent. As more people arrived, several men waiting at the entrance welcomed their wives. The female workers exiting the factory couldn't help but glance at Chen Shuai. How could such a handsome man suddenly appear at the factory gates? Towering above the rest with a striking visage, he exuded a unique charm. A group of 3 or 4 female workers emerged together, their gazes unabashedly fixated on him. "Look, who is that handsome guy? He is so good-looking." One exclaimed. "I don't know him. I certainly don't have such good fortune," another replied. "Let us wait and see who he is waiting for," suggested a third. The 4 women grew increasingly animated, halting in their tracks to observe Chen Shuai with patience. Regardless of the era, the attraction between the sexes remains an unchanging truth. Even when aware that someone is already taken, curiosity compels them to take a glance. Unbeknownst to Chen Shuai, others were staring at him. Even if he were aware, he would remain indifferent. His focus was solely on the entrance, hoping to catch a glimpse. Fearful of missing his beloved, at that moment, he wished for several pairs of eyes. After what felt like an eternity of anticipation, he finally spotted a familiar figure. Her face bore a smile, albeit one tinged with fatigue. Even that was a relief. Yet, young Miaoyun was merely exhausted, helpless, and sorrowful. A pang of guilt struck Chen Shuai. This was the consequence of his own actions. He silently vowed to rise above his circumstances. As young Miaoyun approached the entrance, he called out, "Miaoyun, I'm here." Chapter 15. The helplessness at the factory gates. Is the sky about to fall? His sudden proclamation rang out loudly amidst the bustling crowd, instantly drawing numerous gazes in his direction. Young Miaoyun, the factory's widely acknowledged beauty and the goddess in many men's eyes, became the center of attention due to his unexpected shout. As she walked through the throng, she instinctively lifted her head. Standing at 185 meters with an attractive visage, Chen Shuai stood out like a crane among a flock of chickens. Upon seeing him, a flicker of joy ignited within her, but it was quickly overshadowed by a wave of worry. Despite her reluctance to divorce, she was equally hesitant about Chen Shuai's presence here. What puzzled her was how he had come to the factory. Meanwhile, Yang Wan, standing nearby, immediately recognized him. Isn't that the laid-back guy? Despite their close friendship, she had never seen him in person before. Young Miaoyun felt a sense of helplessness as she walked over, braving the scrutiny of those around her. The workers nearby also paused in their tasks, their eyes fixed on her, curiosity piqued by the presence of such a goddess. "What brings you here? Hurry up." Yang Miaoyun's voice carried a hint of desperation. Before Chen Shuai could respond, an inopportune voice interrupted. "Xiaoyang, who is this?" Chen Shuai looked up to see a young man approaching, appearing to be in his early 20s, standing about 175 meters tall. In comparison, he seemed quite average, almost diminutive next to Chen Shuai. His appearance was rather commonplace, a stark contrast to Chen Shuai's striking handsomeness, rendering him almost unappealing. Upon seeing Chen Shuai, the man's previously confident demeanor faltered, becoming somewhat rigid. Young Miaoyun, upon recognizing him, felt a surge of annoyance and was reluctant to engage. "Let's go?" She showed no inclination to introduce him. Chen Shuai, perceptive to the atmosphere, flashed a smile at the newcomer and unexpectedly grasped Yang Miaoyun's sleeve. "We're not walking. I rode here," he declared, striding purposefully towards the tricycle parked nearby. It was thoughtfully equipped with a small stool. Yang Miaoyun felt a heaviness in her heart, nearly overwhelmed with frustration. The tricycle, though new, evoked an involuntary sigh of resignation from her. Chen Shuai, oblivious to his wife's expression, continued to revel in his own satisfaction. "Come on, let us get home," he urged, as a growing number of workers gathered outside, clearly intrigued by the scene. As they mounted the tricycle, Chen Shuai kindly positioned the stool for her. With time slipping away, he pedaled vigorously, setting off. The scene behind them became lively with chatter. Is that really Yang Miaoyun's husband? One cannot judge a book by its cover. Despite his striking looks, he is being supported by his wife. What a waste for such a beautiful woman. Why does it seem like their tastes are reversed? I've heard wealthy men keep mistresses. Yet Yang Miaoyun seems to have taken in a man. I must say, your words are hard to refute. It's disheartening. A woman as lovely as her should be with someone like me. The comments echoed among the crowd as they slowly faded into the night. Inside the tricycle, Yang Miaoyun struggled to find the right words, unsure of how to begin. Throughout the journey, silence enveloped them, one overwhelmed with joy, the other burdened by sorrow. It wasn't until they arrived at their doorstep that the stillness was broken. Yang Miaoyun stepped out and retrieved her keys to unlock the door. Chen Shuai eagerly rummaged through the tricycle's cargo for grapes. The darkness had concealed them from Yang Miaoyun earlier, but now, as Chen Shuai produced 2 bunches of grapes, she could no longer contain herself. Grapes? This is too extravagant. I'm speechless. I'm not hungry. We want tea cooked tonight. You'll have to figure it out yourself. No matter how patient one may be, there exists a limit to endurance. After toiling hard to earn a living, now the burdens of purchasing a car and grapes weigh heavily upon her. Is it truly the case that life cannot be sustained in this manner? The anticipated change she longs for, does it seem genuinely unattainable? At this moment, her heart is beset by uncertainty. Upon returning with a bunch of grapes, Yang Miaoyun remains lost in thought. Chen Shuai assumes she is simply exhausted. He approaches the stove, lifts the pot, and places it directly onto the table. The chicken soup, having been simmered to perfection, is adorned with a layer of glistening oil. Not long has passed, and the lid remains securely in place, keeping it warm. As he lifts the lid, the rich aroma of the chicken broth fills the room. Next, he unveils a platter containing fish and green beans. Here lie 3 substantial dishes. Such a feast is rarely seen even during festive occasions. However, the delightful fragrance wafting through the room fails to lift her spirits. Instead, it deepens her sorrow. Indeed, a deep inhalation brings a measure of comfort to her stomach. Merely gazing at the delectable spread could satiate one's appetite. Surely, anyone else encountering such an abundance of delicacies would be overjoyed. Yet, Yang Miaoyun's emotions are a tangled web of complexity. Regardless of the taste, such exquisite dishes should be a source of enjoyment. However, the reality is that these pleasures come at a cost. In this moment, she finds herself devoid of appetite. After sweating profusely at the factory, she lacks the motivation even to cleanse herself. She collapses onto the edge of the bed, utterly exhausted. After a while, as if recalling something, she hurriedly lifts the bamboo mat. Yet, within it lies nothing. Only an empty black bag remains. The flicker of hope she once harbored is now utterly extinguished. On the previous occasion such circumstances arose, she had the strength to argue. But today, she is bereft of the will to speak. Her complexion has turned particularly bleak, her once beautiful face marred by disappointment and despair. She collapses onto the bed, as though her world has crumbled around her. Chapter 16. A heart full of doubt and questioning. In the future, we shall eat as we please. What manner of person is Chen Shuai? He has endured countless experiences in his lifetime. A mere glance or gesture from anyone conveys a multitude of meanings. Upon arriving home, he busies himself washing grapes and wearing a smile, scarcely attending to Yang Miaoyun's expressions. How could he remain oblivious to her plight? Chen Shuai feels a surge of urgency and hastily retrieves money from his pocket, approaching Yang Miaoyun with a sense of guilt. Dear wife, I assure you that the funds for the car, fish, chicken, and grapes were not taken from our household money. They were earned through my own labor. Initially, Yang Miaoyun, who had lain down with little hope for life, suddenly notices the money in Chen Shuai's hand. The despair that had enveloped her body, rendering her weak, now stirs a flicker of strength within her. She struggles to sit up, accepting the money from Chen Shuai's hand, and begins to count it in his presence. 150 yuan, not a penny less. After deducting this amount, there remained 20 yuan. She gazed at Chen Shuai with great perplexity, and could not help but exclaim, "Where did you acquire such funds? Have you resorted to robbery?" She had entered the machinery factory through her high academic qualifications, earning 150 yuan, an amount that many would envy. Such factories were not typically sought after by ordinary rural folk. Had it not been for her earnest pleas as a rare high school graduate, they would not have considered her at all. Earning 5 yuan a day, she was the envy of many, especially in the village, where she appeared as a veritable wealthy individual. Chen Shuai's daily earnings seemed too good to be true. They must have been obtained through theft or robbery. Chen Shuai, feeling anxious, defended himself, genuinely unwilling to hurt Yang Miaoyun's feelings. Fearing she would not believe him, he produced from his pocket 5 tubes of used tire repair glue. I used your money to purchase a tricycle and spent 2 yuan on the glue. By afternoon, I had earned back the cost of the vehicle. Listening to his account, detailed and credible, and glancing at the money in her hand, Yang Miaoyun began to believe him. Though her face still bore a look of confusion and skepticism, had her sincerity and persistence finally moved him? Was it not a scheme, or merely a fleeting novelty that would soon fade? Yang Miaoyun found herself in a state of uncertainty. Clutching the money, she felt she had finally secured it. Yet her inner turmoil and doubt left her restless. This was indeed an exaggeration. To earn so much in a single day seemed improbable. After some time, she regained her composure. Are all these for me? You can keep the change. I will hold on to this 150. Chen Shuai shook his head. No need. I still have 5 yuan in change. Tomorrow I will earn it back. Also, you should return home. Let us bring our daughter back. The mention of his daughter deepened Chen Shuai's guilt. He thought to himself that at least at home she would be well fed. His parents would not neglect their granddaughter. His words implied that if she were brought back, she might starve. At home, regardless of the meal, she would at least be safe. Nutritional value seemed irrelevant at this point. Let us eat. We can discuss other matters afterwards. Although he sensed her dissatisfaction and felt a bit of a headache, Chen Shuai persisted, unabashedly speaking to himself. He took a bowl and served rice, placing it before young Miaoyun, then picked up chopsticks to serve her fish. This sudden shift made young Miaoyun feel somewhat uncomfortable. Looking at the chicken and fish, she remarked, I'm grown. Why should I still eat chicken and fish? Hurry up and eat. We need to ride back home, Chen Shuai urged. The chicken and fish should be returned. The child is at a critical stage of growth. Chen Shuai directly placed the fish in her bowl, gazing at her earnestly. From today onward, we shall eat whatever we desire. Tonight, let us not return home. We will see about going back tomorrow. It was not that Chen Shuai wished to linger. He simply had work to attend to the following morning. Moreover, it has been quite a while since I had breakfast this morning, and I have not eaten anything since. Engaged in laborious tasks, my stomach has been audibly protesting from hunger. Yet, he refrains from eating for himself. With a spoon, he ladles chicken soup into Yang Miaoyun's bowl. You can eat with peace of mind. There is no need for you to worry about anything else. As he gazes upon his beautiful and virtuous wife, at this moment, Yang Miaoyun begins to believe, if only slightly. She picks up her chopsticks and delights in the tender fish meat. Initially, she thought that Chen Shuai's culinary skill in preserving an entire fish was already commendable. However, the current flavor is undeniably exquisite. The fish is exceptionally fresh and tender, dissolving into countless morsels with the slightest movement of her tongue. As it glides down her throat, it transforms into a flurry of snowflakes, settling into every corner of her being. Her bones seem to eagerly absorb every morsel. Yang Miaoyun cannot help but narrow her eyes in pleasure. She has never tasted such delectable fish before. This culinary prowess surpasses her own by several degrees. The chicken is also stewed to perfection, with a gentle pinch. It falls effortlessly from the bone. A rich aroma fills the entire room. When the chicken enters her mouth, it is far from the dryness she had anticipated. Instead, it is incredibly succulent, breaking apart into fine strands with the slightest bite. It resembles a wondrous array of delicate filaments, gliding swiftly. The intense, savory flavor of the chicken permeates her entire being, and the chicken soup is particularly delightful. After one sip, she cannot resist indulging in another. It is truly exquisite, prompting her to softly exclaim in delight. When she looks up again, she finds Chen Shuai staring at her in a daze. Although he claims he does not wish for a divorce, faced with a man like this, if there were any grievances in her heart, she would not dare voice them, even to herself. Yet, in this moment, her heart flutters ever so slightly. The rumbling of Chen Shuai's hungry stomach elicits a smile from her. You should eat too. If you don't, it will get cold. Her radiant smile at this moment is breathtaking, tugging at the heartstrings. Chen Shuai is mesmerized, staring in astonishment. Chapter 17. Sweet words to charm his wife. While he had harbored some grievances, he now finds himself foolishly captivated by her gaze. Yang Miaoyun rolls her eyes at him. What are you staring at? Do I have a flower on my face? A simple remark, yet to Chen Shuai's ears, it is like heavenly music. She is truly stunning, surpassing beauty itself, enchanting enough to eclipse the moon and shy the flowers. She transcends the mundane, and with a single smile, she breathes life into 100 charms, leaving all earthly beauty in awe. At this moment, even if you were to ask me to die, I would not bat an eye. Women are inherently endowed with a romantic essence, though often concealed by circumstance. Now, with Chen Shuai's unabashed admiration, Yang Miaoyun feels her heart racing uncontrollably. In all the years of their marriage, she has never heard such sweet nothings as she has this evening. It is a special indulgence, and she feels as if she might melt away. Her fair complexion flushes a deep crimson, reaching all the way to her ears. And a warm, tingling sensation envelopes her entire being. Where is the courage to even listen to him, let alone look at him? After a long pause, she feigned a scolding glance. Why aren't you eating? Where did you learn such flattery and sweet talk? Chen Shuai, with a foolish grin on his face, replied. I merely speak the truth, voicing my innermost thoughts. Yang Miaoyun shot him a sugary smile, urging him to eat. Yes, I shall eat. My dear wife, please have more. He then took another large chicken leg and placed it in her bowl, which truly made her smile, with charming dimples gracing her enchanting visage. Her laughter was akin to the beauty that eclipses the moon and shames the flowers. However, she quickly admonished him, such behavior is indeed a bit wasteful. We are adults and should not be so indulgent. This had been her most frequently spoken phrase in recent times. Chen Shuai, in high spirits, scooped a bowl of rice. As soon as he set it down, a pair of chopsticks picked up a chicken leg and placed it in his bowl. Young Miaoyun observed the sweat staining his clothes, the evidence of his exertion unmistakable. The scent of perspiration was quite overwhelming, leading her to ponder. Had he truly turned over a new leaf? Even now, she remained skeptical. If he had indeed changed and was willing to shoulder responsibility, she would gladly return home, regardless of earnings. Living here was a reluctant choice, made to escape the gossip of the village. Though not far from home, commuting would have been feasible if they had a vehicle. The expenses of renting and buying groceries weighed heavily on her heart. Yang Miaoyun found herself indecisive, uncertain whether Chen Shuai's transformation was genuine or merely a fleeting whim. Although he focused on his meal, his eyes frequently darted toward her, noting every subtle change in her demeanor. Why aren't you eating? After a long day's work. Are you too fatigued? Even the most exhausted must eat. Otherwise, how will your body cope? I was just thinking, perhaps we should move back. No matter how nice the city is, it isn't home. Conducting business here is quite convenient. The tricycle rides swiftly, making it easy to commute. Also, you should resign from your job at the factory tomorrow. That work is far too exhausting. Starting today, I will take care of you. Chen Shuai spoke with unwavering conviction, leaving no room for doubt. Yang Miaoyun paused her chopsticks, letting out a heavy sigh. His steadfast gaze caused her resolve to waver. While having children was essential, had he truly changed? A deep sigh escaped her lips, her heart in turmoil. As for resigning from work, she was resolutely opposed. Returning home was a consideration. Yet quitting her job was non-negotiable. Countless individuals longed to enter such positions, and after much effort to secure her place, she could not agree to resign at this time. Such a commendable job, earning 5 yuan a day, she simply cannot bear to part with it. Chen Shuai did not press the matter further. He was well aware that it was not Yang Miaoyun's unwillingness to resign, but rather her profound lack of self-confidence. If she were to relinquish such a position, what if she were to revert to her former state? Their family would be left with naught but the bitter winds of hardship. Having reached this point in the conversation, he chose to remain silent. Yang Miaoyun consumed her bowl of rice with great relish, indulging in the fish and chicken as well. This was, in fact, the most satisfying meal she had enjoyed in years, her once flat belly now slightly swollen with fullness. Under Chen Shuai's persistent urging to try more dishes, she found herself unable to eat another bite. Her pallid cheeks now bore a healthy flush, rendering her quite lovely. Chen Shuai had 2 bowls of rice, though he partook little of the chicken and fish, having long since lost interest in such delicacies. His sole desire now was to treat his wife with kindness and shower affection upon their child. Yang Miaoyun was gradually moved by his actions. She reached for her bowl and chopsticks, intending to rise. Suddenly, a pair of large hands clasped her delicate, fair fingers. The unexpected sensation sent her heart racing, her charming face blushing a deeper shade of crimson. She hastily withdrew her hand, lowering her gaze to avoid his eyes. Chen Shuai, filled with joy, felt elated. With 3 dishes left unfinished, only 2 sets of chopsticks remained. As he exited, Yang Miaoyun noticed the exceptional cleanliness of their home today. The once damp and musty odor had been nearly eradicated. The cobwebs overhead and the darkened floor had been meticulously cleaned. The current level of cleanliness far surpassed that of when they first moved in. Turning her gaze, she spotted the pile of rice and flour in the corner, and it dawned on her that they had none left for today. Did this fellow truly earn so much money today? Could it all be from repairing bicycles? But from whom did he learn the trade? Had she misjudged him, thinking he spent his days idling, when instead he was diligently acquiring skills in bicycle repair? At this moment, Yang Miaoyun found herself wavering, questioning whether she had wronged Chen Shuai. Meanwhile, Chen Shuai, in high spirits, stepped outside humming a cheerful tune. However, the others in the courtyard were far from happy, tortured by the enticing aroma of meat. Witnessing others dine only deepened their discontent, particularly among families with children. Frustrated, they angrily flung open their doors. Is it enough? The child is still doing homework. A sudden, irritable voice echoed from the second floor. This unexpected outburst shattered the tranquility of the evening, piercing the air with its harshness. Though night had just fallen, many residents had already settled down for the night. Most were laborers, eager to retire early, as leaving the lights on felt like a waste of money, even if it was merely a few cents per kilowatt. Such frugality weighed heavily on their hearts. With that loud voice, several doors swung open. Chen Shuai glanced around, let out a cold laugh, and resumed washing his bowl. Upon returning indoors, he issued commands once more. It's too hot. Just sit and enjoy the fan. It's pitch dark. I'll go fetch the water. With that, he picked up the thermos, tossed in 2 coins, and headed outside. The communal water station was situated at the center of the village. At this hour, many were queuing for water. A tall chimney emitted thick black smoke. At the water station, a long line formed, comprising men, women, and children, all dressed in various styles, long sleeves and trousers, bare shoulders and shorts, with yellow hair and blue tattoos. This diverse assembly represented all walks of life. Chen Shuai moved forward and took his place at the back of the line. Everyone clutched their thermoses, eagerly watching the front, hoping for the line to move faster. Chen Shuai, what a coincidence. I didn't know you lived in this village too. Just as he advanced a few steps, a bald man clapped him on the shoulder. Turning around, Chen Shuai saw a rotund man with a dragon tattoo on his arm, his bulging belly suggesting he was several months along. The shiny, bald head and chubby face resembled a large beach ball. Chen Shuai glanced back, unable to recall who he was. He nodded slightly yes. This response left the bald man feeling somewhat disgruntled, uneasy with the lack of enthusiasm in Chen Shuai's reply. Regardless of his past interactions, Chen Shuai was solely focused on striving diligently. The bald man, sensing Chen Shuai's indifference, pressed on, "There's a card game tonight. Do you want to join us? I've mentioned you to the others." Chen Shuai's expression shifted slightly. He understood the implication behind the man's words. Not having responded warmly, he could sense the growing irritation. However, he brushed it off. "I want to be going, but I appreciate the thought. I have matters to attend to. Let us gather next time." His tone conveyed an unmistakable certainty. As his turn approached, he uncorked the thermos. When it was finally his turn, he placed his 2 coins down and filled both thermoses simultaneously. After sealing the caps, he flashed a smile at the bald man and turned to leave. Yet, instead of heading straight home, he navigated through the maze of alleys. The village was riddled with narrow passages, where even the unfamiliar could easily lose their way. Suddenly, Chen Shuai quickened his pace and vanished into a long alley. The bald man, perplexed, wondered how he could move so swiftly. He scratched his shiny head, muttering to himself, when Chen Shuai, who had just disappeared, reappeared behind him. With a cryptic smile that straddled the line between mischievous and menacing, he looked at the bald man with an icy stare that seemed to pierce through him. The bald man's glimmering head took on a panicked sheen. Chen Shuai set down the thermos and wrapped his arm around the bald man, his powerful grip causing the rotund figure to appear on the verge of distortion. As his face flushed a deep shade of liver, Chen Shuai smiled amiably, his demeanor warm and approachable. "Are we walking together, or have you fortuitously sought me out? My brother? Regardless of the reason, I appreciate the sentiment. However, I must confess, I am not particularly fond of this situation. This is your first warning. Should there be a next time, I shall twist your head off and use it as a ball. I speak with utmost seriousness, for even the most formidable of men can be intimidated." Feeling the might of Chen Shuai is akin to being trapped in a vice. One's flesh, under his relentless pressure, seems poised to become mere pulp. This is the most immediate sensation the rotund man experiences, rendering him utterly defenseless. Yes, Chen, brother Chen. Please do not be angry. I understand, I was in the wrong. Having interacted with Chen Shuai before, he was acutely aware of his methods. Engaging in a brawl with him was no trivial matter. He had heard that Chen Shuai had trained under an elderly martial artist from his hometown since childhood. Standing at 6 feet tall and weighing 200 pounds, he was undeniably a powerhouse of muscle. In a confrontation, 5 or 6 burly fellows would scarcely be able to approach him. Having never truly witnessed this firsthand, he now regretted his prior ignorance. His pleas for mercy were heartfelt. Hoping that Chen Shuai would show him leniency, Chen Shuai chuckled heartily and released his grip. The stout man, freed from Chen Shuai's hold, gasped for breath. Suddenly, a resounding clap echoed as Chen Shuai struck him on the shoulder. The hefty figure felt as though a colossal force had crashed down upon him, akin to being struck by a 1,000-pound boulder. Despite his own weight of 300 pounds, he was utterly incapable of withstanding such immense power. With a thud, he found himself seated firmly on the ground, his once grasped thermos rolling away in the impact. With 2 sharp, muffled sounds, scalding hot water cascaded out. "Ah, it burns. I'm scalded." The heat was not the only pain he felt. That single slap made him believe his shoulder bone might shatter. Observing his grimacing face and trembling flesh, Chen Shuai swiftly extended his hands, effortlessly lifting the hefty man as if he were a mere chick. "Thank you, Boss Chen. Thank you so much. His previous cries of agony faded as he realized he was still able to bear the weight of the hot water. In Chen Shuai's presence, he dared not make a scene. Weighing 300 pounds, he couldn't even imagine being lifted, let alone moved. The sheer terror of Chen Shuai was unfathomable. With a grin, Chen Shuai remarked, "Look at you, how careless. Had I not been here, you would be soaking in a hot water bath. I must return home to rest, so I shall leave you to your thoughts. We are brothers, after all, no need to dwell on this further. Just remember it in your heart." Chen Shuai wore a broad smile, generously tossing out a remark. Chapter 19. Today is truly unusual. Has there been a change? Observing Chen Shuai vanish from sight, the portly fellow finally dared to exhale. How terrifying. Is this truly a human being? Had I known of his extraordinary prowess, I would have never dared to follow him. Now, I find myself unjustly subjected to a beating, and 2 thermos bottles have shattered. What terrible luck indeed. Upon Chen Shuai's return, Miaoyun stood at the doorway. Initially, she harbored doubts, suspecting that he had wandered off under the pretense of fetching water. Out of the 3 trips he made, 2 had been devoid of his presence. Upon seeing him return, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Why did you take so long? Did you run into someone you know? In the past, Chen Shuai would have likely dismissed her with indifference. Even if he had chosen to engage, it would have been done with a hint of annoyance. However, now he felt compelled to be completely honest with his wife. I encountered an acquaintance and exchanged a few words. Are you worried about me, or perhaps missing me? In this era, people rarely spoke openly of love. Terms like affection and romance were seldom uttered, even among city dwellers who felt a twinge of awkwardness and shyness when broaching such subjects. After all, personal integrity and reputation were held in high regard during these times. Only in solitude would one dare to whisper such sentiments, and even then, it was considered quite bold. Since marrying him, young Miaoyun had never heard such sweet nothings. This sudden declaration of affection left her somewhat flustered. She glanced around nervously, fearing the judgment of others, and retorted shyly, "What nonsense. If others hear you, it would be utterly embarrassing." With that, she hurried back inside, feigning anger, yet a peculiar warmth blossomed within her heart. Chen Shuai, grinning, followed her inside. He picked up the water bucket and began to jog toward the well. It was still early, and a few men had gathered in the area, carrying basins and towels, preparing to bathe. The June weather had begun to warm, and a cool shower felt particularly uncomfortable in this dimly lit space, illuminated only by a feeble 5-watt bulb. The dim light made it challenging to even discern the path ahead. One could barely make out a figure, and only upon approaching could they be recognized. As Chen Shuai approached, a few men finally recognized him. Their meeting was marked by mutual nods. They had previously been engaged in jovial banter, but now silence enveloped them. Regarding Chen Shuai, they dared only to whisper behind his back. Before him, they lacked the courage to speak freely. They were not like those women who failed to grasp reality. After pumping the well 8 or 9 times, Chen Shuai filled his bucket and hurried home. His actions left several men staring in disbelief. Truly, today was peculiar. What could this mean? Was it possible that he had turned over a new leaf? It seemed unlikely. For while one might change their surroundings, one's true nature is far more challenging to alter. I sense the likelihood of that is slim. Do not mention it. It saddens me. He was just cooking, but it left our little one craving more, so I had no choice but to intervene and set aside a pound of meat. Haha, we are in the same boat. I even ventured out to sell a piece of cooked food, yet my heart ached for it. Chen Shuai placed the bucket inside the room and took a step back. After a long day of labor, you ought to wash your face promptly. With that, he exited the room and stood guard at the door. Until yesterday, he had been pleading for a reprieve, but today he seemed to grant her such courtesy. Young Miaoyun felt an unprecedented sense of ease envelop her. After enduring hard days, this sudden treatment was akin to that of a princess. The abrupt transformation was both alien and authentic. Standing before the closed door, her heart was a tumult of emotions. Though she had longed for this, confronting it made her feel somewhat awkward. Shaking her head slightly, she secured the door latch and fetched a basin of water, mixing it with hot water. Minutes later, the door creaked open. Young Miaoyun emerged in a slightly faded nightgown. Even from a distance of over a meter, the delicate scent of soap wafted from her. The fragrant aroma exuded a delightful bodily fragrance. Her once malnourished face now glowed with a healthy, rosy hue, carrying a hint of shyness. Every smile and frown was utterly enchanting, stirring a sense of yearning within. She truly embodied the essence of beauty, akin to the moon eclipsing flowers or fish sinking in water. Chen Shuai, taken aback, stared in disbelief. What are you staring at? Hurry and take a shower. The scent of sweat lingered even at a distance. Chen Shuai chuckled like a fool, nodding incessantly. He grabbed a towel, along with some laundry. Decided to take his wife's clothes as well. It must be noted that in their years of marriage, he had never washed her clothes. When he suddenly picked them up, Yang Miaoyun quickly reached out to stop him. What man washes clothes? You wait. I'll wash the dirty ones myself. This statement held truth. It was rare to see men engaged in washing or cooking in this era. If he were to do so, it would surely provoke laughter. Whoever wishes to comment may do so. Washing clothes for my wife is my rightful duty. I simply enjoy it. If you disapprove, you need not look. With that, he confidently took the clothes and stepped outside without room for dispute. Chapter 20. Rising early to leave. Leaving a thoughtful note at the well, the crowd had thinned considerably. It was already 9 o'clock, and many had turned off their lights to sleep. In this day and age, not only in the countryside but even in the city, most people labored in factories. Only a few individuals, possessing sharper minds, ventured into entrepreneurship. After a long day of toil, there were minimal entertainment options. It was crucial to rest, as they would need to return to work early the next day. Taking advantage of the moonlight streaming in, Chen Shuai first removed his clothes and washed both of their garments. Only then did he proceed to bathe with the well water. As a basin of cold water cascaded over him, the chilling sensation instantly revived him from his drowsiness, alleviating much of his fatigue. Upon returning to the room, Yang Miaoyun was still awake. It's getting late. You should rest, he urged. 2 burlap bags were laid upon the ground. Although he had been reborn, he was not inclined to impose his will. Moreover, Yang Miaoyun was due to return to work the following day, and such matters were best left unconsidered. Sitting on the bed, Yang Miaoyun furrowed her brow, her lips parted as if to speak. She presumed he was preparing to rest. Yet he was instead pouring half a basin of flour into a rather large bowl, significantly exceeding the size of the original one. It was only then that she noticed. Apart from the surplus rice and flour, there were several bowls in the house. Approximately 12 pounds of flour had been emptied into the basin, alongside a bag meant for her consumption. Chen Shuai scooped half a small basin of water, adding salt and dissolving alum before pouring it in, vigorously kneading the mixture. The flour quickly transformed from loose granules into a smooth, cohesive dough. The water in the basin was perfectly measured, with not a drop left over. Chen Shuai continued his vigorous kneading. The dough initially bore a faint green hue, but as he worked it, his hands rhythmically slapped it. This method of kneading left Yang Miaoyun perplexed. After 20 minutes of kneading, the dough was shaped and covered with a pristine cloth. Having completed this task, he offered an apologetic smile, remarking that he had nearly interrupted her rest. As the hour grew late, he turned off the lights and lay down alone. The burlap bags served as a makeshift mat, accompanied only by a thin blanket. Once the light was extinguished, the room was enveloped in darkness, rendering one unable to see one's hand before one's face. Having grown accustomed to the night, adapting to the darkness was swift. Vaguely observing Chen Shuai lying on the floor, Yang Miaoyun felt a pang of unease. She was unaware of when she had fallen asleep, but upon waking, the sky was already beginning to brighten. She reached out to touch the light switch. The dim yellow light flickered on. Yet Chen Shuai's presence was nowhere to be found. Confused, she opened the door and still saw no sign of him. The gas stove in the house was also absent. On the table lay a piece of paper with a few simple words. If I do not return, take the bus to work. As she read the brief note, memories of Chen Shuai's actions from the previous day flooded back. At that moment, he was already pedaling his bicycle to the intersection where he had repaired it yesterday. His reason for being there was that it was the essential route to the factory. Though lacking a vast industrial park, there were still numerous factories in the area. He had brought a wooden board from home, placing it atop the carriage of his bike. He lit a fire on the stove, using water freshly drawn for the morning. The gas stove was set on the wooden board as he began adding millet, following which he incorporated the flour once the water had reached a boil. This could be described as the simplest porridge, accomplished with a generous handful of millet. The entire process was remarkably swift. A large pot brimmed with the mixture, and even before the lid was lifted, the fragrant aroma of the millet wafted through the small gaps of the pot's cover. In these times, most people tended to prepare some form of porridge. In ordinary households, millet porridge is often regarded as a delicacy, cherished yet seldom consumed. Even when purchased, it is typically for the benefit of expectant mothers. As millet porridge is known to enhance lactation, the common folk are content with a simple rice congee, feeling satisfied with such modest fare. However, they truly hesitate to indulge in anything beyond that. The dawn has yet to fully break, and passers-by are infrequent. The pot rests atop the stove, while Chen Shuai begins to pour oil into it. He lifts the cloth covering the dough, which has risen beautifully, exuding the distinctive aroma of flour. He places the entire dough into the pot, sprinkles some dry flour, and kneads it rapidly and continuously. Dividing it into 3 portions, he pulls with force, transforming the dough into long strips measuring approximately 12 centimeters in width and 2 centimeters in thickness. With a swift motion of his knife, he slices the dough into pieces about 3 centimeters wide. Placing 2 pieces together, he presses them down with chopsticks. As he prepares the dough, the oil temperature rises steadily. The soybean oil, under heat, emits a particularly delightful fragrance. As the sky begins to brighten, the sun peaks over the horizon like a giant basin, gradually illuminating the surroundings. The inky sky is slowly consumed by light, and the cool air, accompanied by the crowing of roosters, heralds the arrival of a new day. Work hours span throughout the day and night, with someone always on duty. A few young people pass by on their bicycles, intrigued by the enticing aroma. What is that delightful scent? It seems to emanate from millet porridge, and perhaps there's also the fragrance of soybean oil. No, it must be deep-fried dough sticks. Who could be so extravagant as to fry dough sticks at this hour? Is that not a temptation for me? One of them muses. I had no idea there were dough sticks. My family is too poor to indulge in such luxuries. The young man, who had skipped breakfast, finds himself irresistibly drawn to the scent. Perhaps just a glance will suffice. It shouldn't take long. The oil reaches a temperature that is nearly perfect. With a gentle tug, Chen Shuai stretches the dough strips to over 40 centimeters in length, though they could be longer if only his frying pot were larger. As he drops the first strip into the bubbling oil, it immediately begins to froth and swirl. In the ensuing moments, he skillfully places each piece into the pot, and amidst the rolling oil, the once white dough transforms rapidly, turning golden and exquisite. The fragrance of the oil grows richer, and the unique aroma of the dough and oil intertwines, eliciting deep sighs of anticipation. As several golden dough sticks are lifted from the oil, the young men draw closer, captivated by the irresistible scent. Indeed, it's right here. I thought I could hold off, but now I find it utterly impossible to resist. I must have a dough stick to taste, exclaims one young man, his stomach rumbling audibly. Gazing at the golden-hued youtiao and the shimmering millet porridge, one individual eagerly inquired, "Boss, how much for a bowl of millet porridge and a youtiao?" Chen Shuai responded with a smile, stating that each item costs merely a dime. "Will you be dining here, or taking it to go?" he asked warmly. The patron ordered a bowl of millet porridge and a youtiao, disembarking to secure his bicycle. Despite the absence of tables and chairs, he bore no resentment. The other companions exchanged glances, realizing that the previous comment had been made in jest. Now that one was resolutely choosing to dine there, they felt compelled to join him, lest he think them disdainful. Yet, this was not the primary motivation. The allure of the flavors was simply too enchanting to resist. The aroma of the youtiao was intoxicating, making it difficult for them to depart. Even if the prices were steep, their desire to indulge was insatiable. This was a spontaneous thought that had emerged in their minds. "Boss, we too would like a youtiao and a bowl of porridge," they chimed in unison. "Me as well. Please expedite the service." The group secured their bicycles and indicated their intention to stay. Chen Shuai complied, retrieving bowls and chopsticks from the cart. Each person ladled their own porridge and took their youtiao. As the oil continued to bubble in the pot, it was too much for him to manage alone. Moreover, allowing customers to serve themselves instilled a special sense of pride. There was a feeling of advantage in personally handling their meals. Indeed, the pristine white bowls brimmed with porridge, and the men were thoroughly satisfied as they each grabbed a youtiao. The golden youtiao, even before tasting, exuded an irresistible fragrance. Chen Shuai continued to drop youtiao into the bubbling oil, where they swelled rapidly, their aroma wafting into the dawn air. The men crouched down with their bowls of millet porridge, tearing the youtiao into pieces with their hands, gently pressing them with chopsticks before carefully sipping the porridge, swallowing with delight. "This millet porridge is exceptionally well prepared," one remarked. "It's especially thick, and a sip brings a comforting warmth throughout." The youtiao, when dipped into the porridge, offered an exquisite flavor. Even enjoyed plain, it was delightfully crispy with a perfectly balanced saltiness. This breakfast was truly worth every moment. The men relished their meal with great enthusiasm. Suddenly, 2 elderly gentlemen, who had been strolling, paused in their tracks. One inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "Old Jean, do you smell that youtiao aroma?" "Of course. How could I possibly miss such a tantalizing scent? Do you recall the last time we savored porridge and youtiao together? Why, that must have been 2 or 3 years ago." As they reminisced, the two followed the enticing fragrance, soon spotting a tricycle with 6 or 7 people crouched beside it, each holding bowls and eagerly sipping. A young man was deftly placing youtiao into the hot oil, and the delightful scent of frying dough enveloped the atmosphere. The 2 elderly men, without further ado, hastened to the tricycle, taking 3 steps at a time. They gazed upon the golden fried dough sticks and the thick, fragrant millet porridge. "Boss, 2 bowls of millet porridge and 2 fried dough sticks," Chen Shuai said. "Uncle, you can serve yourself. They are just a dime each." The old man chuckled, taking matters into his own hands. On both sides of the intersection stood 2 large villages. A few men, just rising from slumber, looked up at the brightening sky. A waft of enticing aroma drifted through the air, prompting them to take a deep breath. Simultaneously, some early rising women also caught a whiff of the delightful scent. For the average person, there is little habit of having breakfast. It is not due to a lack of desire, but rather a reluctance to part with their resources. Many individuals subsist on only 2 meals a day. In rural areas, it is common to have a late breakfast and to forego lunch altogether. As for dinner, most people eat around 4 or 5 in the evening. Even city dwellers do not indulge excessively, mindful of their budget. Though adults may skip breakfast, children do not share this luxury. With school starting early, they rise before dawn, often leaving home in the dark. Students, having no breakfast, attend 2 classes before returning home around 7 or 8 to eat. A group of children, burdened with backpacks, found themselves rooted to the spot at the intersection. A few boys swallowed hard, their big eyes pleading for something to eat. Droplets of saliva flowed from the corners of their mouths like a babbling brook, trickling down to their necks unnoticed. While the girls, although less affected, also could not tear their beautiful eyes away. Suddenly, one boy snapped to attention and dashed home. This unexpected action left his companions in stunned silence. Realizing they were about to be late for class, the running boy called out, "I'm going home to ask my mother for some fried dough sticks." At this proclamation, the resolve of the other boys crumbled, and without a second thought, they sprinted homeward, disregarding their tardiness. As the sky brightened, the number of pedestrians on the road gradually increased. Particularly, the villagers living near the roadside turned their gazes towards the street almost simultaneously. The proximity allowed the delightful aroma to reach them first. The boys who had rushed home burst through their doors, shouting for fried dough sticks. A woman, busy washing clothes and tidying up, was caught off guard. One chubby boy was the fastest, and upon seeing him return, his mother, sweeping the floor, stared in disbelief. After a moment of confusion, she instinctively inquired, "Aren't you supposed to be at school? Why have you come back?" The plump boy replied cautiously, "There's a vendor selling fried dough sticks on our street. I want some." The mother, initially troubled, instantly felt her mood sour. Suddenly, she reached out and pinched his ear, exclaiming, "Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is food from morning till night." The characters imparted by the teacher were absorbed without reservation. One merely needs to observe the dismal results. Despite the incessant admonitions and moral teachings, why is it that they refuse to heed? Attending a prestigious university would lead to a comfortable office life, sheltered from the elements, with a light workload and a generous salary. If only one's grades were commendable, a mother would go to great lengths, even selling her blood, to procure delectable treats for her child. As she scolded, her hand did not remain idle. It was a genuine display of discipline, striking with palpable force, making contact with every inch of skin. In that moment, the chubby boy was filled with profound regret. He had initially thought that upon returning home, he might indulge in a fried dough stick. Instead, he found himself on the receiving end of a thorough beating. Through this lesson, the plump little boy finally came to terms with reality. As he left, tears streaming down his face, the other children who had rushed back faced a similar fate. They were oblivious to the experiences of others' children, but their own were always tardy. Never arriving early, they consistently ranked last. While others arrived at school before dawn, the unfortunate few returning home were either beaten or chased. The morning was a cacophony of chaos and despair. Among them, only one child's father stood resolute, shielding his son from the branches wielded by his wife. Ultimately, the duo made their escape. Father and son arrived at their designated meeting point, only to find no sign of their companions. Whether they had not returned or had already gone to school remained uncertain. Regardless, time was of the essence. With mere minutes before class commenced, amidst their hesitation, they noticed several men on bicycles, whisking children away. "Hurry, let us grab a fried dough stick, and I'll take you to school." This was a necessity, a first and final chance. Otherwise, his mother would surely unleash her wrath. The two were acutely aware that they were running out of time. They hopped onto a Phoenix bicycle and rushed toward the intersection, which was typically desolate but teemed with people that day. Each person squatted by the roadside with bowls in hand, savoring their meals. Chen Shuai had brought out all 10 bowls from home. Upon returning one bowl, he immediately rinsed it in a basin before using it again. No one batted an eye. It was a commonplace occurrence. The old adage, "Clean or unclean, no illness arises from what is consumed," had been passed down through millennia and was undoubtedly true. Chen Shuai's supply of dough was dwindling. He had only been selling for half an hour. A line of over 10 people awaited before his tricycle. He swiftly cut the last piece of dough and dropped it into the bubbling hot oil, where it sizzled and fried into a golden, crispy delight. The boy and his father spotted the scene from a distance. Their spirits immediately sank upon seeing the crowd. It seemed unlikely they would be served before class began. "You go ahead to school. I'll buy something for you to eat later," he proposed, noting his son's dejected expression. The chubby boy was decidedly displeased, tears welling in his eyes. Could you possibly negotiate with them so that we might cut in line? Listening to his son, he felt particularly exasperated. After all, they had been waiting for quite a while. How could they allow anyone to skip ahead? Observing his son's eager expression, the father and son mustered the courage to squeeze their way forward. Chen Shuai looked up at the throng of dozens, then at the few remaining fried dough sticks. The absence of millet porridge signified that the day was drawing to a close. He placed the last one into the hot oil, then raised his voice, calling out, "Ladies and gentlemen, please do not queue any longer. I have only 8 fried dough sticks left. I sincerely hope for your understanding, and I apologize for the inconvenience." While making this announcement, he discreetly tucked away 3 dough sticks. The sales had been remarkably brisk, and it was only 5:50 p.m. His shout seemed to pacify those at the front, but the individuals at the back were less pleased. They had been lured by the enticing aroma, only to be informed that there were no more dough sticks for the day. A few men, visibly displeased, advanced to the front. "Could you not fry a few more?" one asked. "Your business is thriving. Will you be here tomorrow?" "How could this be? I am absolutely craving them." Just as the last dough stick was about to be sold, a child and his father managed to push their way to the front. Chen Shuai expressed his apologies once again. "I'm sorry, I prepared too few today. Tomorrow, I promise to make more. Additionally, I will expand the variety of kanji. Unfortunately, this is all for today. Thank you all for your support." It was the first day of selling breakfast, and he was astonished by how quickly everything had sold out. As the last dough stick was taken, the boy could no longer contain himself. A loud wail erupted from him, causing a few reluctant men to feel a twinge of sympathy. Chapter 23. "I just want to eat with you." As Chen Shuai was tidying up, he shook his head in resignation. The boy's father looked at his son with displeasure. "Enough, all you do is cry. They have sold out. I will come back tomorrow." Crying like this, where is the spirit of a man? He spoke with a fierce glare, raising his hand as if to strike the child. In this era, it was commonplace for children to receive a beating. Just as his hand was about to land on the plump boy's cheek, a strong hand seized his wrist. Then, a fried dough stick appeared before him. The man looked up to see that it was the proprietor who had caught his hand. Gazing at the golden fried dough stick, the boy immediately ceased his tears. His eyes, squinting with delight, sparkled with joy. "Well, this is meant for me," said the man. Shouldn't the child be preparing for school? Upon hearing that the dough stick was intended for someone else, the father felt a pang of guilt but still accepted it. After all, his child was already late. Surely, taking this one wouldn't be too much of a burden. He then pulled out some money from his pocket. "How much is it, boss?" 10 cents, replied Chen Shuai. He could part with a single dough stick, but the payment must be collected. The boy, having received the dough stick, eagerly took a bite. Delicious. It really tastes great. The crispy youtiao brought a smile to the tear-streaked face of the chubby boy, who began to bounce with joy. After savoring a couple of bites, he proceeded to nibble cautiously, relishing the delightful taste and wishing to enjoy it slowly. Once Chen Shuai had tidied up, he awaited the return of the dishes before he could depart. During this time, several individuals approached him with inquiries. After 10 minutes, he had collected all the bowls and chopsticks. It was only 6 minutes past 6. The breakfast rush was just beginning, yet his work had already concluded. With everything prepared, Chen Shuai mounted his bicycle and set off. The distance to his rental was not far, and the tricycle, though larger, was not significantly slower than a bicycle. In merely 10 minutes, he arrived home. Noticing that the door was still unlocked, he realized that young Miaoyun had not yet left. He carried the remaining 2 youtiao and 2 bowls of millet porridge, which had been set aside earlier. "Why are you up so early? You should sleep a bit longer," he remarked. Hearing his voice, young Miaoyun hurried out. "What time did you wake up?" she asked. Chen Shuai set down the youtiao and porridge. "It's not too early. Just a few orders," he replied, pulling out some coins from his pocket. The small change totaled 16 yuan. After deducting costs, he had made approximately 11 yuan. Yang Miaoyun blinked in surprise. After a long day's toil, she barely earned 5 yuan. In just a short time, Chen Shuai had earned enough for 2 days. "What are you staring at? Hurry up and eat. I need to restock today, so this money is temporarily not for you," he urged. Yang Miaoyun had no intention of taking it anyway, having received over 20 yuan the previous day. To be able to receive such a sum in a day was quite remarkable. Chen Shuai, ever diligent, turned to leave with his bowl. Cleaning the millet porridge was quite simple. Within 5 or 6 minutes, all the pots and bowls were washed, with a dozen bowls stacked on the cutting board. Everything was in order. Upon returning indoors, he found young Miaoyun still seated, not having eaten yet. "Why haven't you eaten?" he asked, observing her lost in thought, eliciting a wry smile from him. This girl was becoming increasingly endearing. Young Miaoyun replied softly, "I was waiting for you." Chen Shuai felt a warmth in his heart. "All right, let us eat together then." He placed both youtiao in front of her. Young Miaoyun frowned a little. "You, a grown man, can't just have porridge." She tore one youtiao in half, offering one piece to Chen Shuai while keeping the other for herself. Seeing her demeanor, he said nothing, feeling a sweet satisfaction inside. He broke the other youtiao into segments, dipping them into the porridge. The remaining half was also torn into two. "Half isn't enough. Such a small portion won't do. I had 2 when I was selling them. My stomach is full, but I just want to share a bit more with you." It appears to be a casual exchange, yet the warmth of concern makes her heart flutter with excitement. She truly cannot eat it all. Perhaps she should take the leftovers from lunch. This sentiment genuinely reflects her thoughts. In the cafeteria, the only option is steamed buns, and having even half a fried dough stick is considered quite fortunate. Chen Shuai lifted his head and unexpectedly grasped her delicate white hand. This sudden gesture stirred a mix of excitement and shyness within young Miaoyun, prompting her to hastily attempt to withdraw her hand. However, Chen Shuai was particularly assertive this time, showing no intention of letting go. His large eyes gazed lovingly at the woman before him. "The food in your cafeteria lacks flavor. I will bring you lunch today. You need not bring any food or buy any." Chapter 24. Sending my wife to work. The chaotic master returns. After so many years of marriage, Chen Shuai had never been this tender. From last night until today, it felt as if he were dreaming. "Who asked you to send me? It would be embarrassing otherwise." Yang Miaoyun shot him a playful glare. Yet, upon hearing his words, a sweet sensation filled her heart. However, she resolutely refused to soften her stance verbally. She was not the type of woman devoid of emotions. Her affection for Chen Shuai was precisely why she married him. With her cheeks flushed, Yang Miaoyun dared not look at him. Their breakfast unfolded in a delightful and enchanting manner, and the clock had only just struck 7. Yang Miaoyun's work began at 8, and riding her bicycle would only take 12 or 13 minutes. It was still early, otherwise, she would consider taking a stroll. Noticing Yang Miaoyun's silence, Chen Shuai broke the quiet, expressing his desire to take her out for a walk. Such a luxurious endeavor had not been realized since their marriage, naturally causing Yang Miaoyun to instinctively reject the idea. She blinked her beautiful eyes and shook her head. "No, what if we lose track of time? I certainly do not wish to be late, or I would lose half a day's wages. I will leave in half an hour, so let us just sit at home." Going out for a stroll would deplete her energy, making it truly not worth the effort. Seeing her reluctance, Chen Shuai did not press the matter further. It had been a long time since the two had enjoyed such companionship. They sat in the room, engaging in a light conversation. Yang Miaoyun repeatedly glanced at the wall clock, eagerly anticipating the time. At last, it reached 7:20. She hurriedly rose from the bed. "Let's go?" Chen Shuai exclaimed, filled with joy as he locked the door and pushed the tricycle out. A few curious women from neighboring households peeked out. Could it be? Chen Shuai is actually serious? It was akin to a rare flower blooming on an iron tree. What had prompted such a change in him? Well, what difference does it make? Finding a job is not that simple now. This sentiment held truth. Working on construction sites or in factories was not a task for the faint-hearted. Do you think this guy has truly changed, only to succumb to the harsh realities in the end? Such thoughts seemed entirely plausible, reflecting the most authentic perspective. Truth be told, Chen Shuai was indeed quite handsome. Chen Shuai is undoubtedly the happiest at this moment. He hums a cheerful tune, invigorated after a hearty meal, and rides with renewed strength. Compared to his speed yesterday, he arrives 2 or 3 minutes earlier today. Upon reaching the factory entrance, he finds only a handful of employees present, as it is still quite early. As Yang Miaoyun dismounts, curious glances are immediately cast her way. It is well known that she is quite famous, indeed the undisputed belle of the factory, far more renowned than any school beauty, a name recognized by all. Typically, she walks to work, but today, her husband has surprisingly come to escort her on a tricycle, a sight that elicits intrigue among the onlookers. With eyes fervently fixed upon her, Yang Miaoyun feels her cheeks flush and hurries forward, her gaze cast downward. Chen Shuai, observing his wife's bashful demeanor, cannot help but chuckle. It is only when her figure fades from view that he resumes his ride. With time on his side, he decides to head home, wondering what their 2 little ones might be up to. Muttering to himself, he pedals along the familiar route, his feet pressing firmly against the pedals. The scenery on either side begins to blur. An hour later, the familiar village comes into view. Under the large willow tree at the village entrance, a group of men in their 50s and 60s lounges in casual attire, wearing shorts and tank tops. A few of the older men leisurely puff on their pipes, engaged in light-hearted conversation. Chen Shuai's unexpected appearance prompts them to lift their heads. This small square serves as the village's informal information hub, conveniently located near the village committee. The elderly men squint in an attempt to recognize the approaching figure. As Chen Shuai draws closer, they realize it is indeed the son of old Chen. Isn't that him? This lad seems to have quite the reputation for mischief, one remarks. Indeed, he neither earns a living nor contributes positively, another adds. Do you recall how chaotic it gets whenever he visits? It's quite the ordeal. Enough of that. He is already here, one of the men interjects. As Chen Shuai approaches within a few meters, he greets them jovially. Hello, third uncle. Hello, fourth uncle. Hello, sixth aunt. His warm greetings seamlessly blend with his memories. And the old men respond with forced smiles, their laughter somewhat lacking in sincerity. Regardless of their past mischief, the younger generation must reciprocate with enthusiasm. Chen Shuai feels buoyed by their warm responses. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he hops back onto the tricycle and makes his way home. Despite his seemingly unimpressive demeanor, his father has indeed made a name for himself in the village by constructing a brick house, a notable achievement. Although he spends little time there, the place remains relatively tidy. The journey home spans only a few hundred meters, and upon encountering the village elders, Chen Shuai greets them warmly. Before long, he arrives at his three-room brick house, where the grass at the entrance has grown to shoulder height due to lack of maintenance. Chen Shuai snapped off a branch as thick as a rolling pin, bending down to strike it fiercely. After 10 minutes of relentless effort, he finally cleared a path leading to the Grand Gate. Chapter 25. Ascending the mountain to harvest bamboo and taking the fishing nets to the riverbank, the massive padlock outside was wrapped meticulously with a large plastic bag. Layer upon layer. Despite the passage of over 6 months since his last visit, the bag showed no signs of deterioration. As he tore it open, he discovered the lock remained as pristine as ever. He produced the key and unlocked the door, swinging open the heavy wooden gate to step into the courtyard. The interior was as overgrown with grass as the exterior. Armed with a wooden stick, he struck about haphazardly. If someone were to tread here daily, the weeds would soon be trampled. He opened the door to the main room, where everything remained unchanged. Retrieving a large iron bucket from home, he drew a hefty amount of water from the well, pouring 2 basins of it onto the ground. The refreshing sensation washed over him, erasing the fatigue of his journey. With an axe in hand, Chen Shuai secured the door and locked the tricycle within the courtyard. The enthusiasm he felt upon returning was unprecedented. News of his warm greetings upon entering the village spread rapidly among the elderly women. He strode towards the back mountain, wielding his large axe. As he passed the farmland, he stirred quite a commotion, for the wheat was ripe for harvest. This naturally led many to assume he was there to help with the cutting. However, that was far from the truth. He would certainly hire laborers for that task. If funds were insufficient, he would resort to bartering with grain. Throughout the year, he abstained from using pesticides or fertilizers, and his neighbors, unable to bear witnessing his plight, would often lend a hand. Is that not Chen Shuai? He's returned quite early. I fear it will take another 3 to 5 days for the harvest. Sighed a villager. What can one achieve by merely wandering around? It's astounding that despite the hardships, he manages to yield a decent amount. It was indeed a curious phenomenon. While they assisted him in spraying pesticides, he never fertilized. Yet his yield was comparable to theirs. The old Chen family must possess exceptional fortune. A man seated at the edge of the field could not help but speak as he watched Chen Shuai make his way toward the back mountain from a distance. The mountain was not far, and shortly, he ascended its slopes. Here, bamboo thrived abundantly, evenly distributed among the villagers, yet few capitalized on this resource. Most merely harvested a few bamboo shoots for consumption, resulting in a considerable surplus of bamboo going to waste. Chen Shuai arrived at a dense grove of bamboo. With a swift motion of his blade, several stalks fell to the ground. He also gathered some bamboo shoots, segmenting the bamboo into manageable lengths. He bound them with cloth strips, creating a substantial bundle of a dozen or more stalks. Shouldering the bamboo, he hurried down the mountain. Strong and robust, he moved quickly, greeting everyone warmly along the way. Many were unaware of his intentions upon returning. They could only speculate about his thoughts. Balancing the bamboo, he ambled onward, and upon arriving home, he swiftly began to split the bamboo. Dividing the bamboo strips was a laborious task. Chen expertly maneuvered, swiftly gliding the knife forward. Strips of bamboo appeared before him, and he proceeded with utmost caution, adorned with gloves to prevent any splinters from piercing his hands. He could only fantasize about the rapid bamboo tearing depicted in novels, where a mere flick of the hand would suffice to accomplish the task. Such tales were, after all, mere exaggerations. Relying on his adept technique and robust physique, Chen transformed several bamboo stalks into a substantial pile of strips in no time. The next step involved meticulously smoothing each strip, a task both intricate and laborious. It took a full 40 minutes to finish dozens of bamboo strips. Even at such a pace, he was working several times faster than an average person. The old wall clock in his home had long since run out of energy. Chen opened the clock's door and wound the mechanism, turning each hole several dozen times. The pendulum began to swing rhythmically. As he dashed outside, he spotted Aunt C sitting at her doorstep, clearly concerned for his well-being. Whenever he returned, it invariably meant more work for her, and being family. She felt a sense of obligation to assist. "Aunt C, what time is it?" "I just wound the clock and need to adjust the time," he inquired. As the children's cries echoed loudly, she didn't maintain any pretense and promptly turned to check the time before rushing back out. "It's 9:50. Chen expressed his gratitude and hurried back inside, adjusting the time to 51 minutes. With 10 o'clock approaching, he brought all the bamboo strips indoors. He walked to the shed in the yard and opened a dilapidated wooden door to retrieve a large fishing net. Within the bag lay a sizable cast net, a rarity in the village, owned by only a couple of families. His father had once relied on such nets to support the family. Mischievous Chen was particularly skilled with this net, even surpassing his father's abilities. Thankfully, the shed was leak-proof, and he placed the net on a stool, lest it be damaged. Chen grabbed the woven bag and placed it on his tricycle, which was just big enough to accommodate a large basin that served multiple purposes at home, from catching fish to washing clothes. The river at the village's entrance was not far, but he felt pressed for time. He pedaled vigorously along the bumpy dirt road. Once he reached the riverbank, he retrieved the woven bag and prepared to cast the net. There was indeed a technique to it. Few villagers fished with nets, most preferred fishing rods, which typically yielded only crucian carp, and larger fish were virtually impossible to catch. A day's effort would barely suffice for a family's meal. Consequently, no one in the village purchased cast nets, leaving a good number of larger fish in the waters. Chen identified a suitable spot and readied the net. With his left hand, he lifted it while organizing it with his right. Aiming carefully at the river's surface, he cast the net, which unfurled in midair, forming a vast encircling net that rapidly submerged into the water. Chapter 26. A Bountiful Harvest. Delivering fish to my mother-in-law's home. The art of casting a net is a nuanced endeavor. It does not guarantee a catch merely by the act of throwing it in. After the net descends, one must patiently await its sinking before gradually reeling it back in. As Chen Shuai pulled the net, he was delighted to see fish thrashing within it. A surge of joy filled his heart. His efforts had not been in vain. In the village, few bothered to cast their nets. Most had ventured out to seek work elsewhere. The larger fish were unlikely to be caught by mere angling. They were preserved for oneself. With a large net in hand, the abundance of fish in the river became his to claim. The marvel of the net lies in its unparalleled ability, unmatched by any other fishing instrument. As he hoisted the net, 6 or 7 sizable fish emerged: white mullet, flower mullet, crucian carp, and grass carp. Chen Shuai chuckled with glee as he lifted them triumphantly. With a basin half filled with water, he began to separate the fish, watching them leap from the net. One by one, he placed them into the basin. Those who lacked a large net could never fathom the joy of catching such grand fish. Changing locations, he prepared to cast the net once more. Though this haul was somewhat smaller, 3 or 4 fish still graced his catch. Chen Shuai understood the reason well. The river's depth posed a challenge, compounded by the fact that fishermen had been frequenting the waters, elevating the fish's wariness to new heights. He released the smaller ones back into the river, ensuring a continuous supply for the future. For his next cast, he chose a spot abundant with aquatic vegetation. This net yielded a generous return, netting around 10 sizable fish. In this day and age, one can still manage to eat well, provided one is willing to labor diligently. Fishing is often dismissed by many as an unworthy pursuit, leading to a lack of focused attention on the fish by the villagers, who have yet to embrace such aspirations. Fortune smiled upon him as each cast produced a catch. A radiant smile adorned Chen Shuai's face. This grand river, which connects dozens of cities, was excavated in the 1960s, measuring over 200 meters in width. Thus, the river could not support the steady anchoring of large nets. The fish within were countless. Nearby, numerous sand-dredging boats operated, deepening the waters, which in turn attracted even more fish. With few individuals harvesting, the bounty seemed inexhaustible. After half an hour of diligent netting, Chen Shuai's basin was overflowing. He gathered the net and, wielding a sickle, cut a substantial bundle of wild grass, nearly half his height. The shorter strands were cast into the basin, serving to shield the fish while also providing shade from the sun. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he felt no time for rest and hastily mounted his bike to depart. Old Yang Village. Here, all the residents share the surname Yang, situated adjacent to Chen Shuai's village. Navigating with ease, he soon arrived at the only single-story house in the village. Extending his hand, he retrieved from the basin a hefty fish weighing 6 or 7 pounds. With his fingers gripping the large shell, no matter how fiercely it thrashed, it could not escape. With his other hand, he deftly scooped a beautifully colored large carp from the basin. Its faint golden scales imbued the plump fish with a vibrant energy. Carrying one fish in each hand, Chen Shuai stepped into the open doorway of the house. In the courtyard, two elderly individuals, both in their 50s or 60s, were accompanying two lovely young ladies in playful antics. The old man sighed, seemingly lost in thought. His companion exhaled heavily, saying, "Enough of that. If it weren't for our granddaughter, I would insist they divorce." Chen Shuai, having already entered, was astute enough to grasp that the conversation was about him without needing to inquire. "Mom." The sudden exclamation made the elderly couple turn abruptly. They were met with the sight of the person they despised. However, today he was not empty-handed. The two large fish were particularly conspicuous. Chen Shuai chuckled, unconcerned by the disapproving glances of the elderly couple. "I just caught these. I brought them for you to enjoy." He placed the fish into a large basin. Pouring water from a jug into the well, he filled it several times until the pump produced a steady flow. The cold well water cascaded over the fish, causing them to leap joyfully. With a basin of water ready, the fish were now free to swim about. The two young girls, curious, rushed over. The allure of the large fish captivated both boys and girls alike. Chen Shuai beamed at his daughters. "Tian Tian, Yuan Yuan, listen to your grandparents while Dad goes to sell fish. I'll prepare something delicious for you tonight." The two girls nodded hesitantly, recognizing Chen Shuai, but feeling a tinge of apprehension. At that moment, his mother-in-law looked at him in surprise. "You mean to say you caught that many fish? The river between the two villages is teeming with fish. But to catch something so large is quite rare. Surely, there are dozens, if not hundreds of pounds." He entrusted the two children to the elderly couple. Not because he was unwilling to take his daughters with him, but because he felt completely at ease with their safety and care under the watchful eyes of their grandparents. Before his father-in-law had a chance to speak, Chen Shuai had already bid them farewell and exited. The elderly couple followed closely behind. But Chen Shuai had already ridden his tricycle several dozen meters away, water droplets splashing from the large basin. The old man, puzzled, remarked, "Is the basin filled entirely with fish he caught? Could it be that this lad is turning over a new leaf?" But who could say? As he felt a surge of irritation upon seeing him. Yet, catching such a multitude of fish might indeed be plausible. Their skepticism remained, but their hearts were still cautious. A leopard cannot change its spots. Who can tell? Chen Shuai's father-in-law mused. Chapter 27. No matter how busy, I must return for lunch. Chen Shuai had not rested a moment from morning till now. Riding his tricycle, the cool breeze that met him was quite refreshing. The garments billowed, and the dark hair was blown straight, evoking a sense of galloping steeds. As the hour grew late, he felt compelled to return. Despite young Miaoyun having taken away the remnants of yesterday's meal in the morning, Chen Shuai remained somewhat anxious. The burden of numerous fish had increased the weight of his vehicle, causing his speed to dwindle compared to his initial journey. His muscles were taut, and sweat had thoroughly soaked his attire. Upon arriving home, the clock struck 12 minutes past 11. From morning until now, Chen Shuai had not paused for a moment. Even in his robust physique, the exertion left him drenched in perspiration and severely dehydrated. Approaching the well, he activated the water pump and drank deeply, taking 7 or 8 substantial gulps before finally stopping. After washing his hands and face, he immediately set about preparing a meal. He fetched a small basin and poured in half a basin of flour, adding half a packet of baking powder and mixing it well. He introduced water to knead the dough until it became smooth, covering it with a cloth and setting it outside. The dough, basking in the sunlight, rose more rapidly. Typically, fermentation alone would take at least 3 to 4 hours. Chen Shuai retrieved chives, freshly harvested from his family's land, having cut a generous handful while gathering bamboo. Among them, the chives thrived alongside wild grasses. Had it not been for their vigorous life force, they would have perished long ago. In the countryside, it is customary for every household to cultivate their own vegetables. Chen Shuai had also participated, with the elders lending their assistance. Usually, anyone wishing to eat would simply go and pick what they desired. If supplies ran low, those who had previously harvested would often replant. While there was no fish or meat, there was an abundance of vegetables. After clearing away the wild grasses, he soaked a small handful of vermicelli in hot water. That morning, while selling breakfast, he had purchased 7 or 8 eggs from the market. Chen Shuai cracked 2 eggs into a bowl. The flour, under the sun's rays, was rising swiftly. He washed the chives thoroughly and chopped them finely. The hot water in the vermicelli was completely absorbed, and he rinsed it twice with cold water before chopping it into pieces. He broke the 2 eggs with chopsticks and began to heat the pan for scrambling. The golden eggs released a rich aroma. He placed the dough on the countertop, sprinkling it with a suitable amount of flour. Kneading continuously, he stretched and folded the dough, tearing off pieces of the desired size. Each small piece was pressed down with his hands, and using the rolling pin, he shaped the dough into slightly larger circles than traditional dumpling wrappers. This batch was modest, totaling about 20 pieces. The chives, vermicelli, and eggs were all combined, seasoned with salt, soybean oil, and monosodium glutamate. Mixing with chopsticks, he began to wrap them up. Compared to dumplings, these were slightly larger, with a more generous filling. The wrapping process was swift, and soon all 20 were shaped. He ignited the stove, heating the wok thoroughly before adding a suitable amount of soybean oil. One by one, the substantial dumplings were placed inside, followed by a large bowl of clear water. The fire blazed fiercely beneath the pot, causing the water to churn. After approximately 4 to 5 minutes, Chen Shuai lifted the lid to find that the water had not yet fully evaporated. He then delicately drizzled a layer of soybean oil into the pot, covering the pot. After approximately 2 minutes, I lifted the lid to find that all the moisture had evaporated. The drops of bean oil danced around the edges of the large dumplings, extinguishing the flame. I carefully scooped them out with a spatula. The underside was a golden hue, and the entire dumpling glistened with a layer of oil. The aroma was tantalizing and rich, making it impossible to resist the urge to take a bite. Several women from the household rushed out, the enticing fragrance having wafted through from the very beginning. Now, the robust scent permeated their rooms, a temptation few could withstand. A group of women gathered as usual, marveling at the delicious aroma emanating from Chen Shuai's kitchen. What delectable dish has he concocted this time? The fragrance is simply irresistible. They were astounded that a man could possess such culinary skills. This can't possibly be pan-fried buns. I've made them before, but never with such a delightful aroma. The scent indeed suggested that it was pan-fried buns. Their resolve to skip lunch weakened as the tantalizing smell wafted through the air, igniting a longing to taste. They contemplated asking him for a sample. In an effort to conserve food, they often skipped lunch, resorting to drinking plain water when hunger struck. This was the reality for many ordinary individuals. If they were fortunate, they might have a meal at the factory, but at home, who could afford to eat? Each woman silently sent her regards to Chen Shuai, even worrying whether he was eating sufficiently each day. If that were the case, they would have to find a new place to live. Chen Shuai retrieved an aluminum lunchbox and filled it with the pan-fried buns, managing to fit a mere 10 out of the 20 he had prepared. The remaining buns were left untouched, as he had no time for lunch amidst his busy schedule. Naturally, he wouldn't deprive himself either. The leftovers from last night's dinner were halved by young Miaoyun, with Chen Shuai packing the other half in a separate container. He placed both containers into plastic bags and set them in the basket of his tricycle. Locking the door, he hurriedly departed, taking with him a bunch of grapes from the previous evening. He and T brought them home, knowing that his mother-in-law also had grapes. He had complete confidence in his children's meals. At this moment, in the hardware factory, it was lunchtime. Several female workers pulled young Miaoyun toward the kitchen. No need. I brought my own lunch today. They knew she usually brought only steamed buns. With a monthly meal ticket of 30 yuan, she could afford to spend just 10, saving the rest to buy meat dishes in the cafeteria to bring home for her children. Yang Wan sighed. Is it another meal of pickled vegetables and steamed buns? Today, I've brought 2 vegetables, and I'll buy 2 oil cakes from the cafeteria. My sister is treating us today, so don't hold back. Working at the same station, Yang Miaoyun often took on extra tasks, which made her feel somewhat guilty. Determined to treat her friend today, she shook her head. Really? I've already brought my lunch. With that, she grabbed her lunchbox and headed outside. Yang Wan, curious, wondered what delightful contents lay within her lunchbox. As Yang Miaoyun walked towards the factory entrance, she quietly followed suit. Chapter 28. Come join us for a meal. Upon arriving at the factory's entrance, Yang Miaoyun did not see Chen Shuai. Her initial reaction was not one of anger, but rather concern for his well-being. Despite his robust physique, no one can guarantee safety in every circumstance. In truth, he need not have come, yet Chen Shuai is a man of his word. The dishes from last night were preserved exceptionally well, alleviating any fears of spoilage. When the security guard spotted Yang Miaoyun, he stepped out of the security room. Are you waiting for someone? He inquired. At this time, The workers were allowed to return home for lunch, but the allotted time was only 1 hour. If one could return promptly, it would pose no issue. Given the vastness of the factory, only a handful of individuals were heading home for a meal. The guard clearly recognized Yang Miaoyun's status within the factory and spoke to her with utmost respect. After a 5-minute wait, she finally caught sight of Chen Shuai in the distance. He arrived at the factory entrance on his bicycle, his clothes drenched. Upon noticing Yang Miaoyun, he hurriedly apologized. "I'm so sorry for making you wait, Miaoyun. I went home for a bit this morning." He handed her a container. "Here are the pan-fried buns. Please check if the food has gone bad. If there's anything wrong with last night's stir-fry, do not eat it." He passed her the lunchbox and turned to leave, revealing his soaked shirt clinging to his back, sweat clearly visible. It was uncertain how long he had been drenched or if he had dried off several times. A wave of unprecedented tenderness washed over her. "Come inside and eat with me. Where are you rushing off to?" For the first time in a long while, Yang Miaoyun proactively called out to him. Chen Shuai felt warmth in his heart and smiled back at her, shaking the lunchbox in his hand. "Well, I've brought the other half along. I can't linger here, or else those 100 pounds of fish might perish." Chen Shuai did not mention the fish in the cart, but Yang Miaoyun quickly glanced down, discovering only a small amount of water in the basin, with the rest filled with lively fish. There were fish weighing 3 to 6 pounds. "Where did you procure so many fish?" Chen Shuai replied with pride. "I cast a net at home and brought a couple for my mother-in-law as well. I mustn't delay. I don't know when I'll sell them all. I still need to restock." Yang Miaoyun observed the cart anew. It was brimming with fish. The handlebars adorned with a scale and an old tire hanging in front. A large bundle of grass lay horizontally on the back seat. In that moment, she fully believed that Chen Shuai had indeed transformed for the better. "You shouldn't work so hard. Just fix your bike," she advised. "Selling so much at once. Won't it be too exhausting? I want to go to the cafeteria. Let us eat right here." Women often cherish appearances, yet Yang Miaoyun cared little for such trivialities. Her heart was filled with contentment knowing that the one she cherished was thriving beyond anyone's expectations. With no further desires, she felt truly fulfilled. With Yang Miaoyun expressing her thoughts so candidly, Chen Shuai found himself at a loss for words. "Almost forgot. There are grapes as well. If we don't eat them soon, they will spoil." Chen Shuai retrieved an empty woven bag from the car. The couple settled beneath a large tree at the factory entrance. Yang Wan and her companions, unable to suppress their curiosity, rushed over as soon as they saw them sit down. Upon their approach, Chen Shuai greeted them warmly. Yang Miaoyun opened all the lunchboxes, revealing them filled to the brim with pan-fried buns. The aroma of the buns was truly delightful. Unable to resist, she reached out, pinched one, and took a bite. Delicious. It was filled with chives, eggs, and vermicelli. What a sumptuous delight. Such an array of ingredients could never be found at a restaurant, where one might only encounter either a vegetarian dish or a meat option. The chive, egg, and vermicelli buns left a lingering fragrance in her mouth. The richness of the egg yolk, combined with the chewy vermicelli and the fresh chives, created a sensory experience that needed no embellishment. The dough had risen beautifully, and each bite felt like savoring bread. She was left with grease on her lips, craving a second bite after the first. Having finished one, she longed for another. However, upon glancing up, she caught Chen Shuai staring at her with a dazed expression. She feigned annoyance, rolling her eyes. "What are you staring at? Hurry and eat." Noticing that Yang Wan and the others showed no intention of leaving, Yang Miaoyun felt a bit embarrassed. They were all good friends, and it seemed impolite to eat in front of them without sharing. "Sister Wan, why don't you all come over and have a taste? Chen Shuai's pan-fried buns are exceptionally delicious." Even if Yang Miaoyun hadn't spoken, they could already smell the enticing aroma wafting from the lunch boxes. As soon as the boxes were opened, the delightful scent filled the air. The women had long since been salivating, but out of modesty, they had refrained from saying anything. Now that Yang Miaoyun had invited them, they could hardly resist the temptation. They promptly seated themselves. Upon seeing the dishes and the lunchboxes, their own meals suddenly seemed unappealing. "Wow, this is quite a feast. The fish smells amazing. And are these pieces chicken? I can't believe it. My own meal pales in comparison." Yang Wan exclaimed, her eyes filled with envy. Not only was the food delicious, but Chen Shuai was undeniably handsome as well. The other sisters' meals were even less impressive. As they enjoyed the pan-fried buns, their cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Chapter 29. By your method, I am doomed. Initially, she intended to have just a taste, but once she opened her mouth, she couldn't stop. If it weren't for Chen Shuai's generous portion, they surely wouldn't have had enough to eat. Chen Shuai hurriedly consumed a bun and, in a rush, stood up. "You all enjoy, but I must take my leave. I've delayed too long. The fish are waiting, and so am I." Before Yang Miaoyun could say a word, He was already on his bike and leaving. Yang Wan and the others were guests, so they hadn't even glanced at what Chen Shuai had brought in his car. Watching Chen Shuai hurry away, Yang Wan was the first to succumb to curiosity. Where exactly is this layabout going? No, it is the brother-in-law who is heading somewhere. Yang Miaoyun's expression suddenly changed, prompting Yang Wan to quickly amend her words. She pondered internally. Had he not given up during this period? Why does he still seem so concerned? She had conveniently forgotten that she had just enjoyed a meal at his table. Yang Miaoyun watched as Chen Shuai gradually disappeared from view. He was in a hurry to sell fish and repair bicycles. Is this what they call a street hustler? He certainly knows how to make a profit. One of her close friends exclaimed in astonishment. In this day and age, everyone understands that business is bound to be lucrative. Brother, I need 2 sets of every bicycle part. As the bicycle came to a halt, Chen Shuai shouted at the top of his lungs. Phoenix Bicycle Shop. There are 2 individuals inside looking at bicycles. It was the same young man from yesterday, who today was particularly enthusiastic. As he encouraged customers to purchase bicycles, he heard a familiar voice. He quickly stepped outside to see Chen Shuai approaching, drenched in sweat. How did the repairs go yesterday? The young man greeted him eagerly. Chen Shuai pulled 5 empty tubes of glue from his pocket. Upon seeing the 5 empty tubes, the young man was momentarily stunned. Chen Shuai gave him a nudge to bring him back to reality. Thumbs up, he exclaimed. Brother, you're truly impressive. I'm completely convinced. All the parts are in perfect condition. Chen Shuai settled into his chair and pointed at him. By the way, grab me 7 more tubes of glue. And do you have an old professional wrench set to spare? He added. I'll take 3 to 5 old tires later. The young shop assistant shook his head, wishing he could extend his neck. Look at me. Is this tool set worth it? Chen Shuai was not one to indulge him, promptly taking matters into his own hands. He quickly rummaged through a toolbox hidden in the corner. Opening the box revealed an assortment of wrenches and tools. This will do. Just look at how filthy these tools are. They seem to have been cobbled together from various sources. At your pace. It wouldn't take long to assemble a complete set. Share a set with your brother. Don't be so stingy. The words sounded as if they had known each other for decades, although they had only met 2 days prior. Seeing the young man nearly on the verge of tears, Chen Shuai blinked reassuringly, suggesting he wouldn't let him suffer a loss. Chen Shuai approached a man and woman who were contemplating a purchase. Are you 2 interested in buying a bicycle? Phoenix Bicycles are undoubtedly a prestigious brand. When you buy from us, you can enjoy 3 free repairs. After that, regardless of what needs fixing, you will benefit from half-priced repairs. As for pricing, we guarantee the lowest rates compared to any repair shop. Moreover, we promise that if we don't fix it, you won't have to pay a dime. The woman was immediately intrigued. They had inquired at other shops, and the prices were relatively similar. However, no one would take responsibility for repairs. This was not an electronic product. It was prone to wear and tear, necessitating a scheduled maintenance time. Bicycles are particularly sturdy and designed for endurance. Having owned a bicycle for 5 or 6 years, one finds that, barring any extreme mishaps, the tires require little maintenance aside from occasional punctures. The tires of a bicycle are remarkably resilient, fortified with a dense layer of sturdy steel wires. Thus, it can be asserted that the quality of bicycles during this period is indeed exceptional. Chen Shuai observed the hesitant couple, reminding them that the promotional event had a time constraint. They must not let this opportunity slip away. This offer is exclusive to this store and bears no affiliation with the factory. Chen Shuai's message was abundantly clear. Such benefits would be unattainable at other dealerships. Should they miss this chance, there would be no other comparable options available. Phoenix Bicycles is not merely a factory brand. It boasts direct sales outlets in various cities, and this store stands as the largest they have encountered. It offers not only bicycles but also tricycles, unicycles, and even wheelchairs for individuals with disabilities. The selection is vast, showcasing formidable strength in inventory. All right, let us purchase a bicycle, one of them finally declared, their initial hesitation dissipating in light of the promotional allure. This decision surprised both parties. Indeed, I, Li Ming, hereby assure you that his words are my own. As long as our store remains here, our promises will hold true. With those words spoken, acknowledgement was necessary. He would earn a commission for each sale, and time was of the essence to consider any after-sale concerns. The client would provide payment, and he would issue an invoice. Within 2 minutes, the transaction was completed. While it may seem that cycling is prevalent, the competition in bicycle sales is equally fierce, with numerous individuals engaged in selling. Purchasing directly from the factory outlet tends to yield lower prices. Consequently, bicycles are not as easily sold as they once were. After all, a price nearing 100 yuan is a significant sum for many wage earners. How effortlessly one can sell a bicycle. Adhere to my approach, and your sales will undoubtedly accelerate, Chen Shuai boasted with enthusiasm. However, Li Ming soon sensed a dissonance. With his head hung low and a frown etched upon his face, he lamented, "Your words sound far more appealing than my abilities. But I lack the skills to repair a bicycle. Brother, you're putting me in a precarious position." Chen Shuai looked at him with skepticism. "That's not what you said yesterday. If that's the case, we may have a problem." Chapter 30. You shall become our store's after-sales service representative. It is important to recognize that integrity is highly valued among individuals in this era, particularly for marketing personnel assigned by the company. One must uphold honesty. Do not fret. The bicycles are robust and will not fail for years, Chen Shuai interjected nonchalantly. Li Ming shared this sentiment, yet uncertainties lingered. After all, even large truck tires can suffer from punctures. Suddenly, he turned to Chen Shuai, as if seizing upon a lifeline. "How could I forget? You are the one who repairs bicycles. If we collaborate, it would be a win-win situation." And thus, it was decided. He would indeed become the after-sales service representative for the store. "If possible, I shall see if I can converse with the factory. Perhaps, in due course, I may be able to grant you a distinct identity." Chen Shuai appeared reluctant, yet he understood that Li Ming might indeed be capable of such a feat. Despite the potential benefits, Chen Shuai shook his hand dismissively, stating, "No, if that were truly the case, I would suffer substantial losses. My first day has been quite auspicious, and the ensuing business is bound to flourish. Frankly, there is no necessity to involve yourself in matters such as these." As he exclaimed, Li Ming's small eyes darted around, and he resolutely declared, "Rest assured, I will ensure that you do not suffer any detriment. This set of tools is yours, my friend. Additionally, I possess some damaged glue. The quantity is quite optimistic, around 30 to 50 units. These were ruined during transport, making them unsellable for me. However, you can still utilize them. The damage is minimal. Just a slight exposure. How about I sell them to you at half price?" He was willing to take a risk. Each tube of glue would cost 50 cents, capable of repairing dozens of vehicles. Now, he was offering them for only 25 cents, a veritable bargain. This was practically the lowest price the factory could offer. Chen Shuai shook his head. "We are all brothers, and I understand your predicament. Thus, I propose this. For each damaged tube of glue, I will pay 20 cents. If the leakage is excessive, you must provide me with a replacement. As for the remaining half, I will certainly offer 10 cents. If it's less than half, can we perhaps make up the difference for a whole tube?" Chen Shuai's intentions were unequivocally clear. He aimed to take advantage, even if it meant aggregating to a full tube without necessarily compensating you the full 20 cents. Li Ming was elated. As long as there was activity, the vehicles would undoubtedly sell well. More critically, some damaged goods could also be sold to Chen Shuai, ensuring he would not incur losses. With a cooperative agreement in place, work would undoubtedly proceed swiftly. Chen Shuai was also prepared for what he needed. Next on the agenda was to fetch the grapes. The vendor selling grapes had arrived rather early today, while his companion was selling cucumbers and yard-long beans. The grape seller was dealing in eggplants and winter melons. One might wonder if that individual would make an appearance today. The grape seller was not anxious, but rather, it was he who was concerned. He should come. That young man is quite reliable, he mused. It was still early, and besides, I not only have grapes to bring but also eggplants and winter melons to sell. The appointed time had not yet arrived, so it would be premature to draw conclusions regarding his appearance. As they conversed, Chen Shuai arrived in a hurry. The grape vendor was overjoyed. If that were the case, he need not worry about the sales of his grapes. "I have prepared 30 pounds for you." The grapes were neatly arranged in a plastic basket. Chen Shuai did not bother weighing them, trusting that the vendor would not deceive him, as there was simply no need for such dishonesty. Chen Shuai devoted his entire life to the bustling world of commerce. When a box is lifted, its weight is immediately discerned. This weight is substantial and does not diminish. When he retrieves money from his pocket, the men who receive it reveal genuine smiles. Some, filled with excitement, inquire, "Boss, will you need more tomorrow?" The grapes from our village are all exceptional. I can assure you of that. Each bunch is meticulously selected. Observing the appealing grapes, Chen Shuai replied, "I cannot confirm just yet. If I do require more, I shall arrive by 6 at the latest." In this era, few possessed telephones, and mobile phones were a luxury only the wealthy could afford, costing upwards of 10,000. At Chen Shuai's response, the man nodded repeatedly, acknowledging the truth in his words. After all, if the goods do not sell, one would not continue purchasing. Chen Shuai secured the basket to the side of his tricycle and hurriedly rode away. "Third brother, did you see that? The man sells fish," exclaimed Guzi, astonished. "How did he acquire so many? What does it matter how he obtained them? The better his business, the stronger our position." Chen Shuai retorted, "I can still pick an additional 20 to 30 pounds. Your grapes are no less than mine. Every year, we waste so much because we cannot consume them all. You always wait for me to bring you along to sell. If it's feasible, pick the best ones this morning. With a vigorous push on the pedals, Chen Shuai swiftly reached yesterday's location. Nearby, there were 2 or 3 vendors selling vegetables and one selling clothing, though the styles did not catch his eye. Chen Shuai was there for business, merely glancing before preparing his setup. His sign had been hung on the adjacent tree the previous day. Now, street vending was permitted, and others would not continue their stalls once they saw him. This exemplifies the honesty of today's people. Chen Shuai exerted effort to unload, and the fish within still brimmed with life. Not a single one had perished. Next came the grapes, and he filled a basin with water. At this hour, few passers-by frequented the streets. Most were at work in factories, with foot traffic only increasing in the afternoon. Therefore, the few vendors present had no business. Once everything was ready, Chen Shuai raised his voice, calling out, "Fresh wild white catfish, silver carp, and homegrown purple grapes. Come and taste. If it's not delicious, you pay nothing. If it's not wild, you pay nothing." Chapter 31. Fairness for all. Purchasing here means weighing for you. His booming voice indeed caused some to pause. A passerby gazed at the basin of fish, pointing to a carp weighing 4 to 5 pounds. "How much for this one, boss?" Chen Shuai promptly reached in, beaming as he exclaimed, "You truly have a discerning eye. This carp is splendid. I caught it from the river. And the price is certainly cheaper than at the market, just 1 yuan per pound." The woman, somewhat dissatisfied, retorted, "Why is it so expensive? Just a few days ago, I was quoted 8 dimes. Chen Shuai laughed heartily and picked up a smaller fish. "You must have inquired about this size, which weighs about 1 to 2 pounds. This one is at least 4 pounds. This illustrates the differences in pricing." Indeed, the price she inquired about that day corresponded to such a sizable fish. "Well, a deal is a deal. My primary intention is to prepare sweet and sour carp, and a smaller fish would not suffice for that dish." Chen Shuai picked up the scale, deftly hooking it through the fish's mouth. The scale indicated a robust weight of 5 pounds, perhaps a tad more. "But let us settle on 5 pounds. The woman, in good spirits, promptly retrieved 5 yuan. This location is at a crossroads, bustling with passers-by. Chen Shuai pulled out several blades of grass, skillfully wrapping them around the fish. He inserted them into the gill covers, followed by tying knots, allowing him to easily carry it. As he handed the fish to the woman, she felt its weight as it sank down in her grasp. The fish's appearance was indeed exquisite, leaving her utterly satisfied. Chen Shuai cheerfully remarked, "Take care, and we welcome your return next time." Observing the pedestrians, he continued to call out, "Fresh, wild fish just caught. Come take a look." While he was vocally promoting, a man riding a Phoenix bicycle approached. "Boss, I'm here." Chen Shuai looked up and recognized the middle-aged man who had come to fix his bike the previous day. "Please have a seat. I'll attend to it right away. All my tools are in the compartment." This arrangement was not only convenient, but also served to deter any potential theft. Today, the tools were even more suited to the task at hand, and the man appreciated Chen Shuai's warmth. "Boss, you have quite a selection," he said. "Please weigh me a bunch of grapes and a large fish." He felt a bit embarrassed since he hadn't paid for the bike repair yesterday. He had been longing for grapes and decided today was the perfect opportunity to purchase some. Chen Shuai promptly agreed. Just then, a few men and women from the village approached, having heard Chen Shuai as cheerful calls. The sight of the large basin filled with fish was enticing. Such vibrant, lively fish stirred excitement even in mere observation. "Boss, are all these fish wild?" Chen Shuai, while attending to the bike, kept a watchful eye on all the customers. His hands were never idle as he replied, "Absolutely, they were just caught from the river. Feel free to try your hand at catching one." Upon hearing this, some individuals eagerly attempted to do so. The wild fish thrashed vigorously, making it quite a challenge. After some effort, one was finally caught, and their eyes widened in amazement. They were familiar with fishing, recognizing the distinct coloration of wild fish. "Boss, give me a large crucian carp," requested a woman dressed relatively neatly. Chen Shuai, following her indication, skillfully grasped the fish with ease. He pulled out several long blades of grass, deftly wrapping them around the fish. After threading through the gill cover, he tied a knot and hooked it onto the scale, which registered a hefty weight. 2 pounds and 1 tael, let us call it 2 pounds. "Sister, I'm being quite sincere, aren't I? 1 yuan per pound, that makes it 2 yuan. The woman purchasing the fish was exceedingly pleased. She had never encountered such an impressive scale during her shopping endeavors. She smiled widely and said, "Thank you, boss. The fish is delicious. I will return tomorrow to purchase more. This bunch of grapes is particularly delightful. Please give me a large cluster." Today, Chen Shuai was well prepared, having directly purchased a sizable pack of white plastic bags. He had encountered them on his way back from the hardware factory. Nowadays, many merchants opt for black plastic bags to save a couple of cents. However, Chen Shuai did not care for those 2 cents. The white plastic bags were far more aesthetically pleasing. They were visible, touchable, and presented beautifully when taken out. He retrieved a white plastic bag and placed a cluster of grapes inside. Weighing just over 2 jin, he rounded it down to 2 jin, totaling 3 yuan. The woman produced an additional yuan and handed over the 3 yuan. Chen Shuai gladly accepted it. Thank you for your patronage. Please come again after enjoying your meal. Seeing the woman purchasing fish and grapes, the scales were set quite high. Immediately, someone spoke up, "Boss, if we buy, will you allow us to use the scales?" The few who had gathered anxiously awaited this inquiry. Chen Shuai maintained a radiant smile. Of course, I treat everyone equally. I am merely trying to make a living and rely on the support of all you uncles and aunts, brothers and sisters. I will certainly accommodate requests without hesitation. Hearing this, they beamed with joy. The service was unparalleled compared to other vendors. Chen Shuai, handsome and with an infectious smile, prompted the customers to place their orders. I would like a grass carp. I desire a black fish and a cluster of grapes. Please give me a white catfish. The big-mouthed fish is impressive. I will take one. Requests for fish and grapes came flooding in, leaving Chen Shuai particularly busy. He retrieved a net from his bicycle basket and placed it beside a large basin. Everyone can help themselves, but please come one at a time. A crowd gathered, and passers-by halted their bicycles, intrigued by the spectacle. Curiosity is inherent in people, especially when they witness a sale. When a gathering forms, it is evident that the goods must be exceptional. Unlike in other places, where the vendor retrieves the fish, here, customers were eager to catch their own. Guests are often less skilled, fumbling about, which can lead to the fish dying quickly. Dead fish cause prices to plummet. Many felt they were getting a bargain by catching their own, as they could select the finest specimens. While they queued to choose their fish, Chen Shuai dismantled his bicycle and swiftly began assembling new parts. "Boss, hurry up and weigh this for me." The woman at the front of the line handed over both the net and the fish. Chapter 32, Weighing Fish and Repairing Bikes. The cheerful repairman remarked, "I'm not in a rush. Let them weigh the fish first." His thoughtfulness brought Chen Shuai great joy and satisfaction, a return for his care the previous day. The same high scales were offered at a favorable price. The first person benefited, which heightened the enthusiasm of the crowd. Chen Shuai's speed left everyone in awe. The atmosphere exudes a sense of experience, as if this endeavor has been pursued for many years. Just as 2 orders are weighed, several more customers approach, requesting tire repairs. From the moment he receives the fish to the moment he weighs them, Chen Shuai operates with remarkable efficiency, completing the task in approximately 12 to 13 seconds. Were it not for the customer's need to observe the weighing process, his speed would undoubtedly be even greater. All 8 or 9 fish buyers are attended to, and he collects their payments with a look of sincere apology. "I truly apologize. I was exceptionally busy just now. I will attend to your repairs immediately." However, the influx of business is unstoppable. Chen Shuai's enthusiasm is unparalleled compared to other vendors. While others silently await customers, Chen Shuai calls out, his voice resonant and his smile as warm as a spring breeze. Just a glance at him is enough to draw people in. His infectious smile and fervent spirit often lead even the most reluctant customers to make a purchase. Among the crowd are those buying grapes, fish, and seeking repairs. Chen Shuai's hands move tirelessly as he speaks incessantly. Fish can be chosen freely, but grapes must be handled with care, as they are pre-packaged and require delicate extraction. Should anyone attempt to pick them carelessly, grapes may fall. If others were to intervene, impatience would surely ensue. Yet, Chen Shuai possesses a compelling authority in his words that compels customers to willingly queue. Seizing a brief respite, he successfully repairs the first bicycle. "I sincerely apologize for the delay," he says. The customer, unfazed, merely shakes his head in indifference, simultaneously lifting some fish and clumsily donning them. He expresses deep gratitude and admiration for Chen Shuai. During the intervals of fish selection, Chen Shuai manages to repair another bicycle. Those awaiting tire repairs remain unhurried, allowing him to continue weighing fish and grapes. Typically, tire repairs take about 2 to 3 minutes, but here, they are completed in just 1 or 2 minutes. As more customers gather, Chen Shuai finds himself increasingly overwhelmed. Despite the chaos, his smile and genuine apologies render those buying fish, grapes, and seeking repairs particularly patient. Though they might feel their time is being wasted, the actual wait is quite brief. He strives to maintain order, ensuring that those who arrive first are served without undue delay. As June commences, the air remains pleasantly cool, but the moment work begins, comfort is a distant thought. In front of Chen Shuai, 2 small lines form, a testament to his call for organization. Catch 3 fish, repair 1 bike. While this may seem somewhat unreasonable, The speed at which the fish are caught creates an illusion that repairs are ongoing alongside the fishing. However, this only applies to minor repairs. More extensive overhauls or parts replacements will require customers to wait a bit longer. After 40 minutes of diligent work, the hundreds of pounds of fish are sold out. And over half of the 30 pounds of grapes have also found new homes. Chen Shuai does not pause for a moment, sweat pouring down his brow. With no time to wipe it away. Only when sweat trickled into his eyes did he hastily wipe it away. He had been so preoccupied that he scarcely had the chance to lift his gaze, and upon doing so, he was met with a mixture of laughter and exasperation. The queue for repairs had swelled to 12 individuals. His stall was flanked by a multitude of bicycles. Now he found himself with more time to attend to the repairs. He quickly wiped his brow and offered a smile to the crowd. Feeling slightly parched, he addressed them, "Ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. Thank you for your patience. I will expedite the process immediately." With the fish sold out, he shifted the grapes closer. Only 5 or 6 bunches remained unsold. One bicycle was still awaiting repair when a Santana vehicle slowly came to a halt in front of his stall. From the passenger seat emerged a striking woman. Her figure alluringly curvaceous, adorned in a breezy, somewhat sheer floral vest, paired with a minuscule skirt and red high heels. Her exquisitely slender legs and meticulously applied makeup were captivating. As the onlookers remarked, they were mere rough men, unaccustomed to encountering such a breathtaking beauty. The delightful fragrance of her perfume prompted involuntary inhalations. A chic handbag rested elegantly in her hand, and a stunning watch adorned her delicate wrist. A pair of gold earrings sparkled in the sunlight, catching the eye with their brilliance. Though the day was clear, she held an umbrella, exuding an air of nobility with her refined attire and seductive silhouette. The sight of her made the men glance at one another, unable to resist the allure of this enchanting woman. Despite her inscrutable expression, the gentlemen felt their faces flush with embarrassment. The sudden appearance of such a beautiful woman piqued Chen Shuai's curiosity. It was indeed a rare occurrence for someone of her stature to approach his humble stall. Such a woman was undoubtedly affluent, rarely seen at stalls like his, preferring the grandeur of large markets. Unlike the others, who were transfixed by her presence, Chen Shuai merely cast a glance and quickly lost interest. He had encountered far more beautiful women in his past life. The men in line instinctively parted to create a pathway, and she approached the stall with the grace of a regal princess. Removing her sunglasses, she revealed a striking visage and spoke in a melodious voice. "Do you still have fish, boss?" Chapter 33. The world of the affluent is beyond comprehension. A tip exceeds my daily wage. Chen Shuai was indifferent to how she had come to know of his stall. The mere fact that she chose to inquire brought him great joy. "I'm afraid the fish has just sold out," he replied apologetically. "I will be here again tomorrow. Might you return then?" His sincere demeanor indicated that there would be more to come. The woman, hearing that the fish would not be available until tomorrow, felt a twinge of disappointment. Her almond-shaped eyes narrowed with displeasure as she replied, "What a letdown. I just drove over for this. Let us speak of this tomorrow. If I decide to buy, I expect a fine piece set aside for me." Chen Shuai, opting not to argue, nodded with a chuckle, "Rest assured, whenever you come, it will be the freshest." Hearing this response, her mood visibly improved, albeit slightly. Just as I was about to turn away, I noticed a basket of grapes. I requested her to present them to me. Elevated and aloof, she showed no inclination to lower her head or bend down. What kind of person had Chen Shuai not encountered before? Her reasoning was entirely valid, yet most people were ordinary, and it was evident that this woman was merely putting on an act. Chen Shuai picked up a bunch of grapes, a blend of purple and green. The grapes, cultivated at home, were impeccably clean and hygienic. The woman extended her delicate, snow-white hand and plucked 2, one green and one purple. With her long, slender fingers, she peeled the skin off the grapes. The purple one was particularly sweet, while the green offered a delightful tanginess. The woman's previously indifferent visage finally softened into a smile. "Indeed, the flavor was commendable. I shall take them all," she declared. Chen Shuai, grinning, carefully placed the grapes into a bag. In total, there were 5 bunches, which he divided into 2 bags, not due to a lack of space, but out of concern that the weight might crush the grapes. "Sir, it totals 10 pounds and 2 ounces. I'll charge you for 10 pounds, which comes to 5 yuan, she stated. "Please deliver it to my car." She did not extend her hand to receive them. The weight was too much for her to manage. Chen Shuai lifted the grapes and gently placed them in the trunk. The woman, satisfied, produced 10 yuan. As Chen Shuai took the money, he prepared to give her change. "No need. Consider the remainder a tip," she replied, tossing her long, luxurious hair, the fragrance wafting even from 2 meters away. She hummed a cheerful tune as she opened the passenger door, her mood evidently buoyant. Observing the car depart, those waiting in line for repairs gaped in disbelief. Such generosity, a 5 yuan tip at once? The world of the affluent was truly beyond our understanding. And this was exceptionally generous. Could it be? I earn less than 5 yuan in a day. If only I could encounter such a wealthy woman daily. It would be a fortune indeed. How enviable. Today the boss has struck it rich. Selling fish, grapes, and fixing cars. Might he earn 100 yuan today? Your arithmetic is off. He will certainly exceed 100 yuan today. Their envy was undoubtedly sincere. In a typical factory, one might earn only a few dozen yuan a month, perhaps over 100 at most. Was he aiming to earn a month's wage in a single day? Such a lucrative trade was indeed tempting. Chen Shuai understood this well. He feared no one, yet he found the presence of flies and mosquitoes rather bothersome. After pocketing the money, he returned to his stall, diligently mending tires and repairing vehicles. With just one task to focus on, Chen Shuai finally felt at ease. Most of the customers were there for tire repairs, allowing him to work swiftly. He now had extra time to engage in conversation with others. Today, he had completed significantly more repairs than yesterday, utilizing an impressive 7 tubes of glue, each tube capable of mending dozens of tires. Chen Shuai's speed was 2 to 3 times that of an average person. Despite his robust physique, he too would eventually tire from the work. Excuse me, could you tell me what time it is? Having replaced the braking system, Chen Shuai straightened his back with effort, wiping the sweat from his brow as he inquired. Before him stood a man dressed quite appropriately, wearing a watch on his wrist, exuding an aura of cultured knowledge. He glanced at his watch and remarked, "It is now 4 o'clock." Chen Shuai expressed his gratitude and bid farewell to the man, promptly beginning to pack up. He poured the water from the large basin and loaded it into his tricycle. The 2 chairs and all the tools for repairs were also stored away in the vehicle. Time was of the essence. He had promised his daughter. The journey home was several dozen miles, and even with vigorous pedaling, it would take at least an hour. Just as he was about to depart, an elderly gentleman called out to him, "Master, have you finished packing up? My bicycle is over 300 meters ahead. Could you assist me in repairing it? It's too heavy for me to push." The old man was well aware of the nuances of human relationships. The cost for a tire repair would typically demand at least double. Yet, even with such compensation, many would still refuse the task. Observing the elderly man's perspiration and desperate expression, Chen Shuai felt a pang of compassion. After all, it was on his way home. Without hesitation, he replied, "Let's go take a look. Please, have a seat in my tricycle." The old man repeatedly thanked him, his burden lifted, finally able to wipe his brow with ease. Chapter 34. Declining the landlord's invitation, grapes await tomorrow. The elderly man settled onto the tricycle's rear, engaging Chen Shuai in friendly conversation. Chen Shuai pedaled steadily, arriving within just a few minutes. The old man's bicycle was parked on the sidewalk. Once he brought the tricycle to a halt, he retrieved his tire repair tools. Although the water had been discarded, it posed no challenge for Chen Shuai. He extracted the inner tube and began inflating it, using his hands to gauge the pressure. In no time, he identified the punctured area. After releasing the air and smoothing the surface, he applied glue, finally affixing the patch. Once he verified that all was in order, he repositioned the inner tube and pumped it full of air. All done, Chen Shuai gathered his tools, concluding his work. The old man, filled with gratitude, produced a single yuan. "Master, you have worked hard. If this were elsewhere, no one would venture out to repair bicycles. I have not brought much cash. Please accept this yuan." Initially inclined to refuse, Chen Shuai, swayed by the man's sincerity, accepted the offering. With everything in order, the two bid farewell and parted ways. Chen Shuai rode home, stowing all his belongings inside. No sooner had he caught his breath than he heard the sound of high heels. Is Chen Shuai home? Today marks the end of the rent period. Quickly retrieving the money, he placed the remainder into a cloth bag and stepped outside briskly, realizing it was the landlady who had come by. "I have prepared it for you," he said, extending 20 yuan. Upon seeing the money, her mood brightened, though the pungent scent of her cheap perfume was somewhat overpowering. After accepting the cash and glancing at her ledger, she noted the outstanding 2 yuan for electricity and 1 yuan for water. Chen Shuai said little, handing her 3 yuan. With all dues settled, the woman finally smiled. "Very well, I shall take my leave." However, after taking a few steps, she turned back again. "I forgot to mention. Would you like to assist me with my work? I can offer you 20 yuan each month, and your rent will be waived." Chen Shuai nearly chuckled. "As a reborn individual, earning a mere 30 or 50 yuan from you is hardly worth my while. Thank you for your kindness, landlord. But I am rather accustomed to a leisurely lifestyle and, regrettably, I may not be able to fulfill your expectations." Her previously cheerful countenance immediately turned slightly displeased. Humph. She scoffed and turned to leave, muttering under her breath. How utterly ungrateful. If it weren't for your handsome looks, do you honestly think I would take notice of you? After a day filled with busyness, Chen Shuai did not allow himself a moment's respite. It was already 4 o'clock, and he was unwilling to squander a single second. Wiping the beads of sweat from his brow with a damp towel, he retrieved the money he had earned today. To his surprise, the total had reached 200 yuan. Not too shabby, at least his efforts hadn't been in vain today. Chen Shuai felt a surge of satisfaction, and his overall demeanor reflected a newfound vigor. With no one at home, he could not simply stash the money away there. Instead, he secured it tightly in his money pouch. After quenching his thirst with a sip of well water, he locked the door and dragged his weary body towards the nearby farmer's market street. Zhang Laosan, selling grapes, was still chatting with a fellow villager while awaiting customers. He had only brought 5 bunches today, and fortune favored him as he had already sold them. Now, he was selling the eggplants he had brought along. Sengge, do you think the person who bought your grapes has finished selling them? His companion inquired. Zhang Laosan glanced at the sky, his face betraying uncertainty. I doubt it. That's 30 kilograms of grapes, nearly all my ripe produce. Sales typically peak in the evening, and daytime is not the prime time for selling. Just look at us. We haven't sold much yet. Nevertheless, he was relieved to have made some sales. Moving forward, he planned to sell 1 bunch at a time. While they had no business, others were in the same boat. Just then, they heard a squeak as a tricycle appeared before their stall. A beaming Chen Shuai emerged before them. Zhang Laosan stared at him in disbelief. Have you sold all your grapes? Chen Shuai retrieved a plastic basket from the vehicle. I will return tomorrow with around 30 to 40 kilograms. Roughly the same time as today. I hope the vendor can accommodate. As he handed over the empty plastic basket, Zhang Laosan was taken aback. You sold them so quickly. To be honest, I only brought 5 bunches today, and I just sold the last one 10 minutes ago. Keep in mind, I had already set out before dawn. Chen Shuai had taken at least 17 or 18 bunches from him. Naturally, he dared not inquire about how the other had sold them. That was a closely guarded business secret. In any case, he had made his sales and secured his earnings. Without a moment's hesitation, he readily replied, Yes, absolutely. Rest assured, I will select only the finest grapes for you. Regarding his demeanor, Chen Shuai felt quite satisfied. After exchanging a few words, he rode away on his bicycle. The brother beside him was quick to react. Third brother, you want to go back on your word about picking grapes from my house tomorrow, will you? You must understand that grapes are not particularly easy to sell. Zhang Laosan was indeed adept at business. Each year, many families in the village relied on him to sell their grapes. Looking at his companion, he patted his chest and declared, Your grapevine outnumbers mine by 1. You've taken to selling vegetables, but which year hasn't he been aided by my efforts? As your brother, I must support you. Riding an empty bicycle was a breeze for Chen Shuai. Within 7 or 8 minutes, he arrived once again at the Phoenix Bicycle Shop. Oldly, how on earth are you selling things when you're dozing off? Upon entering the store and finding it silent, Chen Shuai raised his voice to call out. Chapter 35, Bandit-like procurement, and yet the price must be lowered. Li Ming had indeed fallen asleep. Since Chen Shuai had left, he had sold 5 bicycles, and, feeling smug, dozed off. Chen, why aren't you out doing business? What brings you to my shop? Upon realizing it was Chen Shuai, he rubbed his eyes and yawned. Chen Shuai took a seat on the stool and requested, Prepare 2 more sets of bicycle parts for me. And by the way, grab a few extra tubes and 5 old tires. Just look at the pile of old tires at your shop in trance. It's quite overwhelming. This remark seemed to express particular concern for Li Ming, leaving him speechless and somewhat helpless. Didn't you notice? We collect old tires here to crush and remanufacture them. However, you have a point. The recycling price is indeed too low. I can spare you some old inner tubes, but not too many. 1 a week should be manageable. Chen Shuai shot him an exasperated look. Don't say just 1 a week. 5 a day is completely feasible. With so many, it won't even be noticeable. Do I need to remind you how many are yours? I can certainly see through your little schemes. Start preparing quickly, don't dawdle. Hearing this, Li Ming pleaded for mercy. Since he met Chen Shuai yesterday, he felt he hadn't made a single profit. Strictly speaking, there was no viable avenue for making money at all. Reluctant though he was, the goods still had to be ready. In the end, Chen Shuai, much like a bandit, left with 5 old inner tubes. He knew full well that this fellow was hiding quite a stash. Even if he supplemented for years, his inner tubes would be more than sufficient. With several boxes of parts in hand, Chen Shuai stopped shortly after leaving the shop. Checking his wallet, he noted that today's revenue had reached over 190 yuan. In the years to come, this would merely be pocket change, but in this era, it was a considerable sum. It was exhausting work. Perhaps one could earn 200 yuan in a month. Chen Shuai's initial investment was minimal. He caught the fish himself, bought the grapes for a few yuan, and spent only about 10 yuan on repair parts. The earnings from this venture are quite arduous, yet they bring a sense of tranquility to my heart. With ample time remaining in the day, I leisurely ride my tricycle to the local farmer's market. I find myself once again at the familiar oil and grain shop. Upon seeing a regular customer, the proprietor warmly greets me. Yesterday's considerable purchase by Chen Shuai has left quite an impression on him. "Ah, you've returned. Please, come inside," he urges. I request another large bag of the same high-gluten flour as yesterday, specifying 30 pounds. Additionally, I order 10 pounds of soybean oil and 5 pounds of the finer oil. For the 2 premium rice and flour varieties, I ask for 10 pounds of each. This order is indeed substantial. The shopkeeper diligently notes everything down and calculates the total with great care. He presents the tally to Chen Shuai with sincerity. The flour weighs 50 pounds, and the price for the fried dough sticks is slightly lower at 30 cents per pound. The same price applies to the flour used for business purposes, as well as the soybean oil, which he mentioned yesterday, is also for commercial use. The rice and flour from this small shop are the finest, priced at 60 cents per pound, while the superior oil is offered at 40 cents. The items priced at 30 cents total 27 yuan. The premium rice and flour amount to 12 yuan, and the last item is 2 yuan. Altogether, the total comes to 41 yuan, but he kindly suggests I pay just 40. Chen Shuai's substantial purchase brings great joy to the shopkeeper, of course. Such prices are unattainable for individual buyers and are only available through wholesale transactions. While Chen Shuai possesses money, it does not imply he is inclined to spend it frivolously. My wholesale purchases will only increase. I find the pricing quite satisfactory. However, might the proprietor consider a further reduction of 2 yuan? I won't dwell on it too long. I'll request an additional 2 yuan off. Initially, I felt a pang at conceding a single yuan. And now Chen Shuai is still not content. He grits his teeth in thought. If this significant client can be retained, the apparent small earnings will actually accumulate to greater gains over time. With a slight grimace, he proposes, "If you can offer 100 yuan, I'll grant you a discount of 6 yuan. 6 prosperity, a blessing from brother to brother." Thus, he settles on 3 yuan off, suggesting a final price of 38 yuan. For this substantial order of rice, flour, and oil, the brother earns merely 3 to 5 yuan. Chen Shuai is well aware of how much profit can be made. Having worked in this trade himself, he contemplates the fact that most of his family's land has been surrendered for taxes. If not for that, considerable savings could be achieved. The shopkeeper diligently loads all the rice and flour onto the tricycle. Chen Shuai drinks the tea poured for him by the proprietor in one gulp. "Well, it's getting late. Thank you for your support, and we shall meet again tomorrow." With a tricycle laden with grains and flour, he proceeds to the vegetable section, where he purchases a bunch of celery, some dried tofu, and cauliflower, vegetables not extensively cultivated at home. At the pork stall, an occasional inquiry arises, but for many common folk, meat is a luxury seldom indulged in. Typically, it is only during the New Year celebrations that such delicacies are enjoyed, while regular purchases occur only when guests visit or when a family finds itself financially comfortable. Ordinary folk often find themselves helplessly gazing on, even from a distance. They can catch a whiff of the tantalizing aroma of pork. The pork currently available is predominantly from domesticated sources, raised without the aid of feed, as many families can scarcely afford such luxuries. Typically, each household tends to rear a pig, nurturing it for an entire year. Some opt to slaughter and sell it within the village, while others prefer to sell to pig traders, often fetching a decent price, thus alleviating their own burdens. Chen Shuai arrived at the pork stall, requesting 2 small ribs. After a prolonged wait without a single sale, the vendor, having processed half a pig, still had a portion unsold by day's end. Chen Shuai's voice brought a smile to the vendor's face. "All right, please wait a moment, and I shall prepare it for you." In Chapter 36, it is evident that the vendor is engaged in a thriving business. The vendor weighed the 2 small ribs, announcing, "That will be 4 yuan in total." With the sound of the cleaver striking the chopping block, the ribs were deftly prepared. To put it in perspective, young Miaoyun and her colleagues toiled relentlessly at the factory, earning merely 5 yuan in a day. Chen Shuai, however, was unconcerned. He was simply purchasing food. After paying 4 yuan, he received the bag of ribs. Feeling the envious gazes of passers-by upon him, even Chen Shuai felt a boost in his self-esteem. Having secured his meal for the day, Chen Shuai continued on his bicycle, stopping at a stall selling pots. The vendor offered a variety of cookware, Western pots, frying pans, and pressure cookers. Chen Shuai chose a large frying pan and a pressure cooker. In this era, few people buy pressure cookers, particularly in rural areas where such purchases are deemed extravagant. The vendor had only managed to stock 3 or 4 of them, and selling more than that was a challenge, sometimes taking years for a single item to sell. When the young man requested 2 pots, the vendor could hardly contain his excitement. That will be 10 yuan in total. The pressure cooker is 8 yuan, and the frying pan is 2 yuan. Chen Shuai was well aware of the prices and shook his head, saying, 8 yuan is what I will pay. If not, I shall take my leave. Just like that, he managed to negotiate a 2 yuan reduction. It pained him to part with money, but he chose not to engage in further discussion. There were many more years ahead, and he saw no reason to become overly attached to a single deal. If you want to sell to me, there are others willing to do so, he said, pushing his tricycle to leave. The vendor, now anxious, had initially thought the young man would be easier to bargain with than an elder. Who could have guessed he was even more shrewd? Please don't rush off. Can't we perhaps negotiate a bit more? He pleaded. 9 yuan, how does that sound? The vendor had initially offered 10 yuan and was already at his lowest price. Selling it for 8 yuan means a loss of 1 yuan, was the vendor's recurring lament. Chen Shuai, having experience in various trades, understood the workings of this industry. I have been in this line of work as well. At 8 yuan, you can still turn a profit. As for the margins, we both know the ins and outs. So there is no need for further elaboration. Chen Shuai's words left the vendor astounded. I truly did not expect to encounter a fellow professional here. Earning even a dime is still a profit. In this day and age, anyone can become a magnate. If one does not sell their goods, they will merely gather dust. But only through sales can one realize tangible gains. The proprietor of the cookware hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and decided, very well. Since we are both in the same line of work, I shall sell this to you, considering it a gesture of camaraderie. To speak candidly, this transaction will net you merely 1 yuan. Chen Shuai smiled sincerely. That seems fair enough. It's not easy for me to make a profit either. After completing the purchase, the acquisition of these 2 sizable items had indeed cost him quite a bit today. However, while preparing, he spotted a shop selling household goods. Chen Shuai entered and spent 50 cents on a small alarm clock, about the size of a bowsy, which functioned with a winding mechanism. Once he set the time, it became particularly convenient to carry. After all, being unaware of the time while conducting business is rather impractical. It was now 5 o'clock. With a cart full of merchandise, Chen Shuai prepared to return home, which was not far from his rental accommodation. Dragging his weary body, his legs felt somewhat fatigued. At this hour, many office workers were returning home. Upon seeing Chen Shuai laden with so many items, they were taken aback. Could it be so extravagant? Has Chen Shuai embarked on some grand venture? This cart full of goods must have cost a fortune. It certainly seemed as though he had struck it rich. Could it be? A person once despondent could suddenly be raking in substantial profits? Just wait. I'll go over and strike up a conversation, one of them remarked. As they chatted, someone was indeed willing to venture over and inquire. Chen Shuai resided on the first floor, making it quite convenient for him. Just as he was moving his belongings inside, a few women descended from the upper floors. Chen Shuai had no inclination to engage in idle chatter with them. He had not rested a moment since morning and was now utterly exhausted, yearning to lie down and recuperate. Isn't that, Master Chen? I've noticed you've been quite busy these past few days. Just as Chen Shuai was about to carry in the final large bag of flour, one woman's voice suddenly rang out. He merely glanced her way and continued to move the flour inside. This ongoing spectacle had left them bewildered. Little did they know that when someone approached to speak, he would completely disregard them. Another woman spoke up again. Hey there, busy day, huh? Buying so many things. Are you planning to open a restaurant? Chen Shuai seemed not to hear her, as he had not yet brought everything inside. The vegetables he had just purchased remained in the cart, as did the 2 new pots. After taking a long sip of cold water, he finally locked the door. Despite the 2 inquiries, he offered no response. Although the women felt quite uncomfortable, they dared not act out in front of Chen Shuai. After locking the door and seeing that they had not left, he finally said, just busy work, nothing noteworthy. I appreciate your concern, ladies. I have matters to attend to. So I shan't linger. Let us converse another time. With that, he mounted his bicycle and departed, leaving the women puzzled, unable to grasp the meaning of his words. It was only after Chen Shuai had left that they felt free to discuss among themselves. Did you just see that Chen Shuai even bought pork ribs in the car? It's not just the ribs. That pot must be a pressure cooker, which would cost at least 10 yuan. I've wanted to buy one for ages, but have always hesitated. Do you think Chen Shuai has truly found some avenue for success? It's entirely possible. Others have their fortunes. So why shouldn't Chen Shuai enjoy a stroke of luck? These women are particularly fond of gossip. Naturally, they take pleasure in seeing others not faring as well as they are. Initially, Chen Shuai was doing nothing, and they laughed at her. However, it now seems she has found a way, and their hearts are filled with discontent. Yet, They can only harbor these feelings internally. Ever since moving here, they have witnessed numerous individuals adorned with tattoos and ostentatious designs visiting. Many of them even refer to him as Big Brother. Such figures from the underworld are not to be trifled with. They only dare to discuss Chen Shuai cautiously once she leaves. 5 minutes later, Chen Shuai stopped at the supermarket entrance. Typically, places like this are where people merely browse. Even when purchasing items, they usually only buy small things. Larger items are naturally reserved for the affluent. Chen Shuai entered the supermarket, heading straight for the candy aisle. Little cookies, jelly, soda, sour plums, biscuits, and bread. Each snack is a child's delight. Chen Shuai bought a little of each, filling an entire bag. At this moment, the supermarket had an authentic aroma, free from additives. Even Chen Shuai could hardly resist the temptation to indulge. This bag cost about 3 or 4 yuan, but Chen Shuai felt elated. After tasting a little cookie, she nodded in satisfaction. The flavor was just as she remembered, sticky, sweet, and exceptionally delightful. She pulled out her small alarm clock. The time read 5:30. Having left home, she felt considerably more relaxed. If she didn't have to work overtime, she would finish by 6. Glancing at the time, Chen Shuai chose not to return home, but headed straight to the factory instead. At this hour, the sky was still bright, bustling with workers finishing their shifts. Chen Shuai's charm attracted many female workers leaving for the day. Some, restless and yearning for higher wages and a better life, often switched jobs, particularly for girls. One person's earnings could feed the entire family. Gaining experience in various factories allows them to learn more and, crucially, meet many handsome and capable young men. True love is not confined to school. It could also blossom among those working side by side. However, they had never encountered a young man so striking and upright. The dynamics between men and women today are far removed from those of the 1960s. With the country's openness, people's thoughts are also evolving. Exceptional young men and beautiful young women will always capture each other's hearts. Attractive women are, after all, the goddesses that men pursue. Several women riding their small, curved-handle bicycles gazed intently at Chen Shuai. They had just finished work and were preparing to take a stroll. How strikingly handsome he was. I had thought that among our factory workers, a few were already quite dashing, but in comparison to him, they were truly incomparable. He was indeed attractive. But I wondered if he was married. It was hard to say, truly hard to say. Look at him riding that tricycle. He must be in business. Are you suggesting that such an attractive man is already married? The likelihood is quite high. He might already be someone's cherished partner. The women spoke, their eyes filled with a sense of unfulfilled longing. In this era, the young women working in factories harbored beautiful dreams of passionate love. After finally encountering such a handsome man, the realization that he was possibly married was difficult to bear. For girls around 17 or 18, it was undoubtedly a hard pill to swallow. The emotional blow was palpable, for the object of their affection did not belong to them. Just the thought of it brought discomfort to their hearts. But then again, one could argue that just because he was in business, it did not necessarily mean he was married. This thought quickly found consensus among them. Just as they were contemplating how to approach him, one of the women's bicycles suddenly emitted a hissing sound. Oh no, it seemed the tire had punctured. Here in the factory area, there was no place to get it repaired. The momentum of their earlier discussion dissipated in an instant. A few of them lived in the dormitory, but one had already been married and returned home every day. The distance to her home was about 7 or 8 miles. The women, who had been engrossed in conversation, hurriedly fell silent. Their camaraderie was decent. It would truly be gloating to make jokes at this moment. Now that the bicycle was broken, they were at a loss for how to fix it. Who could have anticipated a flat tire here? Excuse me, sir, could you assist us? One of the younger girls, noticing that Chen Shuai was about to walk away, blushed and called out, Sir, our bicycle has a flat tire. Could you please help us? They had rushed out and encountered very few men. Moreover, even if there were men passing by, seeking assistance might be futile, as some were rather selfish. For some reason, they believed they could rely on Chen Shuai. Having overheard their entire conversation, he paused briefly, merely smiling at the young women. A compliment from the opposite sex could brighten anyone's mood. Chen Shuai lingered for a moment, observing the approaching women. Although they were not dressed up, their figures and appearances were quite decent, certainly among the more attractive in the factory. The woman with the flat tire timidly said, Hello, my tire is flat. I wonder if you could help? Chen Shuai followed their gaze to where several bicycles were parked. With a gentle smile, he replied, You've truly come to the right person. I am indeed a bicycle repairman. He always carried repair tools with him when he went out. Mobile tire repair, in the future, will undoubtedly be more expensive than taking it to a shop. I can assist with tire repairs, but the price will be doubled. I, too, am constantly on the move, and venturing outside is not easy. If you go to another shop, expect to pay at least 3 times the price. Even then, they are usually quite reluctant. If you doubt this, you may inquire further. For women, it is essential for Chen Shuai to be forthright. Clarity in communication is imperative. It is worth noting that exiting this factory area requires a journey of at least a mile. Even if there are repairs available outside the factory, the inner tube may very well be rendered unusable. Very well, I have no objections. I kindly ask you to assist me with the repair as soon as possible. A woman with a flat tire quickly realizes this truth. Although 1 yuan seems substantial, after weighing the pros and cons, it is indeed the best course of action. Chen Shuai rode over and promptly began the repair. He reinflated the tire, pinpointed the exact location, polished the patch, and finally completed the inflation. The entire process took just over a minute. All done, the tire is repaired. Chen Shuai packed away his tools and straightened up. Chapter 38. Once again declining a friend's invitation. This evening we shall return home to see our daughter so soon? The women exclaimed in unison. They had also experienced tire repairs at other stalls, and even at the fastest pace, it would likely take 2 to 3 minutes. Chen Shuai's efficiency made them feel as if it was merely around a minute. Though they lacked expertise, the speed alone indicated his exceptional skill. One woman, feeling a pang of regret, produced a yuan. Chen Shuai accepted the money and rode away. He had no time for idle chatter. Earning money for work is only natural. He is not out here performing charitable deeds or playing the saint. The women who wished to converse felt a sense of disappointment. The brief interaction left them no opportunity to speak. Such a splendid chance, truly a pity to squander. Should we follow him? I think he is here to pick someone up. How so? One replied. Who would come to the factory at this hour to repair a vehicle? Even if he intended to set up a stall, wouldn't he do so on the main road? If he pursued that course, he might as well be left to fend for himself. The most beautiful woman among them immediately voiced her thoughts. She was the one most taken with Chen Shuai. Regardless of her friends' opinions, she decided to chase after him, leaving them in stunned silence. For love, she was willing to go to great lengths. Chen Shuai, familiar with the route, quickly arrived at the gate of the machinery factory. 7 or 8 people were already waiting there. Last night, in the darkness, no one had seen clearly. Now, with the sky so bright, they curiously observed Chen Shuai riding his tricycle. Approximately 10 minutes after arriving, the sound of the factory's quitting time echoed. Today, there was no overtime, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. The workspace of Yang Miaoyun has been tidied up by everyone. Her closest friend, Yang Wan, eagerly pulled her aside. Surely Chen Shuai won't be coming today, right? I've been wanting to visit you for a while. So I'll ride my bike to take you home. Faced with her friend's enthusiasm, Yang Miaoyun decisively shook her head in gratitude. With a reassuring gaze, she replied, He should come, though. I wouldn't want him to toil all day. I'm heading home tonight to see my daughter. The tricycle is quite spacious and breezy when in motion. Yang Miaoyun expressed her thoughts. After another refusal, Yang Wan could only shake her head in resignation, though her curiosity about Chen Shuai grew stronger. What could he possibly be doing? A few female colleagues joined her as they exited the workshop. As the various departments finished for the day, the factory buzzed with activity. A throng of cyclists filled the area, their dark hair creating a sea of silhouettes. Many of those walking were likely residents of the dormitories, which were conveniently located within the expansive mechanical factory, making it easy for employees to commute. Tomorrow would be a day off, and everyone was particularly excited. Those familiar with Yang Miaoyun knew she worked hard to support her family, often bearing a worried expression. Today, however, she radiated joy. Her face, once lacking in nourishment, now glowing with a rosy hue. Her already beautiful visage appeared even more enchanting, brimming with femininity. As she spotted Chen Shuai from a distance, a radiant smile graced her lips. Quickening her pace, she dashed towards him. The beauty of her every movement caught the attention of many, especially the men who secretly wished to take his place. Have you been waiting long? Why did you buy so many vegetables? We have greens at home. Isn't this a bit extravagant? Upon seeing the assortment of vegetables and pork ribs in the cart, Yang Miaoyun couldn't help but express mild reproach. What is extravagant about what I eat? Let us hurry home. I plan to stew this in the pressure cooker, since it was already purchased. Yang Miaoyun felt it pointless to argue further. Holding the pressure cooker, she resumed her gentle admonishment. It must have been quite expensive. We also have a regular pot at home. I was planning to take it back this time, and you went ahead and bought a new one. Chen Shuai, with a foolish grin, listened to his wife's playful scolding as he quickly organized their things and set the small stool in place. In response to his attentiveness, Yang Miaoyun shot him a playful glare. Is this your beloved husband? Suddenly, a car emerged from the factory and halted before them. The window rolled down, revealing a balding middle-aged man. As Yang Miaoyun prepared to get into the car, She glanced over and realized it was the deputy factory director. He had previously suggested that she become his secretary, a proposition she had firmly declined. Seeing him at the factory gate stirred some displeasure within her. She was not the type to seek favors or cling to higher-ups. "Yes, this is my husband, Chen Shuai." He asked, trying his hand at business, and insisted on coming to pick me up. He was merely the deputy factory director, a minor figure in Chen Shuai's eyes. With a smile, he said, "Goodbye, leader. We shan't delay you any further." Supporting young Miaoyun, he entered the tricycle, vanishing into the crowd amidst the deputy director's displeased gaze. The deputy's expression was one of irritation, as he had made the effort to lower his window to greet them, only to be met with such indifference from someone so insignificant. With a scowl, he waved his hand dismissively. "Let us go." Chen Shuai, having exited the factory grounds, felt a rush of exhilaration against the wind, accompanied by his wife. "Make sure you're seated properly. We're off now." Chapter 39. I'm just here to indulge. Do you look down upon me? Young Miaoyun sat in the tricycle, gazing at Chen Shuai's back, his shirt drenched in layers of white sweat, reminiscent of sedimentary rock, deeply accumulated. It struck her how much effort he had exerted to reach such a state, and her heart ached for him. With a hint of reproach, she asked, "Have you been overexerting yourself today? Did you bring your water bottle? There's a large one at home. Did you take it with you? Earning money is important, but not at the expense of your health. Do you hear me?" Her barrage of questions compelled Chen Shuai to halt the vehicle, warming his heart with an overwhelming sense of gratitude. How fortunate he felt to have such a wife. With a proud smile, he replied, "I'm all right. I don't feel tired. It's not as strenuous as you might think. I'm not that foolish. My dear wife, let me report today's sales. We made a total of 193 yuan, with costs around 20 or so. Remarkably, we sold over 100 pounds of fish today, along with several dozen pounds of grapes, and replenished the stock for dozens of tricycles." As he pulled out the money, he continued, "After deducting what we spent on rice, flour, and vegetables today, we still have 130 yuan left. The rice and flour in the tricycle are of good quality. We also have 80 pounds of flour at home for frying dough sticks and making pan-fried buns tomorrow. You can rest tomorrow, hold the child, and sleep a little longer. I'll keep 30 yuan for change, and you can keep the remaining 100. Chen Shuai extracted 30 yuan for tomorrow's business transactions, while Yang Miaoyun looked at him, incredulous. She had toiled all day for a mere 5 yuan, while he had earned over 100 yuan, equivalent to her entire monthly salary in just one day. Without hesitation, she regarded him earnestly. "I wake up quite early every day. I'll accompany you tomorrow. Regardless of how busy we are, it's better to be together. Besides, there's nothing for me to do at home." Yang Miaoyun felt a sense of pride. In her subconscious, the notion of street vending seemed somewhat opportunistic. This perspective was common among many. Her change in attitude brought Chen Shuai immense joy. He handed her the money, stating, "A man's earnings should rightfully be entrusted to his wife. I can manage on my own, so you needn't come so early. After all the exhaustion of these past days, you deserve some rest." The money that was forcefully handed to Yang Miaoyun was accepted. They were a married couple, and there was no need for such formality. Regardless of Chen Shuai's opinion, she had already made up her mind. Upon her arrival, she had seen a clothing store and intended to buy a garment for the child. "You also lack proper attire and needed to acquire an outfit." Chen Shuai chose not to pursue the matter further and promptly shifted the conversation. No matter what, he felt compelled to provide for his wife and child. Yang Miaoyun wore work clothes daily, and her heart ached for it. They implied that she should have known better, and she immediately declined. "No. There's no need for such extravagance. I have work clothes. We can simply buy some fabric to make clothes for the child. In our rural surroundings, when have you ever seen someone buying ready-made clothes? We have a sewing machine at home. I can make them myself by tomorrow." Although Yang Miaoyun was not a professional seamstress, her skills were on par with those of the village tailors. If there had been more demand for clothing, she would have been making clothes at home. Chen Shuai then changed his approach and solemnly stated, "Regardless of others, I live for you both. A single garment wouldn't cost much. If earning money isn't for spending, what is its purpose?" Even in the car, Yang Miaoyun couldn't deter Chen Shuai. Under his encouragement, their conversation flowed more easily today. After 12 or 13 minutes, Chen Shuai brought the vehicle to a halt. It was then that Yang Miaoyun realized something was amiss. She genuinely reproached him this time. Being in the city center, would such a large clothing store have exorbitant prices? Chen Shuai shook his head and took her hand. "It's not expensive. Villagers often miscalculate. Surely you can do the math as well. Buying fabric incurs costs, and making it requires labor. If you combine those expenses, it would nearly equal the price of simply purchasing a garment." Having graduated from high school, Yang Miaoyun had witnessed a world beyond the village. She was well aware of the price disparity. At most, it might be cheaper by a yuan or two. With higher quality fabric, it could be 3 or 4 yuan less. The crucial point was that what she could create would not be as aesthetically pleasing as the professionally designed garments. Observing her hesitation, Chen Shuai took no heed and pulled his wife into the store. Despite being married for several years, this sudden tug still made her heart race with excitement. Upon entering the clothing store, she was greeted by a dazzling array of garments, particularly with summer now upon them. The women's clothing was abundant, featuring various lengths and a multitude of attractive patterns. Since her marriage, young Miaoyun had not stepped into a clothing store. It had been years since she last looked, and the styles were overwhelmingly diverse. For a moment, she was dazzled. However, to Chen Shuai, it all appeared rather mundane. After all, he hailed from 50 years in the future, and viewing contemporary fashion through that lens rendered it rather outdated. In his impression, the clothing stores in the vicinity boasted a plethora of avant-garde styles. It seemed unlikely that suitable options could be found elsewhere. Shopkeeper, could you please bring me that crimson long dress? I also need 2 lovely outfits for a 3-year-old girl. Weighing approximately 40 to 50 pounds and standing around 1 meter tall. Everything must be complete. Socks and sandals must be of the finest and most exquisite quality. The shopkeeper had yet to sell 2 items that day and felt a twinge of displeasure upon seeing the 2 customers enter, one clad in work attire and the other in somewhat tattered clothes. Patched in several places, these 2 individuals, making a ruckus in the store, prompted her genuine desire to usher them out. Nevertheless, she maintained a facade of cordiality. For the customer is always right, regardless of appearances. There is no issue. According to your specifications, the price for these 3 outfits will be around 20 to 30 yuan. Observing her demeanor, Chen Shuai immediately perceived her disdain. It was evident that she looked down upon them. He promptly produced 30 yuan, casting a cold glance at the shopkeeper. I am here to make a purchase, not to be treated like a beggar. Yang Miaoyun quickly grasped the situation. It dawned on her that they were being judged for their apparent lack of wealth. No matter the circumstances, her husband was someone who should never be disparaged. In a fit of indignation, she pulled out over 100 yuan. The shopkeeper was taken aback. Appearances can indeed be deceiving, for they were clearly people of means. She hurriedly apologized with a smile. Please, do not misunderstand. It is my privilege to have you in my humble shop. I merely wanted to provide a range of options for my customers. I assure you, it was never my intention to offend. Chapter 40. All attire bundled. Information at the village entrance this time. The shopkeeper was particularly diligent, swiftly gathering an array of garments. Chen Shuai saw no reason to waste his energy on such trifles. At his request, young Miaoyun donned the crimson dress. As she emerged from the fitting room, any hint of clumsiness evaporated. Before Chen Shuai stood a graceful little butterfly in a radiant floral gown, exuding beauty and charm. Isn't it stunning? He exclaimed, captivated. Can these 2 outfits fit the child? Upon closer inspection, Chen Shuai's gaze lingered on the children's clothing. Speaking of children, Yang Miaoyun eagerly selected 2 particularly exquisite dresses from the array. Adhering to Chen Shuai's preferences, along with several pairs of socks and a pair of shoes. Once everything was chosen, the shopkeeper announced the total price. Altogether, it amounted to 30 yuan. The sandals were reasonably priced, but Yang Miaoyun's dress was costly, causing her considerable distress. Clothing was not an essential requirement for her. She pondered. Perhaps I should forego it and simply buy for the child instead. This expenditure represented several days' wages, and with that sum, she could provide the child with some nourishment as well. However, Chen Shuai was not in agreement. He had brought his wife along with the intent of purchasing her a garment. It pained him to leave without acquiring even a single decent piece. With a heavy heart, he insisted on buying the item. Chen Shuai was quite generous, handing over 30 yuan to the shopkeeper without hesitation. Yang Miaoyun was reluctant, engaging in prolonged negotiations with the female proprietor, who firmly stated that this was already the lowest price. To deter customers from haggling, she had set the price at its minimum, especially since the store was currently holding a promotional event. The cost was effectively covered by the manufacturer under normal circumstances. These garments would have exceeded 50 yuan. As Chen Shuai accepted the neatly packaged clothing, he felt a sense of pride, albeit neglecting his own needs. His shoes were still intact, and his current attire remained wearable. Glancing at the clock in the shop, he remarked, "Let us return home. It is already 6:20. Indeed, half an hour had slipped away unnoticed. If they delayed any longer, darkness would soon envelop them. The thought of not having seen their daughter for several days weighed heavily on Yang Miaoyun's heart. Supported by Chen Shuai, she settled onto a small stool. The sun had begun its slow descent, and the oppressive heat in the air gradually dissipated. The vibrant hues of the sunset painted vivid patterns across the sky. Riding swiftly against the wind, Chen Shuai felt the fabric of his clothing billow around him, in a light-hearted atmosphere filled with laughter. The hour-long journey passed in the blink of an eye. They soon arrived at the entrance of Yangjia village, where twilight was settling in. Wisps of smoke curled up from every household, and elderly villagers accompanied children, with the little ones darting ahead while the grandparents trailed behind. Beneath a row of poplar trees at the village entrance, a few elderly men, pipes in hand, were leisurely smoking. Several elderly women animatedly conversed, their laughter ringing out. Although the content of their discussion remained a mystery, anyone wishing to enter the village had to pass under their watchful gaze. Earlier that morning, Chen Shuai had rushed through without encountering such a crowd. Particularly, a few women were carrying bowls, casually discussing their evening meals. As they exchanged light banter, they occasionally shared bites of their food. The moment Chen Shuai appeared, he caught their attention immediately. His infrequent visits meant that many of the older villagers did not recognize him. However, young Miaoyun was a different story. She had once been the village prodigy and now was its belle. Having grown into a striking woman, she was indeed a fairy among the countryside, captivating countless young men. Her family's threshold had been nearly crossed by suitors. Yet, she eventually wed, rumored to have married a particularly handsome man, a pairing that many regarded as a match made in heaven. However, barely a year into their union, it was said that her husband had turned into an arduous, abandoning all familial responsibilities. This tale was well known throughout Chunzhuang village, and naturally, they had heard of it. Just returning from work, young Miaoyun had not yet bathed and was still clad in her new garments. Upon entering, the elderly immediately recognized them by their work attire. "Isn't that the daughter of young heir?" someone exclaimed. "Indeed, young heir is quite impressive. He ranks among the wealthiest in our village. Yet, how lamentable it is. For this girl, who chose not to pursue higher education, ended up marrying someone of such questionable character. I have heard that she was pregnant at the time, which ultimately led her to forego her studies. Alas, fate can be cruel. This girl has indeed endured much hardship." "Enough of that," another interjected. "They are approaching. Young heir is still the village head, and he is quite a decent person. We shouldn't cast aspersions here." As young Miaoyun observed the gathering of gossipers, a sense of discontent stirred within her. Had this been 2 days prior, their words would not have bothered her so deeply. However, now that Chen Shuai had turned over a new leaf, their remarks felt like disdain. Post-rebirth, Chen Shuai possessed an acute sense of hearing, able to discern sounds imperceptible to the average ear. Though he wore a smile, a bittersweet taste lingered in his heart. Truth be told, he had indeed sown the seeds of his own misfortune. As he slowed his pace, young Miaoyun felt compelled to maintain a pleasant demeanor. Ignoring these individuals would surely lead to whispers throughout the village about her arrogance and disregard for her elders. As they drew closer, young Miaoyun tugged at Chen Shuai's sleeve, prompting him to stop. They dismounted from the tricycle and smiled at the group. "Uncle Air, Uncle San, Uncle Lu, Aunt Chi, Aunt Si." Chen Shuai echoed her greetings. Respecting the elders of the bride's family was paramount. The seniors beamed with joy, for this was a matter of prestige within the village. Once seated, the younger generation was expected to show utmost respect. While the elders appeared pleased with Chen Shuai, it was merely a facade. They had all heard of his past misdeeds, and none were eager to engage with someone of his reputation. Observing their mixed expressions, young Miaoyun felt a surge of anger. It was not that she was being petty. Rather, their incessant chatter was vexatious. In mere minutes, their words could ripple throughout the entire village. With a radiant smile, young Miaoyun settled beside them. "How have you all been lately?" The response was a chorus of well-being, though even those struggling would never reveal their hardships in front of others. Amidst the prideful exchanges, young Miaoyun unveiled the dress she had just purchased. "Aunties, please help me assess my new dress," she exclaimed. "I initially hesitated to buy it, having recently acquired new clothes that remain unworn." As she showcased the beautiful garment, the gossipy ants quickly gathered around. In rural areas, one typically purchases fabric to have garments tailored, saving a few coins. Sometimes, opting for lesser quality fabric could yield even greater savings. In the countryside, the desire for new clothing is rarely spoken of. The villagers are unaware that purchasing garments is even an option. Such an act is deemed excessively extravagant. A group of women, having never encountered such exquisite attire, chatter animatedly. "This dress is truly enchanting, resembling something a fairy would wear. The pattern is lovely, and the craftsmanship is remarkably meticulous. To acquire such beautiful dresses, purchasing 3 sets must have cost a fortune. Just look at those sandals from the city. They are undeniably more appealing than ours. The pointed soles, can one truly walk without stumbling? And not to mention the socks, which are genuinely beautiful. My goodness, what are the prices? I must send my niece to buy an outfit as well. My daughter has a decent figure in such clothing. she would surely appear even more lovely. In a couple of days, she will visit her in-laws. I should also send her to the city for a new outfit. It is simply stunning. City dwellers truly know how to indulge. Oh dear, have you struck it rich? I suspect you must have, for such attire cannot be inexpensive. After numerous inquiries, young Miaoyun responded leisurely. Chen Shuai's business has been thriving lately, making several hundred yuan each day. Just last night, we had chicken, meat, and fish for dinner. Today, we bought this considerable amount of spare ribs, costing 5 or 6 yuan for just this bag. As for the clothing, the prices are reasonable. Between the three of us, we spent around 60 to 70 yuan. My dress was the most expensive, costing 20 to 30 yuan. I believe the price is fair, and the fabric is quite good. Chen Shuai, perpetually bustling about for business, had yet to wear the new clothes he purchased. He felt somewhat embarrassed at the thought of being ridiculed by his relatives for this. This issue had caused him considerable frustration. He insisted that upon returning to the city tomorrow, he would change into something more presentable. He firmly believes that a man should maintain a dignified appearance. Yet, he felt exasperated. Earning 8 or 9,000 yuan a month, he hesitated to spend. His daily living expenses amounted to merely 70 or 80 yuan. Just think. Returning home to be laughed at, Yang Miaoyun said, her face full of reproach. Chen Shuai felt a pang of guilt. How could he have forgotten about such matters? Wearing patched clothing did not lend itself to grand assertions. After some contemplation, he recalled that there were 2 decent outfits at home. One he had purchased in the city and another worn on his wedding day, which had also been quite costly, priced at over 70 yuan. Of course, that was a suit, but the shirt inside was of good quality. Thinking of the clothes, he immediately apologized. Wife, I forgot to mention that the outfit you bought for me for 90 yuan is at home. There's no need to buy anything in the city tomorrow. Yang Miaoyun rolled her eyes at him. Just moments ago, she had mentioned spending 50 or 60 yuan on 3 outfits, and here he was, speaking of a single garment costing nearly 90. If someone were to ask him to wear it tomorrow, it would surely lead to embarrassment. Nonetheless, she was not at all concerned about this. Tomorrow, I shall purchase a splendid outfit from the city. As for Chen Shuai, she is equally willing to spend. Yang Miaoyun, after a few admonishments, insisted that she should wear it tomorrow to impress the elders. Although some were tempted to suggest that it was merely a facade, the clear display of intent left them questioning the reality of her fine garments. Setting that aside, the ribs they had not indulged in for years were now within reach. Even in this mundane season, signifying their prosperous life. Seeing that the timing was ripe, Yang Miaoyun appeared somewhat anxious, exclaiming, "There's no time to waste. The family is waiting for dinner. This newly purchased pressure cooker alone costs over $10. Chen Shuai knows how to cook. My role is merely to enjoy the meal." Her words rendered everyone present momentarily speechless. Wasn't Chen Shuai supposed to be a mere street loafer, a faithless husband living off his wife? How could he possess such wealth and ambition? In just 2 months, he had become a 10,000 yuan household. With a little more effort over the year, he could easily become a 100,000 yuan household. In a few years, could he not be a millionaire? The more they contemplated, the more daunting it seemed. What kind of husband had Yang Miaoyun truly married? Chapter 42. Do you know how much he earns? In just 2 months, he can become a 10,000 yuan household. As Yang Miaoyun and her husband departed, the crowd in the square resumed their chatter. Could it be? This seems at odds with what we have heard. Indeed, I feel it may be a case of putting on a brave face. If they were genuinely wealthy, why would she still be in work clothes? I have heard that affluent wives in the city do not engage in labor. Yet, we cannot be so hasty in our judgments. She bought ribs and such beautiful dresses. We would never indulge in such luxuries ourselves. Have you seen the tricycle they bought? Such a large one must cost at least 100 yuan. Indeed, the old man from the east side bought a smaller one recently for 110. It is astonishing that Miaoyun has such good fortune. In no time, the news of this affair spread from the east to the west of the village. Chen Shuai and his wife arrived at the doorstep of her parents' home. Riding the tricycle into the courtyard, Chen Shuai understood her intentions and refrained from uttering a word. He drove the tricycle into the yard, with Yang Miaoyun leading the way. The little girls playing in the yard looked up and spotted their mother's return. "Mama." The 2 girls halted their play and raced towards her. As Chen Shuai entered, he unloaded all the vegetables from the tricycle. Yang Miaoyun turned around and pulled out 3 lovely garments and beautiful shoes from the vehicle, waving them before the girls. Tian, Yuan, these are the beautiful clothes Papa bought for us. Mama will give you a bath and dress you in your new outfits." As she unveiled the exquisite new dresses, the 2 little girls erupted in joy, bouncing with excitement. They were all clad in patched garments. Occasionally, there would be a new piece, but that too was fabric purchased and sewn by their mother. Even such attire was limited to just 2 or 3 pieces for the sisters. which they were reluctant to wear unless venturing out. They had never encountered such exquisite little dresses. Chen Shuai presented the vegetables from the car, instructing, "You all wait here. I shall prepare dinner tonight." Miaoyun's mother looked at her daughter with great perplexity. Has this young man truly changed? Just moments ago, was he not carrying ribs? Earlier that morning, he had brought us 2 large fish. After a day of eating, we had yet to finish one, while the other still swam in the tank. Tell me, has he really changed? She inquired, her skepticism palpable. Were it not for her granddaughter and her daughter's dignity, she would never have consented to continue this affair. Miaoyun nodded earnestly. Indeed. Mother, can you guess how much he earned today? Father, you take a guess too. The old man's expression was far from favorable. He had stated more than once that he felt he had lost all face to venture outside. Chen Shuai had become notorious, not merely for his idleness but for his lack of purpose and his propensity for brawls, often wishing to sever all ties with him. Yet, he ultimately could not bring himself to do so. This morning, Chen Shuai had delivered fish and was particularly eager to sell them, which somewhat lifted his spirits. Upon being questioned by his daughter, he snorted dismissively. How much can he earn? 10 or 8 yuan is already quite a lot. Though he spoke such words, his heart was filled with different thoughts. Miaoyun settled down on a small stool between her parents, proudly pulling them close. To be frank, Chen Shuai does more than just sell fish. He also repairs bicycles and sells grapes. His bicycle repair skills are exceptional. He uses several tubes of glue in a single day. As she spoke, she produced 7 empty glue tubes. These were consumed from noon until the afternoon today. And these 5 were from yesterday. Just from bicycle repairs alone, he can earn over 100 yuan a day. He even sold breakfast this morning. And his earnings today have already reached 220 to 30 yuan. This is merely my preliminary estimate. It could be even more. To put it plainly, in 2 months, he could become a 10,000 yuan household. This bombshell revelation left Miaoyun's mother momentarily speechless. Her father was equally astonished, disbelief etched across his face. Yet, he knew his daughter would never deceive him. He nodded in acknowledgement, his heart swelling with pride for her. Yang's mother was overjoyed, exclaiming, "Is this truly the case? That is simply marvelous. I am eager to see who in our village would dare to say anything against my son-in-law, claiming you made a poor match. You are undoubtedly the first 10,000 yuan household in your village. Just think, earning 10,000 in 2 months, city dwellers could hardly achieve that." Observing her mother's exuberance, Miaoyun affirmed, "Indeed, that is a certainty. The highest wages nowadays barely reach 1 or 200 yuan. In the span of a year, or rather half a year, one could purchase a quaint little villa in the city." Upon hearing this from her daughter, Miaoyun's mother could hardly contain her joy. "That sounds wonderful. When the time comes, you can buy a building in the city, and I shall come over to help you with the children. How does that sound? And my dear, since Chen Shuai is already earning so well, there's no need for you to work anymore. He wouldn't be so mercenary as to expect you to make money for him." Observing her mother's exuberant demeanor, Miaoyun felt a sense of helplessness. With great patience, she replied, "He doesn't let me work, and I'm still undecided. Let us see how things unfold in the coming days." Chapter 43. If you continue to be disobedient, they may just ignore you. Currently, the countryside relies entirely on straw to fuel their stoves, and Miaoyun's household is no exception. While Chen Shuai busied himself with his tasks, Miaoyun entered the kitchen. Upon seeing his wife, Chen Shuai immediately urged her, "I'm preparing the fire for you. You can wash in the large basin. It's quite hot in here. So hurry outside. I will serve you shortly." Miaoyun, with her large eyes, looked at him incredulously. "How can you be so eager to work when you're at your mother-in-law's house? Just direct me, and I will handle the chores. If it's too much, I can tend to the fire for you. If you continue to behave this way, people might just get upset." At that moment, she truly appeared breathtaking. Chen Shuai's gaze was fixed upon her, utterly mesmerized. "Miaoyun, yes, you are truly stunning, exceptionally beautiful. Would you allow me to close my eyes and steal a kiss?" Miaoyun's face flushed crimson at his words. Just as Chen Shuai voiced his desire to kiss her, she was taken aback, leaping to her feet. The twigs she had just thrown into the stove were hastily retrieved. Quick-witted, Chen Shuai snatched them up and tossed them back in. The kitchen was filled with straw and branches. Should they ignite, the consequences would be dire. Miaoyun was horrified, standing nervously at the kitchen door, peering outside. If her parents were to arrive unexpectedly and overhear, it would be utterly mortifying. Her father had already stepped out with his pipe, while her mother was engrossed in telling a story to her granddaughter. Still feeling uneasy, she stepped out to fetch a basin. This time, she whispered, "Be careful not to speak carelessly again, or they might just ignore you. I'll fetch some hot water for the girl to bathe." The large pot was now quite hot to the touch. She scooped out a generous basinful and then filled the pot again. Just as she carefully carried the basin, Chen Shuai suddenly reached out and grasped her small hand, startling Miaoyun. The earlier conversation had left her face still flushed, and she was taken aback by his sudden gesture. Alarmed, she cried out. Chen Shuai's face turned red as he hurriedly held onto her hand. Please don't misunderstand. I merely wished to help you carry the water. Miaoyun, nearly brought to tears from embarrassment, thought that had Chen Shuai not gently held her hand, her excited heart would have surely caused her to spill the hot water. This time, she fixed her gaze firmly upon Chen Shuai, extending her snowy white little hand. She twisted his arm with a fierce demeanor. If you joke like this again, I shall ignore you forever. Chen Shuai repeatedly acquiesced, yet within, he felt a delightful warmth, akin to savoring honey. He brought forth a basin of hot water, observing his lively daughter as she frolicked about. Feeling a surge of warmth in his heart, the water is ready. Tian, yuan. Let's prepare to move to the large basin. Chen Shuai set down the hot water and carefully cleaned the large basin. He poured in the hot water. Father will fetch another basin. Please wait a moment. He entered the kitchen, scooping another basin of hot water, and naturally filled it to the brim. 2 basins of hot water were combined with a substantial amount of well water, resulting in a pleasantly warm mixture. Returning to the kitchen, he took over from Miaoyun. You may bathe our daughter. I will handle the rest. There is no need to add more fire here. Let it remain in the large pot for now. His daughter was absolutely delighted at the prospect of her bath. As time pressed on, Chen Shuai began to prepare the evening meal. He brought in the stove but did not ignite it just yet. Using tongs, he placed several burning sticks into the fire, along with a piece of coal, and carried it into the yard, retrieving the fire bellows from the wall's base. Under the bellows' influence, thick black smoke billowed upwards. Observing her son-in-law's earnest efforts, his mother-in-law approached with a fan in hand. Now that you are here, it is fitting for me to prepare the meal. You should rest while I take over. She had finally lowered her guard. Chen Shuai felt no further expectations. Having lost his mother at a tender age and his father in recent years, he regarded Miaoyun's parents as his own. He chuckled warmly. Your words are overly formal, mother. We are all one family. Let us dispense with these antiquated customs. Please, allow me to cook for you. Yet, his mother-in-law was insistent, not relinquishing the fan. Squatting down, she remarked, with the bellows, it takes time. Let me fan the flames a few times, and the fire will rise. Her determination to do so brought Chen Shuai a sense of comfort. He understood her previous resentment towards him, for only children in rural areas are a rarity, and they were indeed such an exception. After giving birth to Miaoyun, they had been unable to conceive again, leaving them with only this one daughter. Naturally, if one were unkind to her, it would grieve their hearts. As his mother-in-law stoked the fire, Chen Shuai began to prepare the dishes. The clock now read 7:10, and most rural families had already begun their meals. Yet they awaited their turn for ribs. Chen Shuai plucked celery, washed the dried tofu, and divided the cauliflower into florets. With half a fish still at home, he decided against cooking another at that moment. He cracked 5 or 6 eggs into a bowl. In just 6 or 7 minutes, the remaining vegetables were ready. By this time, the stove was ablaze. With the oven door wide open, it awaited the fire's full embrace. Chen Shuai opened the ribs and poured them into the frying pan. He ladled a scoop of hot water from the large pot, using tongs to place several burning sticks into the small stove along with a handful of straw. You prepare the meal, and your mother comes to tend the fire. Yang's mother sets down her fan and steps back into the kitchen. Chapter 44. In a family, there is no need for rigid rules. One takes the initiative to cook for everyone. Chen Shuai is unreserved, for they are all family, and formality holds no place here. He adds water to the frying pan and places the ribs inside. Seizing this moment, he cuts a generous section of green onion, prepares ginger, star anise, Sichuan pepper, and bay leaves, among other ingredients. Once the water in the pot reaches a boil, he cooks the ribs for 2 to 3 minutes. He then retrieves the ribs, rinsing them several times in clean water until the water runs clear, before placing them into the pressure cooker. All the prepared spices are added in as well. Chen Shuai opens another bag containing glutinous corn, washes it, and chops it into several pieces. He ladles in hot water and secures the lid on the pressure cooker. At this moment, the flames from the stove rise, a deep blue hue spreading across the bottom of the pot. The coal fire is also quite vigorous, as the quality of coal at this time is exceptionally good. Especially when first ignited, the heat is particularly strong, making it the perfect choice for both frying and simmering. The hot water inside the pressure cooker builds up pressure, and in 4 to 5 minutes, it begins to hiss and steam. The cooker spins and releases an aromatic fragrance that envelopes the room in a warm embrace. Meanwhile, Chen Shuai has begun to stir-fry. He prepares a dish of celery and dried tofu stir-fried with shredded pork, another of green onions scrambled with eggs, and a simple sauté of cauliflower. They still have half of the fish they ate for breakfast, which he brings over to reheat. The countertop is already filled with plates. Yang's mother exclaims, "My child, why are you making so many dishes? 2 vegetables would suffice. This is truly excessive." Chen Shuai pours oil into the pan, his hands busy as he replies, "How can that be? Having only vegetables at every meal is simply unacceptable. You and father cannot survive on greens alone. I will often bring you fish and shrimp. Just tell me what you desire, dear mother. We are family, so please, do not hesitate." It is worth noting that Yang Yuanzheng is the village chief, owning several acres of land and raising dozens of sows and breeding pigs. Throughout their lives, they have welcomed numerous piglets into the world. Therefore, their circumstances are not comparable to those of ordinary villagers. Nevertheless, even with their affluence, it is impossible to feast on meat at every meal. It is precisely because they lead a good life that they look down upon Chen Shuai. Were it not for their daughter's insistence, would they have deigned to consider him and allow such events to unfold uncontrollably? As a family, Chen Shuai remains silent about it. The situation has improved, has it not? "Mother, please attend to the children. I will handle the fire," he suggests. Yang Miaoyun has just finished bathing the 2 children. "I will eat before I wash again, otherwise, I will just sweat it all off," she replies. Their mother, Zhang Shufan, is particularly astute, aware that the couple's harmony is merely superficial. No matter who it is, no one can remain so carefree. She steps out of the kitchen, reveling in the joy of her granddaughter. The 2 children, dressed in new clothing, are utterly delighted. 2 young girls, engaged in a friendly competition of boasting. "Is this truly my granddaughter? She resembles a little fairy from the heavens. These petite shoes and this dress are simply exquisite." The garments purchased are undeniably beautiful in their design. In the kitchen, Chen Shuai and his wife, upon hearing her words, felt a wave of happiness, especially Chen Shuai, who felt an overwhelming sense of shame regarding his wife and daughter. Regaining his composure, Chen Shuai cheerfully remarked, "Dear wife, you focus on the fire, and I shall take care of the rest." As the oil in the small pot heated, he poured in a plate of pre-chopped green onions. The aroma of the scallions wafted through the air, and only then did he add the eggs. With just a sprinkle of fine salt, he skillfully stir-fried, resulting in golden, tender eggs. Once served, the dish was complete. The golden soy oil, freshly pressed, was rich and fragrant. It is worth noting that an ordinary family would seldom splurge on so many eggs at once. Typically, they would settle for just 1 egg. Preparing a large pot of egg soup. Having just sautéed the eggs, Chen Shuai did not bother to clean the pan. Instead, he immediately poured in more oil while it was still hot. He added ginger, garlic, and chili to stir-fry until fragrant, then introduced the cauliflower. With a sizzling sound, the oil began to bubble. The golden soy oil enveloped the cauliflower as Chen Shuai stirred, enhancing its unique flavor under the high heat. Stir-frying greens requires a fierce flame, needing little more than a touch of salt. However, the salt used was not the refined variety known today, but rather coarse grains, sold by weight without packaging for a mere 20 cents per pound. The pristine, fine salt was a luxury reserved for city dwellers. As he added 2 pinches of salt, he continued to stir. It is essential to season the vegetables beforehand, otherwise, they will not properly dissolve. It is commonplace for ordinary folk to find their vegetables failing to wilt during cooking. The pristine cauliflower was soon ready, steaming as Chen Shuai began to stir-fry the shredded meat. The aroma was intoxicating, prompting the girls to exclaim, "When can we eat, Daddy?" The 2 little ones, breaking through their grandmother's defenses, rushed to the kitchen door, their bright eyes filled with anticipation. The entire courtyard was infused with the delightful scent of braised ribs, wafting through the air. Nearby households could not remain indifferent to the enticing smell, especially the neighbors on either side, who were just setting their tables and had barely sat down. As one family prepared to eat, the delectable aroma of the meat made them involuntarily set their chopsticks down. Chapter 45. Braised ribs. The neighbors are restless. How fragrant. Is that ribs? Whose house is cooking ribs? A man in his 30s could not contain his curiosity, his nose held high with delight. In his enthusiasm, his 2 sons, aged 7 or 8, stood up in awe. "Dad, is that really ribs? Why does it smell so good? When can we have a taste of ribs?" One son remarked, "He's right. We only had meat during the New Year, and we haven't had any since." Observing their eagerness, the mother shot them a stern look. "Eat? What do you think you're doing? Do you even know how much ribs cost per pound? Should we slaughter the sow? You 3 can stew some ribs." The wife's scolding instantly drained the man's spirit. If the family struggles, it falls upon his shoulders. Yet, truth be told, the aroma of those ribs is simply irresistible. Even he, with no appetite. Could not fathom how his two children felt. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Wait here, I shall fetch a spear to catch some fish for you." Observing his children lacking meat while inhaling the enticing scent from the neighbors, he felt compelled to make an effort. He dashed into the house to retrieve the spear, causing his wife to panic. "What about your father? It's already late, and the river is quite deep. Perhaps we should wait until tomorrow." The man, invigorated as if electrified, waved dismissively. "I grew up by the river. Even in the summer, I would swim well past 10 o'clock. Worry not, this is trivial for me." Naturally, he was anxious for his son's hunger. Despite the dark and windy night, he felt it necessary to try his luck. The aroma wafting from the village chief's home was utterly tantalizing. It was unusual, leaving him perplexed. As he set out, his two children lost their appetite and sprinted after him, eager to see. In the countryside, children learned to swim around 5 or 6. His were 7 and 8. Spending hours in the river, they could not afford to miss the chance to catch fish. However, as they passed by young Miaoyun's door, they couldn't help but peek inside. Meanwhile, another family nearby was not faring well. They, too, had children, a girl and 2 boys, aged between 7 and 11. This was quite common in rural life. Even when resources were scarce, families would often have several children. Despite population control measures, the determination to bear children remained unwavering. The belief was that more children would lead to a better future. In this village, it was bustling with families, and 3 children were hardly a rarity. The delightful aroma drove the 3 kids into a frenzy. Not only them, but the 2 elderly grandparents present for dinner also felt the pull of the enticing scent. They had prepared 2 dishes of greens and a modest amount of pork stir-fried with celery. Such a meal was, aside from the new year, the best they could hope for. The family initially enjoyed their meal heartily, with the children devouring their food ravenously. However, upon catching a whiff of the neighbor's ribs, their composure shattered. "Mother, what is that delightful smell?" The youngest boy had lost all interest in his meal. It wasn't just him. Even the 2 elders paused their chopsticks. The old man sighed deeply. "I heard that the son-in-law from next door brought ribs today. Tomorrow, perhaps I shall fetch one from the market too." Watching his 3 grandsons salivate, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and prepare for tomorrow's feast. This family had only just begun their meal, but with the aroma of the neighboring ribs wafting through the air, it was impossible for them to continue eating. Throughout the year, the only time one can feast upon meat is during the New Year celebrations. For the children during this period, it can be particularly harsh. Although every household shares this experience, the sudden aroma of food can be overwhelming for the little ones. In light of this, perhaps grandfather could take you fishing. With so many fish around, if we don't catch them, others surely will. For them, fishing is the only option. The neighbors, both beside and behind, have also endured considerable hardship. This is especially true since young Miaoyun returned to her parental home, bringing back an abundance of groceries, particularly a bag of ribs. While the neighbors sighed in envy, Chen Shuai had already prepared the pressure cooker. The rich fragrance wafting through the air made the 2 girls quite restless. Had it not been for young Miaoyun holding them back, they would have been sitting by the pressure cooker long ago. As the hissing sound diminished, their anticipation grew. Although they were not mistreated at their grandmother's house, rural folk seldom indulge in meat. Even for those better off, being among the few affluent families in the village, having meat every 2 to 3 months is considered quite fortunate. Other children typically only enjoy meat during the festive season. While they waited, all of Chen Shuai's dishes were ready. As the pressure cooker opened, a cloud of steam rushed forth, followed closely by the tantalizing aroma of the ribs. "Ribs are ready! Ribs are ready!" The 2 little girls exclaimed, their joy evident as they jumped with delight. As the ribs were served, an array of dishes filled the table, steaming and fragrant, each dish a feast for the senses. The meal was exquisitely presented. However, Chen Shuai insisted that they wait for the return of the elder. Respecting one's elders is a fundamental principle that he wished to instill in them. Yet, with such aromatic ribs and beautifully arranged dishes, the 2 girls could hardly contain themselves. Even the adults found it difficult to remain indifferent, let alone such young children. Although their grandmother cooked daily, much to the envy of their neighbors, ribs were a rarity. A 3-year-old child would be hard-pressed to resist such temptation. They danced with glee, yet remained remarkably well-behaved, even in their eagerness for food. Chen Shuai felt a mix of pride and tenderness. It was a realization that he had not previously cherished such a precious and understanding daughter. While he maintained his composure, young Miaoyun and her daughter had already reached their limit. "Don't wait for the old man. If you do, it may be well into the night before we eat," she suggested. "Let us enjoy our meal." With that, she picked up chopsticks and placed 2 pieces of ribs into each of the girls' small black bowls. Naturally, Their daughter was not to be overlooked. Chen Shuai, you should sit down and eat too. There's no need to wait for him. As the son-in-law, Chen Shuai felt it was inappropriate to sit down just yet. Instead, he expressed his concern. Perhaps I should check on father and see where he has wandered off to. Yang Miaoyun shook her head with a smile. There's no need to worry about him. He has ample time to explore the village. Especially today. He likely wants to visit each household for a while. Chen Shuai immediately discerned the underlying meaning in his wife's words. However, he hesitated, feeling it would be inappropriate to dine alone while his father-in-law had yet to return. There's no need to wait. If you do, you'll be having a midnight snack, his mother-in-law had already stated, prompting Chen Shuai to refrain from further comment. After all, he was thick-skinned. Whoever dined was simply sated. Having brought his own meal, he naturally intended to eat. The two little girls, Tian and Yuan, relished their food with unrestrained joy. Eschewing chopsticks, they eagerly devoured their meal with their hands. Once one piece was finished, they promptly moved on to another. Their tiny mouths and hands were coated in grease, with strands of meat clinging between their fingers. They even stuck out their little tongues to ensure every morsel was consumed. They cherished their beautiful little dresses, handling them with utmost care without needing any reminders from their mother. Daddy, this is really delicious. The ribs are tasty, and the corn inside is delightful too, one exclaimed. I think it's wonderful as well. I want to sip some rib soup, another chimed in. Yang Miaoyun encouraged them to serve themselves, while Zhang Shufan brought over 2 small cloths for them to wipe their oily hands. After decades, such succulent meat was a rare delight. It was a moment to fully indulge in the feast of ribs. Watching them enjoy their meal brought Chen Shuai immense satisfaction. He couldn't recall how many vows he had silently made, but now, facing his daughters, his resolve only grew stronger. You should eat too. There's plenty to go around, he urged. Yang Miaoyun, with a blissful smile, placed 2 pieces of ribs into Chen Shuai's bowl. Throughout his life, he had savored countless delicacies, yet now he found himself competing for food with his wife and children. Such a reality felt rather unremarkable. The fact that his wife and children were enjoying their meal was his greatest wish. I'm not hungry. I'll just nibble a bit, he insisted. You all eat your fill. If it's good, we'll buy more tomorrow. The 2 little girls were overjoyed, having consumed 5 or 6 pieces each. Their small bellies now full and satisfied. Though they were sated, their desire for more lingered. They had hardly touched the rice, as the meat had filled them completely. Chen Shuai's words elicited sheer delight from them. Wonderful. Amazing. Daddy is the best daddy in the world, they exclaimed, after several satisfied burps. It was clear they could eat no more. I promise, there will be delicious food every day, he assured them. Since the beginning of their meal, the girls had been somewhat distant from Chen Shuai, having never received his affection since their eyes first opened to the world. Children forget quickly, and upon hearing his promise of daily treats, their faces lit up with joy, the earlier distance forgotten. With their beautiful, bright eyes fixed on Chen Shuai, they nodded obediently. They hopped down from their seats and approached him, one on each side. Daddy, you must keep your word and not deceive us, they insisted. Chen Shuai chuckled, playfully tapping their pristine foreheads with his finger. Then let us make a pinky promise. Father is willing to make a pinky promise, and the girls joyfully leap in delight. How wonderful, how wonderful. Let us make a pinky promise with father. The 2 little girls squeezed in close, extending their tiny fingers. Those 2 adorable little fingers clasped Chen Shuai's large hand. The girls sing like they are reciting a nursery rhyme. Pinky promise, 100 years unchanged. Whoever changes is a little flower dog. Their antics provoke hearty laughter from Yang Miaoyun and her daughter. This sweet and heartwarming scene arrives rather late, yet it is exceedingly precious. Even after they have finished their meal, Yang Yuanzheng has yet to return. They dine leisurely at home, while a crowd has gathered at their doorstep. Yang Miaoyun's entrance is particularly spacious, adorned with willow trees, peach trees, and a variety of flowers. Villagers often sit here to chat. Most of those who venture to the village entrance are older folks. However, today they are all enduring considerable torment, as the aroma of ribs wafts through the village. Zhang Shufan is aware that people have arrived outside. The night has fallen, and it seems they will stay here tonight. Chen Shuai carries 1 daughter in each arm. With the 3 of them residing here, he must rise early tomorrow. Staying here would be somewhat inconvenient. As time passes, he decides to take his leave. He plans to wake early and prepare to depart. I shall go over now. I will join you tomorrow, he says. Yang Miaoyun insists she must help as well. The daughters are still awake, and Chen Shuai is reluctant to leave. After his rebirth, his physical strength is several times that of an ordinary person, which poses no challenge for him. Yang Miaoyun's family has acquired a television. Many outside are eager to watch it. As the number of onlookers swells to 30 or 50, Yang Yuanzheng finally returns. Everyone greets him as if welcoming a great general. Chen Shuai, merely a son-in-law, cannot dictate the operation of the television. Yang Yuanzhong, pressed for time, hastily relocates the television to the courtyard. Their family is the only one in the entire village with a television, making it the sole source of entertainment. After connecting the power, Yang Yuanzhong turns on the television. Without a remote, he must manually change the channels. The tall antenna can receive 5 or 6 channels. As the television flickers to life, familiar scenes, well-known advertisements, and recognizable figures appear. Even the commercials captivate everyone's attention. The two little girls, though they watch daily, are reluctant to miss a moment. Before Chen Shuai returns, they have just finished watching a cartoon. Observing their enthusiasm, Chen Shuai refrains from urging them to leave. The opportunity to watch television is already a delightful aspect of their childhood. Sitting in the front row, they chatter excitedly, reciting lines from the show. There are catchy slogans and some particularly amusing dialogue, especially during engaging character discussions. Having eaten their fill, the parents become inconsequential. Chen Shuai approaches Yang Yuanzhong to inform him that he is preparing to return. He made no attempt to retain her, though his anger had dissipated. He verbally accepted the situation, yet his heart bore some lingering resentment. Meanwhile, his mother-in-law accompanied him to the threshold. "All right, I shall take my leave now. I'll rest well tomorrow," he remarked. Chen Shuai mounted his tricycle and swiftly vanished into the night. Chapter 47. A bountiful harvest under the night sky. The two villages were in close proximity, and Chen Shuai returned shortly thereafter. Upon his morning arrival, he had performed a brief cleaning. The door was tightly secured, and the house was exceptionally tidy. Chen Shuai opened the door, but did not pause for rest. The bamboo traps previously used for fishing had fallen into disrepair due to neglect. Only a few remained suitable for use, which he opted not to purchase, as such items were available at the market. Having learned to weave since childhood, he could do so even faster than his father. By midday, he had already prepared all the bamboo strips. Now, his hands moved swiftly. Although seemingly small, weaving such traps was a rather intricate task, requiring the simultaneous threading of several strips. Even with Chen Shuai's enhanced strength, his speed had doubled compared to before. Despite his quick hands, it took him 40 minutes to complete a single trap. "I shall weave more when I have the time. For now, I will test these few," he concluded. Feeling no urgency, as he was uncertain of their effectiveness, he loaded the traps into the tricycle and placed the fishing net alongside, flashlight in hand, heading straight for the riverbank. The moonlight illuminated the surroundings sufficiently, negating the need for additional light. He donned a headlamp, a purchase made by his father when acquiring a large net. It contained 2 size 1 batteries, which Chen Shuai had bought during a supermarket visit. After replacing the old bulb, the lamp shone brightly. He positioned the traps near the edge of the grass and then retrieved the net, searching for an appropriate spot before casting it wide. The splash of water disrupted the tranquility, and as Chen Shuai slowly pulled the net towards the shore, he observed fish thrashing in the water. Compared to daytime fishing, the night yielded a far more bountiful catch. Water splashed vigorously, creating a cacophony as it struck the bank. The net revealed a collection of fish, numbering nearly a dozen, which Chen Shuai gathered and placed into a large basin. He was grateful to his father for this basin. Originally purchased for holding fish, this basin was notably taller than a standard one, nearly the size of a large plastic crate. Spacious and deep, it proved to be exceedingly convenient. After placing several fish inside, Chen Shuai drew 2 buckets of water from the river and proceeded to another location. With each cast of the net, waves rippled across the tranquil lake, disrupting its calm surface. In the darkness, Chen Shuai stumbled about, laboring for nearly an hour. The rewards were indeed gratifying. He had amassed dozens of pounds more than during the day. The basin was brimming with fish, leaving little water. The vigorous flopping of the fish sent splashes soaring, dripping from the crevices of the tricycle. After cleaning the net, he neatly stored it in a woven bag. The vehicle advanced solely due to sheer strength, compelled by the muddy terrain, necessitating a continuous push. Had it not been for a lengthy slope and the extraordinary strength that Chen Shuai possessed, several times that of an average peer, the tricycle would have been utterly incapable of ascending. After much toil, over 20 minutes had elapsed. Gazing at the abundant catch of fish, Chen Shuai grinned, deeming the effort worthwhile. Upon returning to the village, a cacophony of barking ensued. He refrained from illuminating the surroundings, relying on the silvery moonlight to guide him home. He opened the door, rode the tricycle inside, and pushed it to the large vat in the courtyard. This sizable vat, standing at a height of 1.5 meters and boasting a diameter of 1.3 to 1.4 meters, served as a grain storage container in the rural setting. Chen Shuai's family possessed 3 such vats, though they contained little grain. which had been displaced to accommodate the fish. After several arduous trips to fetch water, he finally poured both fish and water into the vat. With ample water and space, the fish, both large and small, could now stretch and move freely. He scattered the remaining aquatic plants atop the water's surface, providing sustenance and preventing the fish from leaping out. Checking the time on his alarm clock, he noted it was already 10:30 p.m. Chen Shuai returned indoors to continue weaving fish traps. Though seemingly small, this task required considerable effort. Even at his accelerated pace, it could not be completed in an instant. His hands moved with such swiftness that they appeared almost invisible, achieving a speed twice that of an ordinary person. Nevertheless, it took him over 30 minutes to complete the work. Glancing at the clock, he realized it was already past 11. Unable to continue weaving, he acknowledged the need for rest as he would rise early the next day. Stepping into the courtyard, he was bathed in the serene moonlight. He fetched 2 buckets of well water, savoring a refreshing sip. As the hour grew late, he performed a quick rinse, brought a bamboo mat outside, and wiped it down with a damp cloth. Turning off the electric light, he finally reclined in comfort. The small alarm clock in his pocket was set to the correct time. From morning until now, he had been like a spinning top, hardly pausing for breath. In less than a minute, he drifted into slumber. Uncertain of how much time had passed, the ringing of the alarm jolted Chen Shuai awake. He reached out to illuminate the light bulb, discovering it was already 3:10 a.m. After splashing his face with cold water in the courtyard, he felt invigorated, his fatigue dissipating. He mounted the tricycle, donned his headlamp, and set out. At this hour, no one else was awake. Despite his efforts to remain silent, he could not evade the keen ears of the neighborhood dogs. In the countryside, every household kept dogs, and these loyal creatures were vigilant guardians, indispensable helpers. At the sound of one barking, it was as if a chorus erupted, with every dog in the vicinity joining in. Within seconds, the entire village was filled with the cacophony of barking. Chen Shuai paid them no mind, pedaling briskly to the lakeside. With the headlamp aglow, he extended his hand to retrieve the first fish trap. A splash resounded, accompanied by the sounds of fish thrashing within the trap. Chen Shuai reached the riverbank, utilizing the illumination of his headlamp, and promptly poured the contents into the iron barrel. With a resounding thud, he discovered a bountiful catch, 6 or 7 yellow eels, as thick as a man's finger, alongside a few 10-centimeter crucian carp and a generous handful of river shrimp. This remarkable harvest filled Chen Shuai with joy. A fish pen over a meter long yielding such a bounty delighted him immensely. He gently placed the fish pen back into the underbrush, disguising it well. Even in broad daylight, it was particularly difficult to spot from the riverbank. Nestled among the grass and submerged in the water, he had also prepared a new fish pen, strategically placed at a suitable distance. So far, he had set a total of 8 fish pens. However, the length of the river was not his sole target. He understood that patience was key. Chen Shuai, having returned from his moment of elation, excitedly rushed towards the second fish pen. Chapter 48, A Diverse Harvest. Wife accompanies to sell goods amidst the splashing water. Chen Shuai diligently pulled upward. The second pen was equally filled with a splendid catch, several eels, a large handful of river shrimp, and 2 handfuls of snails. The abundance brought an uncontainable smile to his face. In later times, such a haul would easily fetch dozens of yuan per dish. For now, it merely served as a meal. Particularly in rural areas, such delicacies were seldom consumed. Nonetheless, he felt quite satisfied with his bounty. However, catching them was somewhat challenging, making them a rarity in his diet. As laborers gradually ventured out of their homes, those who did not work were earnestly tending to their fields. This allowed the fish and shrimp in the river ample room for reproduction. Next, Chen Shuai approached the third and fourth fish pens. Except for the newly placed pen, he retrieved the remaining 7. The 2 iron barrels brimmed with a diverse assortment: snails, eels, crayfish, small crucian carp, silver carp, river crabs, and even 2 modest-sized soft-shelled turtles. The 2.5 iron barrels contained an impressive quantity. Checking the time on his alarm clock, Chen Shuai noted it was already 4:13 a.m., a considerably late hour. With no time to spare for rest, he hopped onto his tricycle, sprinting ahead. With a vigorous burst of energy, he sped to the top. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. There was no time to wipe them away as he pedaled swiftly. The rural roads were muddy, and with the aid of his headlamp, he raced into the village. The sky was beginning to brighten. Just 50 meters from his doorstep, he spotted a figure sitting on the stone slab at the entrance. As he drew closer, he realized it was none other than his wife. "My dear, why are you here instead of sleeping at home?" Young Miaoyun, seeing her weary husband return, felt a pang of sympathy in her heart. Under the glow of his headlamp, she could discern that Chen Shuai was drenched, water dripping from him. His clothes were caked with mud, and his hair and face bore traces of dirt. Why did you leave so early? You didn't stay out all night, did you? As she spoke, she pushed open the door. She possessed the key, and the door was already ajar, yet she did not enter, choosing instead to wait outside. A smug smile graced Chen Shuai's face. I caught a large tub full of fish today, he proclaimed. Referring to the fish he had just rushed to capture from the fish trap. He pushed the cart into the courtyard, with young Miaoyun closely following behind. Upon reaching the eaves, she illuminated the hanging bulb above. She then hastened over and, upon seeing the fish and shrimp in the iron bucket, was left speechless in astonishment. So many peculiar creatures? She marveled. Indeed, this entire tub is filled with fish. Yang Miaoyun shone her flashlight, removing the aquatic plants from the top of the tub. So many fish. Chen Shuai lifted 2 iron buckets and placed a large basin into the cart. Change your clothes and take a shower. I will handle the fish. Yang Miaoyun suggested, reaching up to remove the headlamp from Chen Shuai's head and, imitating him, donned it herself. Although it was damp and somewhat muddied, she bore no disdain. However, the fish were so numerous that after several attempts, she had yet to catch a single one. Observing Chen Shuai standing nearby with a smirk, she exclaimed, "You're just here to enjoy the spectacle, aren't you? I remember my father left a complete set of tools. Surely there must be a dip net?" Chen Shuai nodded, retrieving the dip net from inside the house. With the appropriate tools at hand, Yang Miaoyun felt invigorated. She directly used a ladle to scoop water from the large tub into the basin. Chen Shuai paid her no mind as he swiftly categorized the contents of the 2 buckets. He selected the largest eels, setting aside 3 or 4, alongside a generous plate of river shrimp and a small bowl of snails, all of which were retained. The small water tank nearby also became a temporary home for the river shrimp. Though there weren't many lobsters, the water quality here was relatively good. Lobsters tend to thrive in less clean ditches, yet there were still 30 to 50 of them, enough for a substantial dish. All these were placed into 2 smaller tanks. After sorting everything, it took about 5 or 6 minutes. Yang Miaoyun, sharp as a tack, immediately discerned Chen Shuai's intentions. Have we kept too many? When we return, let's bring Tian and Yuan along. If that proves unfeasible, we could always ask my mother to take a look. Chen Shuai regarded her with a particularly keen gaze. Yang Miaoyun, perceptive and insightful, grasped his thoughts. After rinsing off, Chen Shuai noted that despite Yang Miaoyun's vigorous efforts to catch fish, half of them still remained in the tub. Although the basin was large, it felt quite cramped once filled. Chen Shuai took over the dip net, ensuring that no fish could escape with each scoop. That's enough. Truly, there are too many. The basin has no room left for the fish. When they had captured the fish, there was nearly no water left in the tub. The journey to the city would take about an hour, and without water, the fish would perish. Today, I must purchase an oxygenator and a larger plastic basket, Chen Shuai mused, glancing at the dozens of pounds of fish still remaining. Watching Yang Miaoyun push her bicycle, he followed suit with the cart. If not, then perhaps you should refrain from going. Should you wish to proceed, it would be best to cease your work at the factory. I am constantly occupied here, and the children also require your care. Seizing the moment, Chen Shuai once again broached the subject. Having worked in the machinery factory in his previous life, he could genuinely attest to the exhaustion it entailed. It was a burden too great for a man to bear. One could only wonder how a woman might endure such strain. Now that he had the means to earn a living, he certainly did not wish for his wife to continue in that arduous endeavor. Unable to meet Chen Shuai's gaze, Yang Miaoyun looked away. Let us discuss this later. I will ride ahead and use a rope to assist you, he suggested. Chen Shuai could not help but chuckle. I possess ample strength, and the bicycle is of the largest size. Not to mention, even with a weight of 500 or 600 pounds, I can ride swiftly. The quality of the bicycle was commendable. It could easily handle several hundred to 1,000 pounds without issue. Its dimensions were such that one could even sleep and turn about within it. With a mere weight of 170 to 180 pounds, it was essentially the weight of one person. Since you wish to go, let us set off, he declared, with his wife eager to accompany him. Having ventured out in the dead of night, Chen Shuai found no reason to refuse her. Though the dawn had yet to break, the moonlight provided some illumination. But the paths remained treacherous. Unless one was on a paved road in town, the countryside was fraught with muddy terrain. Adequate lighting was necessary for their journey. 1 batteries could last several months without issue. Yang Miaoyun pedaled alongside, while Chen Shuai's speed was notably brisk. Even on a bicycle, one had to exert considerable effort to keep pace with him. They had barely left the village when Chen Shuai reconsidered his decision. With darkness enveloping them, riding in the 3-wheeled cart felt considerably safer. This approach not only hindered their speed, but also necessitated Chen Shuai to slow down for her sake. Initially, Neither of them had anticipated this predicament, but as they proceeded, the flaw became apparent. Chen Shuai had to tilt his head to allow the light to illuminate her path. Yang Miaoyun's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. What had begun as a desire to assist had inadvertently become a source of inconvenience. Is this feasible? Might it be too time-consuming? Chen Shuai steadied the cart. What waste is there in this? It's merely a matter of 3 to 5 minutes. With that, he turned the cart around and returned home to store it. Chapter 49. I can weigh fish. You just need to repair the bicycle. This diversion cost them 10 minutes. Nevertheless, a joyful smile adorned Chen Shuai's face. He was entirely against Yang Miaoyun riding over. The darkness made it exceedingly inconvenient. After locking the bicycle in the yard, Yang Miaoyun's face turned crimson. I am truly sorry. I intended to assist you, yet this has delayed us. However, Chen Shuai remained enthusiastic, gesturing toward the cart. No need to rush. We still have ample time. He arranged for her to sit in the cart, and only then did he prepare to set off. With no worries weighing on his mind and the headlight illuminating the way, Chen Shuai pedaled vigorously, turning the wheels with great effort. This large 3-wheeled cart could easily match the speed of a bicycle. Chen Shuai took the main road. There were few heavy vehicles heading into the city, and the pavement was quite decent. Yang Miaoyun dared not disturb him, and their conversation remained sparse throughout the journey. At last, they reached a well-lit area with a concrete surface. The tricycle glided along effortlessly, even with a passenger, and time was not wasted. Chen Shuai pedaled swiftly, and Yang Miaoyun found it impossible to assist with her feet. They did not return home, but went straight to their usual spot. Once the vehicle was steady, Chen Shuai wiped the sweat from his brow. He opened the compartment and took out another large basin, sorting the fish by size. Since he wouldn't be returning home today, breakfast naturally would not be prepared. It was not a matter of inconsistency. Rather, the catch was simply too abundant to manage. Now that daylight had arrived, pedestrians began to populate the streets. 2 stools were placed in front of Yang Miaoyun. Today, they would not be selling breakfast. Her only task was to handle the money. The morning's focus would be on repairing the tricycle and selling fish. With fewer items to manage, Yang Miaoyun felt a sense of relief, while others engaged in singular pursuits. Chen Shuai's multifaceted responsibilities surely left him weary. Pouting her adorable lips, she declared, I'll help you catch and weigh the fish. I promise not to hinder you. You can just focus on repairing the tricycle. 2 tasks are enough. Too much truly is exhausting. For the one she cherished. Yang Miaoyun did not wish for him to be overly fatigued. Chen Shuai shook his head, expressing his discontent. That won't do. From now on, I want to ensure a better life for you and our child. Breakfast would need to continue tomorrow, with new items to be added in the afternoon. Chen Shuai truly was a jack of all trades. She could not fathom when he had learned to prepare breakfast. A whirlwind of emotions swirled within her, but after a moment of contemplation, she looked at Chen Shuai with unwavering conviction. I believe in you. My husband is undoubtedly the most exceptional. Chen Shuai immediately seized upon the topic with a look of triumph. Trust me, then give me a chance. Tomorrow, I shall resign. Would you not want to join me in entrepreneurship to forge our beautiful future? This statement struck a chord with Yang Miaoyun, who was, of course, willing. If she had not been, she would not have married him in the first place, nor would she have selflessly contributed for so many years. In that moment, she felt proud of her discernment. Her husband was indeed the finest man in the world. After a prolonged hesitation, Yang Miaoyun finally nodded. How could she be anything but grateful for her beloved's ambition? Thank you, my dear wife. Chen Shuai exclaimed joyfully, turning suddenly to embrace Yang Miaoyun and kiss her. This occurred on a bustling street, and although it was still early with few onlookers, such an act felt inappropriate. You're really too much, dear. It's utterly embarrassing. If others see us, I couldn't possibly show my face. Although Yang Miaoyun had attended high school and possessed a relatively open mindset compared to many, she still felt the weight of his affection in such a public display. However, to engage in such public displays of affection and flirtation is truly beyond my capabilities. Her once fair complexion now glows with a hue reminiscent of ripe autumn apples and succulent mountain peaches. The warmth radiates from her ears, neck, and even her entire being. Although she has not entirely relinquished her feelings for Chen Shuai, the two have not shared a bed or indulged in intimate moments during this period. Their recent interactions have ignited a fervor akin to a fiery romance, where even a brief separation feels like a renewed marriage. The sweet taste of love lingers in their hearts. Observing Yang Miaoyun's bashful demeanor, Chen Shuai feels elated, infused with vitality. He carries his repair tools with him, and with a small basin, he scoops some water directly from the fish. The fish are sorted into 2 basins. This time, only eels are brought in a metal bucket, as the rest have already been kept at home for personal consumption. Just as preparations are complete, business begins to flourish. Two women approach the stall. Boss, we were here yesterday. Why are there no breakfast items today? One requests a crucian carp. These eels look excellent. How much per pound? I'll take two. One purchases a carp while the other is drawn to the eels. Young Miaoyun greets them with a bright smile. Hello, let me weigh the crucian carp for you. Swiftly, she scoops up a carp according to the customer's request. Chen Shuai has already weighed the two eels as per the customer's needs. The price of the eels is slightly higher, reaching $1.50. The weight of these two large eels exceeds a pound, totaling $2, which is rather expensive. The wild eels appear exceptionally splendid, with their golden bodies signifying their nutritious value. After receiving the payment, Chen Shuai pulls out a few strands of straw, deftly tying them together to receive the fish from Yang Miaoyun's net. The total weight is 2 pounds at 80 cents per pound, amounting to $1.60. Chen Shuai provides ample change. Two young men with bicycles approach, one with a broken chain and the other missing a pedal. Chen Shuai presents new pedals. A pair costs $1.50. Do you wish to replace them? The price is relatively high, but without the replacement, continuing to ride is impossible. One bike still has a functioning pedal, albeit worn, but the other must be replaced entirely. He has already inquired at other shops where the cost is $1.70. Repairing the chain is more affordable, only costing 70 cents. As Chen Shuai works, Yang Miaoyun begins selling fish. The repairs for both bicycles are completed in merely 3 to 4 minutes, showcasing their efficiency. A fish has just been sold, and before he could assist, several others inquire about breakfast. Witnessing their disappointed departures brings Chen Shuai joy, proving that his breakfast offerings have garnered public acclaim. Before he can weigh the fish, more women approach, asking about breakfast and fried dough sticks. As he weighs the fish, Chen Shuai apologetically remarks, I'm sorry. We didn't sell breakfast this morning, but I promise we will tomorrow. Chapter 50. What defines excellence? A stack of money is a clear indicator in the subsequent inquiries. The number of individuals seeking breakfast was quite substantial, including several parents of children. Notably, a chubby little boy arrived early in the morning with his father. Upon seeing that Chen Shuai had not brought any fried dough sticks, his little eyes dimmed with disappointment. Big brother, are you not making breakfast again? Chen Shuai replied. I will resume tomorrow. Today, I was unable to fish in time. Can we wait here for tomorrow? If necessary, I will forego selling fish in the morning to prepare breakfast for you. Of course, this was merely a jest for the child. Given the substantial catch from the previous night, Chen Shuai felt compelled to sell a portion in the morning to alleviate his concerns over the fish's viability. Selling only half allowed the remaining fish to thrive in the large tank. Otherwise, the sheer number would make survival exceedingly difficult. The early morning brought forth a throng of vegetable buyers, all eager for freshness. The same held true for fish sales. The local repair shops were also bustling with activity. In this era, most families in the city had acquired bicycles. If your bike was functioning, inevitably, someone else's would be in disrepair. The lines for purchasing fish and repairing bicycles stretched long. Most of the fish caught by Chen Shuai weighed over a pound, with even the smallest fetching a price of 1 yuan. This delighted Yang Miaoyun, who weighed the fish, as selling them here felt significantly easier compared to her previous work at the machinery factory. There was no time for shyness. Chen Shuai's voice rang out as he called to the crowd. In this day and age, few possessed such business acumen, and his enthusiasm was contagious, compelling everyone to purchase fish. In addition to passers-by from neighboring villages, Yang Miaoyun observed individuals arriving in small cars to buy fish. To the ordinary folk, owning a car signified true affluence, especially in the few years since the market opened, with only a handful of models available, and their prices were exorbitant. Chen Shuai employed the same methods as the day before, simultaneously repairing bicycles while selling fish. Although Yang Miaoyun had grown increasingly adept, the sheer number of customers left her feeling somewhat flustered. She tirelessly scooped fish, utilizing 2 nets, allowing some patrons to catch their own. Chen Shuai efficiently weighed the fish, ensuring no time was wasted. Bicycles and tricycles arrived in succession, all promptly repaired at remarkable speed. Yang Miaoyun felt she was performing admirably, yet she did not pause for breath, scarcely finding time to converse. All the while, Chen Shuai engaged with the crowd, his calls ringing out with fervor. Initially, she believed herself to be exceptional, but witnessing Chen Shuai's prowess left her in profound admiration. The duration of fish sales was brief, lasting less than 2 hours. Eels are a delicacy that many people are still unfamiliar with. However, under the adept guidance of Chen Shuai, more than 30 eels have dwindled to just 2. The remarkable aspect is that this individual possesses the ability to instruct others on how to prepare them deliciously. Whether or not the veracity of his claims is known, the listeners are captivated by his words. Some patrons, having purchased fish, remain nearby to glean insights on how to cook them exquisitely. Approximately 200 pounds of fish have thus been sold, leaving young Miaoyun in disbelief. She observes that while others have sold a few fish within a day, their own fish have vanished in no time. Chen Shuai, with an air of pride, proclaims, "This is a necessity. All our fish are wild from the great river. Fish are immensely nutritious and beneficial for one's health." Regardless of the truth in Chen Shuai's assertions, young Miaoyun, as his wife, beams with joy. Unable to restrain herself, she reaches for her wallet, marveling at the thick wad of cash within. Doubt fills her mind as she contemplates its presence, yet she understands the importance of discretion. With 2 fingers, she tentatively prods the money, realizing that this wallet was borrowed from her family home. It belongs to young Yuan, typically used for everyday purposes, and has only seen the light of day a couple of times. The fashionable leather bag, complemented by a strap around her neck, is something Chen Shuai does not possess. Nor does she. Holding the wallet fills her with a sense of pride, exuding the demeanor of a proprietress. She hums a cheerful tune while glancing at the contents and then surveying the street, wary of revealing her substantial sum of money. Across the way, several vendors have set up shop, having arrived the previous day after witnessing Chen Shuai's success. 3 sell vegetables, 1 offers daily necessities, and 2 deal in fabrics. If the road were not so narrow, their stalls would likely occupy an even larger space. Look at their booming business. How sweet their words are. Just imagine their earnings for the day, they exclaim, not realizing that they too possess the potential for success. After all, their vegetable sales here surpass those in the market, and they find contentment in that. Yet, they ponder the sustainability of fish sales, questioning the availability of such a catch. The 3 vegetable vendors express their envy, having operated their businesses for 2 years without encountering such prosperity. It is not only them. Others in trade gaze enviously at the flourishing scene. Such success is indeed a source of admiration and jealousy. However, Chen Shuai, tall and imposing, remains unperturbed, even if someone were to seek trouble. He checks the clock. It is still quite early, now 7:20 a.m. Having skipped breakfast, he wonders if he is hungry. With the fish sold out and fewer vehicles needing repair, perhaps 50 or 60 remain. He decides that the morning's work is complete. "I'll return in the afternoon. You need not come back," he informs, satisfied with the early market's results. He retains a sense of confidence regarding their earnings. Young Miaoyun was drenched in sweat, busily gathering items, her face radiating a blissful smile. "No, that won't do. It's too exhausting for you to work alone. Let me assist you. It will ease the burden," she suggested. However, Chen Shuai held a different perspective and chose not to respond to her remark. Once they completed their tidying up and were about to depart, a woman on a bicycle halted in front of the stall. Upon inspecting the offerings, she noted that only 2 eel fish remained. "Boss, I came to buy fish yesterday, and today there are none?" Chen Shuai pointed to the empty basin, stating, "We ran out this morning, but we will have more in the afternoon. If you wish to have fish, feel free to return then." The woman appeared somewhat dissatisfied. "I wanted to buy a fish for lunch. The one I bought yesterday was truly delightful. I had hoped to purchase another since I have guests today." Chen Shuai, holding a bucket, recommended, "These eels are truly exceptional. They can be prepared in various ways, making them quite nutritious. If you desire, just offer me 1 yuan. Chapter 51. The daughter buys small butterflies. "You buy big butterflies, that won't do. I shall pay the correct price." "I was hoping you could teach me how to cook it deliciously," the woman insisted, unwilling to take advantage of Chen Shuai, seeking instead his guidance in preparing eel. As he packed the fish, he began to explain how to cook it, simplifying his instructions so she could easily remember them after just one hearing. There was no complexity, just the simplest and most flavorful cooking method. The woman nodded repeatedly, her face alight with joy. Initially reluctant to buy eel, feeling incapable of cooking fish, she now found herself thinking that 2 were indeed insufficient. She could already envision the delectable outcome of the dish. Within a span of 2 minutes, it seemed she had retained the essential information, promptly handing Chen Shuai 2 yuan. The nutritional value of eel is remarkably high, and it is seldom available in local markets. Regardless, the payment had to be settled appropriately. As of now, all the fish had been sold. Seeing young Miaoyun drenched in perspiration, Chen Shuai felt a pang of sympathy. "Let us close up shop and find a restaurant to dine," he suggested. Seated atop the tricycle, young Miaoyun shook her head. "Let us just cook at home. There is no need to eat out. It's hardly necessary to spend time eating out when we can be back before 9. It would be a waste given what we brought home yesterday. Let us hurry home." She feared that Chen Shuai might be tempted to indulge again in the blink of an eye, a thought that he was well aware of. "Very well, then, let us be on our way." Once everything was packed, Chen Shuai rode ahead. However, He did not travel far before stopping once more. This little shop was rather appealing. My daughter loves her long hair. Let us buy 2 small butterflies for her, and I shall get you a larger one as well. And for tying hair, we can't always use cloth strips. The place where Chen Shuai had paused was a women's store, stocked with a variety of items. Upon seeing such a lovely shop, young Miaoyun was reluctant to enter. Let us just buy 2 for the children, she said, unwilling to indulge further. Chen Shuai, however, did not grant her time to ponder. Taking her small hand, they hurried into the shop. This action flushed her cheeks with embarrassment. In this day and age, such openness was quite rare. The idea of holding hands in such a setting was almost unfathomable. Yang Miaoyun felt a surge of fear and pulled her hand away forcefully. If someone were to see them like this, it would surely be mortifying. Chen Shuai nearly burst into laughter. The 2 of them, still carrying the scent of fish, entered the store. On the shelves and at the stands were an array of various hairpins, leather straps, and an assortment of hair ornaments. In this era, these items were considered particularly fashionable and trendy accessories. Additionally, there were some gold and silver jewelry pieces. Though limited in quantity, the shop exuded an air of sophistication. There were no formal regulations regarding the scale of gold and silver jewelry stores at this time. Naturally, the prices of gold and silver were still reasonable, yet only a select few could afford them. Chen Shuai took a glance and mentally noted the items. If he were to buy today, his wife would surely disapprove. He could only resolve to return another day to purchase a set. Boss, I'll take a box of these hair ties, and these, and those several hair ornaments, he said. Then turned his gaze to the butterfly, dragonfly, and little bird designs. The variety was particularly rich, with styles that were far from what a rural vendor could offer. Without needing Yang Miaoyun's consent, Chen Shuai made the purchases. The 2 shared a remarkable understanding, yet after selecting a considerable number of items, Yang Miaoyun felt a twinge of regret. Fortunately, the prices were reasonable, as these were merely small adornments. Altogether, the total came to 3 yuan. All were diminutive items. And in the city, they were even cheaper than in the countryside. Chen Shuai paid, looking at the little treasures with a deep sense of satisfaction. Naturally, these were to be entrusted to Yang Miaoyun. Let us hurry home. We can't continue buying, he urged. With her persistent reminders, Chen Shuai reluctantly began to move. Once they had left the city, Yang Miaoyun finally felt at ease. Even if she desired to purchase more, there would be no opportunity. As they officially entered the dirt road, Chen Shuai suddenly halted and turned to look at the somewhat dazed Yang Miaoyun. Didn't you want to count how much money you had? Now you can see for yourself. Today's business had indeed been quite bustling. And Chen Shuai felt a surge of confidence. Yang Miaoyun quickly unzipped her purse and retrieved the money, counting 1 bill at a time and placing it inside until the last bill was accounted for, followed by the coins. Once she finished counting, she excitedly zipped up her purse. 158 yuan. My dear, you're quite the moneymaker, she exclaimed. The amount was exactly what Chen Shuai had anticipated, so he was not particularly surprised. Not bad, it's pretty much what I expected. Give me 20 yuan, you keep the rest, he replied. Yang Miaoyun shook her head. I'll give you 58 yuan. Didn't you say you needed to buy more supplies this afternoon? Let us set aside this money for now. Tomorrow we shall deposit it. Carrying too much cash on oneself feels particularly insecure, and Yang Miaoyun is not inclined to take such substantial risks. As they continue their journey, both individuals find their spirits considerably uplifted. Riding the empty vehicle proves to be quite effortless, and they are traveling 10 minutes faster than before. They are on their way to bring their precious child home. From a distance, the village comes into view, and Yang Miaoyun harbors a deep desire to reunite with her child. She is exceptionally well educated and refined. Now that she is part of the Chen family, it is imperative that her child does not remain in her mother's home indefinitely, regardless of how eager they may be to care for the child. Chen Shuai suggests bringing some fish and shrimp from home, but this proposal is promptly declined as there is no necessity for it. If the child were to suddenly consume such rich nutrition at an older age, it would undoubtedly be detrimental. Ultimately, it is a matter of reluctance to part with the child. With Chen Shuai's persuasion, she reluctantly agrees to some concessions. Upon returning home early in the morning, Chen Shuai's presence instills a sense of trepidation among the villagers. He has been exceptionally busy these past few days, leaving little time for communication and interaction with others. Nevertheless, upon encountering them, he greets each person with warmth, particularly the elders, with whom he maintains a respectful demeanor. Upon her return, Yang Miaoyun is also met with enthusiastic responses from the family. Once at home, they set down the large basin and retrieve 2 eels from the small tank, along with a plate of river shrimp. The 3-wheeled cart is used to wash the items with well water. Most importantly, Chen Shuai takes a shower and changes into fresh clothes. Already notably handsome, The new garments from the depths of the wardrobe enhance his appearance further. His demeanor, looks, and overall presence become strikingly impressive. The aura emanating from him captivates young Miaoyun, who finds herself transfixed by his beautiful eyes. Chapter 52. If we cannot consume it all, shall we take half to my father-in-law? What do you think? Brother, am I not quite handsome? Handsome as a cricket. Young Miaoyun dares not concede, for that would validate her previous infatuation. Chen Shuai suddenly leans in with a playful grin, saying, not handsome? If you think so, you wouldn't be so entranced. If I were exceptionally handsome, you might be utterly spellbound. Young Miaoyun's cheeks, already flushed, grow even redder as he makes this bold remark. Chen Shuai, in high spirits, reaches out to embrace her shoulders. All right, I won't tease you any longer. You should wipe off the sweat. Don't be stingy with your new dress. One outfit is simply not enough. We shall buy another tomorrow. Young Miaoyun, startled, springs away like a startled rabbit. One outfit is sufficient. We mustn't squander money. Besides, there is still a new dress from our wedding. That is ample attire. We must not waste money. Chen Shuai understands her sentiment perfectly. It is merely her reluctance to spend. This mindset must be altered. After all, returning to her family in the morning calls for a clean and neat appearance. As Chen Shuai pondered what to have for breakfast that morning, the familiar calls of vendors selling tofu and cold noodles echoed outside. He stepped out of his door and, raising his voice, shouted for the tofu seller. His call was heard from afar, and a cheerful response came back. Coming. Within a minute. A man riding a Phoenix bicycle hurriedly approached, his bike laden with handmade racks holding 2 baskets of tofu and 2 bowls each of white and gray cold noodles. In his hands, Chen Shuai held 2 small bowls. Tofu and cold noodles were priced at 30 cents each, with a request for half of each type. The vendor, beaming with delight, obliged. With a swift slice of his knife, he presented a generous portion, weighing a total of 2 pounds on a tall scale. The cold noodles were priced similarly. Once the tofu and cold noodles were cut, the vendor generously topped the tofu with a large spoonful of spicy red chili sauce. While the cold noodles were dressed with soy sauce, aged vinegar, chopped green chilies, and minced garlic, all mixed together. The 2 small bowls were filled to the brim. After paying, Chen Shuai carried the tofu and noodles back inside, and then stepped out again, waiting for something. In 5 or 6 minutes, vendors selling sesame pancakes and 8 treasure porridge arrived in succession. These 2 items were also reasonably priced, totaling 50 cents. How can we possibly eat all this? Young Miaoyun remarked, concerned as she watched Chen Shuai bring in such a bounty. Let us divide it in half and send some to your father-in-law. They promptly sat down to share the food. The amount was indeed too much for them to consume alone. Young Miaoyun looked at Chen Shuai with a radiant smile. No woman could resist appreciating her husband's thoughtfulness towards her family. With a blush on her cheeks, she lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Chen Shuai savored his meal, occasionally serving tofu to young Miaoyun. These 2 dishes were his childhood favorites, and they had also brought him considerable fortune in his past life. Eat more. I've devoured 5 or 6 pieces, and you haven't even finished one. Young Miaoyun teased, feigning annoyance. I can't eat as quickly as you. I've had enough. You finish the rest, she insisted, pushing aside a sesame pancake, 3 or 4 pieces of tofu, and 2 cold noodles. Having gone to bed late the previous night and rising early, Chen Shuai had been exerting himself since around 3 or 4 in the morning. By 5 or 6, he was already hungry. Regardless of what it was, he devoured his food ravenously. In less than 2 minutes, he had cleaned his plate. He swiftly collected the dishes and washed them in the well, returning inside to pack the remaining half into a plastic bag. Setting off, the time was now 9:15. On this trip back, young Miaoyun rode her father's bicycle. It was essential to return it home. Chen Shuai also had a bike. Nearly new but with a broken chain and a flat back tire, which he would have to repair upon returning home. The 2 villages were only 300 or 400 meters apart. After a few minutes of leaving the village, they arrived at Yangjia village. Chen Shuai had never visited this place before. Today, he donned a rather dapper outfit, captivating the attention of the young maidens and widows alike. Young Miaoyun was dressed elegantly, exuding an ethereal grace. Her beautiful dress made her resemble a noble fairy princess. Such a perfect match of talent and beauty truly inspired envy in many hearts. Upon encountering familiar elders, Chen Shuai called out with a voice even louder than young Miaoyun's. The entire village now questioned whether Chen Shuai had once been a rogue and a heartbreaker. Yet here they were, 2 souls deeply in love. Inseparable, as if they had stepped out of a fairy tale. Countless families looked on with envy, and many young maidens felt their hearts flutter. Meanwhile, several single men lamented, yearning to wed and find a partner. As they approached the entrance, their 2 daughters, playing joyfully, ran towards them with open arms, exclaiming, "Daddy, Mommy." Just as young Miaoyun reached out to embrace her daughters, the little ones dashed straight into Chen Shuai's arms. This was the first time they had expressed such excitement to be held by him. Chen Shuai enveloped them in a warm embrace, experiencing the profound bond of fatherhood for the first time. His eyes sparkled with joy and love as he beheld them. What was this? Collecting his emotions, he looked at his daughters with tender affection. Jelly, tang sing meat. The two little girls bounced with glee, holding their treasures. These were nostalgic treats from a bygone era, crafted with care and devoid of excessive additives. Their grandmother had bought these for them a couple of times, leaving a lasting impression. The little girls, wise beyond their years, each took a jelly and a packet of tang sung meat, joyfully breaking free from Chen Shuai's embrace and chattering as they ran into the courtyard. Yang Miaoyun playfully chided, "Just indulge them. But dear, little girls shouldn't be this mischievous, or else they may struggle to find suitors in the future." Upon entering the courtyard, she found her parents at home. Chen Shuai placed the eel and river shrimp he had brought into a basin of water, while the tofu and cold noodles were set on the table inside. The sight of his son-in-law bringing gifts brightened Yang Yuanjing's expression considerably. He had come to realize that Chen Shuai had indeed turned over a new leaf, which finally brought a smile to his face. Before he could speak, Yang Miaoyun interjected. "Today, I will take the two of them home. Tomorrow, I will resign from my job at the factory. When things get busy, my mother can help take care of them." Yang Miaoyun's sudden decision to take the children was not unexpected. Although they were their granddaughters, it was not feasible for them to stay long-term. Even if they were willing, others might gossip about their son-in-law. "All right, your mother has no pressing matters. She can visit when she has the time." Zhang Shufin's face was filled with reluctance, yet she nodded in agreement. "Let it be so. They can spend the day here, and you can take them home in the afternoon." In the past, there was nothing amiss, yet one feared the mockery of others. "Chen Shuai, what do you think?" Chapter 53. Instead of returning home, let us take you to our fields. With a face full of respect, Chen Shuai replied earnestly, "Mother, you are absolutely right. We were indeed lacking in consideration. You, esteemed elder, speak the truth." Hearing these words filled her heart with joy, her brows knitting together in delight as she gazed lovingly at Chen Shuai. Yang Miaoyun, however, felt quite helpless at the rapidity of this change in attitude. Initially looking down upon them, she now regarded them as treasures. The two young girls, upon hearing they could return home, leapt with joy. Having not visited their own abode for quite some time, they immediately began clamoring to prepare for their departure. The children had little to pack. As they would return the next day, Yang Yuanzheng, ever considerate, fetched two small stools, thoughtfully placing cloth atop them. Without needing assistance, the two girls stepped onto the stools and climbed into the tricycle, which was lined with a clean woven bag. Their little legs pedaled excitedly, finding this mode of transport far more comfortable than a bicycle. After 5 minutes, the family of 4 emerged from their home, leaving Yang Yuanzheng and his wife behind, faces etched with reluctance, only returning once the tricycle was out of sight. All the while, Tian and Yuan were elated, bouncing about in the vehicle like two adorable little rabbits. Observing their mother's joy, Chen Shuai felt a profound sense of happiness. With all the commotion, it was already past 9:30. At this hour, many had gone to work in the fields. "Shall we visit our fields? We have planted a great deal of vegetables. Perfect for pulling some out," he suggested. Yang Miaoyun, with a resigned pout, countered that while vegetables were indeed planted, they had never tended to them, and the weeds had overtaken the crops. With a sigh, she remarked, "I have pulled weeds a few times, but now I wonder if I can even see the vegetables." Chen Shuai, with a proud smirk, declared, "That is a certainty. This plot was set aside specifically for that purpose." Yang Miaoyun stifled a giggle, leaning in to whisper to her beloved children, which prompted Tian and Yuan to burst into laughter. Chen Shuai could no longer contain himself. "Are you mocking your father? That is not a commendable habit." As the family cheerfully approached the field, they found it was not large, with most villagers tending to their own gardens nearby. Chen Shuai possessed 3 mu of land here. From a distance, they could see several villagers pulling weeds. This piece of land was indeed crucial, as the village contained a total of 6 plots, with the others cultivated with rice, wheat, corn, soybeans, and sorghum. As they drew closer, they recognized 2 familiar figures, Chen Shuai's own relatives. "Auntie, uncle, are you here too?" Upon hearing Chen Shuai's voice, they straightened up. "Ah, it's Chen Shuai. What brings you here today? We just finished weeding your family's plot. You should have come to see." It is evident that the two of them are somewhat dissatisfied. For them, engaging in a bit of labor is not an issue. It is merely Chen Shuai's circumstances that evoke their sympathy. However, his wife remains indifferent, leaving them at a loss for words. Nonetheless, there is an unsettling feeling in the air today, as it seems they have seen Chen Shuai more frequently in recent days. Previously, he would only return home after several days, yet now it appears he is almost reluctant to leave. Chen Shuai, accompanied by the children, instructs them on what they should call him, which brings immense joy to the two elders. Annie, may I borrow your sickle for a moment? After borrowing the sickle from her, Chen Shuai skillfully harvested 3 large bundles of chives. There are not many in the vicinity who cultivate chives. While chives stir-fried with eggs are delicious, they are too precious to consume frequently. A couple of times of light stir-frying is acceptable, but daily consumption becomes tiresome. In this area, Chen Shuai is the sole grower of chives, allowing for a steady supply throughout the year. Whenever someone desires some, they simply come over with a sickle to cut a handful. Thus, there is no issue with weeds, and everyone often assists with fertilizing and watering. Even when not at home, the chives flourish remarkably well. Other vegetables, however, remain untouched, as they require replanting each year. Peppers, eggplants, ginger, taro, peanuts, and so forth. Chen Shuai adeptly bundled the chives after cutting a handful of grass. He retrieved several bags from the vehicle and gathered a generous handful of green peppers. The eggplants were not large. He managed to find only 3 or 4 among more than 20 plants. As for whether others had picked them, Chen Shuai did not inquire. He often spends time away from home, allowing everyone to freely harvest the vegetables. Remember to remind me when it's time to harvest the wheat, Annie, he said before taking his leave. The sun in the sky had gradually begun to rise, and Chen Shuai wished to shield his daughter from its rays. However, the 2 little girls were exceedingly excited, frequently accompanying their grandmother to the fields. The family of 4 returned to the village amidst envious gazes from others. A few men could not help but comment, they truly have a fortunate life, indulging in luxuries for a lifetime. This sentiment holds some truth. Yet one cannot help but notice that he seems to have changed. It is not merely a feeling. I saw Chen Shuai in the city yesterday. Can you guess what he was doing? What was he doing? He was selling fish and repairing bicycles. Thus, his transformation appears to be genuine. Being from the same village, it is impossible to conceal any matters. The villagers were genuinely astonished. This seemingly laid-back man has surprisingly become so industrious. While those at home cultivate the land can merely say they won't go hungry, engaging in business is an entirely different matter. With sufficient luck, one could indeed strike it rich. Some confirmed this, watching Chen Shuai as he walked away, truly envious of his fortune. After languishing for so long, he still enjoys such good fortune. Perhaps this is what fate has in store for us. Upon returning home, Miaoyun observed the wild grass growing everywhere. Changing into a fresh outfit, she promptly set about pulling the weeds. Although it has been nearly ravaged by Chen Shuai, it still appears rather desolate. The grass here can be gradually tended to, but the pressing concern is to weave fish traps, which can catch fish and shrimp that nets cannot. Chen Shuai has gathered all the bamboo in the yard. Upon seeing him busy at work, Tian and Yuan rushed in, curious to observe. The 2 little ones crouched eagerly to watch. From a distance, this is faster than a knife. Daddy will make you a small trap. Okay, that sounds wonderful. Tian exclaimed. My sister and I will just watch. Tian, the elder sister, was particularly well-behaved and sensible. Following his vision, Chen Shuai's hands moved deftly among the bamboo, and soon a round shape began to take form. He also crafted 2 small glasses, which, when placed on the girls' faces, made them look even more adorable. Outside, young Miaoyun had spent more than half an hour pulling weeds, and when she entered, drenched in sweat, she found the 3 of them happily chatting together. Chen Shuai had already fashioned a brand new fish trap. There wasn't much grass in the yard, and it could be easily pulled. You 3 seem quite leisurely here, he remarked. As the sun rose, he urged them to hurry inside. Although there stood a jujube tree, a pomegranate tree, and 3 ginkgo trees in the yard, the heat was still quite significant. Chen Shuai, engrossed in weaving, had not noticed the rising temperature until Yang Miaoyun pointed it out. He finally looked up at the sun hanging high in the sky. Quickly, let us go inside and cool off, he urged, picking up more bamboo himself. In chapter 54, the beautiful little butterfly, Daddy cooks the best. Chen Shuai had woven 4 fish traps by 11:30 a.m. and decided to stop. Look at Daddy. So focused on making fish traps that I forgot to prepare lunch for you. He turned and pulled 2 bags of snacks from the table for them. This caused young Miaoyun, who had just come in, to voice her discontent. How could you forget again? Snacks should be eaten sparingly. Besides caring for the children, she noted that buying snacks regularly incurs significant expenses. Chen Shuai lovingly stroked his daughter's hair and suddenly remembered that he had not given them the hair accessories he bought. Are the large butterflies and dragonflies still in the car? Yang Miaoyun had also forgotten, but upon hearing him, she recalled. Yes, they're still in the car. Look at my head. At home, there was only one oscillating fan. The current temperature was bearable, and if one did not exert themselves too much, they would hardly break a sweat. In the center of the main room, the exposed rebar was intended for hanging the electric fan. Chen Shuai first turned on the oscillating fan, causing the children to jump around and sweat. Young Miaoyun entered with the hair accessories, and the two girls joyfully rushed towards her. "Mommy, what are these? They look so beautiful. Please show me. Are these for wearing in my hair?" As the bag was opened, the two little ones became even more excited. The small butterfly was exceptionally beautiful, adorned with a splendid headpiece. To their eyes, it resembled a vibrant and exquisite flower. Such a stunning bloom, perched atop their heads, naturally enhanced their charm. The lifelike butterflies, held in their hands, captivated their hearts. "Do not rush, do not snatch," cautioned their mother. "We shall all have one. Let me adorn you." The two girls, unable to contain their eagerness, were quickly restrained by Yang Miaoyun. At that moment, the clasp was quite firm. A moment's carelessness could lead to a hurt finger. Chen Shuai intervened, and with Sweet and Yuan separated, the three of them were at ease. "Next time, be cautious, or you shall face your mother's wrath," he warned, as he picked up the lovely little butterflies, assisting them in putting them on. Two beautiful headpieces replaced the earlier fabric strips. The little skirts were already delightful, and now, with the addition of the lovely floral butterflies, they resembled princesses emerging from a garden of blossoms. Chen Shuai held up a mirror, his gaze reluctant to part from the reflection. "Beautiful, truly magnificent," he exclaimed. "You two should take a good look, lest you become enchanted yourselves." He handed the mirror to the trio while he took hold of the 4 woven fish traps. After tidying up the shrimp and cutting off the shells with pliers, he decided to pick some greens to steam with the rice. "I'll drop these off and return in about 13 or 14 minutes, he said. He placed the fish traps in the vehicle and prepared to leave. Sweet and Yuan dashed out after him, calling, "Daddy, Daddy, we want to come too." Their sweet, melodic voices were heartwarming. Chen Shuai shook his head and promptly declined. "No, the riverside is too dangerous. I will return after dropping these off. You two help your mother with the hollow vegetables and sort the river shrimp." Seeing their father's resolute demeanor, the girls reluctantly acquiesced. Chen Shuai rode his tricycle directly to the riverbank outside the village. The tranquil river surface rippled in gentle waves. If it were a Sunday, children around 10 years old would be fishing here, but now, with school in session, the area was deserted. Choosing a suitable spot, Chen Shuai lowered the fish traps one by one. After inspecting them, he found all to be secure, without any signs of tampering. Only then did he relax, feeling satisfied with his concealment skills. He then turned his bicycle around and headed home. Upon returning, the trio was still busy sorting river shrimp. Seeing Chen Shuai, Sweet and Yuan rushed over to greet him. "Leave it to me. You just need to steam the rice," he said, noticing Yang Miaoyun drenched in sweat, yet still with a pile of shrimp left to process. "Steaming the rice is simpler. Mother will handle that while we assist Dad with the shrimp," they declared, bringing small stools to sit beside Chen Shuai. Compared to Yang Miaoyun, Chen Shuai worked with remarkable speed. Dealing with the shrimp heads and tails, he effortlessly extracted the veins, processing each river shrimp in mere seconds. Having gifted 1/3 to her father-in-law, a substantial portion remains. In just 5 minutes, the shrimp were prepared. The two little girls whispered among themselves in front of Chen Shuai, aware that the faster their father worked, the sooner they could indulge in the feast. Next came the cleaning of the snails, which, having soaked in fresh water for so long, were covered in mud and algae. After several washes, their shells became relatively smooth. Using pliers, Chen Shuai deftly snipped a small hole at the back of each snail, though villagers also enjoyed them. Their method was rather rudimentary, simply boiling them in water and then picking them out with a needle for stir-frying with chives or chili, or for braising in various styles. Such methods, while decent in flavor, were rather cumbersome. With a series of swift snips, Chen Shuai worked with remarkable speed, finishing a small plate of snails in no time. They danced within the plastic container, and any remaining mud was thoroughly washed away. After several rinses, they were set aside for later use. The watercress was cleaned and chopped, draining in a colander. Dried chili was cut into segments, while garlic paste, Sichuan pepper, star anise, and bay leaves were all prepared. At this juncture, Yang Miaoyun had tidied the yard. After washing her hands and face, she inquired if she should start the fire. With preparations complete, a meal would be ready in about 5 minutes. As her assistant, Yang Miaoyun had scrubbed the pot clean. With smoke rising from the pan, Chen Shuai added oil, followed by dried chili and some garlic and scallions. After sautéing, he tossed in the watercress, which was a simple dish prepared swiftly. A bit of salt was added, and after a quick stir-fry, it was ready to be served. The flames beneath the stove crackled on, as he cleaned the pot once more and added oil again, letting the dried pepper, star anise, and chili paste released their fragrant aroma. He poured in soy sauce, Chinese vinegar, cooking wine, and sugar, then introduced the river shrimp for a quick stir-fry. The shrimp rapidly transformed to a vibrant red. A pinch of salt and some starch were added, followed by a drizzle of oil before serving. The condiments, such as cooking wine and starch, were recent purchases by Chen Shuai, utilized by some urban residents. However, country folk were usually reluctant to spend such money. Yang Miaoyun watched intently, aware of the exquisite flavors these condiments could impart. Such delicious seasoning, it goes without saying, will surely taste exceptional. It smells divine. Dad, you really are remarkable. The little girls, astute and sweet, knew the right words to say at this moment. Their innocent, melodious voices melted Chen Shuai's heart. Chapter 55. Washing little hands. A struggle continues. After cleaning the small pot, the final dish awaited. The two little ones, having showered their father with flattery, followed the moving plates. The enticing aroma of the river shrimp wafted throughout the courtyard. The gentle breeze carries a refreshing ambience through the air. Everyone is indulging in a rather bland diet, primarily composed of vegetables. Throughout the year, the aroma of meat is a rarity, leaving the neighbors with expressions filled with bitterness. Which family does not have children? And which child is not tempted by the allure of delectable treats? At this age, children do not attend kindergarten. They typically begin school between the ages of 7 and 9. Boys and girls of this age are abundant in every household. For the common folk, the only time they savor rich foods is during the New Year festivities. While the girls may endure this deprivation, the boys are nearly all beset by cravings. A few boys from the neighboring houses, keenly aware of their parents' momentary lapses, stealthily slip out. They quickly follow the enticing aroma until they arrive at Chen Shuai's doorstep. The door swings open, allowing the cool breeze to flow in during the daylight hours. A handful of children crouch at the entrance, peering inside. In the kitchen, the final dish is being prepared. The river snails are cooked without removing their shells. The three daughters gaze in astonishment. It is time to wash their hands and eat. If they delay, noon will soon arrive. Tian and Yuan have already perched themselves on their little stools, discreetly savoring a few bites. Upon seeing Chen Shuai approach with a small plate, one shifts to make space while the other moves her stool. He sets down the plate containing the last dish, the uniquely flavored snails. Now, it's time to wash their hands and prepare for the meal. The two little girls giggle, indicating they are ready. However, Chen Shuai remains skeptical of their eagerness. If their father did not witness it, they ought to wash again. Yuan pouts, a picture of feigned innocence. Daddy, you didn't see. How can you know I haven't wash my hands? Chen Shuai playfully pokes her little nose with his finger. Having been a child himself, he is well acquainted with their tricks and understands their thoughts. They should not even think about deceiving him, for he would certainly impose a punishment if they did. Upon hearing about the potential punishment, Tian jumps up excitedly, chattering, I just remembered, I haven't wash my hands. She dashes away as if she might leap into the wash basin. Observing her sister's enthusiasm, Yuan begrudgingly admits her own oversight, pouting, I'm sorry, Daddy. I washed my hands when I came back, but not now. You're the best daddy. You want to be angry, right? The little girl employs a strategic appeal to her father's affections. Chen Shuai lifts her into his arms. Of course, I want to be angry. If I were to be angry every day, wouldn't that drive me to madness? Yuan's timely admission of her mistake makes her his adorable little treasure. Let us wash our hands together and see who can make them the cleanest. He gently sets her down and squats to hold both of their tiny hands. With tender care, he washes them, eliciting giggles as the ticklish sensation makes them laugh heartily. Their melodious laughter resonates like the delightful chirping of fledgling sparrows, filling the air with a sweet, enchanting sound. Within the confines of the home, Yang Miaoyun swept both indoors and outdoors, and upon encountering the trio of father and daughters, she felt a profound sense of contentment and happiness. Her lovely cheeks blossomed with joy. She retrieved a towel from the clothesline, addressing the three rascals. Are you washing your hands or playing with water? Hurry and wash up for dinner. The food will soon cool. Sweet and Yuan were initially engaged in washing their hands, but soon tumbled up, abandoning their task. Their tiny hands flailed about energetically, heedless of the splashes that went astray. We're having prawns. We're having prawns. The allure of the meal eclipsed the need for cleanliness. The notion that one who neglects to eat promptly must be lacking in sense rang true in their case. However, before they could rush to the table, Yang Miaoyun intercepted them with a fierce glare, resolutely blocking their advance. You must dry your hands first, or no one is permitted to eat. Faced with their mother's formidable stance, the two little girls wore expressions of dismay, as if they had suffered a great injustice. They felt starved and reasoned that since they would soon dry off, there was no need to wipe their hands. Sister is absolutely right. Let us just sit and eat while it dries, they thought. Meanwhile, Chen Shuai chuckled nearby, washing his hands before sitting down to peel a large river prawn. The mere scent of the delicacy was enough to set their appetites aflame. As the prawn shell slipped from his fingers, the tantalizing aroma intensified. Gurgle, gurgle, protested their little bellies. They could hardly bear it any longer and eagerly extended their small hands for their mother to wipe them clean. With their bright, curious eyes darting around, Sweet exclaimed, "Here I come for the prawns." She was the first to break free of her mother's grasp, dashing forward. Having never tasted prawns before, Yuan followed closely behind, anxious that her sister might snatch an extra piece. Chen Shuai was adept at peeling prawns. By the time they had their hands dried, he had already prepared 4 or 5 succulent morsels. The pristine white prawn meat exuded an intoxicating fragrance. Once peeled, he placed the delectable pieces into their small black bowls. Sweet and Yuan, unable to contain their excitement, wasted no time. The exquisite flavor of the prawn was irresistible. Rather than using chopsticks, they simply reached out with their small, delicate hands and brought the prawn meat to their mouths. "Daddy, it's so delicious, even better than ribs. So fragrant, really scrumptious. Mommy, hurry and sit down. Daddy is starting to distribute the prawns." As the pile of prawn meat grew, Chen Shuai set out 3 bowls, one designated for Yang Miaoyun. With happiness swelling in her heart, Yang Miaoyun took her seat, having washed her hands with the water used by the 3 of them. "I can peel them myself. You can enjoy your meal without fear of anyone snatching it away," she reassured them. "Just look at how you've lost the image of a refined young lady. Do not touch anything indiscriminately, especially your faces, and certainly not your eyes," Yang Miaoyun admonished gently from the side. She was certainly uneasy about eating. Feeling the need to supervise closely, Chen Shuai smiled at her, saying, "You should eat. I can take care of their meals." Both bowls were brimming with shrimp. It was unclear where Chen Shuai had procured the iron needle, but he took it and began to extract the meat with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, he had already picked out dozens. When he glanced up at Yang Miaoyun, she still hadn't touched her chopsticks. He remarked, "Aren't you going to start eating? And this is how you enjoy the snail." With that, he picked up a snail, slurping the meat into his mouth while leaving the rest inside the shell. In Chapter 56, the shrimp proved to be truly delectable, surpassing even the taste of ribs. Under the urging of the 2, Yang Miaoyun finally picked up her chopsticks. She was reluctant to indulge in the shrimp, having already decided to leave them for Chen Shuai and their daughter. There were plenty of snails today, so she thought to eat a few. After a moment's hesitation, she reached for a snail, sucking it in with force, savoring the meat, and biting off the remainder, which remained in the shell. She had tasted snails once in high school, but they had not been as fragrant as Chen Shuai's. Upon tasting the snail meat, the flavor was instantly distinct, sweet, salty, spicy, and numbing. It was a symphony of colors, aromas, and tastes, a delightful amalgamation of sensations. She closed her eyes in bliss, her taste buds slowly awakening to this exquisite experience. Before she could open her eyes, a piece of shrimp was placed in her mouth by Chen Shuai, who looked at her tenderly. Tian and Yuan were indulging, their mouths glistening with shrimp oil, their hands and arms smeared with it. This was after the shrimp had been peeled. Had they done it themselves, they would have been entirely covered in oil. Yang Miaoyun took small bites, the freshness of the river shrimp causing her elegant eyebrows to arch in delight. It was delicious, truly delicious. She had never witnessed him cooking before and was keen to know how he managed to create such amazing flavors. His culinary skills surpassed even those of the village chefs. "Stop staring at them. You should eat too." Watching Chen Shuai dote on the 2 girls made Yang Miaoyun feel a twinge of jealousy. The little ones had barely eaten a few bites, yet their bellies were full to the point of discomfort. Even with the abundance of river shrimp, they had not consumed much. "I can't eat anymore," Yuan whimpered, though her little hands still reached for another bite. Tian echoed her sentiment, feeling equally stuffed. They had truly overindulged. Unlike many fathers, Chen Shuai did not reprimand them, for he believed the notion of eating until one was 7/10 full was nonsense. In the eyes of rural children, one must at least be 9/10 full, while adults must achieve a fullness of 12/10. Without sufficient sustenance, one cannot move. After a long day of toil, recovery is simply unattainable. How can the body possess strength when it is not satiated? The so-called scholars, in their discourse, often display ignorance of the hardships faced by the common folk. Elevated in their lofty positions, they are, in truth, inconsequential. With hands so greased, it is imperative to wash them thoroughly with soap, ensuring that no stains mar the clothing. They are permitted to indulge, yet certain essential matters must be clearly articulated. "Oh, we are unable to move now. We must wash our hands shortly," they declare. We certainly will not wipe our hands on such lovely garments, which we have hardly worn twice. The skirts they don are cherished, and the sight of their tiny hands raised high, handled with utmost care, is truly delightful. It elicits uncontrollable laughter. Thus, they must be guided to wash their hands first, to prevent any mishaps from their raised hands. Chen Shuai continues to peel shrimp, skillfully placing 4 or 5 into Yang Miaoyun's bowl. No need, truly. I can peel shrimp myself. You should eat what you have peeled, she insists. Chen Shuai shakes his head. He feels no need to peel. Instead, he grasps a whole shrimp and devours it whole. The sound of the shell cracking is audible to the 3 ladies present. The 2 young girls immediately affirm their stance. Father is truly impressive. He can eat shrimp directly. My goodness, does he have scissors in his mouth? If not for their mother's watchful gaze, Tian and Yuan would have clapped and cheered. Under Chen Shuai's watchful eyes, Yang Miaoyun savors the shrimp meat, and their family revels in their meal. Meanwhile, a small creature curled up at their doorstep is tantalized by the aroma. After 3 or 4 minutes, the parents of the children arrive. It is commonplace for rural children to venture out to play. After some time, a few casual calls are made to summon them. However, since they are still young, their parents search for them. Upon witnessing the scene, the outcome is predictably harsh. The cries from outside prompt Chen Shuai, who is satiated, to finally glance outside. Whether the parents are just now aware or have known all along, they remain silent about it. Upon seeing the group of children, Chen Shuai understands their purpose. With 8 or 9 river shrimp still remaining on the plate, he greets his aunts and neighbors with respect, acknowledging that he has contributed nothing to their village. His proactive greeting lightens their spirits somewhat. Yet, observing his unaccomplished children fills him with increasing ire. The more he looks, the more he wishes to discipline them. He grips his child's ear firmly, exclaiming, "Have you never seen food or felt thirst? Your unfortunate demeanor is a mirror of your father's. Go home, hurry home. With such behavior, how can you possibly excel in your studies? It is truly excessive. Does one truly wish to infuriate their mother?" In the face of such criticism, the young boys remained utterly unfazed. Their gaze was fixed intently upon the river shrimp on Chen Shuai's plate. We had not done much. These few river shrimp were merely a treat for the children. We were uncertain of the flavor we had created. Observing the children, even when faced with reprimands, their eyes remained steadfastly focused on the shrimp, indifferent to the opinions of the other parents. Without hesitation, one child divided the shrimp between 2. As for the thoughts of the others, Chen Shuai paid them no mind. The little ones were exceedingly forthright, receiving the shrimp with both laughter and tears. Young children, after all, do not know how to peel shrimp. They simply took bites directly. Sweet and Yuan, who had just arrived, could not bear to watch and covered their eyes. These brave older boys were indeed impressive. They devoured the shrimp whole, shells and all, just like their fathers. Of course, their fathers were even more remarkable, consuming them without batting an eye. After the first bite, the boys quickly moved on to the second, relishing the shrimp with great enthusiasm, finishing one after another with remarkable speed. The flavor was simply exquisite. They had never tasted anything so delightful in their lives. Only one boy was left with a shrimp, which he held up proudly before his mother. "Mother, this shrimp is truly delicious. You must try it." Such a considerate child made her reluctant to scold him. With a deeply moved expression, she remarked, "My dear brother, I apologize for making you the subject of ridicule." All he could think about was food. Chapter 57. My sister and I will help Dad earn money. Chen Shuai's face radiated with his infectious smile. Children ought to be lively and adorable. We are all good neighbors. Whenever the children crave meat, they should come to my house. Upon hearing this, the women felt a bit embarrassed. After polite exchanges, they took their children home. Father is truly amazing. Father is the best. Each child praised Chen Shuai, leaving him somewhat elated. He playfully pinched their little noses, saying, "You 2 little ones are quite the flatterers." Nevertheless, he loved hearing such words. With one child in each arm, he walked into the courtyard. "Wife, I'm heading out. You and the little ones stay home and wait for me. Please keep an eye on the snacks on the 8 immortals table. Do not allow them to steal too many." At the mention of snacks, Sweet and Yuan quickly covered their mouths, for just moments ago, they had secretly taken a few little twisted donuts. "It's not that I'm reluctant to share treats with you, but the sugar content is too high. If you eat too many, it won't be good for your teeth. One must control their intake of sweet delights. If you don't listen, your father will become upset." With a serious expression, Chen Shuai's demeanor caused the 2 girls to immediately concede. They promptly raised their little hands to swear an oath. Their earnest expressions were utterly adorable. Beside her, Yang Miaoyun was equally astonished, exclaiming in utter disbelief, "When they are at their grandmother's house, they reign supreme. Whatever they say must be adhered to." Ultimately, It is still their father's authority that prevails. A mere word from him is enough to subdue both of you. Tian and Yuan displayed expressions that suggested they felt entitled. Once they were set aside, Chen Shuai gathered all that he needed. The remaining fish from the large vat were swiftly transferred into a sizable dish. As Chen Shuai prepared to depart, the two girls expressed their reluctance once more. Daddy, we want to go too. My sister and I can help you earn money. Indeed, could the whole family not work together to earn? Young Miaoyun harbored a desire to join them, finding herself in a predicament. After much hesitation, she glanced at them with a hint of mischief in her eyes. Under the big tree at our place, it's quite cool. What I mean to say is, we could take them out for a little excursion. It would be a good opportunity for them to broaden their horizons, especially since encountering their parents is a rare occasion, which would serve as a valuable lesson for them. Chen Shuai certainly understood this sentiment. However, the thought of dragging the family along weighed heavily on his heart. The two little ones continued to tug at his pant legs, playfully pleading. With a resigned sigh, he relented. All right then, let us fix up the bike, and their mother can take you along. It wasn't that Chen Shuai was unwilling to take them. It was simply that the fish basin was now in place. The children could only dangle their legs, seated atop the bike's frame, rendering it unsafe for the three of them. The bicycle had been thoroughly cleaned the previous day, shining and spotless. Chen Shuai retrieved his tools, effortlessly reattached the chain, patched the tire, and completed the tasks within a matter of minutes, ensuring the brakes were perfectly adjusted. This bicycle had been purchased by old Chen and had not seen much use. He removed a small seat meant for a child, though it was not entirely satisfactory. A quick scrub with a shoe brush made it somewhat usable. For now, we can make do with this. Once we get home, I will craft 2 larger seats. There's room for you both in the front and the back. For the moment, they had to make do with this arrangement. The family set off joyfully. The two little ones were especially exuberant, nearly tumbling off the bike in their excitement. Throughout the journey, they paused several times for rest and to impose strict admonishments. Of course, out of concern for their fatigue, they alternated between riding the tricycle and the bicycle. The girls did not sit on the sides, but rather in the seat at the back of the tricycle. After an hour, they had only covered half the distance. Eventually, Chen Shuai halted the vehicle, opened the back of the tricycle, and secured the chain, allowing the large basin to move to the rear. This adjustment created a gap of 30 to 40 centimeters in the carriage, allowing them to sit inside a bit more securely. After this flurry of adjustments, they could finally travel safely. Yang Miaoyun felt a profound sense of regret. She should not have acquiesced to their wishes. They should have been sent back to their grandmother's house. Upon entering the city, the two little ones were filled with exuberance, bouncing and leaping with vitality, completely devoid of any fatigue. This place is so beautiful. My bottom is almost splitting from all the excitement. Comfortable, no longer jarring. And it seems there are tall buildings here. How splendid it is. How can it be so beautiful? Father, where are we going? Are we going to buy something delicious? Sister, you are mistaken. We are going to sell fish. If we don't sell these large fish, they will perish. The two of them chattered incessantly, leaving no moment of peace. Their noise gave Yang Miaoyun a headache. Giving birth is simple, but living together and caring for one another is truly difficult. Looking at her expression, she really felt like slapping herself a few times. Mother is getting angry. Your little mouths must be dry. Up ahead, father has fetched some parts. Let us buy soda. Upon hearing about the soda, their voices grew even louder, fearing that if they fell behind, father would not buy them any. Yang Miaoyun could no longer endure it. Her beautiful big eyes were also reddened from irritation. You two should refrain from talking. All day long, chattering away. Aren't you tired? You came today not for soda, but to sell fish. If you keep talking, I'll make you get off the cart and run behind. This final tactic proved effective. Tian and Yuan gazed at the concrete road below, their little minds already beginning to imagine. Despite the several hundred meters of distance, they remained silent. Fortunately, the tricycle finally came to a halt. Tian and Yuan were extremely anxious, like little birds seeing their parents, spreading their tiny wings. Chen Shuai braked and gently lifted each of them down. Feeling their father's profound love, they couldn't help but kiss him simultaneously, their little mouths exceptionally tender. Chen Shuai's heart melted alongside theirs. He gently set them down, pinching their little noses, and said softly, Daddy will go inside to get something. Let us buy soda together afterward. Tian and Yuan simultaneously tugged at his pant leg, their bright eyes shining with clarity and their voices sweet and melodious. We want to go in with Daddy too. Who can resist the sweet charm of a pair of twin daughters? Chen Shuai extended his pinky, and the two little treasures immediately reached out to grasp his finger. Clearly, it was a family outing, yet young Miaoyun was utterly overlooked. Watching the three of them enter, a radiant smile graced her face. She did not follow them inside. With people bustling about outside and so many fish in the cart, she felt uneasy. Brother, prepare according to yesterday's parts, and do so promptly, Chen Shuai called out, already raising his voice before even stepping inside. Chapter 58, Call me uncle. You must pay for purchases. Everything is ready. We've just been waiting for you. Speaking of which, do you really need parts every day? Can you really exchange them all in a single day? Li Ming emerged from inside, not seeing anyone but hearing the voices. Upon seeing Chen Shuai's two daughters, he was exceptionally delighted. Are these your daughters? How impressive. I'm not even married yet, and you already have children. As he spoke, he squatted down, growing fonder of them with each glance. You two are truly exquisite. It is the first time I have met you, and I have nothing to offer. Here, take this 5 yuan to buy yourselves something to eat. He said this as he pulled out a 5 yuan note from his pocket. It is worth noting that Li Ming is notoriously frugal, yet today he displayed unexpected generosity by freely offering 5 yuan. Even Chen Shuai felt a twinge of gratitude. You are being too generous. We shall have ample time to spend together. If you continue like this, I might just become upset. There is truly no need to give them money. Li Ming shook his head. They genuinely require it. It is only proper that they call me Uncle Li. Alright. This is for today's parts. When the topic of parts arose, Li Ming had not taken any money, presenting himself with an air of affluence. Since he refused the money, then today's parts shall be free. This fellow was indeed bold, outright waiving the fee. Chen Shuai was not one to covet small gains. Regardless of his intention, he placed the money on the table and took his daughter by the hand to leave. Li Ming promptly accompanied them to the door, insisting that the money must be given, and that Chen Shuai must benefit. At that moment, they spotted a dilapidated bicycle with a broken chain. Chen Shuai picked up a nearby stick to lift the severed chain. You can keep this chain. You need not accompany us any further. He produced a pocket to stow the chain away. There were still several chains available at the entrance, and a single chain could last a considerable time. With his two treasures in tow, he entered a nearby convenience store. It was then that Li Ming remembered there was a supermarket right at the entrance, and he still needed to pay. Naturally, the children would not be expected to contribute. How delightful it would be to buy something tasty. He hurriedly followed them into the store, exclaiming, Today, for any delicious treats, I shall be the one to pay. There were still snacks at home, but Tian and Yuan each desired a bottle of soda, which totaled merely 4 dimes. Perhaps they could purchase a bit more. The uncle would cover the cost. Initially, he had planned to spend 5 yuan, but now they had only spent 4 dimes. In a sweet, melodious voice, Tian said, Thank you, uncle. We brought snacks today and have plenty of delicious food. Just a bottle of soda for me and my sister will suffice. Chen Shuai found his daughters irresistibly charming, and it was evident that others would too. Li Ming insisted on paying, and Chen Shuai did not hesitate to take 2 more bottles, asking him to pay for those as well. As a family of 4 emerged, it was only fitting that each person had a bottle. The joy of purchasing was matched by the delight of payment. Why did we buy so many sodas? Surely, they cannot be free. Young Miaoyun observed as they came out. It was acceptable for Tian and Yuan to each have 1, but Chen Shuai was still carrying 2. The 2 little girls walked carefully, sipping their drinks, for they had instantly fallen in love with the fizzy taste of the soda. It costs nothing. Someone else is paying for us. Yes. Their father decided it should be 1 bottle each. The 2 little ones sipped their sodas, all the while engaging in cheerful chatter. Young Miaoyun was somewhat speechless. Where in the world would one find a fool who willingly pays for others? She had not noticed anyone entering the supermarket just moments ago. As she was about to inquire, Li Ming emerged from behind. This uncle is my mom, who paid for our groceries. He exclaimed. Indeed, I can attest to that. My sister did not lie, he added with a silly grin as he approached. You must be my sister-in-law. I am Li Ming. He greeted her warmly. Yang Miaoyun nodded and exchanged a few polite remarks. Chen Shuai checked the time on his alarm clock. It was already 2:30 in the afternoon. Had it been yesterday, the grapes he had brought would have nearly sold out by now. Yet today, he had not fetched any supplies. Time to go, brothers, he announced. This time of day was indeed the most opportune. As Chen Shuai set off, the brothers Li Ergu and his sibling were growing impatient at the farmer's market. Ergu, in particular, wore a very anxious expression. Brother, it seems they are not coming. Shall we sell the grapes ourselves? He suggested. If we don't sell today, the price might drop by tomorrow. We have 40 pounds today, of which 20 belong to me. Initially, he had been confident, but now, at this hour, it was disheartening that the other party had not arrived. Nevertheless, he still believed there must be a valid reason for the delay. After all, everyone has their commitments. Let us wait a little longer, perhaps another half hour. The days are getting longer now. Maybe they are preoccupied. I don't think the boss is the type to flake out. Ergu's brother reassured him. If they truly don't come, even if we can't sell anything else tomorrow, I will sell your grapes. With such words from his brother, Ergu fell silent. After all, every year, their grapes remained uneaten, and in their village, every household had them, rendering them quite worthless. Selling them for $3 or $5 would be a reason for joy. Though waiting another half hour seemed brief, each passing second felt excruciating. Initially, they had thought they would encounter a benefactor, but the sudden turn of events left them feeling quite despondent. After about 10 minutes of waiting, a familiar figure appeared before them. Just when they had almost given up, a glimmer of hope emerged, stirring emotions within them that were beyond words. The two men, both in their 50s, were nearly elated enough to leap with joy. Apologies, I was delayed by some matters. How many pounds do you have? Chen Shuai asked as he exited the vehicle, already reaching for his money. No worries. I have faith that you would not go back on your word. The grapes are the same, each bunch the finest quality, totaling 40 pounds, he replied, handing over the money. Upon seeing the grapes, the two girls' eyes widened with excitement. Grapes. Daddy, I want to eat grapes. One exclaimed. Chen Shuai picked up a basket of grapes. You may eat, but they haven't been washed yet. Please wait a moment while I fetch some water to rinse a bunch for you. Although it was already quite late, Chen Shuai remained unperturbed, still eager to find water to wash the grapes for his daughters. The boss has no further need for it. We have brought an abundance of herbal tea. I also brought a small basin, which I will use to wash for the children. The herbal tea is for drinking, while the basin was used today for shelling edamame. It is quite clean inside, with a bag covering the top. Observing them pour out the herbal tea, Chen Shuai felt a twinge of embarrassment. He was aware that the two brothers work late every day selling their goods. If they were to consume someone else's herbal tea, what would remain for them to drink? Truly, it's unnecessary. I can simply borrow some water from nearby, Chen Shuai hastily declined. Chapter 59. Eating too much makes one unable to bite into anything. Today you have earned quite a lot. However, the other party had already poured the tea into a plate. The brothers had brought a considerable amount today. And the grapes were also quite clean. Washing them in the basin was perfectly acceptable. Given their warm hospitality, Chen Shuai felt it unnecessary to be overly formal. Understanding their intentions, he accepted the small basin and plucked a whole bunch of grapes. They were very clean, and after rinsing, they remained pristine. Chen Shuai took out a bag and placed all the grapes inside. Then we shall take our leave. We will certainly return before 6 o'clock. Chen Shuai was not one to boast. Today, there were many grapes, and even he could not guarantee they would sell out completely. Tian and Yuan were overjoyed. So sweet. These grapes are truly delicious. Well, the grapes from Grandma's house are a bit sour and not as large. Sister, what you say is true. The ones sold to Father must be the very best. No, once the grapes reach Father, they are the finest. While enjoying the sweet grapes, they could not help but chatter away. It was not until they reached their destination that they finally shifted topics. One bunch of grapes had already been devoured by the two little ones. Had their bellies not been so full, they would have insisted on finishing every last morsel. As they halted the vehicle, they could only extend their little hands in greeting, gazing at the mere 5 or 6 grapes that remained. Miaoyun cast a fierce look at them. Enough. Soon you won't be able to bite into anything. Tonight, your father and I will prepare a delicious meal. And you can only watch. Tian and Yuan grew anxious. If that were the case, they would refrain from gluttony. Tian looked at Chen Shuai with confusion. Father, if we eat the grapes, will our teeth really become unable to bite into anything? Chen Shuai gazed at their adorable faces and immediately assumed a serious expression. Mother is absolutely correct. If one indulges in these sweet fruits, their teeth will indeed lose the strength to bite. Hearing their father's solemn words, the two little ones felt tears welling in their eyes. Chen Shuai picked them up, still caught in their sorrow. Observing the two girls, their faces resembling rain-soaked pear blossoms, he couldn't help but laugh heartily while working. If you behave, you shouldn't have to worry about toothaches. They certainly did not wish to miss out on the evening's culinary delights. Chen Shuai assured them that there was still time for redemption. The two little girls were filled with joy, leaping with glee as if they had grasped a lifeline in the midst of drowning. Their tiny hands clung tightly to Chen Shuai's legs. A pair of pitiful little eyes gazed up, evoking a sense of pity that tugged at the heartstrings. Chen Shuai gently caressed their lustrous black hair. When Daddy is working, you must be well behaved. That is what it means to be obedient and understanding. Such a simple request elicited enthusiastic nods from the two girls, akin to chicks pecking at grains. The two little maidens, each perched on their own stool, sat obediently. Miaoyun secretly gave a thumbs up, remarking to herself, "You truly have a knack for this. It seems only you can tame these two little mischief makers." Chen Shuai chuckled heartily, replying, "Of course. Not only can I tame these two little devils, but even you, O celestial maiden, have also succumbed to my charm." Miaoyun felt her cheeks flush, silenced by his audacity. Before Chen Shuai could finish unloading his goods, customers began to arrive. An elderly woman was the first to purchase 2 bunches of grapes and a large fish. With this auspicious start, business flourished. Although there was no time to unpack everything, people gathered around eagerly, including many loyal patrons. After a few moments of quietude, Tian and Yuan could no longer contain themselves. Observing their parents' industriousness, they rushed over. "Uncle and Auntie, this is the big fish my daddy caught in the river. It's exceptionally delicious." Their sweet voices and adorable appearances instantly captured everyone's attention. Several women in their 30s approached them, exclaiming, "What lovely little girls. You are so well-behaved and beautiful. On your recommendation, I must buy a large one." Another aunt chimed in, "I'll take a fish and a bunch of grapes as well. You two are already helping your parents earn money at such a young age. That's truly impressive." One of the women said, "What adorable treasures. If only I had granddaughters like you. Would you consider being my goddaughters?" The gathering of women grew increasingly enamored as they admired the charming girls, who, far from being intimidated, responded with excitement, waving their little fists as if they were tiny orators. "Boss, your daughters are simply stunning, so delightful and well-mannered," remarked a woman who had just bought fish and grapes. Reluctant to leave the lively crowd, a kind gentleman waiting for his car repairs added, "Indeed, they resemble a pair of dolls. It's simply marvelous. If I had such beautiful granddaughters, I would wake from dreams with a smile." The 2 little girls stood there, like a golden signboard, just for them. Having purchased fish yesterday, today they would buy another large one. Tian and Yuan jumped with joy, their hands dancing in the air as they sweetly responded, "Thank you, Uncle and Auntie, Grandpa and Grandma. Enjoy your meal today, and do come again tomorrow." Such thoughtful words made everyone burst into laughter once more. The affection for these 2 maidens only grew, as they were simply too adorable. Originally, a few mechanics were solely focused on their craft. However, Chen Shuai had not yet made his introduction, and everyone was eagerly purchasing fish. The 40-pound bunches of grapes sold remarkably quickly, leaving none behind in no time. With a wife and children by his side, Chen Shuai was brimming with enthusiasm. His passion for repairing vehicles burned like an unquenchable flame. A large basin of fish was swiftly attended to, and by 4 o'clock, every last one had been sold. Having arrived shortly after 2, Chen Shuai had not paused in his work. Around 4:30, he prepared to conclude his tasks. After finishing the last vehicle, he promptly began to pack away his tools. Otherwise, he would delay himself by several minutes. Time was not on their side, and he inquired if the 2 of them were growing weary of waiting. They had certainly earned a substantial amount today, and he insisted they must prepare a delightful meal. It was time to set off and purchase a large ceiling fan. Furthermore, he urged them to ponder what else they desired, as they needed to consider their wishes beforehand. Otherwise, they would simply return home without fulfilling them. As Chen Shuai poured out the water from the basin, he tidied up. Although the duration was brief, their efficiency was remarkable. Over the course of 2 consecutive days, Chen Shuai had established a certain reputation. "Excellent. Let us procure the ceiling fan and see what delightful finds await us." The 2 young girls were anything but typical. Their fiery spirits surpassed that of many boys. Chen Shuai prepared the vehicle, lifting them into it. Once settled, they set off with a shout, the tricycle darting away like an arrow. Chapter 60. Purchasing a large ceiling fan and rice cooker. Miaoyun hurried to catch up, for they had barely moved ahead before halting once more. "Why are we spending again? Isn't our home quite cool?" she questioned. A ceiling fan likely costs dozens of yuan. She pondered whether they should endure a little longer and perhaps buy it later. She was genuinely reluctant to spend so extravagantly, feeling a pang at the thought. With the rising heat, prices might increase. A ceiling fan could be used for many years, thus, the financial aspect should not be a concern. If they didn't purchase the fan, it would be uncomfortably warm at home. Earning money was meant for spending and enjoyment. In Chen Shuai's presence, she had unconsciously learned to yield and depend on him completely. His every word resonated with reason. This was an area in which Chen Shuai was very familiar. They soon arrived at the furniture mall. Compared to other places, the selection of appliances here was broader, and the prices more affordable. All the products in the appliance store were sourced from this location, which spanned 3 expansive floors. At this hour, some people began to leave work, creating the liveliest atmosphere of the day. Tian and Yuan had never encountered such crowds. Both extended their arms, eager to be the first to disembark. Chen Shuai held them on either side as they descended from the vehicle. "Sister, this place is enormous. Hurry up," they exclaimed. "There are so many people. This is truly impressive." Miaoyun quickly parked the vehicle and hurried to catch up. Chen Shuai parked the vehicle and swiftly followed suit, his strides long as he caught up with his daughter in just a few paces. If this happens again, not only will your mother intervene, but I too shall have to administer discipline, he admonished. Consider the consequences of your actions. Not only will you face punishment, but during dinner, it shall be just your mother and I at the table, while you two will find yourselves excluded. Tian and Yuan, who had been leading the way, abruptly halted. With tears streaming down her face, Tian lamented, "Could it be that Daddy no longer loves me? Surely, he must be jesting," she thought. "For he is the one who cherishes both me and my sister the most." Yuan, with her petite feet perched and her head tilted, gazed at Chen Shuai with an expression of distress. "Do not bother looking, as it appears you intend to continue your theatrics," Chen Shuai remarked. Grasping their little hands with a stern demeanor, his face set in seriousness. Regardless of the circumstances, he would not yield. The two little ones exchanged glances filled with silent communication, their subtle gestures failing to escape young Miaoyun's watchful eyes. "Your father holds a deep affection for you both," she noted earnestly, "but that does not equate to indulgence. Mistakes cannot be tolerated. Remember this well, no one can come to your rescue, not even your grandmother." Chen Shuai confirmed her words with utmost sincerity. In grandmother's household, minor transgressions were often overlooked, but under the watchful eyes of their parents, errors were simply unacceptable. "Very well. Whatever Daddy says goes," they acquiesced. Tian vowed to be exceptionally obedient, and Yuan echoed her sentiments, promising to heed their parents' guidance. The stark contrast between their innocence and the gravity of their situation was undeniable. It is a truth universally recognized that a woman's ire can shift more swiftly than the turning of a page. As Chen Shuai spoke, he came to a halt before a sizable wholesale store. The establishment was bustling with onlookers, though few were making purchases. Most wholesale transactions occurred in the early hours, where anonymity regarding prices prevailed. Chen Shuai surveyed a large ceiling fan from a well-known brand, then picked up a triangular-shaped rice cooker, noting its impressive quality and substantial weight, which promised excellent insulation. "What is the total cost for the ceiling fan and the rice cooker?" he inquired. Young Miaoyun was taken aback. She had barely acquiesced to the purchase of a ceiling fan, and now he was considering a rice cooker as well. While some households had begun to adopt such appliances, they remained uncommon in rural areas, where straw and other organic materials were commonly used for cooking. Each winter, these materials were trimmed back and would regrow swiftly, making them convenient for use, thus rendering gas stoves unnecessary. Upon noticing Chen Shuai's interest, the shopkeeper hurried over. "We offer the lowest prices in the city for wholesale," he declared. The ceiling fan was priced at 50 yuan and the rice cooker at 20 yuan. Young Miaoyun was astounded by the exorbitant prices. "No, we shall not purchase them," she protested. Chen Shuai regarded the shopkeeper nonchalantly. "As you can see, we actually do not require these items. The head of the household has made a decision, so let it be." Today, aside from wholesaling a few items, only 2 or 3 were sold. The rent must be paid here. It is no laughing matter. The proprietor naturally wishes to sell as much of his merchandise as possible. "I can see that you genuinely desire these items, dear sir. How about 2 for 60 yuan? At this price, I am barely breaking even." Chen Shuai shook his head. "I will take them for 40 yuan. What do you think? I cannot sell them at this price. It is simply unfeasible." Chen Shuai took the child and departed without further haggling. "There are plenty of others willing to sell if you choose not to." Next, they visited a second shop, where the price was merely 2 yuan less. After visiting 6 or 7 establishments, a man in his 30s finally agreed to sell for 46 yuan. "This price is already the lowest I can offer." Chen Shuai then said, "Wrap them up. I will return for more later." The young proprietor's expression revealed little joy. With just a meager profit of 4 yuan from 2 appliances, he would never have sold them under normal circumstances, had business not been exceedingly difficult. Tian and Yuan were gleefully bouncing about, exclaiming their excitement over purchasing a large fan. "We're not getting anything else. Let us go home and install the fan." Young Miaoyun was also reluctant to linger. If they continued to browse, they would inevitably purchase more. Money is exceedingly hard to come by these days. Every little bit saved is a victory. Many items are simply unnecessary. Moreover, it was already getting late. They could not prolong their stay any further. "Very well. Let us head back to the rental apartment first." They would take back what they had prepared and set out for breakfast directly from home the next day. "You two little ones have never been there, right? Today, I will take you." The prospect of visiting their parents' other home thrilled the 2 children immensely. They were quite excited about the house in the city. After exiting the mall, they got into the car to depart. Of course, before heading back, they needed to purchase the necessary bicycle parts. Returning to the market, the brothers were still diligently selling vegetables. They were quite astonished to see Chen Shuai. "Is this really happening? You came for grapes a little past 2, and now, at nearly 5, you've sold out." "Sir, Have your grapes sold out again? How much can you sell in a day? How many pounds do you need tomorrow? With Chen Shuai's selling method, he could easily sell hundreds of pounds in a day. Though he had no intention of selling in the morning, he handed over a basket. Then let us have another 40 pounds. Chapter 61. The house is truly small. I still wish to return to our larger home. This beef shop is quite good. Would you like to eat some? Initially, I thought we wouldn't need to spend any money today, but young Miaoyun could not be deterred. There were plenty of vegetables at home, so there was no immediate need to purchase more. However, meat must be consumed daily, as Chen Shuai had conveyed to the three of them. He had neglected his wife and children in the past, and in this life, he must make amends with all his effort. The aroma of pork, beef, and lamb could be detected from quite a distance. In the town, the sale of meat is generally prohibited except at the slaughterhouse, which has only one point of sale. Even so, business is particularly bleak. Where can one find such fresh beef and mutton? 2 pounds of beef, please, Chen Shuai declared with a wave of his hand, seemingly too indifferent to haggle. The prices of meat are essentially uniform, rendering negotiation futile. Compared to pork, the price of beef has reached 4 yuan per pound, which Chen Shuai considers relatively reasonable. The shopkeeper, nimble in his movements, promptly cut the meat as directed. Chen Shuai paid and received the meat, while Tian and Yuan were nearly drooling in anticipation. Daddy, let us hurry home. Even in the car, they were restless, eager to take a bite of the beef they had just acquired. Let us set off. It's getting late, and it will be dark soon. Are you hungry? If so, sit tight. The distance to their rental home is approximately a 10-minute drive. Let us quicken our pace and be on our way. The two girls were hardly hungry, having already snuck a considerable amount of snacks. Considering their dwindling supplies at home, Chen Shuai bought some additional provisions. Thus, during the 10-minute journey, the two girls chattered incessantly. Upon their return, the cheerful greetings from several women chatting outside greeted Chen Shuai. Did you manage to strike it rich these past few days? You must have made quite a bit. Despite their awkward smiles, they dared not offend Chen Shuai. He responded with a warm smile and led his daughters into the house. Daddy, is this the house where you and Mommy live in the city? It seems rather small. It's not fun. Our home is much larger. The stark contrast between their spacious home and this cramped room was striking, creating a palpable discomfort, especially for the children. Chen Shuai began transferring flour and other items into the car. Let us each have a bowl of tea before we set off. We can still make it home before dark. Young Miaoyun had just entered the house, pouring tea into several bowls. Under the fan, they waited for the tea to cool before drinking. Zhang Chong washed and packed the last bunch of grapes, which had been set aside since the beginning. After selling grapes for 2 days, his wife had yet to taste any. Once Chen Shuai confirmed that everything was packed, he returned to the living room for tea. The two little ones, under their mother's care, sipped their tea slowly. After consuming so many snacks, they were indeed feeling thirsty. Chen Shuai poured all the hot tea from his bowl into a ladle and gently transferred it into a bucket, where it quickly cooled. Look at me. I'm becoming more forgetful. I didn't even think of this. They hastily drank a few more sips, eager to head home. The tea had cooled, and Tian and Yuan gulped down 2 big mouthfuls. Chen Shuai filled the ladle again and placed it in the icy water. All the tea was placed in the kettle for them to take along. The temperature of the tea should not be too high. A comfortable range of around 40 to 50 degrees makes it easy to drink. Once home, they planned to return next time. With the kettle in hand, the couple locked the door. A few men returning from work observed the family, filled with envy, especially upon seeing Tian and Yuan, who could evoke admiration from anyone. Such delightful girls would be cherished by anyone. This is a common sight in rural areas, where families often have several children. For many, there exists a preference for sons over daughters. However, Chen Shuai did not concern himself with such notions. With everything prepared, he had filled the cart once more. For Chen Shuai, robust as an ox, this posed no challenge. He maintained a swift pace, quickly exiting the city and entering the rural lanes. The speed of the tricycle was not slower than that of a bicycle. The breeze made the heat feel negligible. Upon reaching the village entrance, the pace slowed. At this hour, every household was engaged in cooking. Most of the elderly sat at the village entrance, serving as the local information hub. A group of older individuals was engaged in lively discussions. Upon spotting Chen Shuai, they greeted him with smiles. Following his lead, Tian and Yuan obediently said hello. Their voices melodious and their appearances charming and well-behaved. Such girls, even to those who are not fond of daughters, evoke a sense of affection, prompting a desire to embrace and shower them with love. From the moment they entered the village, the two little girls joyfully greeted everyone, displaying an understanding beyond their 3 years of age. The family of 4 returned home, filled with joy. It was now 6:30, Most people were either cooking or dining. As they settled in, the father announced he would prepare dinner. Today, they would use the rice cooker, allowing them to truly appreciate the deliciousness of steamed rice. Excitedly, Tian and Yuan jumped with glee at the prospect of steamed rice. Young Miaoyun was equally delighted, as this method made cooking rice significantly simpler. The three women gathered around Chen Shuai, watching him rinse the rice and place it in the pot before sealing it with a lid. With a decisive press, one of the lights illuminated, and the rice began to steam on its own. The two little ones crouched by the pot in curious anticipation. The beef had already been marinated, and Chen Shuai retrieved the remaining eels from the vegetable basin. In truth, such delicacies are not commonly consumed in rural areas, where many believe it better to eat fish instead. He also washed out about 20 large red crayfish, removing the shrimp strings with ease. The size of the crayfish's claws piqued the curiosity of the two girls. "Daddy, this big claw looks especially fierce, doesn't he? It seems so intimidating. But soon it will be on my plate." Chen Shuai gazed fondly at his two daughters. "Indeed, they are quite formidable, so you must be careful not to touch them. Otherwise, one might risk pinching their fingers." Such a commanding presence rendered Tian and Yuan motionless, merely observing in awe. Having skillfully prepared the lobster, the next task was to tackle the eels. With remarkable proficiency, the entrails were expertly removed, followed by precise segmentation. From the traditional notion that cooking was a woman's duty to the present, young Miaoyun has come to relish the art of fire cooking. This time, she specifically prepared a stir-fry pan, which made the process extraordinarily effortless. As the pan heated, Chen Shuai began to pour in the oil, officially commencing the culinary endeavor. A generous platter of ingredients, including scallions, peppers, and garlic, awaited his attention. When Tian and Yuan returned, they had been clamoring to go out. Yet now their thoughts were solely fixated on indulging in delightful dishes. Two small stools were placed side by side at the entrance of the kitchen, where they sat in eager anticipation. With their chins propped on small hands, their bright eyes were fixed intently on the kitchen. Chapter 62. Daddy is a big tiger. Two little flower faces. As the tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, the two little ones could no longer contain their excitement. They quickly scrambled up and dashed into the kitchen. Chen Shuai ladled out a dish of stir-fried eel segments from the pan. The rich, savory fragrance enveloped the courtyard. In the yard, trees rustled as a gentle breeze blew, creating a particularly refreshing atmosphere. The delightful scent drifted out beyond the courtyard. With the eel cooked, the next step was the small lobsters. After cleaning the pan, Chen Shuai added oil and introduced the lobsters into the heat. Sizzle! The lobsters slid down the edge of the pan, their colors transforming instantaneously. The aroma of the lobsters burst forth with vigor. The enticing fragrance drew the two girls closer, their little legs dangling as they peered eagerly at the stove. The lively sounds of cooking filled the air, mingled with the rich aromas. "Be careful not to let the oil splatter on your face. Step back. We're almost ready to eat," Chen Shuai advised, as he added iced sugar, chili sauce, soy sauce, vinegar, cooking wine, and salt to the mix. He incorporated some water and a few drops of beer, utilizing the bottles of beer he had previously purchased and left untouched. After 3 to 5 minutes, as the lid was lifted, a wave of delectable fragrance enveloped the space. A few drops of fragrant oil drizzled in, enhancing the delightful aroma. The cauliflower was already prepped, allowing for swift sautéing. 3 dishes, 2 meat and 1 vegetable, formed a particularly sumptuous spread. Given the time constraints, he decided to prepare just 2 dishes for now. The sky outside had yet to darken, so there was no need for the fan. Tian and Yuan excitedly rushed to take their seats, their little eyes sparkling with anticipation. Saliva pooled as their tiny hands hovered, ready to dive in. "Wash your hands first." Faced with their authoritative father, the two little rascals playfully stuck out their tongues. Though their father looked upon them with immense affection, there was no room for negotiation. They had no choice but to obediently head to wash their hands. After a day outside, their little hands bore the scent of fish. Anyone unaware might assume they had just emerged from the lake. "Oh dear, you both smell quite unpleasant. Today, we must use soap and wash thoroughly," Chen Shuai said, holding the soap as he assisted them in cleansing their tiny hands, all the while teasing them gently. "Father truly is quite unpleasant. He is so dirty, and the odor is genuinely overwhelming." For little hands flail about, droplets from their fingers landing on Chen Shuai's face. The two little girls, pinching their noses, feigned disgust. Chen Shuai, with his thumb propped against his cheek, waves his hands like the flapping ears of an elephant. "Roar! I am a great tiger. How dare you speak ill of me? Just wait, I shall devour you." Hee, father is indeed terrifying, transforming into a great tiger. How frightful. Quick, let us run. They giggle and dance around Chen Shuai. Sweetie, Yuan, your father is quite exhausted. Unlike you, who spend all day eating and playing without a care. They tug at their father, urging him to come and dine. In response to their mother's command, Sweetie and Yuan make faces and leap into Chen Shuai's embrace. Enough now. Sit down and eat, or mother will surely become upset. Sweetie and Yuan extend their tiny hands, each grasping one of Chen Shuai's pinky fingers. Faced with such considerate and adorable little treasures, Chen Shuai's heart nearly melts. Time to eat. The rice cooker rests atop a nearby chair, and as the lid is lifted, steam wafts into the air. The aroma of the rice is even more enticing than that which escapes from the pot. How delightful! No wonder city dwellers now use rice cookers. With such a fragrance, one simply must indulge in an extra bowl. Young Miaoyun, with her nose as translucent as jade, takes a deep sniff. Each child carries over a small bowl, slightly smaller than the usual. Chen Shuai, wielding a pristine ladle, fills both bowls generously. While he serves, the little girls eagerly extend their hands, each snatching a piece of fried eel, all the bones expertly removed. The exterior is crispy from frying, while the flesh remains tender. The exquisite flavor sends them into a euphoric state. Upon seeing their mother turn away, they quickly cover their mouths with their hands. Sweetie and Yuan's stealthy antics could hardly escape notice. The couple pretends not to see. They use large white porcelain bowls, which hold more than the average, equating to 2 bowls for the future. Chen Shuai sets down his bowl, saying, "Our bowls are not yet full. If they were, it would be difficult to serve the dishes. My 3 little treasures, what are you waiting for? Let us eat." Sweetie and Yuan find this completely normal. Their parents are but little treasures, and they call them so. Yang Miaoyun's cheeks flush crimson as she buries her face. Noticing her daughter's attention, she gently pinches Chen Shuai's thigh with her delicate fingers, her voice almost a whisper, still rambling on. "Who is your little treasure? The children are right here. How embarrassing for me." Chen Shuai wears an expression of pure enjoyment, his face beaming with delight. "Oh, the fragrance of beauty is simply exquisite. Your little hands are like a massage. It feels so good." Looking at Chen Shuai's face, one can see a radiant smile of pure bliss. Yang Miaoyun is left speechless. Her audacity knows no bounds. She truly ought to cease her incessant chatter. Otherwise, it becomes evident that a dog's mouth yields no ivory. And one wonders what other outrageous utterances may escape her lips. While the couple engages in hushed whispers, the 2 little girls have already taken the initiative to indulge in the feast before them. Such delectable morsels, after all, are far too enticing to be consumed with the sluggishness of chopsticks. Chen Shuai, having savored the advantage, refrained from further playing coy. Observing the 2 cherubs with their faces smeared, the couple could not help but burst into laughter. They resembled painted clowns, rendering theatrical makeup unnecessary. Be careful with your hands. Just look at your faces, with only your eyes visible. In the face of their parents' inquiries, the little ones appeared utterly unfazed. With their small, grimy hands, they clung to Chen Shuai's arms, pouting their adorable mouths and revealing charming dimples. "Daddy, I want to eat lobster. Daddy, I want lobster too." This magnificent creature, more formidable than river shrimp, emanated an irresistible aroma. The 2 little girls were utterly powerless to resist. However, the imposing claws and robust physique, coupled with its tantalizing appearance, rendered them hesitant to take a bite, leaving them in a state of longing. Chen Shuai, with a gentle smile, placed a lobster into a small dish beside him. He deftly twisted off the lobster's upper body, easily pulling away the tail, revealing the pristine white meat that lay beneath its shell. The rich flavor of the lobster tantalized the hearts of Tian and Yuan. Chen Shuai did not skimp, providing each girl with a portion of lobster meat in their little black bowls. With no further thoughts, their tiny hands grasped the succulent morsels and stuffed them into their mouths, their chubby cheeks puffed up. Chen Shuai resumed his task of shelling lobsters. They ate swiftly, and Chen Shuai matched their pace. Burp, burp. After each had consumed 8 or 9 pieces of lobster meat, a series of satisfied burps escaped their small throats. Chapter 63. You 2 are full, but Daddy has yet to eat. Shuai has truly turned over a new leaf. 2 pairs of bright, round eyes rolled in delight. Although Chen Shuai suggested they eat their fill, these little ones had indulged far too much. Their little bellies had swollen into round shapes, resembling 2 large balloons. He found the situation amusing yet exasperating, and he hurriedly intervened. "No more. One must exercise moderation in eating. Do you know who Zhu Beiji is?" Their grandmother and grandfather often recounted tales of mythological figures such as Zhu Beiji and Sun Wukong. Yes, Zhu Beiji is just a big fool. Tian and Yuan simultaneously raised their little hands. Chen Shuai tilted his head, wearing an expression of bemusement. Pray tell, how is Zhu Beiji a fool? Yang Miaoyun also looked on with curiosity at her two darling daughters, who paused their meal, eager for their responses. The two little ones, hands raised, vied to answer. Daddy, Tian wants to go first. Daddy, Yuan also wants to go first. Tian and Yuan, being twins, are often indistinguishable to outsiders. Yet this competitive spirit is one where no one concedes to the other. In every matter, there exists an abundance of ambition and curiosity. This caused Yang Miaoyun to feel a slight impatience. You have all eaten, but your father has not yet dined. Once your father has finished his meal, you may continue your tales. Within the household, the one who holds the utmost authority is undoubtedly the mother. Chen Shuai, ever the accommodating partner, remarked. Mother has also toiled throughout the day. You may go play first. Once mother has eaten her fill, she will listen to your stories. Faced with the united front of their parents, Tian and Yuan stuck out their little tongues and made faces before scampering away. Wash your hands immediately. In response to their mother's commanding reprimand, the two, although feeling quite helpless, had no choice but to comply. Yang Miaoyun had taught them the importance of washing hands and faces many times. They were more than capable of doing it themselves. Observing Chen Shuai about to rise, Yang Miaoyun gently grasped his arm with her delicate hand. Washing hands and faces was indeed their own responsibility, and they were perfectly capable of it. This is not indulgence. It is sheer pampering. At 3 years old, they must learn to wash their own faces. Her words were unequivocal. It had to be done. Chen Shuai, Tian, and Yuan all made faces in unison, with Chen Shuai staunchly supporting the notion. Mother's words are absolutely correct, so you must wash your hands yourselves. In the face of their mother's triumph, Tian and Yuan could only wear expressions of discontent. They lathered the soap, washed their hands, and obediently dried them. Chen Shuai pulled a stool closer and sat beside Yang Miaoyun. Wife, you possess such authority. Your methods of educating the children are truly effective. Despite Chen Shuai's compliments, Yang Miaoyun did not let it inflate her ego. In fact, she felt a rush of warmth across her cheeks and body. Chen Shuai sat so closely that he almost pressed against her, his masculine presence enveloping her like a wave of heat, causing every hair on her body to stand on end. Her heartbeat quickened, and she could scarcely keep track of its rhythm. Chen Shuai's voice seemed muffled, as if a thin veil separated them. Observing his wife with her head lowered and a bowl in hand, clearly unsure of how to eat, Chen Shuai realized that he had perhaps taken the jest too far. He knew her well. Despite her education, her thoughts remained deeply traditional. Moreover, in this era, such intimate gestures were rare. He subtly shifted the stool to the side, allowing her expression to finally ease a bit. He placed a piece of lobster meat into her bowl. Yang Miaoyun glanced at the shrimp, rolling her eyes at him. I am not a child. I have eaten lobster before and can peel it myself. The more Chen Shuai looked at her, the more he found her irresistible. His heart stirred. Seizing an opportunity while Yang Miaoyun was distracted, he suddenly leaned in and pecked her. The soft, delicate touch of her fair cheek sent him into a euphoric state. The sensation was intoxicating. However, after his playful ambush, Chen Shuai did not linger in bliss. He hastily moved his stool away. Ignoring you, you wicked rascal. Yang Miaoyun picked up a lobster, 2 segments of eel, and a few pieces of cauliflower, proceeding outside. In the countryside, it is common for everyone to relish their meals outdoors. From the venerable elders in their 80s and 90s to the unsteady children, it is a shared tradition. At home, Yang Miaoyun often carries her bowl outside to dine as well. Chen Shuai, feeling somewhat smug, caressed his lips, a sense of satisfaction swelling within him. He too picked up some dishes and, taking a stool, followed closely behind. Several older gentlemen in the village were sauntering as usual. Whose culinary creations are these? The aroma is simply delightful. Indeed, the scent was enticing, with the fragrance of the lobster and what seemed to be eel wafting through the air. Remarkable. The flavor was exquisite. Even Chef Li from our village could hardly match such skill. The renowned culinary master is indeed exceptional. But is it too hasty to say others cannot compete? Yet, this aroma is truly captivating. As they conversed, drawn by the delightful scent, they unwittingly approached the entrance of Chen Shuai's home. Emerging from the doorway, Chen Shuai placed the small chair behind Yang Miaoyun and called out cheerfully, Uncle San, Uncle Air. And Uncle, have you all dined yet? The sky was gradually darkening. The 3 elderly men, unable to discern clearly from 30 meters away, recognized the voice of Chen Shuai, which was particularly familiar to them. They swallowed hard, their faces attempting to display amiable smiles. Yang Miaoyun, eager to welcome them, gestured for them to sit. The 3 men responded with joy, stepping forward. You've already dined, haven't you? We three old fellows are merely out for a stroll. As we wandered past your home, we found ourselves unable to resist the enticing aroma of your cooking. It is truly delightful. Even Li Dalian from our village may not possess this level of skill. Such praise. The culinary talents of your family are well known in our village, Yang Miaoyun replied, feeling somewhat bashful in the face of their compliments. Compared to Chen Shuai's previous unruly demeanor, her reputation in Xinjiakan was indeed admirable. You honor me with your words. I am but a humble novice in the kitchen. These dishes were prepared by Chen Shuai. I cannot claim such artistry. Since you've graciously invited us, Uncle San, Uncle Air, and Uncle, why not come inside for a while? Yang Miaoyun warmly suggested. However, the three elderly gentlemen politely declined. Had Chen Shuai's father still been alive, they would have entered without hesitation, even without an invitation. They would have helped themselves to drinks and settled in comfortably. However, with the younger generation at home and the darkness descending, they were not yet so old as to forget their manners. Please, continue your meal. We are merely here to stretch our legs and digest, they insisted, albeit reluctantly, as the enticing aroma lingered in the air. Chapter 64, Daddy's Kiss. Installing the ceiling fan, Chen Shuai attempted to persuade them to stay, but ultimately chose not to press the matter further. The interactions between neighbors, characterized by mutual comparisons, are not what he desires. One can be courteous to others without compromising oneself or striving desperately to please. He embodies a carefree and unconcerned demeanor. Living well for oneself constitutes true interest and, ultimately, genuine happiness. The three old men discreetly turned back to observe Chen Shuai and his wife. Whispers circulated that Shuai had undergone a transformation. The truth of it remained uncertain. However, it seemed plausible, as someone from the village had spotted him selling fish and repairing cars in the city. This young man, whom I have watched grow up, achieving such a turnaround is indeed commendable. Yet, when it comes to cooking, it is doubtful that Shuai possesses the requisite skills. Are you suggesting that the vibrant red lobster and the saucy eel in his bowl were prepared by him? Since his rebirth, Chen Shuai's hearing has become remarkably acute. Even from several meters away, he could catch their hushed conversation. Leaning against the doorframe, he smiled and continued to savor his meal. After 10 minutes, having finished 2 bowls of rice, he let out a contented burp. Just as he set down his bowl, Tian and Yuan scampered over, one on each side, tugging at his arms. Gazing at their rosy cheeks and bright eyes, Chen Shuai couldn't help but lower his head to affectionately kiss their little faces. Their tender skin was delightful to the touch, evoking an exquisite sense of comfort. Daddy poked Tian. Look, her face is all red. Daddy also poked Yuan's face. I must compensate her. I want compensation too. Daddy can't be unfair. Their adorable little pouts and wide eyes melted Chen Shuai's heart. Gently, he embraced both and settled them onto his lap. Amidst their playful scowls, he bestowed 2 soft kisses, having learned his lesson to be particularly gentle this time. Although his stubble was coarse, he tenderly rubbed against them, inducing a ticklish sensation that made Tian and Yuan erupt into peals of laughter, their voices ringing like silver bells. Sitting on his lap, their little bottoms wriggled with delight. So ticklish, Daddy. Hee Daddy. Upon witnessing this harmonious scene of familial affection, Yang Miaoyun couldn't help but smile sweetly. At that moment, her heart swelled with fulfillment and contentment. This was the life she yearned for, the love she aspired to. After Chen Shuai's playful antics, the girls forgot all about their demands for compensation. He lifted one child in each arm and declared, "Let us head back inside to install the big fan." Having indulged in the fiery lobster, they had completely forgotten about the fan. At the mention of it, both little ones instantly perked up with excitement. In Chen Shuai's embrace, the joyful girls squirmed around, their little arms wrapped around his neck, their heads bobbing side to side, and one tiny hand flailing about. They swayed back and forth. And had he not held them tightly, they would have surely tumbled off. Chen Shuai, instead of being annoyed, laughed heartily. As she watched the trio enter the house, Yang Miaoyun couldn't stifle her laughter. As I tidied up the dishes, I hummed a soft melody under my breath. Chen Shuai entered the main room, setting down Tian and Yuan. Before even opening the box, the 2 little ones had already gathered around, crouching on the ground with eager eyes fixed upon him. Chen Shuai opened the cardboard box to reveal 3 fan blades, a motor, and a switch. He gazed up at the ceiling, noting the height of the tiled roof. Once the fan was installed, the breeze would be significantly reduced. The ideal height was approximately 2 meters and 60 to 70 centimeters from the ground. Don't move around. I'll fetch a bamboo pole to lower it, he instructed. As Chen Shuai stepped outside, the 2 girls followed closely behind him like little shadows. The courtyard of Chen Shuai's home stretched over 30 meters, a common sight in rural areas. The expanse of the yard was ample enough to accommodate another house. Near the eastern wall of the courtyard stood a smaller tiled house, consisting of 3 rooms, one for living, another for storing miscellaneous items, and the last designated as the kitchen. Despite being smaller than the main house, these rooms offered significant storage. The largest of these was dedicated to silkworm rearing, measuring approximately 13 to 14 meters in length and 7 to 8 meters in width. In rural life, silkworm farming was a vital source of livelihood, and Chen Shuai's family participated in this as well, although now only remnants of the bamboo racks and silkworm baskets remained. Aside from the racks, a substantial bundle of bamboo poles lay stacked within. Upon opening the door to the room, a wave of lime dust greeted Chen Shuai. He selected a bamboo pole, thick as his arm, and carried it outside. After measuring against the 2 protruding steel rings in the room, he heard the excited footsteps of Tian and Yuan rushing out to join him. Chen Shuai brought over a stool, placing the bamboo pole atop it, and marked the excess length near the front to be sawn off. He rummaged through the storage room, turning it upside down until he unearthed a metal rod over a meter long. With a hammer, chisel, and nails in hand, he skillfully drilled holes at both ends of the rod. He then returned to the main room with the bamboo pole and metal rod, assembling the ceiling fan in a matter of moments. The familiarity and precision of his movements prompted applause from his mother and sisters, who watched in admiration. Carrying a ladder into the room, Chen Shuai's bamboo ladder was unlike any other. It had a unique design with 2 sides that opened in both directions, a rarity in that era. This was a creation he and his father had crafted together. Now, the ladder remained, yet his father was no longer there. Chen Shuai felt a profound sense of loss, reflecting on the capriciousness of fate, reborn yet powerless. Shaking his head, he steeled himself, determination shining in his eyes as he set the ladder in place. "Stand back and keep your distance from the ladder," he instructed. After securing the ladder, Miaoyun summoned all her strength to support its sides. Chen Shuai guided her small hands to the most effective positions for support, assuring her that minimal effort was required. Just steadying the ladder would suffice. Observing her vigorous efforts, Chen Shuai felt a warmth in his heart. The steel pipe was connected to the fan installation. The screws on the fan fit quite well upon installation. Chen Shuai grasped a bamboo pole, ascended the ladder, and held a pair of pliers and some iron wire in his hands. With one hand exerting force, he hoisted the bamboo pole upward. The pole wrapped around the iron ring below, coiling tightly for several dozen rounds. The ends of the iron wire, twisted securely with the pliers, formed a particularly strong hold. Tian handed her mother the shovel resting at her feet. To ensure the fixed side exerted effort, Miaoyun had taken the shovel in advance. Had it not been for their mother's call, the 2 little ones would have likely quarreled over the task. Receiving the shovel from the children, Miaoyun steadied the ladder with one hand while raising the shovel with the other. Leveraging the shovel's strength, it perfectly supported the bamboo pole. Chen Shuai hurriedly descended the ladder and moved it to another iron ring below. He quickly ascended again, gripping the other end of the bamboo pole. Chapter 65. You all bathe and sleep. I shall go fish. Removing the iron wire hanging from his arm, he had previously cut it to length. With a firm grip of his right hand, he wrapped it tightly in the same manner. Both ends of the bamboo pole were secured, marking a significant step towards successfully installing the ceiling fan. The ladder was positioned directly beneath the 2 bamboo poles, ascending with the ceiling fan. This time he inserted it into the 2 openings. A groove had already been carved in the middle of the bamboo pole below, accomplished with an axe beforehand. This would provide a better securing effect. The fixation of the iron wire here was of utmost importance, as this was also the thickest part of the bamboo pole. Next came the wiring, and finally, the switch was secured. The Great Wall brand ceiling fan featured a rectangular switch box with 5 settings. Now, the happiest were Tian and Yuan. The 2 little ones, gazing up at the large fan, joyfully bounced around, chattering excitedly. "Daddy is amazing. The big fan is truly beautiful. Daddy is the best. Mommy is the prettiest, and the fan is the largest." The sister spoke rightly. "Daddy, quickly turn on the big fan. Yuan wants to feel the breeze." Miaoyun felt a surge of excitement, brimming with anticipation. Observing the 3 of them so eagerly awaiting, Chen Shuai's face radiated happiness. "All right, let us turn on the fan." With a click, he adjusted it to the first setting. This setting was the slowest, with the fan beginning to rotate gently. Click, click, click. As the settings increased, the fan's speed escalated. Whoosh! The powerful breeze tousled their hair. The little dresses fluttered in the wind, as if 2 little princesses had descended from the heavens. Their dimples brought forth smiles that were utterly charming and beautiful. As the fan's speed increased, so did the accompanying sound. In the face of the invigorating cool breeze, the noise became inconsequential. The previously stuffy and humid room transformed into a refreshing haven. Tian and Yuan sprang about joyfully. The wind is here. The big fan feels incredibly refreshing. Comfortable. Indeed, it is truly delightful to lie beneath the fan. How splendid it would be. The joy radiates from the faces of my two daughters, and young Miaoyun is also beaming with a blissful smile. She stretches her arms wide in sheer enjoyment. Chen Shuai, seated upon a large chair, feels the beads of sweat on his face swiftly dissipate in the breeze. He gazes up at the dim lighting, his lips twitching slightly. Just as he prepares to speak, the two little girls dash into his embrace with remarkable speed. Looking down at the two adorable ones nestled in his arms, he notices their sticky little bodies, signaling that it is indeed time for a bath. Miaoyun, please heat some water for the children to bathe. I shall go fishing, he states. Noting that it is already 7:40 p.m. and the outside world has succumbed to darkness. He has no intention of venturing out in the dead of night, as he cannot bear to disturb the children's rest. Upon hearing their father mention fishing, the girls immediately clamor to join him in play. Chen Shuai adopts a stern expression, feigning displeasure. You cannot go. It is dark outside now. After a long day, it is best to hurry to bed with your mother. I shall lock the door behind me. I will take the keys. He gently places Tian and Yuan, along with a large basin, into the tricycle, alongside two larger iron buckets, which had been used during his fishing excursions with their grandfather. In addition, he gathers a net and a headlamp. With the watchful eyes of the three women in his family upon him, he sets off, pushing the tricycle. Young Miaoyun and the girls reluctantly follow him outside. Do not worry about me. Just return home quickly, he assures them as he watches them enter, hearing the click of the lock, which grants him peace of mind as he rides away. 10 minutes later, he arrives at the riverbank. Under the beam of his headlamp, Chen Shuai begins by retrieving the fish trap from the water. Lowering it gently, he feels a certain weight as he lifts it upward. The splash of water accompanies the trap as he pulls it up. With a strong heave, he raises the meter-long trap, shaking it to pour its contents into the larger bucket. To his satisfaction, he discovers 7 or 8 robust eels and 3 or 4 sizable lobsters within the first catch. He pushes the tricycle to the second fish trap, which proves to be considerably quieter. This trap yields a modest half-full collection of lobsters, compelling Chen Shuai to free up a bucket specifically for them. The subsequent traps yield a reasonable haul overall, including some crucian carp, common carp, and silver carp, among others. Each trap has approximately 5 to 6 pounds of snails, and with 8 or 9 traps brought up, he accumulates several dozen pounds. All the snails are carefully packed into bags. After returning each trap to its place, Chen Shuai retrieves the net, organizing it neatly in the bag for easier handling. He uses both hands to cast it wide, the net landing gracefully in the water. As he gradually pulls it up, the fish beneath the surface thrash about energetically within the net. The first haul is exceptionally bountiful, teeming with dozens of fish, large and small alike. Chen Shuai grins widely. Moving to a new location, having grown up by the river and later managed a fish farming venture, he feels at home in this aquatic realm. In the previous life, this was a minor venture. In this life, it has unexpectedly become a means of livelihood. There is no need for capital, allowing for unrestrained experimentation. Everyone has ventured out to work, granting the fish in this body of water the opportunity to thrive and multiply. After approximately 40 minutes, I return with a large basin brimming with fish. Now, I am laden with a bountiful harvest. Chen Shuai secured the fish and shrimp, one hand grasping the catch while the other held onto the cart. He trotted down from above, eyes fixed on the path ahead, and ventured onto a narrow road illuminated by the glow of lights. On either side of the path, the wheat was nearing maturity. Adjacent to the trail, an irrigation ditch flowed, while wild grasses, standing tall to the calves, swayed in the night breeze, releasing a somewhat pungent scent of fresh grass. The heads of wheat undulated like waves, moving forward with a rhythmic grace. The fragrance of wheat mingled with the aroma of green barley. Frogs croaked from the ditch, and even in the darkness, cicadas chirped from the treetops. After advancing roughly 200 or 300 meters, Chen Shuai finally halted. The moonlight bathed the earth, casting elongated shadows from the towering trees. He removed the net, and, under the beam of his headlamp, stealthily approached the edge of the ditch. The water here, though clearer than that of the river, bore a slight yellowish hue. Nevertheless, it was undeniably cleaner than the rivers of later generations. Bathing in such water posed no issue. Under the illumination, he noticed numerous crayfish clinging densely to the bank. Confirming their presence, Chen Shuai promptly extinguished the light. Despite this, several had already sunk to the bottom. Moving 2 to 3 meters to the side, he quietly lowered the net, gliding swiftly along the edge of the ditch. As he lifted the net, water splashed down, cascading back into the ditch. Chen Shuai quickly retreated, turning on the headlamp to shine upon the net. It was filled with at least 20 or 30 sizable crayfish. Excellent. Indeed, it aligned with my expectations. Chen Shuai grinned, disregarding the mud on his face as he poured the crayfish into a woven bag with a splash. Having gained this initial experience, Chen Shuai approached his second netting with utmost caution. Under the moonlight, he identified a more abundant cluster. As the water dripped from the net, the crayfish inside struggled vigorously. This time, the yield was significantly greater. During this season, crayfish were particularly plentiful, especially in the irrigation ditches among the fields. They truly seemed to be ubiquitous. By day, children would catch them, while at night, they proliferated in large numbers. There was no concern that a single summer could deplete their population. With just 2 nettings, he had already amassed a considerable haul, rendering the need for a wooden pole to fish for crayfish unnecessary. Such methods wasted too much time during the day. Chen Shuai scurried back and forth, and after about 40 to 50 minutes, he finally paused. He had traversed from one end of the area to the other on his tricycle, and upon inspecting the woven bag, he found it filled to the brim. Chen Shuai, his face brimming with pride, rode his bicycle home. Upon reaching his doorstep, he could see the warm glow of lights seeping through the crack of the door. Just as he was about to unlock the door, the corridor lights flickered on. Young Miaoyun had been waiting inside, and upon hearing the sound of his return, she could surmise with certainty that he had arrived. Her face radiated joy, reminiscent of a young maiden anticipating a meeting with her beloved. She hurried to the entrance, swinging the door open with enthusiasm, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at Chen Shuai. The transition of her expression from worry to relief stirred a deep emotion within him. Yet, he couldn't help but gently reproach her. Why are you still awake? Did I not say you should rest first? I was unsure of my return time. With a radiant smile, Yang Miaoyun took the tricycle from his hands. Quickly go wash up. I've saved hot water for you in the big pot. Faced with such a considerate wife, Chen Shuai contemplated suggesting that a cold shower would suffice. However, Yang Miaoyun, having anticipated his thoughts, firmly insisted, go on. I'll place the fish in the big tank. Although the weather is decent, I will not allow you to bathe in cold water. Warm water is far more comfortable and will help you relax. Just as she was about to say more, an unexpected sensation brushed against her lips, leaving her utterly embarrassed upon realizing what had occurred. Seizing the moment, Chen Shuai hastily withdrew, his fingers grazing his lips, a look of bliss on his face. Miaoyun, your lips are truly soft, fragrant, and incredibly delightful, he remarked unabashedly. Meanwhile, Yang Miaoyun felt a flush of embarrassment wash over her. Had it not been for the late hour and the solitude surrounding them, she would have found it challenging to step outside. Yet, watching Chen Shuai enter the house, she couldn't resist touching her lips, the earlier sensation making her heart race. Despite the cool evening air, her cheeks burned, and an inexplicable warmth enveloped her. Simultaneously, a sweet sensation filled her heart, akin to savoring honey. That fleeting kiss had left him in a hurry, yet it granted her a sense of reliance and a desire to hold on to that moment. Her affection for Chen Shuai was profound, otherwise, she would not have made such significant sacrifices for him. As Chen Shuai glanced at the clean clothes laid out in the corridor, he initially intended to enter but then cautiously retreated. With their daughter asleep, he feared that his movements might disturb her. Moreover, entering the house covered in dirt was decidedly unsanitary. The house had been tidied to perfection, and he did not wish to create more mess. While these thoughts occupied his mind, Yang Miaoyun's intentions were purely to ensure he could wash up and rest quickly. Holding the freshly laundered clothes his wife had prepared, his spirits soared. Had he not been concerned about waking their daughter, he would have already burst into a joyful tune and dance. Chen Shuai filled a large basin with hot water from the pot, adding the remaining half basin of well water. As he prepared to undress for his shower, Yang Miaoyun hurried into the main room. The sound of water splashing echoed as Chen Shuai, clad in his oversized shorts and slippers, entered the house 5 minutes later. He had opted not to don the tank top prepared for him. His upper body was robust, showcasing well-defined muscles that radiated a masculine vitality, complemented by his handsome visage. Such attributes could captivate any woman, and for Yang Miaoyun, who harbored feelings for Chen Shuai, it was particularly enthralling. After a refreshing shower, he felt utterly rejuvenated. He tread softly towards the master bedroom, gently pushing the door open to find it immaculately tidy. A blanket lay on the bed, yet there were no children present. Turning away, he made his way to another bedroom, where a dim light illuminated the space. The light bulb, a mere 15 watts, cast a soft glow. Inside, the 2 little ones were nestled under thin cotton blankets, sleeping soundly. Their adorable little mouths were puckered, seemingly dreaming of delightful treats. Were it not for the fear of his stubble pricking them, Chen Shuai would have been unable to resist planting a kiss on their cheeks. He carefully retreated, leaving the light on. As he turned back, he found his wife gazing at him with flushed cheeks and tender eyes. Since his rebirth, he had never experienced such affection. However, upon noticing the time on the wall, he felt a pang of concern. Why haven't you gone to cuddle the children and sleep? It's getting late. You should rest, he suggested, preparing to return to the room. Curious about what the two little girls had said moments ago, Chen Shuai felt a rush of excitement at the thought that they had spoken to him. With eager anticipation, he looked at young Miaoyun, only to find her face reddening further, her expression shy. In a voice barely above a whisper, she relayed their message. They want us to share a room. Their assertion of maturity thrilled him to the core. In a sudden motion, he turned and extinguished the lights in the hall. Young Miaoyun gasped, her voice stifled, her breath becoming labored. She instinctively wanted to resist, but her strength was insufficient. Yet, deep within, there was a flicker of anticipation. Her body felt utterly drained. Her heart raced, and her limbs were too weak to support her. Ultimately, she found herself in Chen Shuai's embrace. Time lost meaning as he carried her. The bedroom door swung open, and the light went out, until she found herself laid upon the bed. When young Miaoyun awoke, she reached out to feel the empty space beside her. In the darkness, she felt surprisingly content, her body experiencing an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and relaxation. Though she had slept in late, she felt invigorated. After lying quietly for several moments, she finally reached for the light switch. Hastily dressing, she stepped out of the room, only to find no sign of Chen Shuai in the courtyard. As she contemplated taking the bicycle, her gaze fell upon the two sleeping girls, prompting her to halt in her tracks. Though the dawn has yet to break, she has begun preparing breakfast. Today, she is set to resign from her job at the factory, hence she cannot afford to linger. At this moment, Chen Shuai has already left the village, energetically pedaling his tricycle, his entire being infused with vigor. Chapter 67. One man, many tasks, a relentless pursuit. Upon arriving at his usual spot, the sky remains shrouded in darkness. The tricycle has undergone modifications since yesterday. The rear has been extended with wooden planks, allowing him to carry a greater load today. With great effort, Chen Shuai sets down a large basin, once again filled to the brim. Today's fish are somewhat smaller, weighing between 2 to 4 pounds. Such fish are easier to sell. While larger fish may be delicious, potential buyers often hesitate, reluctant to spend extra money on a meal that may not be entirely consumed. The larger fish from the past few days were sold only through Chen Shuai's persuasion. In addition to the large basin, he has brought along an empty one, a round basin typically used for washing clothes. He has also brought 2 large buckets, one filled with snails and the other with eel, while a smaller basin contains river shrimp. After this flurry of activity, everything is laid out before him. He has also brought every slightly larger basin from home that may be useful. Beyond these items, he has prepared his own breakfast. The sheer volume of work he undertakes is almost unimaginable, yet for the sake of his wife and children, to provide them with a better life, he drives himself to such lengths. Today, his tricycle carries a stove as well. Having made a promise, he knows that breakfast must be prepared. With a headlamp on, he retrieves bags filled with ingredients, all essential for breakfast. A large wooden board is placed atop the tricycle. One basin reveals a well-risen dough, while another also shows promising growth. This dough was kneaded before he set out, and its impressive rise is indeed heartening. His tricycle has now transformed into a mobile market. He pulls out the dough and begins kneading it with both hands. Once properly kneaded, he sets it aside and prepares to chop the chives, pouring out the vermicelli and igniting the stove for frying eggs. With the addition of salt and oil, the filling of chives, vermicelli, and eggs is complete. Under his skilled hands, the dough swiftly elongates, which he portions into small pieces. With only himself to rely on, he has no time to spare. The substantial batch of dough yields approximately 1 to 200 pieces. Chen Shuai works efficiently, rolling out several pieces of dough simultaneously. With the aid of dry flour, he stacks the thin sheets neatly. Compared to dumplings, these are slightly larger. His movements are deft and practiced, as he creates orderly rows of large dumplings. In no time, the wooden board is densely covered. The stove is ablaze, fueled by the water he has brought from home. Were it not for the tricycle's extended length, it would be impossible to accommodate such a load. At this juncture, the rice in the pot is nearly cooked. He adds some dough, and as the pot reaches a boil, rice porridge begins to form. The pot is placed on the stove, and the dumplings are carefully added, one by one, as they swirl in the bubbling water. Adding clear water and covering the lid, within 3 or 4 minutes, the water inside has diminished significantly. Upon lifting the cap, A cascade of liquid flows forth as a steady stream of fragrant oil is introduced. After approximately a minute, the lid is lifted, releasing an enticing aroma that dances with the rising steam, carried far and wide on the breeze. The air is filled with the delightful scents of chives and eggs, mingling harmoniously with the essence of flour. In a nearby village, an elderly man, just roused from slumber, inhales deeply. What is that delightful fragrance? Could it be that a new food vendor has arrived in the streets? The aroma is truly exquisite. He mutters to himself, quickening his pace. As he makes his way toward the main road, families with children are also waking up. It is a significant matter for the youngsters to rise early for school, an event that must not be delayed. Perhaps the vendor of fried dough sticks has resumed his morning preparations? A 10-year-old boy from one household expresses his excitement. He recalls the enticing scent of fried dough sticks from the other day, which he did not get to taste, leaving him in a state of longing and discomfort. Today, he is determined not to miss out. Mother, the aroma outside is heavenly. Could you please buy some for me? He understands that breakfast at this hour is unlikely. The woman, initially intent on urging her son to school, lets out a deep sigh, her heart aching at the thought of spending money. Nonetheless, after a moment's hesitation, she reassures her son. Very well, you may go to school, and I shall certainly buy some for you. With his mother's affirmation, the little one eagerly grabs his backpack and heads out the door, still chattering about the enticing scent. It must be those water-fried buns. They smell even better than what my mother makes. The boy's nose is indeed quite discerning. Unsure of the price, she contemplates purchasing a few. As a mother, watching her child gaze longingly at others enjoying delicious food is not only painful, but also deeply distressing. If worst comes to worst, she resolves to buy a few. While she hesitates, fretting over the expense, numerous families have already caught wind of the delectable aroma, particularly for families with children. Even the adults find it hard to resist such temptation, let alone the eager youngsters. A group of mischievous boys, lacking motivation for school, steps outside only to turn back home again. The first batch is revealed, steaming and hot. Using a spatula, she gently scoops along the bottom of the pan, sliding the golden brown buns onto a plate, their exterior glistening with fragrant oil. Just as she prepares to place the second batch in, 5 or 6 elderly men approach from both sides of the street. Leading the group is a gray-haired man, his face a tapestry of wrinkles resembling rippling waves. Leaning on a cane and trembling slightly, he manages to stay at the forefront. His mouth reveals a set of teeth, most of which are missing. Speaking with a slight lisp, he inquires, "Young man, these buns are truly remarkable. They smell wonderful. How much for a serving?" Chen Shuai, tending to the buns, nods in response. A set of 10 costs 1 yuan, while individually they are priced at 10 jiao each. As the old man inquired, several other elderly gentlemen hurried over. Seeing the crowd, he felt a twinge of urgency. "Then, I shall have 5 fried buns and a bowl of porridge, please." However, he noticed the absence of stools. Chen Shuai wore an apologetic smile. "I sincerely apologize. I have only just started this a few days ago. I promise to have stools prepared by tomorrow." At his advanced age, the issue of seating must be addressed when dining here. He carefully handed over several small stools. "Elder, do bear with this inconvenience." Although seating was not arranged, the attitude was quite commendable, allowing his old face to finally relax. As the fried buns and porridge were served, the other elderly gentleman also approached. The darkness still enveloped the sky, which had yet to fully brighten. Thankfully, it was under the streetlight, otherwise, they would have to eat in the dark. "Boss, your fried buns are truly fragrant. I could smell them even before getting up." Initially, he had intended to sleep a bit longer, but his stomach protested with hunger. This elder spoke with a particularly pleasant tone. Even Chen Shuai felt a swell of pride. "Thanks to your kind words, today's breakfast is sure to be a success." The old man grinned, stroking his grizzled beard. "I speak nothing but the truth. If something is fragrant, it is fragrant. Having lived 78 years, I know no lies." The appearance of the food was indeed enticing, stimulating the appetite. "Then serve me 6 of those, and what porridge is this? I would like a bowl as well." Chapter 68. Without purchasing, school lacks excitement. Third brother, are we not being loyal? Bring me 8 fried buns. Also, what else is there to eat? I'll take some of that too. Make it 10. Along with a bowl of rice porridge. By the way, do you have fried dough sticks today? Ah, are there no fried dough sticks today? The elderly gentleman, having emerged, chimed in with their orders. Chen Shuai felt quite pleased. A chef prepares food with the hope that others will enjoy it, longing for more people to savor his culinary skills and offer compliments. This sentiment is one that even sages find joy in. Chen Shuai shares the same thought. "Thank you all for your support, dear elders and young ones. The fried dough sticks are not yet fried and will require a few minutes. If you wish to have them, I'm afraid you must wait a little longer. Instantly, some expressed their willingness to wait. Chen Shuai still had items to bring down, and quite a bit had already been sold. He had 2 frying pans in total, one he purchased and the other borrowed from his mother-in-law's home. The latter was deeper, perfect for frying dough sticks. Taking the dough for the fried sticks from the pan, Chen Shuai kneaded it with both hands, pulling and shaping it with a series of popping sounds. One by one, he cut them into strips, folding them in half, pressing them with chopsticks to stretch them to lengths of 30 to 40 centimeters. He gently placed them into the hot oil, where they began to frolic in the high temperature. The long chopsticks were crafted from fine bamboo strips. After dropping 5 or 6 strips into the pot, it was soon filled. The fried dough sticks require ample space to expand during frying. After 30 or 40 seconds, golden, crispy oil sticks emerged from the fryer. The enticing aroma of fried dough attracted several elderly men, who immediately approached, peering into the bubbling oil. Young man, the oil sticks you've prepared are simply delightful. Their color is truly exquisite. Do hurry and hand me 2. Boss, I already mentioned I want 5 in total, one of them insisted. They jostled in front of the stall, while a few children tugged at their parents, eager to join the scene. Among them were some who had missed out last time. Feeling a pang of regret, they stood their ground, refusing to go to school. This infuriated their mother, causing the atmosphere to grow tense once again, filled with cries and wails that resonated through the air. The commotion was so intense it could be perceived from afar, the sounds echoing like a tempest. Especially the boys, having been scolded, dashed from their parents' embrace toward Chen Shuai's stall, acutely aware they might be late for school. 2 of the children's parents promptly joined the queue for oil sticks, which finally persuaded them to agree to attend school. The playful scuffles among the children elicited laughter from those present. It wasn't until every child reluctantly departed for school that the crowd's attention shifted to lining up for food. Though the sky had yet to brighten, a considerable number of people were already queuing. A few anxious women, sweating profusely, were the mothers of the children who had just left. After seeing their children off, they remained true to their word. Boss, 2 oil sticks. One woman, holding coins in her hand, spoke with a hint of regret. Chen Shuai, with a plastic bag in hand, wrapped 2 oil sticks and handed them over. How much do I owe you? 10 cents each. Just place the money in the box. This box, a childhood toy of Chen Shuai's, measured about 20 centimeters in width and length. He had brought it along that morning, lined with a cloth, clean and tidy, allowing everyone to take their change freely. This method left each paying customer pleasantly surprised. Such trust was truly unprecedented. The woman sighed internally, pondering her thoughts as she placed the money down and departed with the oil sticks. Gradually, more mothers followed suit. In Qinjia village, young Miaoyun gazed at her daughter, still lost in slumber. Sweetheart, let us wake up now. We can sleep at grandma's later. Daddy has already gone to work, and mommy needs to help him. Initially drowsy, Tian and Yuan rolled out of bed, their eyes still heavy with sleep. Mommy is going to the factory to assist Daddy. Can you go to grandma's? Tian immediately disagreed, rubbing her big eyes, her face a picture of grievance. No, Tian wants to go with Mommy. Didn't Daddy rearrange our seats for us? We can sit together. Yuan chimed in, wanting to accompany her mother and sister to help their father. Upon hearing this, young Miaoyun's expression turned stern. She glared at Tian as the elder sister. You must set a good example for your younger sibling. Mommy still needs to go to the factory and take care of you both. How many hands do you think Mommy has? In times past, the 2 sisters would certainly have obeyed. Their father had never taken an interest in them. At their grandmother's house, they at least had something to eat, while with their mother, there was often nothing to be had. However, the situation has changed. Chen Shuai dotes on them excessively. The 2 little ones have long forgotten their unhappy days. For them, everything is worthwhile. Thus, the 2 youngsters exchanged wide-eyed glances. As they sensed their mother's growing irritation, they flanked her, playfully shaking her arms in a display of affection. Yet, they were mistaken. Under their mother's unwavering authority, negotiations were futile. After a battle of wits lasting several minutes, young Miaoyun emerged victorious, concluding the debate. They hastily had breakfast at home before heading to their maternal family. As the sky brightened, Chen Shuai's stall was already bustling with activity. It was not just the elderly who came for breakfast. Many office workers joined as well, a sight unimaginable in the past. The aroma of fried dough sticks, the enticing scent of chive and egg pancakes, and the fragrance of rice porridge melded with the swirling white mist, permeating the air and wafting with the breeze. As dawn broke, everyone rose to prepare for work. The streets were filled with men and women of all ages. A few men around 40 rode their bicycles, the venerable Forever and Phoenix brands. Even from 200 or 300 meters away, they could detect the delightful scents emanating from Chen Shuai's stall. What a wonderful aroma. Fried dough sticks, and what seem to be pancakes. I can smell it too. It's delicious. Don't mention it. I haven't had breakfast yet. I haven't eaten either. We're all just trying to get by. Who would splurge on breakfast? Let us not dwell on it. Otherwise, we won't be able to ride any longer. Should we stop for a little bite? Perhaps not. After all, I can't bear to part with even a few coins. As they chatted, they soon spotted Chen Shuai's stall, already crowded with patrons. People were queuing, squatting to eat, and packing food to take away. It had transformed into a miniature marketplace. They rang their bicycle bells, attempting to weave through carefully. Yet, as they neared the stall, 3 of them dismounted, unable to endure the ride any longer. Despite having families to support, they could not continue to torment themselves. The group had always been rather open-minded. Without needing to speak, they all understood it was time to dismount and eat. "Third brother, are we not being a bit unsporting?" asked the youngest, a man of around 30, with a hint of embarrassment. Upon hearing this, the other 2 grew displeased, particularly third brother, whose expression turned stern. "Brother, your words do not seem quite right. Were we not graciously invited to discuss this?" With this, the conversation fell silent. Before they even arrived, third brother had already noted that some were reluctant to partake. "Let us hurry. There are quite a few people here. Chen Shuai has established a fully self-service model here. Fried dough sticks, pan-fried buns, and congee are all available for self-service. Customers can serve themselves and find their own change. There is a universal appeal to this mode of operation, as human nature tends to seek advantages. People relish the ability to take as much as they desire. They can grab the largest fried dough sticks and fill their bowls with congee to the brim. Breakfast sales are thriving. However, the fish business today has seen a slight decline. An hour has passed, and only a third of the stock has been sold. As for the lobsters, merely 5 or 6 kilograms have been sold. With utmost efficiency, he prepares all the pan-fried buns and fried dough sticks, which sell remarkably well, often selling out as soon as they are made. The congee has been nearly depleted. Chen Shuai dedicates all his energy to selling fish and shrimp. Come and see. Wild lobsters, large in size, with abundant, succulent meat, guaranteed to bolster the health of the elderly and promote growth in children. Take a look. If you miss this village, you will miss this shop. Freshly caught from the river, offered at unbeatable prices. Don't know how to cook? Fear not. The proprietor will teach you on the spot. You'll learn quickly. Anyone can become a chef. In this day and age, where else can one sell goods with such unabashed fervor? Most vendors sit quietly, waiting for customers to approach before they begin selling. Chen Shuai's enthusiastic calls are indeed a rarity, drawing curious glances from passers-by. The majority of his customers are women and the elderly. His handsome appearance and resonant voice attract a crowd. "This fish looks great. I'll take one. These lobsters are so vibrant. Let me get 2 pounds. I can manage lobsters, but how do you eat these snails? Are these river shrimp? I'll take a pound home to try. If it's good, I'll be back tomorrow." Chatter fills the air, and before making any purchases, customers express their thoughts freely. Should anyone with a short temper happen by, tensions could easily rise. Chen Shuai, with a beaming smile, addresses their queries, eager to reassure them. Raising his voice, he calls out, "Dear uncles and aunts, brothers and sisters, if you desire a certain flavor or wish to elevate your culinary skills, I, though modest, can offer some advice." His call quickly garners responses. "I was here yesterday. The proprietor is quite kind." Following his method, the fish turned out exceptionally delicious. At the entrance of the hardware factory, young Miaoyun pedaled her bicycle with determination, finally arriving just before her shift began. "Miaoyun, you who love to arrive early. Are you late today?" A familiar voice greeted her from behind as she steadied her bicycle. Turning around, she saw her good friend, young Yuan. With a smile, she replied, "Yuan, aren't you a bit late as well today?" Yang Yuan secured her bicycle and curiously remarked, "Where did you get this bicycle?" Yang Miaoyun proudly replied, "It's ours. Chen Shuai bought it, but hasn't he ridden it much? Doesn't it look particularly new?" She then proceeded to lock it with a sturdy iron chain. Such a new bicycle, no matter where it goes, is unparalleled in safety. Yang Yuan gazed enviously at the bicycle, while her own was an old purchase. It seemed that Chen Shuai had truly turned over a new leaf, and the days of good fortune were about to commence. Would she now feel invigorated for work? As she spoke, she tugged at Yang Miaoyun, eager to depart. However, her dear sister did not budge this time, which caused Yang Yuan some anxiety. "Hurry up. We're going to be late." Yang Miaoyun gently extricated herself, saying, "Thank you, Wan Jia, for your care during all this time. I have come here today to resign. Do visit our village sometime." Yang Yuan felt a bit dazed, struggling to comprehend. With worry, she exclaimed, "Are you speaking nonsense? Think about how much effort you put into getting this job. Do you truly want to leave? Is someone bullying you?" If anything is troubling you, just tell me, and I will stand up for you. She was well aware that many men in the factory were particularly enamored with young Miaoyun's beauty, pursuing her both openly and covertly. Her first thought was whether Miaoyun wished to avoid these advances. Regardless of the reason, having grown up together, she felt compelled to intervene whenever her sister faced difficulties. After all, wouldn't 2 decades of friendship be in vain otherwise? Listening to her words and seeing her anxious expression, young Miaoyun felt quite touched. She grasped Yang Wan's hands, assuring her, No one is bullying me. Chen Shuai is simply very busy with his business now. I just thought that if we worked together, with a united front, we could achieve great things. Rather than feeling happy for her, Yang Wan grew increasingly concerned. I cannot agree. Just look around. Business is not as simple as it seems. Many fail to make a profit. The notion of growing strong seems utterly improbable. It is exceedingly challenging. No matter how capable one is, without connections or benefactors, success is nearly impossible. For your own sake and that of your family, I strongly advise against abandoning this place. Yang Miaoyun was a person of unwavering faith. Even if the path she chose was misguided, she would forge ahead without hesitation. It was her steadfastness that had earned Chen Shuai's genuine affection, prompting his transformation and diligence. A confident smile graced her face as she responded, Thank you, Wanjia. I believe in myself, and I have faith in Chen Shuai. Regardless of the outcome, I have not given up before, and I shall not do so now. Her tone was resolute, leaving no room for doubt. Yang Wan was momentarily taken aback. She understood Yang Miaoyun's character. Yet this resolute decision marked only the second significant choice she had made since their acquaintance. With a deep sigh, she conceded, Very well. I know what is in your heart. Should you ever need your sister, do not hesitate to call. I shall head into work now. You can find your way to the office. It was not that she wished to abandon her sister, but rather that Yang Miaoyun's nature forbade any interference in such matters. It is precisely for this reason that Chen Shuai places such great importance on her. As Yang Wan entered the workshop, Yang Miaoyun made her way towards the office building. Chapter 70. No more face, taking you to sell lobsters 5 minutes later. A knock echoed on the door of the supervisor's office, yet no response came from within. After 2 minutes of waiting without seeing the supervisor return, she began to descend the staircase when the adjacent conference room opened. The first to emerge was the supervisor. Yang Miaoyun turned back to greet him. Leader, I have something to discuss with you. I intend to resign and hope for your approval. Having just exited a meeting, the supervisor wore a rather grim expression, likely having faced criticism within. When Yang Miaoyun abruptly approached him with news of her resignation, his already foul mood left no room for hesitation. Very well. Prepare your resignation letter. Their factory, being a state-owned enterprise, had countless individuals vying for positions within its ranks. The departure of one person conveniently opened a slot for another. The last to exit was the deputy factory manager. From his silhouette, Yang Miaoyun instantly recognized him. However, with so many witnesses present, he felt constrained and did not return to the office, but instead proceeded towards the supervisor's office. Noticing the leader's intention to enter his office, the supervisor hastily advanced, moving with remarkable speed to outpace Yang Miaoyun and unlock the door. Having already resigned, Yang Miaoyun saw no need for pleasantries. She was the first to enter and immediately spotted the resignation form. As she settled down to fill it out, the deputy factory manager followed closely behind and entered as well. Upon seeing the deputy factory manager, Yang Miaoyun felt no inclination to greet him. She held no favorable impression of him. Her desire to ignore him did not deter him from his interest in her. Leaning in to observe, his expression shifted dramatically. Resignation? Yang Miaoyun, why are you resigning? Have you encountered difficulties, or has someone been bullying you? Regardless of the challenges, feel free to share. I assure you, I will personally address them. He transformed into a champion of talent, espousing moral righteousness, and displaying an ostensibly deep concern as a leader. Yang Miaoyun, however, remained unfazed. Having completed her resignation letter during his speech, she placed it on the supervisor's desk, offered them neither a glance nor a word, and exited the office. It is noteworthy that both individuals were high-ranking executives within the factory. In any circumstance, they were not required to justify their actions. Their reprimands of employees resembled that of scolding grandchildren. Never had anyone spoken to them in such a manner, nor displayed such arrogance and rudeness. Before the supervisor could express his anger, the deputy factory manager was already fuming. He pointed an accusatory finger at the supervisor. Supervisor Ma, you are exceedingly bold. Do you not understand that Yang Miaoyun is a key talent being cultivated by the organization? Are you aware of the substantial losses this could incur for the factory? Supervisor Ma was utterly bewildered. As the workshop manager, how could he be unaware of this? The factory director before him harbored a deep admiration for Yang Miaoyun. Unfortunately, despite being appointed as his secretary, she showed no interest in him. These matters were no longer secrets within the factory. However, at this moment, with the leadership reprimanding him, he dared not utter a word, no matter how justified he felt. Yang Miaoyun was particularly anxious now. She could forego a few days' wages, but she was deeply concerned about Chen Shuai managing so much alone today. She pedaled her bicycle, hastening to leave the factory. At this hour, Chen Shuai had established a steady clientele who favored fish. The streets were bustling with pedestrians. Today, the fish he brought were of just the right size, leaving only 2 or 3 left. However, the lobsters and snails had not sold well. It was already past 8 o'clock, and half of his stock remained. Chen Shuai wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling somewhat fatigued as he took a seat. He had not rested since morning. Sitting on the bench, he opened his water bottle and took a sip. "Young man, how much are the lobsters?" 2 yuan per jean. "Would you like to buy some, sir?" A man in his 70s stood before him, momentarily taken aback by the price. After a brief hesitation, he remarked, "That's not too expensive. But how should I prepare them to taste good?" The old man's demeanor indicated he was not from the countryside. This sale was bound to succeed. "It all depends if you can handle spicy food. If so, we can add more spice. If not, we can also steam the lobster meat or stir-fry it. There are countless ways to cook it. Whatever you desire, I can accommodate." His words persuaded the previously hesitant old man to buy 2 jean. Following that, business continued to flow in steadily. "Are you doing well? How much have you made?" A familiar voice echoed in his ears as he had just sent off a customer who bought snails. Chen Shuai looked up, excitement welling within him. Yang Miaoyun was smiling brightly as she dismounted her bicycle. "Wife, what brings you here? Have you resigned from the factory?" Securing her bicycle, Yang Miaoyun took a seat on a stool. "Dear, you sit and rest for a while. I will handle the rest of the sales." Now that she had resigned, there was no turning back. She was determined to fully commit and strive alongside her husband. Chen Shuai shook his head. "I'm all right, not too tired. Let us call it a day. I only have some lobsters left, which I can sell to the restaurant." Yang Miaoyun was always inclined to heed Chen Shuai's wishes. She began to tidy up before he could. Under her almost pleading gaze, Chen Shuai finally settled down to rest. With little to pack, he emptied the water from the large basin, loaded everything onto the bicycle, and secured it with rope. "Take a sip. I'll take you to sell lobsters." Chen Shuai felt remarkably uplifted. With his wife by his side, he felt invigorated. The two quickly tidied up. Chen Shuai even picked up the litter left behind by the customers, placing it into a bag. This is one's own territory, and it must be kept impeccably clean. Under the guidance of Chen Shuai, they soon arrived at a lobster restaurant. A sign hung at the entrance, proclaiming, "High prices paid for large lobsters." In this era, lobster is the signature dish. The proprietor of this establishment displays a rather forward-thinking mentality. With insufficient lobster on hand, procuring from external sources is essential. Chen Shuai had approximately 30 pounds of lobster remaining. After steadying the tricycle, he grabbed a woven bag and entered the restaurant. The establishment was quite spacious, featuring around 20 tables. The owner had just arrived early in the morning. The restaurant was spotless. The owner appeared to be in his 40s. Beside him stood a woman, elegantly dressed and meticulously adorned. Given her refined appearance in the restaurant, she was undoubtedly the proprietress. The couple was engaged in a flurry of calculations when Chen Shuai walked in, unnoticed by them. "Do you buy lobsters?" Chen Shuai inquired as he approached the counter, interrupting their conversation. Compared to her somewhat portly husband, Chen Shuai was a strikingly handsome young man. The presence of such a refined youth captivated her attention. Attraction between the sexes is a universal phenomenon. The appreciation of beauty is inherent in all. She was not a saint, and it was impossible for her to suppress such feelings. A couple of coughs prompted the proprietress to lower her head, her face flushed with embarrassment. She gathered her hair and lifted her slightly reddened face. Chapter 71. A jealous man, absolutely not below market price. The transformation of his wife left her husband quite displeased. This is something no man can endure. Yet, he could not bring himself to chastise his wife. The frustration within him could only be vented upon others. "We want to buy them. We want to buy them." Just as the wife was about to speak, her husband decisively rejected the idea, leaving her feeling quite aggrieved. She immediately retaliated. "Even if they are offered, what difference does it make to take in a few more pounds? Tell me, is there something you wish to hide?" This provoked the man, igniting a fierce anger within him. It was clear that she had been eyeing the handsome young man. She had been staring at him intently, and now she dared to speak of him. His mood had already soured, and the thought of his wife attempting to flirt before him was unbearable. He could no longer contain himself, raising his voice in a furious outburst. "How can you still claim to have done the right thing? Are you oblivious to your own actions? After over 20 years of marriage, how have you changed so drastically? If I weren't here, would you be inclined to sleep with him? Despite his wife's behavior, he had endured much. Now, her refusal to acknowledge her faults pushed him to the brink of his patience. In that moment, his frustrations erupted fully. The young couple's quarrel was not something Chen Shuai intended to involve himself in. He intended to leave, clutching the lobsters as he headed for the door. The man, who had been reveling in the argument, glared at Chen Shuai as he attempted to depart, his anger intensifying. Abruptly abandoning the woman, he strode over to confront Chen Shuai, his vision clouded by jealousy. Infuriated, he exclaimed, "So, your illicit affair has been uncovered, and now you wish to depart?" At that moment, Chen Shuai observed the ominous crow of Wu Shuang soaring above him. He had merely entered to sell some lobsters. How had he become an unwitting rival in love? It was crucial to remember that young Miaoyun was outside. If she were to overhear this, no amount of explanation could absolve him. Chen Shuai's previously cheerful demeanor instantly turned frigid, his tone laden with a grave warning. "Let me reiterate, I am merely here to sell lobsters. From beginning to end, I do not know either of you. Should you dare to speak recklessly, be wary of my wrath." A mere phrase from him sent shivers down the man's spine. As if he had plunged into an icy abyss. He dared not utter another word or make a single gesture. This era was marked by stringent crackdowns, where even the slightest infraction could lead one to the sewing machine. The man was utterly consumed by jealousy. Observing his wife exchanging flirtatious glances with Chen Shuai left him in turmoil. No matter how he looked at it, their interaction suggested infidelity. Chen Shuai pointed at the woman. "Do we know each other? Is there any hint of an ambiguous relationship between us?" The woman, captivated by the handsome stranger, had indeed gazed at him longer than necessary. Much like a man might admire a beautiful woman, she found herself contemplating how delightful it would be if he were hers. However, such thoughts remained mere fantasies. For pursuing a stunning woman, especially one married for many years, required genuine effort. She was no longer in her prime, a faded flower of youth, and such fortune seemed unattainable. In response to Chen Shuai's inquiry, the woman, filled with indignation, fixed her furious gaze upon her husband. "Is your mind clouded? I have no connection with him. I have never even met him. After being part of your family for so many years, how could you think of me this way? If you were absent today, would you not label me a harlot?" The woman felt deeply wronged. Her outburst momentarily stunned the man. Within the household, he wielded little authority. Today, witnessing his wife share coy glances with another had pushed him to his limit. Now, faced with her fierce response, he immediately shrank back. The storm of his earlier fury dissipated into timidity. Chen Shuai, weary of such trivial matters, lifted his bag and turned to leave. "Sir, please wait. I will take all your lobsters. I sincerely apologize for the misunderstanding today." Chen Shuai was no small-minded individual. A radiant smile graced his lips. The frigid aura he had exuded moments earlier now seemed a mere facade. Beneath it all, he remained an innocent youth, his 8 pearly white teeth glimmering brilliantly. "What is the price?" he inquired. "There are no eternal friends, only perpetual interests." Chen Shuai was here to sell lobsters, driven solely by the pursuit of profit. The proprietress, without hesitation, replied, "The price shall not fall below market value. 2 yuan, we shall take all that you have. In the future, we will need as much as you can provide." Chen Shuai did not respond, but simply picked up the woven bag and walked outside. The woman, surprisingly anxious, hurried after him. "Sir, please wait a moment. The price is negotiable." Chen Shuai regarded her with a half-smile. "I am merely a purveyor of lobsters. Allow me to show you what I have." As he opened the bag, a vibrant display of lively red lobsters greeted the eye. Compared to the merchandise offered, Chen Shuai's lobsters were of the highest quality, prompting even the owner to concede their superiority. They were large, vigorous, and splendidly colored. A large bowl of such lobsters, placed prominently at the storefront, would undoubtedly elevate business to new heights. The owner's wife, having recognized this potential, felt a twinge of resolve despite the earlier discord with her husband. After a moment's hesitation, she proposed, "How about 2 yuan and 2 jiao? This is a fair price. We procure from the wholesale market at 1 yuan and 5 jiao." Chen Shuai scrutinized the couple, discerning the veracity of their words. His objective was to secure a higher price. "I may consider selling to you, but let us be clear. You shall pay me according to the market price, no matter how much it rises. If that is unfeasible, then consider this meeting as if it never occurred." His words left the owner seething with indignation. How could the wholesale prices be so low? Even if they were to rise, they wouldn't spike at a moment's notice. He had encountered unscrupulous vendors before, but none as unscrupulous as this. Angered by his wife's offer, he thought to refuse. "Very well, that is a must, of course. However, While he was still in a daze, his wife promptly acquiesced and quickly fetched the scales. But as the weight was measured and the moment to pay approached, the man suddenly reacted, urgently reaching out to stop her. "Wife, this price is too steep. I still feel it is inappropriate." The woman's word was final. She never reneged on her promises. Moreover, he had just redeemed her reputation. With fierce eyes, she glared at her husband. "I do not find it exorbitant." Given your earlier remarks, the seller harbored no resentment. "Do you think we should disregard such kindness, or should we be ungrateful? If you are unwilling, I shall return to my family, and we shall part ways. Do not presume that I would starve on the streets without you. Have you forgotten who financed this establishment? My 5 brothers would not simply let it go with a laugh." Chapter 72. Truly disheartened, let us buy apples. Upon hearing this, the courage he had mustered deflated like a punctured balloon. Considering the towering and robust stature of his 5 brothers-in-law filled him with dread, leaving him utterly bereft of courage. He could only muster a forced smile. "Wife, you speak the truth. This household is indeed yours to command. The quality of these lobsters does warrant the price. Every day, we must venture into the market, yet here it is delivered right to our doorstep. The time saved could translate into considerable earnings. By this calculation, it is indeed exceedingly worthwhile." As he spoke, he personally received the money from his wife's hands. A total of 30 pounds, amounting to 66 yuan. "Please confirm this." Chen Shuai felt quite satisfied with this price, even though he was already aware of the amount when the vendor weighed the money. Nevertheless, he accepted it and verified it in front of them. "Where shall I place the lobsters?" Under his wife's watchful gaze, the man hurried into the kitchen and emerged carrying a large basin. With a splash, all the lobsters were poured in, and only then did Chen Shuai emerge, content. Waiting anxiously at the door was Miaoyun, particularly worried. The vehicle was parked outside, and she could not enter. As she fretted, Chen Shuai emerged, swinging a woven bag, his face beaming with a smile. "Why were you in there for so long?" Miaoyun asked, her concern evident. "The boss was weighing, and I haggled over the price, managing to earn a few extra yuan." At this moment, Miaoyun held absolute trust in Chen Shuai. A few extra yuan earned in just a few minutes was certainly a prospect she would not resent. Chen Shuai chuckled, removing the bag from his shoulder. "Guess how much I earned today?" Miaoyun, pushing her bicycle, shook her head, pouting adorably, a picture of sweetness and innocence. "Who knows how much you made? As long as we 3 aren't hungry, that's all that matters." Her expression was charming, radiating a sweet demeanor. Chen Shuai felt a profound joy in his heart. Just hearing those words from his wife made him feel utterly content. "How about this, dear father-in-law and mother-in-law? Taking care of the children daily is no easy task. I plan to get them each a set of clothing." Chen Shuai was a man who valued gratitude. Over the past few years, having led a somewhat aimless life, he had faced disdain, which was entirely understandable. Now, however, his life had transformed. His family was harmonious. To achieve success, one must ensure the horse is well fed. Miaoyun, however, was reluctant. "No need, they have clothes to wear. Our closet is already overflowing. Even if you buy them, they will just end up stored away." She gazed earnestly at Chen Shuai, her genuine emotions evident, and her soft demeanor made him instinctively wipe away his drool. "Pervert." Miaoyun shot him a sidelong glance, leaving him to ponder. Chen Shuai chuckled foolishly, cycling closely behind her. "Let's buy some flour and ingredients for tomorrow." When it came to cooking, Miaoyun was not particularly adept. They already had buns and fried dough sticks. She wondered what else he intended to add. Observing his eagerness, she simply shook her head and laughed. "Do as you wish, but starting tomorrow, I will be joining you at the stall." Seeing the seriousness in her eyes, Chen Shuai nodded vigorously. He understood that Miaoyun was a woman of her word. The harmony of husband and wife was also his dream. As they chatted along the way, their conversation was light and joyful. Their hearts opened to each other in that moment. After 15 minutes, they arrived at the wholesale market. Is this market truly this vast? Riding into the bustling market, Miaoyun sighed deeply as she surveyed the throng of people. Under Chen Shuai's guidance, they arrived at the familiar oil and grain store from their previous visit. Upon seeing Chen Shuai, the proprietor greeted him with warmth and enthusiasm. "Welcome. Shall we proceed with the usual quantities?" Chen Shuai settled down beside him, taking a sip of water. 1 bag of fried dough sticks flour, 1 bag of steamed bun flour, and another barrel of soybean oil. Also, let us have around 10 pounds of yellow beans. The order was substantial, eliciting a broad grin from the shopkeeper. "Very well, we shall maintain the prices we discussed." The proprietor carefully loaded the bags into the tricycle. As they exited after making the payment, Miaoyun felt a twinge of regret. "I truly believe that selling fish alone would yield over 200 yuan in a day. I think that should suffice," she expressed. Chen Shuai understood her sentiment. Gently stroking her silky hair, he replied, "We cannot afford to stagnate. Just consider today's revenue, over 300 yuan. The initial investment was quite modest. Selling fish and shrimp alone garnered more than 200 yuan. Although the breakfast profits were meager, we still made a few dozen yuan. Our limited production naturally caps our earnings. With increased supply tomorrow, we could see an additional surge of over 100 yuan. Such projections left young Miaoyun astounded. Is that truly realistic? Did we really earn over 200 yuan today? Chen Shuai grasped her delicate hand, gazing intently into her eyes. Absolutely. Our daily earnings will only continue to rise. This promise held a powerful allure for anyone. At that moment, young Miaoyun felt as if she were enveloped in sweetness, breathing in the very essence of joy. Now that we've completed our shopping, let us return home, she suggested, but Chen Shuai shook his head. Not just yet. Let us buy some fruit for the children before heading back. Familiar with the area? Chen Shuai led the way, while young Miaoyun trailed behind. She recalled that her daughter hadn't had an apple in quite some time, which stirred a pang of sadness within her. The couple meandered through the crowd, stopping intermittently until they reached the fruit section. This area was filled with stalls brimming with an array of fruits, some familiar, others exotic. The air was thick with the fragrance of ripe produce. Various sizes and shapes adorned the market. Vendors busily attended to the customers who had gathered. Chen Shuai paused at a relatively larger fruit stand, where a middle-aged couple in their 30s managed the shop. "What fruits do you require?" the vendor inquired. Chen Shuai approached a selection of green apples. These apples have a more pronounced flavor compared to the red ones. They are pleasantly tart and sweet. Without hesitation, he grabbed a cardboard box and picked up a green apple, wiping it on his clothing. "I shall take these green apples. What is the price?" The vendor responded enthusiastically. "Our green apples are not smaller than the red ones, yet we maintain the same price, 3 jiao per pound, no haggling. Regarding this price, I am well aware. In the market, it costs around 60 to 70 cents per pound. The wholesale price is quite similar." With a cardboard box in hand, I began selecting apples. It is a common misconception that greener apples are always tastier. What is truly desirable are the apples adorned with small spots, showcasing a hint of yellow amidst the green. Such apples are exceptionally crisp and possess a delightful sweet tart flavor. Chen Shuai pressed his finger firmly against a freshly polished apple, which emitted a crisp sound. Without the need for a knife, he effortlessly split it in half and offered one portion to young Miaoyun. "Taste this. If it's delicious, we shall purchase more today." Chapter 73. You two seem to favor your father over your mother. Young Miaoyun dutifully accepted the apple. It had been over 6 months since she last savored one. Holding it in her hand, she hesitated to take a bite, although her heart yearned to indulge. The presence of her husband and the watchful gaze of the vendor compelled her to maintain an air of elegance, savoring it delicately. In all situations, she felt the need to be mindful of her demeanor, considering Chen Shuai's reputation. Chen Shuai, however, had no such reservations. With a wide mouth, he took a large bite, and the juice splashed in his mouth, a delightful blend of sweet and sour. Young Miaoyun took small bites, the apple's flavor allowing her to relax completely. While it seemed Chen Shuai was casually selecting, one must admit his expertise in choosing the finest apples was remarkable. Within mere minutes, the box was filled to the brim. Young Miaoyun hurriedly suggested that he buy fewer apples, but it was too late. The box was handed over, and the vendor eagerly accepted it, fearing Chen Shuai might change his mind. Business was tough, and it was rare to encounter a sale. The vendor was keen to finalize the transaction and secure payment. "Sir, that amounts to 15 pounds, he announced as he waited. Chen Shuai handed over $4.50. Young Miaoyun felt a pang of regret. This was nearly a day's wage. Had they purchased too much? After all, they couldn't possibly consume it all. "No worries, we can always share some with your family." She promptly requested several bags, but only asked for the box to be sealed without extracting the apples. The couple was in sync, understanding each other's intentions. Once home, unboxing in front of the elders would surely yield a different reaction. Yet, Chen Shuai was not ready to leave just yet. "Let us buy some meat as well." Young Miaoyun, casting aside her shyness, grasped Chen Shuai's hand. "Darling, that's enough. We still haven't eaten the marinated beef from yesterday. Can we discuss it tomorrow?" In this era, such openness was rare and often met with embarrassment. Couples seldom addressed each other as husband or wife, typically referring to one another as daughter's father or son's father. However, having experienced higher education, young Miaoyun's thoughts were more progressive. As she observed Chen Shuai continuing to spend, she finally mustered the courage to call out, disregarding her modesty. She felt a wave of shyness wash over her, wishing she could vanish into the ground. Her head bowed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. In stark contrast, Chen Shuai was in high spirits, exclaiming with glee, "Haha, I'm truly elated. Just for the sake of my beloved wife, I shall heed your words today. After all, he was thick-skinned and indifferent to the opinions of others. Perhaps spurred by this motivation, he pedaled his bicycle with remarkable speed, racing through the streets in a mere 40 minutes. They were not returning to his home, but rather to young Miaoyun's family residence. Within just 2 days, Chen Shuai had gained notoriety in Yangzhou village. Once a street rogue, he had now transformed into a model husband and a savvy earner. As the couple arrived at Yang village, a group of elderly men, aged 70 to 80, squatted by the wall, puffing on their clay pipes. Some women sat on small stools, gathered together, knitting sweaters, crafting shoe soles, and mending clothes. The area was modest, yet it was bustling with activity. With a screech of brakes, Chen Shuai brought the tricycle to a halt. Last time he visited, this was indeed the same crowd. His memory was exceptional. He retrieved a pack of hometown mountain cigarettes he had purchased before coming. Opening the pack, he took out 2 cigarettes and approached them. Good day, third uncle. Good day, fifth uncle. Good day, fourth aunt. Good day, second lady. Chen Shuai's thoughtfulness earned him the gratitude of each elder as he distributed the cigarettes. The old men rose from their perches, their faces radiating kindness as they accepted the offerings. Good, good, good. They typically smoked loose tobacco, and a box of cigarettes was a luxury they seldom indulged in. A few plants grown in their own gardens sufficed for their needs. Reluctant to smoke the cigarettes they had just received, they placed them behind their ears instead. Chen Shuai, eager to light one, found himself unable to do so. After distributing the last of the cigarettes, only 5 or 6 remained. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Chen Shuai followed Yang Miaoyun back home. Once they had distanced themselves, Yang Miaoyun finally spoke up. Next time you come, please do not distribute cigarettes. If you continue like this, won't you need to buy cigarettes every day? A simple greeting will suffice. We have no such customs here. The key is that if you frequently give cigarettes and occasionally do not, people will think you are inconsiderate. He understood this simple truth all too well. In the past, his reputation had been far from commendable. Now, having been granted a second chance at life, he was determined to change. This was the stark reality he faced. It cost little to do so. Previously, he had arrived empty-handed, and now he could at least offer a couple of cigarettes. Once he became more familiar with everyone, this practice would naturally cease. He was aware of this in his heart. Although he hesitated at the thought of spending money on cigarettes, Chen Shuai's reasoning was undeniably sound. As they exchanged words, they arrived at their doorstep. Before Chen Shuai could steady the tricycle, 2 little girls dashed out, calling Daddy, Mommy. They leapt into his arms, one on each side, leaving young Miaoyun, who had opened her arms to embrace her daughters, feeling slightly miffed. With a hint of jealousy adorning her face, she sighed, lamenting, "Ah, some people forget their roots once they marry. You too, on the other hand, seem to have found a father while disregarding your mother." Chen Shuai cradled one daughter in each arm, playfully planting kisses on their cherubic faces, eliciting giggles from the 2 little girls. The in-laws quickly followed suit, returning in no time. "Sweetie, Yuan's father is tired. Why aren't you coming down soon?" Chen Shuai gently set his daughters down and retrieved an apple crate. Pulling out a large bag, he opened the box and began to fill the bag with apples, extracting a dozen or so, with some peeking out from the top. Once the bag was tied, he lifted the box down and announced, "Mother, these apples are for you." Upon seeing the half-filled crate, the father-in-law promptly declined, suggesting, "Just take 5 or 6 for Sweetie and Yuan to enjoy tonight. If left here, they will devour them all at once. We old folks don't really need them." This sentiment rings true in rural areas, where the elderly seldom indulge in fruits or meats, not out of disdain, but rather reluctance to indulge. Regardless, all good things should be reserved for the children, who are in their prime and truly do not require such luxuries. Consuming them would be a sheer waste. Chen Shuai, undeterred by their objections, insisted, "They will eat, and you too must also partake of the fruit. The nutrients in fruits are irreplaceable. We simply cannot forgo them." Sweetie and Yuan, displaying remarkable understanding, chimed in with sweet voices, "Grandma, Grandpa, everything Daddy says is correct." He also mentioned we must respect our elders and cherish our grandparents. Chapter 74. The importance of respecting elders and cherishing the young, and the purchase of furniture. Yang Yuanzheng and Zhang Shufan were overjoyed, each lifting a granddaughter in their arms. Unable to shower them with enough affection, the family entered the house in a harmonious atmosphere, intent on picking up Sweetie and Yuan. Without exchanging many words, they set off. "We're going home, we're going home." The 2 girls bounced with joy, a stark contrast to their previous reluctance to return. Now, however, thoughts of home filled their minds. Though the allure of the large apples was a temptation they could not resist. With bright, eager eyes, They watched as the elderly couple promptly began washing the apples. Once the apples were peeled and handed to them, they climbed onto the vehicle with satisfaction. Daddy, let us head home. The fan at Grandma's isn't as cool as our big ceiling fan. Exactly. Grandma's fan is unattractive, spins slowly, and doesn't blow much air. The elderly couple, reluctant to see their granddaughters depart, found themselves both amused and exasperated by such candid remarks. Zhang Shufan playfully scolded, "You little rascals. If Grandma's fan isn't cool, why did you turn it on when you got here?" In response to the inquiry, the two little girls remained blissfully unaware of any wrongdoing, exhibiting the same boldness inherited from their father. Before young Miaoyun could speak, Chen Shuai preemptively interjected. With remarkable patience, he remarked, "This is unacceptable. Just moments ago, did you not agree to respect your elders and cherish the young? How is it that you have forgotten so swiftly?" Sweet and Yuan displayed expressions of grievance. Sweet looked up at her father with a pitiful gaze. "Are we not merely speaking the truth? Is this not a form of disrespect towards Grandma?" Chen Shuai nodded earnestly, gently tapping their little noses with his finger. Indeed, to respect Grandma means to honor all that belongs to her. The two clever children, noticing their slightly displeased grandmother and grandfather, quickly apologized. "We are sorry, Grandma and Grandpa. We were wrong." Such understanding from the little ones would surely soften the hearts of the elders. It was merely childish misunderstanding, assuming the adults were upset. Had it not been for their daughter's gentle tug, they would have already scooped the children up in affectionate embraces. This heartfelt apology melted the grandparents' defenses. How could they refrain from showering praises upon their precious granddaughters? "Now, let us settle in. We are ready to depart." Amidst a chorus of laughter and joy, Chen Shuai's family of 4 made their way home. As they encountered elderly villagers, under Chen Shuai's guidance, they greeted each one with warmth, receiving a flurry of compliments in return. Upon entering their home, Sweet and Yuan could hardly contain their excitement. The two little ones eagerly scrambled down. "Let us turn on the fan." Their radiant smiles brought joy to Chen Shuai as well. He unloaded the flour and oil from the tricycle. "You go rest inside. I have a few errands to run," he said before cycling out of the house. After taking a couple of turns in the village, he stopped in front of a house. "Is Chonga home?" Chen Shuai steadied his bicycle and called out loudly. Hearing his call, a woman in her 30s emerged from the house, holding a young boy, with 3 little girls following closely. The girls appeared to be around 6 or 7 years old, while the youngest was about 4 or 5. Upon seeing Chen Shuai, the woman warmly greeted him. "Hello, big brother. Come in and sit down. The girl's father has gone to the neighboring village to deliver goods. He should be back in a couple of hours." She glanced at the children beside her. "Aren't you going to greet your uncle?" The 3 little girls, displaying remarkable understanding, sweetly called out, "Hello, uncle." Since the man of the house was away, Chen Shuai decided not to enter. "No, I will wait for Ergu to return before coming in." Just then, from around the corner of the house, a man pulling a cart appeared. It was none other than the person he was looking for, Chonggu. "Ergu is back. Your wife just mentioned you were delivering goods." The man, with a dark complexion and clothes soaked with sweat, approached Chen Shuai with a beaming smile. "Brother, what brings you here? The sun is fierce outside. Come inside quickly." Though he was a few years younger, Chen Shuai now recognized the man's accomplishments and reputation in the city, which made their interactions feel quite different than in their childhood. Moreover, the news of Chen Shuai's lucrative success in the city has gradually spread. Chen Chong, filled with joy, extends a warm and enthusiastic invitation. With a beaming smile, Chen Shuai follows him inside. In the courtyard, a set of newly varnished sofas gleams beautifully. Another room stands wide open, showcasing finished products within, tables, stools, coffee tables, and more. These 2 rooms can be aptly described as his workshop. "Second brother, your craftsmanship has improved remarkably. What is the price for a set of sofas, including the coffee table?" Chen Shuai inquired as he approached. Understanding the intent behind Chen Shuai's words, Chen Chong followed suit, engaging in a discussion about pricing. Being brothers, he suggested a nominal fee for the materials. Chen Shuai was content with this response, though he remained excessively polite. "What you say, second brother, is true. Brothers should be clear about accounts, but let us not speak of it this way. Whatever price you sell at the market, that is what I shall pay, not a penny less. I simply desire a complete set, 1 sofa, 1 coffee table, and 5 or 6 chairs. If you have them ready, load them up and deliver them to me." Chen Shuai observed the room filled with sofas and coffee tables, knowing that few were reserved and most would be sold at the market. With Chen Shuai's insistence, there was little else to say. "Since my brother has requested, let us load the cart. For the set you just mentioned, I shall charge you 150 yuan. Choose whatever you like, and I will include 10 chairs for you." Do you want any small stools? Take as many as you need. They are hardly worth much. Given Chen Chang's generous offer, Chen Shuai was pleased. That is too little. Brother, take 180 yuan. Saying this, he directly pulled out the money from his pocket. Chen Shuai's generosity left Chen Chong with little to counter. Selling at the market, he usually priced items around 180 or 200 yuan. 150 yuan would still yield him a profit, and as neighbors, some concession was expected. Accepting Chen Shuai's payment, he responded with equal graciousness. These small stools consist of 4 legs and a single board. I have made quite a few this time. I will load up about 10 for you. Speaking of chairs, Chen Shuai continued, I almost forgot. Do you have any planks around 3 to 4 meters long? I could use a few. At this, Chen Chang's expression soured slightly. As a carpenter, I either seek timber or work at home. I have around 180 boards in the shed. Feel free to take what you need. Choose freely, and I will load them onto the flatbed for you. Chen Chong, showing great courtesy, opened the door to the wooden shed, revealing neatly stacked boards before Chen Shuai. The boards, varying in thickness from 1 centimeter to 5 or 6 centimeters, were all meticulously labeled by Chen Chong. About 2 centimeters will suffice. Just give me 3 or 4 pieces. Do you have any long benches? If so, just give me 5 or 6. As he spoke, he took out 20 yuan. Chen Chong quickly waved his hand in refusal, saying, to ask for money for a few wooden planks would be an insult to my brotherly affection. We don't have long benches, but making them is quite simple. I will make a few for you in an hour, free of charge. Chen Shuai, in high spirits, insisted on paying. Reluctantly, Chen Chong accepted 10 yuan. The couple immediately set aside their child and began loading the cart. Sister-in-law, just take care of the child. I can handle this little bit of work, Chen Shuai said, causing her to feel somewhat embarrassed. While the men worked, she merely stayed by the side with the child. Chen Shuai got to work, lifting a sofa and a coffee table onto the flatbed cart. Chen Chong, aside from the promised chairs, managed to load 10 small stools as well. Had Chen Shuai not intervened, he might have loaded even more. The cart was fully loaded, a sight that was particularly eye-catching, tying it all down with hemp rope. Chen Shuai pushed the bicycle with one hand while guiding the cart from behind. In front, Chen Chong felt no weight at all. He merely needed to steady the long handlebars and control the direction. Brother, you must be quite strong. I'm just holding onto the handlebars in front. And I already feel like I'm jogging. Chen Shuai was about to respond when they encountered a few elderly men. Hey there, young lad. Where are you taking all this furniture? This sofa is quite beautiful. You must be striking it rich. Chen Chong replied with a cheerful smile, these are all for Shuai, who is helping me push the cart. At that time, not every household had a sofa or coffee table, and it was quite rare for a village to have just a few families with such items. The popularity of sofas began to rise around 1997. The elderly men were understandably curious and surprised. As a carpenter, Chen Chong typically took his goods to the town or city to sell. Upon hearing this, the elderly men were notably astonished. They all knew that he had been somewhat wayward in recent years, regarded as a local ne'er-do-well. Suddenly showing ambition after all this time was quite remarkable. While ambition is admirable, could he have truly made a fortune in such a short span? They were skeptical. Moving to the back of the cart, where Chen Shuai was pushing, greeting them, they realized the situation was indeed genuine. Shuai, you are quite impressive. In our village, there are only 3 or 5 households with sofas and coffee tables. You truly are remarkable. The praises made Chen Shuai feel quite appreciated. Before they even reached home, they encountered 3 or 4 elderly women. News of Chen Shuai purchasing furniture had already spread throughout the village. Upon arriving at the doorstep, Chen Shuai hurriedly opened the wide door, allowing the flatbed cart to pass through. Seeing their father return, Tian and Yuan rushed out, exclaiming, Dad. They curiously eyed the unfamiliar man accompanying the flatbed cart. Miaoyun also emerged, taken aback by the sight of the furniture on the cart. Chen Chong untied the rope, smiling as he greeted, Sister-in-law, how delightful to see you. I have brought a sofa for you. Upon hearing the mention of a sofa, Tian and Yuan joyfully leapt with excitement. The large sofa is truly splendid. Without delay, Chen Shuai sprang into action, and the two of them began to carry the sofa down. Once they brought it into the house, following Chen Shuai's instructions, they carefully set it down. Next came the 2 smaller sofas, a coffee table, and some exquisite chairs. The little stools were brought inside, and soon the entire space was filled to the brim. Chen Shuai unloaded the wooden planks, finally clearing the flatbed cart. At my brother's place, the wooden planks are counted as 1 hour's work. I've brought several long benches over for you, he explained. Tian and Yuan had already dashed joyfully into the house. The thick sponge of the sofa was wonderfully comfortable. They lay back, rolled over, and bounced about, delighting in their newfound joy. Young Miaoyun timely offered a glass of water. Chen Shuai, however, declined, feeling somewhat embarrassed at the thought of accepting tea for merely delivering a sofa, especially since it was just 100 meters away. Furthermore, he needed to return promptly to assist Chen Shuai in crafting long benches. Only after Chen Shuai had walked out of sight did Miaoyun speak up. I must say, dear husband, Tiantian's father, are you not being a tad extravagant with your spending? With all these items, it must cost around 200 yuan. I know you can earn money, but I can't help but feel it's a bit excessive. Seeing the concerned expression on his wife's face, Chen Shuai felt a pang of sympathy. He gently patted Miaoyun's back, smiling sweetly. Money is meant to be spent. Our home lacks proper furnishings. Chonggu is a dear friend I've grown up with. The true value of these furnishings far exceeds 200 yuan. Typically, a thick sofa cushion alone costs that much. But this time, they gifted me a thinner one. This entire set is worth at least 30 or 40 yuan, and they haven't charged me a penny. Just listen to how happy Tian and Yuan are. With Chen Shuai's confident smile, Miaoyun's worries began to dissipate. She allowed him to take her hand as they walked into the main room. Upon seeing their parents enter, the two little ones became even more exuberant. Daddy, our big sofa is more beautiful than Grandma's, and it's even bigger. Sister is right. Our sofa is truly magnificent. Daddy, I want to sleep on the sofa tonight. I want to sleep on the sofa too. Faced with the enthusiasm of the two little girls, Chen Shuai joyfully scooped them up. That won't do. In this weather, we cannot lay out the sofa cushions. It's already getting warm, and sleeping on the cushions could lead to heat rashes. The two little ones, however, were not inclined to believe Chen Shuai's words, waving their tiny fists in defiance of his authority. Miaoyun promptly gathered up the sofa cushions, knowing that if they sweated on them, they would need to be aired out. She was reluctant to see such beautiful cushions sullied by sweat. As the cushions were tidied away, beneath them lay thick wooden boards, a total of 6, each approximately 6 to 7 centimeters in thickness. This design was undeniably more comfortable than those woven from rattan used in her family home. The backrests were similarly constructed, coated in a glossy varnish that radiated a golden sheen. Chen Shuai gently set the two girls down. This can serve as a bed for sleeping. As she spoke, she released her mother, and the originally 60 to 70 centimeter wide sofa transformed into a cozy little bed. Tian and Yuan swiftly extricated themselves from her embrace, eagerly climbing onto it. How delightful, how incredibly comfortable. They sprawled on the sofa, rolling about in joyous abandon, relishing every moment. Chen Shuai began to tidy up the dishes on the table, placing them beneath the tea table. This tea table was not only aesthetically pleasing, but also remarkably functional. Equipped with 2 small doors adorned with glass that could be opened at will. The 3 of them were in high spirits, and Chen Shuai chuckled heartily. Surely, sitting should be much more comfortable now, right? In Chapter 76, Modifying the Tricycle, catching cicadas at the door, Yuan exclaimed, Daddy, you are truly amazing. I love you so much. She dashed down from the sofa ahead of her sister, leaping into Chen Shuai's arms. Sweet, as the elder sister was determined not to be outdone. She practically rolled off the sofa, landing in Chen Shuai's embrace as well. The sofa Daddy bought was indeed beautiful, and lying on it was pure bliss. Today, she intended to sleep on the sofa alongside her sister. Even without a cushion, it was quite comfortable. However, this little one had not forgotten her desire to take a nap on the sofa, though Chen Shuai promptly declined this notion. He gazed at his daughters with a loving demeanor. That won't do. Sofas are meant for sitting, not sleeping. With Chen Shuai's gentle guidance, the two little ones refrained from lying on the sofa. In their eyes, their father held considerable authority. After setting them down, Chen Shuai ventured into the yard, with the two little ones closely trailing behind, akin to fledglings flitting closely beside their parents. Miaoyun smiled helplessly as she followed the trio outside. Chen Shuai retrieved a saw from the house, measuring the tricycle with a steel ruler. One particularly thick wooden board was sourced from their home, along with 2 or 3 lengths of square timber measuring several meters. He cut them into segments of 60 to 70 centimeters, totaling 6 pieces, which he secured to the front and rear of the carriage with iron wire, binding them in the middle. Next came the wooden boards, which he affixed on top, puncturing the surfaces and securing them firmly with wire. In a mere 10 minutes, the tricycle had been transformed into a 2-tiered structure. With the addition of the wooden boards, the carriage was further stabilized. This modification not only extended its length, but also created an upper and lower level. Miaoyun gazed affectionately at Chen Shuai, admiring this ingenious renovation that instantly upgraded the tricycle's capacity. It should now be ready for use. As more items accumulated, a steel reinforcement could be added. In truth, this makeshift alteration was already quite sturdy. As long as it did not bear several hundred pounds, it would pose no issues. Chen Shuai had a design scheme in mind for future enhancements. Time to cook and eat. While we have the time, let us go catch cicadas, he suggested. At this moment, cicadas were beginning to emerge. The countryside was abundant with muddy soil and towering trees. Chen Shuai informed them about catching cicadas, which filled Tian and Yuan with immense excitement. Catching cicadas was an activity they had enjoyed with their father before. Yuan, quick-witted, promptly discovered a small bucket in the corner of the courtyard wall. Miaoyun chuckled at her cleverness. There's some mud on the bucket. Let me clean it for you, she offered. As she saw her sister and father preparing to leave, Yuan felt a sudden urgency. Dad, wait for me. Chen Shuai stood at the door, waiting for her. He took one hand of each child, and together they moved into action. The area in front of their home was quite spacious, measuring several meters in length and width, with a few large trees at the forefront. Each household had meticulously maintained entrances, which would eventually serve as a place to dry grains. Come quickly, I found one. Tian shouted after they had just split up. Chen Shuai and Yuan approached, revealing a small hole before their eyes. Indeed, this is a cicada, Chen Shuai remarked. The entrance was not particularly large. Let me demonstrate for you, he said, extending his finger to show them. The small opening quickly expanded as he skillfully maneuvered his fingers, pulling out a cicada that clamped down with its large pincers. Tian and Yuan observed with great curiosity. Dad, it seems a bit fierce. It looks like it's trying to grab you. Yuan exclaimed. Kill it. How dare it pinch you? Chen Shuai laughed heartily. It's merely acting out of instinct to defend itself. Remember, when catching cicadas, you must grip them by the back. He demonstrated for the two girls. The trio then split up to search. Miaoyun also emerged with her freshly cleaned bucket, joining the cicada catching endeavor. With his experience, Chen Shuai managed to catch 6 or 7 in just a few minutes, while Tian and Yuan also discovered cicada nests in succession. Chen Shuai and Miaoyun ran back and forth, with Chen Shuai venturing the farthest, leaving the area around their home for the girls to explore while he ventured to the neighbor's doorstep. After capturing 6 or 7, he placed them into the bucket. How about your brother's progress? Is the bench satisfactory? He asked, looking up from inspecting a cicada hole at the familiar voice. Standing upright, he saw the long benches on the cart and expressed his satisfaction. Brother, your speed is remarkable. Fry a few for the children. Hurry home. He walked over to place the cicadas into the small bucket. In no time, he had already caught over 20, enough for a meal. After opening the large gates, he helped push the cart into the courtyard. I made a total of 8 benches for you. If your brother needs more, do let me know. Chen Shuai was delighted. You were supposed to make 4 or 5. This is far too many. We want to use them all. Chen Chong shook his head. Not too many. I just wanted to ensure you had enough in case of an emergency, which is why I didn't paint them. Chen Shuai replied while moving the benches. No need for paint. The benches are perfectly fine as they are. Chen Chong lowered his voice. Brother, I am exceedingly curious. Are you engaged in some grand business venture outside? Or perhaps have you opened a restaurant? Observing Chen Chong's inquisitiveness, he replied candidly. No. I merely sell breakfast in the city during the mornings. I set up a stall by the roadside, with no place to sit and eat. Hence, I contemplated acquiring a few wooden boards to serve as tables. If I were ever to open a restaurant, without a doubt, all the tables and chairs would be ordered from you. Dear brother, I am merely fooling around. Unlike you, who effortlessly earns money. Faced with Chen Shuai's praise, he could only chuckle in disbelief. Shaking his head with a sigh, he remarked, When have you ever seen a carpenter's family grow wealthy? I can only manage to make ends meet. You sell breakfast, and many have indeed prospered from it. Brother, if I cannot continue, I hope you will lend me a hand. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt an unwavering confidence in Chen Shuai. Deep down, he believed that one day, success would surely come. In that moment, extending his blessings and heartfelt sincerity felt like the right decision. Chen Chong firmly held this thought in his heart. Borrowing from his brother's good fortune, he envisioned a day when they could both thrive together. He swiftly moved 8 benches, preparing to return home. There was no time to linger. Tomorrow, a temple fair would take place in the town, and he needed to finish painting several completed products. As Chen Shuai and the others stepped outside, the 3 women in the family wore radiant smiles. Tian and Yuan approached Chen Shuai, each carrying a small bucket. Daddy, look. Can we make a big platter with all of this? Of course we can, he replied. Let me wash it for you. We'll marinate it now, and we can eat it tonight. Tian and Yuan exchanged glances, displaying expressions of disappointment. Tian tugged at Chen Shuai's arm. Really? Why does it have to be so complicated? Observing her eager demeanor, he said, my dear, while you can indeed eat it now, the flavor won't be quite as exquisite. Have you forgotten? We still have beef. We will have beef for lunch today. At this mention, They suddenly recalled the beef and their spirits lifted. Beef. We're having beef. Chen Shuai shook his head in exasperation. These two little ones were undoubtedly food enthusiasts. The large clock in the main room struck 11. With business to attend to in the afternoon, Chen Shuai had little time for idle chatter. He retrieved the marinated beef from the basin, allowing the two girls to entertain themselves while Miaoyun tended to the fire. Chen Shuai began steaming rice, rinsing it, and plugging in the steamer, which required no further attention. He placed water into a small pot, added the beef along with star anise, Sichuan peppercorns, bay leaves, cinnamon, green onions, and ginger. Covering the pot with its lid, he added 2 pieces of wood to the fire, leaving it to cook undisturbed. The green beans were grown at the entrance. Chen Shuai picked a generous handful, also gathering a bountiful amount of greens from the front. Tian and Yuan eagerly rushed over to help, always eager to assist whenever their father was cooking. Picking green beans was indeed a delightful task. Observe, these 4 to 5 centimeters can be easily plucked away. The tender ones can be directly removed, while the older ones require a gentle tug. Chen Shuai patiently instructs, and the 2 young girls are learning quite adeptly. The 3 gentlemen squat together, creating a scene filled with amusement. The preparation of the vegetables becomes remarkably simple. All that is needed is to separate them. The mushrooms have been gathered by Chen Shuai over the past few days. After ascending the mountain twice, he collected suitable specimens to bring back. They are now drying in the silkworm basket at home, nearly ready for use. After cleaning the mushrooms, he removes their roots, leaving just a small portion of the stem. The mushrooms are then cut and blanched in hot water. 12 minutes later, Chen Shuai lifts the lid of the pot. Due to the marination, the beef cooks more readily. With a pair of chopsticks, he gently pierces the beef, which yields effortlessly. He retrieves the beef and allows it to cool on the cutting board. After brushing the small pot, Chen Shuai begins to prepare the final 2 vegetables. The freshly cooked beef emits an enticing aroma. The 2 sisters are already salivating in eager anticipation. The fragrance is simply irresistible, causing them to swallow repeatedly, their wide eyes fixated on the dish. Chen Shuai first slices off 2 pieces. It's quite hot. Be cautious while eating, he warns. However, the famished sisters pay no heed to caution. They abandon the chopsticks and dive in with their hands. Delicious. Truly exquisite. They exclaim, "Dad, this beef is absolutely delightful." Each girl devours a piece in mere moments. Chen Shuai, not waiting for it to cool, slices all the beef. He crushes a few garlic cloves into a paste and finally slices some scallions. Adding salt, black vinegar, and sesame oil, he then heats another pot, pouring in vegetable oil. Once the oil is hot, he adds dried chili segments and Sichuan peppercorns, drizzling the fragrant mixture over the beef as it changes color. A few quick tosses with chopsticks release an aromatic essence. The mouth-watering scent is overwhelming for Tian and Yuan. "Dad, this beef is so fragrant." They exclaim. "Can I have another piece?" Miaoyun, from the kitchen, is also drawn out by the enticing aroma. "Dad, this beef is incredibly fragrant." Chen Shuai holds her back from entering the kitchen. Just 2 vegetables. There are mulberry branches in the stove. The greens are washed, and the beans are prepared as well. With a sizzle, the scallions and ginger are stir-fried, followed by the addition of greens and mushrooms, releasing their delightful fragrance under high heat. A sprinkle of salt and a touch of sugar, and the dish is ready to be served. The rich aroma of the vegetables wafts through the air. Miaoyun has become quite adept at cooking at home. However, these past few days, her confidence has waned. Unable to resist the tempting scent of the greens, she picks up her chopsticks and takes a bite of the sautéed greens and mushrooms. These greens and mushrooms are even tastier than those from a restaurant. The tender greens are incredibly juicy, filling her mouth with their fresh aroma. The mushrooms are particularly flavorful, providing a comforting sensation. As she swallows, a sweet taste lingers on her tongue, leaving her utterly satisfied. The pot remains clean as Chen Shuai refrains from washing it, adding oil, chili, and scallions. Freshly plucked tender green beans, when immersed in the scalding oil, instantly transform into a vibrant emerald hue. The aromatic essence of the beans, under the sizzling of the oil, takes on a glossy sheen. Just before serving, a drizzle of bright oil is added. By this point, 3 dishes have been prepared, and the rice has also been steamed to perfection. Tian and Yuan sit on their little chairs, wobbling and swaying with delight. They are thoroughly pleased with the beef before them, their boldness inherited from their father, rendering their mother's authority ineffective. The 2 little ones have already pilfered several pieces. As Chen Shuai enters with the green beans, their little hands are poised to snatch some. Upon seeing their father, they quickly retract their hands. The girls are clever, and Chen Shuai is even more cunning, yet he does not expose them. Setting down the plate, He notices their unwashed hands. Have you not washed your hands again today? You can't eat without washing them. Otherwise, you might get a stomachache. Have you forgotten? Faced with Chen Shuai, the two little girls instantly become obedient, their big eyes spinning innocently. Tian and Yuan hold hands, dutifully washing their hands. In just a couple of days, their bond has grown significantly stronger, showing unwavering obedience to Chen Shuai. The two little ones squat on the ground, diligently rubbing soap against each other. Their earnest expressions are a sight to behold. Chen Shuai cannot resist squatting beside them, extending his large hand to grasp their tiny ones. Their fair and delicate hands are surprisingly clean. Once their hands are washed, they wipe them dry with a towel. Not wishing to be outdone, they rush towards their designated little chairs, climbing up in a flurry. This time, Chen Shuai has made a thorough change. Among the 10 dining chairs, 2 are slightly smaller, designated as their special seats, which Tian and Yuan cherish with great affection. Now, it is time for everyone to eat. Mommy has prepared 2 bowls of rice, one for each of you, he says, placing 2 small black bowls before them. The little ones expertly handle their chopsticks, deftly transferring beef into their bowls. It is a quintessential dining scene. Once the beef is in the bowl, they abandon the chopsticks, using their tiny hands to deliver food to their mouths. Chen Shuai places beef on the plate in front of Miaoyun. Don't just watch them eat, you should have some too. Chapter 78, Daddy's Little Cotton Padded Jacket. Allowing us to enjoy our private world. Yet, upon hearing this, Miaoyun feels discontent. You criticize me, but have you even eaten? While children can be cherished, they should not be indulged. You often say things like daddy doesn't tea like this, or daddy has already eaten, which I believe is not affection, but rather a form of irresponsible parenting. It alters their perception of love and is not beneficial for their lives. Chen Shuai's eyes sparkled with surprise. He had not anticipated that his wife possessed such insight. In his previous life, he had savored every delicacy imaginable, but now he found himself indifferent to beef. Regrettably, he was alone in his endeavors to provide a better life for them. However, in the face of Miaoyun's earnest and heartfelt words, Chen Shuai could not help but burst into laughter. He wrapped his arm around Miaoyun's fragrant shoulder and declared, "My dear wife, you are absolutely correct. While it is essential to indulge our children, we must never spoil them. To do so would be a disservice to them, leading them astray in the most detrimental way. This mistake must be rectified." Observing Chen Shuai's playful demeanor, Miaoyun feigned annoyance, saying, "You can talk all you want, but must you be so touchy? The girls are right here. Can you not be a bit more serious?" The two little ones, oblivious to their parents' banter, were busy with their meal, their tiny hands flailing as chopsticks lay forgotten. Tian rolled her eyes playfully. "Don't mind me and my sister. We know nothing." "Sister, have you had enough to eat?" "Yes, I'm full. Let us go out and catch cicadas." The plate of beef had barely survived the onslaught of the two little gluttons, who were remarkably unpicky eaters. Yuan, with a satisfied burp, reached for 2 more slices of beef, casting a disgruntled glance at her sister. "I want another piece. You go ahead, sister." Tian promptly refused. "No way, we must go together." Leaning in to whisper conspiratorially in her sister's ear, her words were a soft murmur lost to the air. Initially adamant, Yuan quickly took her sister's hand and dashed out, but not before snatching 2 pieces of beef. Miaoyun looked on in confusion, sensing something unusual about the girl's behavior today. What is going on? Why is Yuan so obedient to her sister? Hearing this, Chen Shuai could not contain his laughter. These 2 little ones were truly their father's pride and joy. His affection for them had not been in vain. Miaoyun regarded him with a puzzled expression. "Look at you, so pleased with yourself. Did you overhear their conversation?" The 2 girls were whispering to each other, their voices inaudible. Chen Shuai, brimming with pride, seized her hand unexpectedly. Having just embraced her shoulder, he now held her hand. She blushed and turned her gaze to check if the children had returned. Quickly withdrawing her hand, "Yaya's father, could you please behave yourself? If the children see this, you may be unbothered, but how am I to raise them? This surely isn't a good example for them. If you keep this up, I might just refuse to eat." Chen Shuai feigned innocence, a mischievous glint in his eye. All right, I won't tease you anymore. But do you know what those 2 little girls were whispering about just now?" Miaoyun, with a hint of caution, replied. "What were they whispering about?" "It is merely a matter of waiting for a while. What mischief could arise from it?" Chen Shuai shook his head and quietly remarked. "The 2 of them just said that we should go out to play, allowing mom and dad to enjoy their world for 2. The cunningness of the human heart is indeed remarkable. It is no wonder that he is a thoughtful little darling to his father." Miaoyun, however, was incredulous, perceiving this as blatant falsehood. A 3-year-old child, how could they possess such cunning? I refuse to believe it. It is clearly a misinterpretation of the child's intent. At this age, can one not be a bit more serious? Young Miaoyun, who was already exceptionally beautiful, now bore a slight blush on her cheeks, accompanied by a hint of anger. Rather than being off-putting, this only served to enhance her charm, making her all the more endearing, delicate and gentle in demeanor. Before Chen Shuai could take any further action, young Miaoyun dashed out of the main room with a bowl in hand. Now that their relationship had improved, there was no need for grievances. He had merely intended to tease her. Upon seeing his wife run outside, Chen Shuai adopted a more serious demeanor. In a matter of moments, he polished off the food in his bowl. Having satisfied his hunger and thirst, he prepared for the tasks ahead. The family basin was filled with a generous amount of flour. He added baking powder and poured in water, kneading the mixture vigorously. Only when the dough became smooth did he cover it with a plastic bag, placing it outside under the sun. After about 10 minutes, he uncovered the basin. And to his delight, the dough had risen significantly. Chen Shuai's actions left young Miaoyun somewhat puzzled. Dad, didn't you just sell breakfast this morning? Are we selling again this afternoon? Such a large basin of dough, I must follow him. Regarding Chen Shuai's vision and abilities, she now held unwavering faith. Meanwhile, Tian and Yuan chattered excitedly. Is Daddy steaming buns? Chen Shuai nodded. My dear daughter is truly astute. Yes, Daddy is indeed steaming large buns. He brought the basin inside and placed the dough on the table. A smile graced young Miaoyun's lips. For no other reason, buns are far more marketable than dumplings. Dumplings can only serve as breakfast, while buns can be enjoyed at all 3 meals. Moreover, the burgeoning bun shops that have emerged in recent years have been thriving. Tian, shall I start the fire now? Yes, but you need to light too. With that, he retrieved 2 bags from the cupboard. The 2 black bags weighed approximately 3 to 4 pounds each. Chen Shuai opened the bags, revealing peeled peas and several pounds of red beans. Today's steamed buns would feature 3 flavors: red bean, pea, and plain flour buns. Having forgotten to soak them yesterday, you must now boil them. Be sure to use little water. When it boils, add a bit of cold water. This is an old method used by rural folk, utilizing the principle of thermal expansion and contraction. By adding cold water to boiling water, one can more swiftly activate the hard ingredients like beans and grains. Peas are relatively easy, as they cook quickly once peeled. Red beans, however, are particularly resilient. To prepare them for use in about 10 minutes, one must continually add water. Understanding Chen Shuai's intent, young Miaoyun promptly set to work. Chen Shuai then transferred the entire basin of flour onto the work surface, which was the size of a large 8 immortals table, accommodating such a substantial mass of dough. Tian and Yuan, having lost all patience, dashed outside to catch cicadas, their hands unwashed. Dad, I want to help you knead the dough, exclaimed one, while the other chimed in. I want to help too. I've done it at Grandma's house. The 2 small hands eagerly reached out, but Chen Shuai blocked their approach, shaking his head. That won't do. This is dough for eating. Just look at your tiny, dirty hands. Children are invariably fascinated by flour, yet under their father's watchful eye, they were compelled to wash their hands. With their hands now clean and pristine, they chanted slogans as they rushed back into the house. Chapter 79. The 2 little white-eyed wolves. Mother praises father. Chen Shuai kneaded the dough vigorously without separating it, resulting in a wonderfully glossy texture. He sliced the dough in half with a knife, continuing to knead and then dividing it into 4 shiny portions. The 2 little girls found themselves unable to join in, their frustration nearly bringing tears to their eyes. Dad is being unfair. He won't let us knead the dough. Yes, Dad, you're going way too fast. The 2 little ones had washed their hands, only to find the dough had vanished. Their reproachful gazes drew a chuckle from Chen Shuai. The process of making steamed buns had yet to commence, so he suggested, let us check on your mother and see how the red beans are doing. As soon as the red beans are ready, we can start making the buns. Though the girls were unfamiliar with the intricacies of bun making, they held unwavering trust in Chen Shuai. They immediately took hold of their father's large hand, and the trio, humming a little tune, entered the kitchen. What are you doing in here? It's too hot. Hurry up and get outside, Chen Shuai remarked. The peas are nearly done, but the red beans still need about 5 or 6 minutes. You can start preparing now, he instructed, grabbing a slotted spoon to scoop out the peas. Chen Shuai took a bowl, pinched a pea, and tasted it. The peas were cooked perfectly, quite tender. Tian and Yuan were ecstatic, bouncing on their little feet. Dad, let me taste. I want to eat peas too. Both girls had saliva pooling at their lips. After all, anything their father declared delicious was guaranteed to be so. Chen Shuai crouched down, feeding the peas into their eager little mouths. This is truly delicious. Dad is amazing. These peas are so good. In reality, it was their mother's skill at work, yet they were expressing gratitude to their father instead. Young Miaoyun in the kitchen was not pleased. You two little white-eyed wolves. It was your mother who cooked this. How did it suddenly become your father's achievement? She chided, only to be met with two cheeky little faces in response. Chen Shuai carried the bowl into the room, with the two little girls hopping joyfully, chattering excitedly. They dashed ahead, fearing he might change his mind. The two little ones had their sights set, and they quickly snatched a large piece of dough each, cradling it as if it were a prized possession. Stop, stop, stop. You can't play with so much dough like that. Otherwise, we won't have anything to eat later. Chen Shuai gently coaxed the dough away from them. Tear off dough the size of a fist. To steam buns, one must learn to knead the dough. You two should practice with the buns in your hands. Once you become proficient, you can begin shaping the buns. Chen Shuai, with both hands exerting strength, felt the dough gaining resilience with each knead. The dough was continually rolled back and forth in his palms, swiftly transforming into a pointed conical shape. This batch of dough yielded 2 pieces, each identical in size. Chen Shuai took the bamboo steamer and placed the dough upon it. Yang Miaoyun, in the kitchen, had already filled a large pot with ample water. Steaming buns, of course, requires a vigorous fire. 2 mulberry roots were added, filling the stove to the brim. The branches, already burning, were passed in. Under the fierce flames, the branches ignited rapidly. In the smaller stove, the remaining branches continued to burn, eliminating the need for additional kindling. The red-hot branches maintained a high temperature, while the water in the pot continued to boil vigorously. Large branches were within, and Yang Miaoyun kept the stove area meticulously clean. Emerging from the kitchen, her face flushed and beads of sweat dotting her skin, her shirt clung to her back. She splashed some well water into a basin to wash her face. Feeling more refreshed, she was quite adept at such household tasks. With the wheat harvest approaching, the temperatures were steadily rising. Chen Shuai emerged from the main room, carrying the buns, and gazed at Yang Miaoyun, his heart aching for her. He understood her temperament well. To deny her such work would be a grave insult. Hurry inside and cool off. Don't stoke the fire any further. Just add a few large logs, and I'll keep an eye on it from the door. Entering the kitchen, he lifted the pot lid to find steam already rising. The bamboo steamer had been cleaned and placed atop the pot, with a freshly washed cloth laid out smoothly. One by one, the conical pieces of dough were placed inside, spaced appropriately apart to fill the steamer. A straw-woven lid, commonly used in rural areas, covered the top. Typically, large pot lids are wooden and not very airtight, while this straw lid was unfamiliar to many city dwellers. After securing the straw lid, Chen Shuai adjusted the branches, stoking the flames that leapt higher, swirling in both directions. The long flames danced like a fire dragon, rushing toward the chimney. The quality of the fire could be assessed by observing the chimney. Chen Shuai noted that the smoke from the chimney was minimal. The 2 to 3 meter high chimney emitted flames half a meter high. As he stepped outside, Yang Miaoyun arrived to take over. I'll just watch. Your buns are superior to mine. I still need you here, as my steamed buns turn out somewhat burnt and unappealing, lacking in rise. No need to go back in. There's enough wood to steam 2 pots. As they spoke, dense steam began to escape from the pot lid. Chen Shuai pulled out a clock to check the time. It is 10 past 12. In about 12 minutes, it will be ready. The small alarm clock, which is pocket-sized, rests at the entrance of the kitchen. Since purchasing it, Chen Shuai has kept it on his person without ever taking it out. Observing the clock, which is about the size of a fist, Yang Miaoyun jested, at your age. You still buy such a cartoonish alarm clock. Aren't they usually the ones with large ears, made entirely of metal? Your exterior may be metal, but why is the inside plastic? Chen Shuai grinned. Isn't it a testament to my youthful spirit? I spent quite a while choosing this one. While the outer appearances are similar, upon closer inspection, it reveals subtle differences. My wife is quite perceptive. She spotted it immediately. Tian and Yuan. With their small hands dusted in flour and their fair, rosy faces now resembling little white masks, had also managed to sprinkle flour onto their lovely dresses. They looked as though they had rolled around in the flour bin. Yang Miaoyun gazed at them with mild irritation. Look at you two, you're absolutely filthy. Turning her gaze to Chen Shuai, she added, and you just indulge them. Besides the dough for the fried dough sticks, we also have a barrel of wheat. We should grind it all when we have the time. At her mention, Chen Shuai remembered the wheat from last year still sitting in the large barrel, covered with several layers of plastic bags. Wheat is quite durable. As long as it is stored correctly, it can last for 3 to 5 years without any issue. Anyone from the countryside, especially those who work on the farm, would know this. Indeed, my wife speaks the truth. This year, after paying the grain tax, we still have 2 large barrels left. In the past, we consumed it ourselves. Now we can grind it for sale. Chapter 80. The steamed buns you make are superior to mine. The red beans have been fished out and are now ready to eat. What remains are the pea buns and the red bean buns. The last 2 pieces of dough are set aside. After kneading the dough, he deftly pinches and rolls it between his hands. Finally, he breaks off pieces, rolling them effortlessly. 2 long strips are formed, followed by his right hand pinching off evenly sized pieces. Each piece is kneaded until smooth, and with a gentle pinch, a large indentation forms. Chen Shuai holds the basin and uses chopsticks to place each piece into it. After gently rolling them, a series of conical buns fills the countertop. As the time approaches, young Miaoyun calls out from the courtyard, "Is it time to take out the buns?" Chen Shuai responds affirmatively and retrieves a large foam box from the storage room. After washing it with detergent, he wipes it clean and brings it into the kitchen. "Step aside. I will handle the buns," he says. Young Miaoyun brings a ladle filled with cold water. When retrieving the buns from the pot, the heat is intensely hot. One must wet their hands with cold water to safely handle the steaming buns. This is an age-old trick passed down through generations. Steam wafts from the pot, creating an ethereal atmosphere. Chen Shuai lifts the lid, and the fragrant steam envelopes him. A white mist swiftly enveloped the upper space of the kitchen. Dipping the ladle into the cool water, Chen Shuai retrieved the first plump, white, steamed bun. The fragrant aroma of the flour wafted through the living room, enticing the little ones, Tian and Yuan, to scamper out. "Daddy, the bun smells so good. I want to take a bite," they exclaimed in unison. Observing the 2 small figures at the kitchen doorway, Chen Shuai, holding the bun, turned to face them. "You little gluttons, haven't you just eaten? If you wish for a bun, you must wait until your father has finished." Chen Shuai's words did not hinder his work. With swift hands, he placed each white bun into a pristine foam box. Yang Miaoyun entered, carrying the remaining dough, and added a generous scoop of water to the pot. She proceeded to stoke the fire with 2 pieces of wood, placing each bun into the pot with care. Covering the pot, within a minute under high heat, a plume of steam began to rise. At last, Chen Shuai took a large bun, and the 2 little girls, resembling eager little robots, rushed towards him with excited squeals. The bun was torn apart, divided into halves, and then quarters. Tian and Yuan gazed up at their father as he offered them the bun. Pouting slightly, they expressed their discontent. "Daddy, this is too small. I want a whole bun." The affection they had received over the past few days enveloped them in a sense of paternal warmth. It was only natural for young girls to indulge in a bit of charm. However, Chen Shuai shook his head. "That will not do. You both have just eaten. This small bun is quite sufficient. Once you finish, I promise to give you a larger one." Though he adored them dearly, his authority remained intact. Observing them comply, Chen Shuai finally revealed a gentle smile. He kept one half for himself and handed the other half to young Miaoyun. "My dear, do taste this bun. What do you think?" The bun in his hand was pristine, layered and soft, with the aroma of flour enticingly invading their senses. "It's delightful. I often steam buns at home, but none are as white, soft, or layered as yours." After taking a bite, she found the bun exceptionally soft and fragrant, with a sweet essence emanating from the flour. "Indeed, it's delicious. I could eat 2 of these." Receiving her approval filled Chen Shuai with renewed confidence. By midday, most of the fish had been sold, leaving little to tidy up, allowing for ease of movement. Following this, 2 large pots of buns were successively removed from the steamer. They spent the afternoon steaming buns at home. The delectable scent meandered through the chimney, carried by the wind, resonating in the air. Several elderly women wandering in the village paused in their tracks. "Whose house is this? Not a holiday or festival, yet they are steaming buns?" One remarked. "It smells wonderful. Which sister is this? Her skills surpass ours." Upon returning home, the children commented that their buns were overcooked. "Oh, sister, don't say that. All I know is to steam buns, and half of them will inevitably burn. Isn't that aroma emanating from Shuai Zi's home?" Upon her remark, several elder women turned their gazes in that direction. Having lived in the village for decades, they could locate anyone's home with their eyes closed. "I have heard that Shuai Zi has reformed and is now engaged in business in the city. Indeed, this young man possesses some skill. I must refrain from indulging in this delightful scent. At my age, being seen would be utterly humiliating." As they conversed, a few laborers returned from the fields, their stomachs already grumbling with hunger. Even before reaching Chen Shuai's doorstep, their steps became unsteady. "Who is steaming buns? Such extravagance. The aroma is tantalizing, with my empty stomach. I find it increasingly difficult to continue. I dare not inquire who is making buns. If I discover the source, I would have to confront them, and that would be sheer torment." In these times, poverty still reigns. Although every household has some surplus grain, the number of children is significant, especially in families with several offspring. It is quite normal for a family to have 2 or 3 boys aged 14 or 15. At this age, their appetites can be quite substantial. A single batch of steamed buns would scarcely suffice for such voracious eaters. For adults, it may take a considerable amount of time before they can enjoy a bun. The reason for this is simply their reluctance to indulge. Having just returned from work, the fragrant aroma of the buns only heightened their hunger. They encountered a few elderly women and exchanged greetings. On the surface, all seemed normal, yet their eyes discreetly observed Chen Shuai's doorstep. As the last batch of buns was taken out, the phone box was nearly full. The vendor covered all the buns with a small quilt. Unfortunately, Chen Shuai lacked such a covering. After rummaging through the house, he found 2 of his daughter's small quilts. They were washed impeccably clean, surpassing any quilt used for buying buns. Young Miaoyun, observing Chen Shuai, couldn't help but chuckle as he retrieved the child's quilt. Wait a moment, if you use that cover, it might invite ridicule. The household possessed plenty of mourning cloth, all immaculately washed. It could be used for mending clothes, covering baskets, or even bedding. This fabric, being of good quality, bore no ill omen and had no particular taboos associated with it. Young Miaoyun, skilled in sewing, transformed the once colorful quilt into a pristine white cover for the buns in a matter of moments. Indeed, it was a perfect fit. Your delicate hands are truly talented, Chen Shuai remarked, beaming with pride as he praised his wife. Chapter 81. The benefactor of the brothers. One must always have dreams. Chen Shuai retrieved several buns from the box, some filled with peas, others with red beans, and a few made solely from flour. Isn't this too much? 2 or 3 will suffice. Chen Shuai produced a clean bag. Let me send some to my mother-in-law. Yang Miaoyun was particularly touched by Chen Shuai's filial piety. In recent days, he has been constantly reminded of his parents, and for this reason, she feels no regrets. The hardships endured over the past few years have not been in vain. The buns have been loaded onto the cart, and everything necessary has been gathered. If the sales are low today, you need not go. Perhaps tomorrow would be a better day for that. Observing his prepared fiancée, Chen Shuai swiftly intervened, unwilling to let Yang Miaoyun accompany him during the midday heat. It was only after Chen Shuai's earnest insistence that she reluctantly consented. Once alone, Chen Shuai quickened his pace. He was not heading to his usual spot, but rather to where they had previously harvested grapes. The 2 brothers had brought a substantial quantity of grapes today. Yesterday, Chen Shuai had not committed to a specific amount, so they ended up with approximately 50 pounds of grapes. One cannot rely solely on others. One must sell some themselves. Yet, witnessing how effortlessly Chen Shuai sold his goods, it became apparent that their own sales would not be nearly as easy. Having arrived early in the morning, they not only had grapes, but also ripe peaches. This marked the 3rd year of their peach tree cultivation, and the fruits were finally ready for harvest. Together, the brothers had planted a significant number of trees in their arid fields, totaling several dozen. Today was their first official day selling peaches, and before 5 o'clock, they had already brought around 200 pounds. However, the results were not as promising as hoped. After a morning of sales, they had managed to sell only a little over 10 pounds. Ergu's spirits began to wane as he lamented, "Brother, our situation seems rather dire. Our peaches are quite beautiful, large, and sweet, yet sales are disheartening." Seeing his younger brother in such despair, Chen Shuai felt a surge of anger. He glared at Ergu, asserting, "I say, Ergu, what do you have to fear with your elder brother by your side? We have already sold a few pounds. The key is that evening sales will be better. We must not rush. Selling requires patience. Peaches do not all ripen at once. We have only harvested a fraction today. With dozens of trees, our yield is not insignificant. I refuse to believe that I, Li Dasheng, would be so unfortunate. And you, Li Ershing, are simply not destined for wealth." The forthright 40-year-old man remained resolute. This time, he addressed his brother by his full name, which lent a sense of gravitas to his words. This shift instantly invigorated the somewhat defeated Li Ershing. "What you say is true, brother. We are among the most industrious in the village. With your encouragement, I am inclined to expand our grape cultivation. As for the peaches, the land rental fees in our village are reasonable. Otherwise, we could directly lease land to grow fruit trees. We could then wholesale to fruit shops, surely making a profit." His words sparked a quickening of ideas in his brother, which brought great comfort to Li Dasheng. "Indeed, let us see how we fare with our sales." Just as the brothers were contemplating their future, a familiar figure appeared. They joyfully began unloading 2 crates of grapes. With a screech, Chen Shuai brought his cart to a halt. Time was of the essence as he took the grapes and placed them into the cart. With the money prepared, he handed it to the 2 brothers and was about to leave. He got into the car, then immediately got out again. The peach looked splendid, its appearance quite appealing. The vibrant red hue and generous size exuded a luscious aroma of sweetness. Noticing Chen Shuai's interest in the peaches, Li Daxing's eyes squinted with delight. The recent collaboration had fostered a deep trust in Chen Shuai. If he could forge a connection with such a sales prodigy. It went without saying that not only these peach trees, but an entire mountain could be planted without concern for sales. Li Daxing hurriedly picked up a peach. His eyes fixed on his brother. Quick, wash one for the boss to taste. These are freshly picked today. From initial skepticism to newfound confidence. Li Ershing promptly poured water from his kettle. The brothers meticulously washed the peach. Please have a taste, if you find it delicious. I'll sell it to you at the lowest price. Being a man of integrity, the lowest price naturally meant below wholesale. Despite lacking formal education, they understood the principle of selling in volume for modest profit. They appeared simple, yet their minds were astute. A slight smile crept upon Chen Shuai's lips. Without hesitation, he accepted the peach, which was even larger than a big apple. The fragrant, vibrant peach invited a delightful scent. Having been washed thoroughly, Chen Shuai took a bite. The juice was abundant, the flavor authentic, and it was exceptionally sweet. After savoring a couple of bites, he paused in satisfaction. Not bad. How many do you have today? If you have enough, I'll take 100 pounds. You decide the price. As long as it's reasonable, I'll buy it. The brothers were overjoyed. They could hardly believe their good fortune. With Chen Shuai handling the sales of their grapes, they wouldn't need to sell them themselves. Although the price was modest, it was still at wholesale rates. This way, they could earn without exerting too much effort. Li Daxing quickly added, we have 200 pounds. There are dozens of peach trees at home. This is the first year they've borne fruit, and each tree yields quite a bit. To instill confidence in Chen Shuai, Li Daxing spoke only the truth. The brothers understood that honesty was essential for their financial success. Chen Shuai was pleased with his response. What price are you selling per pound, and what price are you willing to offer me? He inquired. I don't expect you to go too low. Just align with wholesale prices. With this statement, Chen Shuai had essentially made a commitment. Li Daxing hurriedly replied, we sell them for 30 to 40 cents. How about giving you 10 cents? The wholesale price should be around 12 cents. But they felt a sense of ease doing business with Chen Shuai. They would receive cash directly, without any debts. Even if it meant earning slightly less, it felt gratifying and secure. After all, these were their own peach trees, leading to lower costs. All right, I'll take them at 10 cents. Just stack them in the lower layer, he instructed. The brothers grinned as they quickly weighed and loaded 100 pounds of peaches. In the countryside, efficiency in work is paramount. Chen Shuai handed 10 yuan to Li Daxing. Watching him leave, the two brothers felt a sense of disbelief, struggling to accept that this was indeed real. They have indeed encountered a benefactor. It is essential to understand that their modest offerings are hardly regarded in the wholesale market, which has little interest in collaborating with such small-scale farmers. The proprietor has proven to be exceedingly generous. It appears that we can undertake a venture in our mountainous region, directly investing in larger fruit trees. With ample fertilization and diligent care, including grafting, we could expect to reap our rewards by next year. His enthusiasm grew with each word. In truth, most of these peach trees belong to his brother. He finds himself in a precarious position, lacking the skills to sell merchandise on his own. Were it not for his brother's support, his situation would be unimaginable. He confidently asserted that within 3 years, they could become affluent. Chapter 82. As long as I speak, you shall avoid decades of missteps. Chen Shuai, drenched in sweat from his swift exertions, arrived at his familiar territory. Today, he had brought a wooden plank, eliminating the need to place everything on the ground. A few bricks provided support at either end, raising the plank to a height of approximately 40 to 50 centimeters. He arranged grapes, large peaches, and steamed buns atop it. He took out the wooden board he carried and inscribed with chalk: peaches, grapes, pea buns, red bean buns, white flour buns. This afternoon, with the intention of selling buns, Chen Shuai had no plans to repair his vehicle, as the white buns were rather inconvenient. Observing the passing crowd, he raised his voice. Large, red, crisp, and sweet peaches, cultivated without any pesticides. Come, taste and see, if they aren't sweet and delicious. You owe nothing. Our homegrown grapes come in both sweet and sour varieties. I invite everyone to sample them and show your support. As for these large buns, purchasing them is a guaranteed delight. Our flour, milled from our own wheat, is particularly fragrant, exceptionally clean, and immensely nutritious. Believe it or not, come and see for yourself. Miss this village, and you shall miss this shop. Initially, several vendors aspired to emulate him, yet before they could commence, they noticed that today's slogan had shifted once again. The pace of change was dizzying, leaving them entirely unable to keep up. In the presence of Chen Shuai, they held no advantage. His display on the wooden plank was neat and organized. With a powerful shout, Chen Shuai attracted immediate attention, drawing a crowd. This is the nature of human curiosity. Seizing the moment, he unveiled a small covering, revealing the goods beneath. Pea buns, red bean buns, my esteemed brothers and sisters, act swiftly if you desire some. We have a limited quantity today. Once they are gone, I will return home. The sight of the pristine white buns, unveiled from their covering, exuded an irresistible aroma. The scent of the flowers stirred their appetites. Give me a pea bun and a red bean bun, one man requested. They are 1 dime and 5 cents each, totaling 3 dimes. Chen Shuai promptly bagged the order and handed it over. The man, right there on the spot, broke open the bun, taking a generous bite, and was met with a mouthful of pea filling. As he swallowed, the smooth, delightful flavor of the bun's flour intertwined with the sweetness of the pea filling, creating a harmonious blend. With a single bite, hesitation vanished, and another generous mouthful followed. The aroma of pea cake and red beans wafted through the air, intoxicating in its allure. Even before tasting, the fragrance was utterly delightful. A man standing in line swallowed hard, clearly captivated by the flavor reminiscent of his mother's cooking. He continued to indulge, taking large bites. As others devoured their steamed buns, the collective anticipation became palpable. "Boss, I want 3 of those. And 2 pea cakes," declared one eager patron. "I simply adore steamed buns. Give me 3 red bean buns. Today, I must relish every bite. I have a penchant for pea cakes. I'll take 5. In no time, the buns began to sell fervently. In this day and age, the mere ability to enjoy steamed buns brought joy to everyone's hearts. Within a mere 10 minutes, half of the buns had vanished. Amidst this fervor, peaches and grapes began to fly off the shelves as well. Chen Shuai exerted himself, deftly splitting a large peach in 2. The fragrant, succulent aroma of the peach instantly filled the air, enticing even the most hesitant customers to make a purchase. "Boss, this peach looks delightful. May I taste it?" inquired a man in his 50s, his gaze fixated on the tempting fruit. Chen Shuai produced a keychain from his pocket, which held a small knife. He deftly sliced off a piece and handed it to the elder. This peach has a wonderfully authentic flavor, and it's so juicy. I'll take 3 pounds to savor," he declared. The first customer's enthusiasm was a testament to Chen Shuai's quality. Peaches were substantial. 3 pounds didn't amount to much weight. Just 2 or 3 peaches would equal a pound. With the first brave customer, many others followed suit, purchasing not only buns, but also peaches or grapes. At 50 cents per pound, the peaches were not cheap, yet still acceptable to most city dwellers. This was precisely why Chen Shuai had ventured into the city to conduct business. The urban populace had money, and with goods to sell, profits could be realized. This afternoon, with no cars to repair, the pace of sales had markedly improved. From the outset, business had thrived here. Over the past couple of days, the number of patrons had steadily increased. Yet now, everyone seemed unusually relaxed, gazing blankly at Chen Shuai. His stall was indeed a bustling hub of commerce, with an impressive speed of service that left them envious. The steamed buns were the first to sell out. A few women, their faces etched with disappointment, inquired, "Boss, do you have any left? I just saw you selling buns. How can they be gone in the blink of an eye? I wanted to buy 2 for a taste. I've got 30 cents ready. Will you be selling tomorrow, boss? What time will you arrive?" Despite their dismay, Chen Shuai offered them hope and even recommended peaches and grapes. Just as he was preparing to sell the last 3 or 4 bunches, a Santana car slowly came to a stop nearby. A strikingly beautiful young woman, adorned in an alluringly short skirt, gracefully strides in red high heels. Such an ensemble is undeniably fashionable in this era, capturing the undivided attention of customers purchasing peaches and grapes. This attire is a sight one might only expect to witness on television. "I'll take all these bunches of grapes. And please weigh out 10 pounds of peaches for me." Chen, observing closely, realizes that this captivating woman is none other than the affluent lady who visited previously. However, he remains unfazed by her haughty demeanor. "I can weigh the peaches for you, but the grapes are unfortunately in short supply today." The 2 women beside her still yearn for grapes. "As for the peaches, you will need to queue." From her attire, it is evident that she is undoubtedly of considerable wealth or status, especially with a Santana worth around 200,000. In this age, a household earning 10,000 is the envy of many, let alone someone who might be a legendary millionaire or even a multimillionaire. Anyone would wish to seize such an opportunity. When encountering a wealthy woman like this, anyone with a modicum of sense would seek to ingratiate themselves. Yet, Chen boldly articulates his thoughts, leaving the woman somewhat taken aback. Those around him regard him as if he were a fool. "Young man, do you not realize that if I were to speak, you could avoid decades of unnecessary detours? Would you not wish to seize this opportunity?" Chen, with a subtle smile yet unwavering determination in his gaze, responds, His past experiences are beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. To him, such a woman is merely a minor character. I am not interested. I prefer to rely on my own efforts. The grapes are sold out for today. Do you still wish to purchase peaches? If so, please join the queue at the back. Thank you for your understanding. Polite and self-assured, Chen remains indifferent to the woman's wealth or influence. Chapter 83. Increasing the price. Tomorrow we'll see further increases. This response incited the woman's ire. She scoffed. Your attitude leaves much to be desired. While your demeanor is somewhat acceptable, if you possessed any capability, perhaps I might reconsider. Let me put it this way. Earning money from the wealthy is remarkably easy. I'm offering you an opportunity. It's up to you to seize it. As her approach softened in response to his resistance, there was a hint of admiration in her words. Chen, however, remained unmoved. With a calm demeanor, he replied, Miss, I do not indulge in sycophancy or seek to curry favor with others. I run a modest business here, grounded in fairness and equality. Please do not interrupt my work. I am quite busy and lack the time for conversation. Noticing that the woman showed no signs of leaving, Chen felt a flicker of irritation. The men waiting to purchase peaches looked at him with disappointment, incredulous that this beautiful and wealthy woman was being overlooked by the young proprietor. If it were them, it would truly be an enviable situation. With wealth, one could also possess such a beautiful woman. It is indeed a case of having the best of both worlds. However, Chen Shuai was gradually offending this affluent and attractive woman. Some observers relished in his misfortune, while others were simply curious to witness the outcome. In everyone's mind, it was certain that she would be angered. Yet, the result disappointed them all. The woman not only remained calm, but obediently fell in line. This left the witnesses perplexed, their eyes wide with disbelief. The thoughts of the wealthy are truly beyond comprehension. Their world is unfathomable. Ultimately, a few bunches of grapes were sold effortlessly. The woman ceased her antics and patiently queued. When it was her turn, she no longer desired 10 pounds of peaches. With wide eyes fixated on Chen Shuai, she demanded all remaining peaches at 1 yuan per pound. While they had seen haggling before, they had never encountered someone who proactively raised the price. Chen Shuai felt somewhat helpless regarding the whims of this wealthy individual. One should never attempt to guess a woman's intentions, no matter how much one speculates. It is impossible to predict her next move. I'm sorry, but I cannot sell all the peaches to you. There are others waiting behind, he stated firmly. As she basked in her apparent control over him, she was met with a resolute refusal. This displeased her, and her eyes widened even further. With a scoff, she remarked, You didn't reserve any grapes for me. Is it against your rules for me to buy all these peaches alone? Turning to the queue behind her, she declared, You need not wait. I will take the remaining peaches at 2 yuan per pound. Such a price would be unimaginable even in a large supermarket. This sudden increase caused those in line to disperse immediately, unwilling to offend this fierce and beautiful woman. This proud little princess was undeniably spoiled. People of wealth are not to be trifled with. The woman gazed at Chen Shuai with satisfaction, anticipating his astonishment. Yet, Chen Shuai's expression remained unchanged. Still adorned with a smile, though tinged with regret as he said, I apologize, but someone is willing to pay a higher price for my peaches. Please come back tomorrow. The woman, who had anticipated witnessing Chen Shuai's anger and excitement, was instead met with this unexpected response. Disappointment washed over her, and she mused. So this is all he amounts to. Little did she know that Chen Shuai had built his fortune from scratch in a previous life, having navigated countless businesses. His skin had thickened to the point of being impervious to criticism, allowing him to maneuver with ease. When faced with a higher price, it was simply a matter of seizing the opportunity. Whatever ulterior motives existed were of no concern to Chen Shuai. After all, it was a mutually beneficial arrangement, entirely voluntary. With a swift motion, Chen Shuai weighed the peaches. That will be 40 pounds in total. Let me load them for you. This woven bag is a gift. With an abundance of peaches, it was rather inappropriate to use small plastic bags. Nearly half a bag was filled and transferred into a woven sack, which she then placed in her trunk. Observing Chen Shuai's promptness, the woman felt a pang of regret. However, given her spoken words and the presence of onlookers, she understood that retracting her statement was out of the question. Otherwise, her reputation would be severely tarnished. She retrieved a 100 yuan bill from her bag and generously handed it over, declaring, No need for change. The remainder is a tip. This marked the second time she had offered a gratuity, and this time it was even more substantial. It is worth noting that the average person earns merely a few yuan a day, with a 5 yuan wage being fiercely contested for. This was reminiscent of young Miaoyun and her factory. Yet, here was a tip of 20 yuan. Chen Shuai was acutely aware of her motivations. Affluent women, after all, are primarily concerned with their social standing. Thank you, boss. Chen Shuai would not feign humility. Since she had offered it, the money was rightfully his. Why refuse what is freely given? In just over an hour, he had sold out a large box of steamed buns, along with over 100 pounds of peaches and 40 to 50 pounds of grapes. The sight of Chen Shuai's joy seemed to irritate the woman, causing her to gnash her teeth in frustration. She flung open her car door and said menacingly, "Do not oppose me. Otherwise, I will purchase everything you sell at a premium." Her words were a clear indication of her vengeful spirit, suggesting that she would buy out all his stock, testing his ability to attract customers. Chen Shuai, whistling nonchalantly, paid little heed to the inexplicable woman. After packing up and securing his vehicle, he departed amidst the envious gazes of onlookers. The crux of the matter was that the woman had not yet left. Shouldn't she be his most respected customer? Enraged, she pounded on the steering wheel, causing the horn to emit a loud, jarring sound. This is infuriating. These petty vendors dare not show me respect. Faced with such wealth, shouldn't they be deferential? No, I must return tomorrow and buy everything at a high price. I refuse to believe he can remain indifferent. This beautiful woman was completely ensnared in her own emotions, unable to extricate herself. Regardless of the circumstances, she was determined not to let this matter rest. Seething with indignation, she exhibited the petulance of a spoiled heiress. Meanwhile, Chen Shuai had turned a corner and crossed another street. The tricycle halted at a labor protection shop. The proprietor agreed to provide 5 packets of size 6 bags, 5 packets of size 3 bags, and 5 packets of size 1 bags. The owner promptly gathered the various types of bags. The total was 5 yuan. Plastic bags are inexpensive, with a pack containing several hundred. This price reflects a sense of equality. If they were exorbitantly priced, no one would utilize them. The owner packaged everything in a size 1 bag. Chen Shuai accepted it, oriented himself, and headed toward the open-air farmers market, not far from the Li brothers. The journey of merely 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Upon encountering Chen Shuai, their eyes widened in astonishment. Although the foam box remained unopened, the rich aroma of steamed buns wafted through the air from a distance. Now there were peaches and grapes, yet inexplicably, they had sold out. What extraordinary skill was this? Li Ershing, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, "Boss, you are truly remarkable. With so many peaches and grapes, how did you manage to sell them all in such a short time?" Chapter 84. The anxious brothers seek to purchase a major item. Li Dashing glared at his younger brother, realizing it was too late. Such inquiries should never have been voiced. It was akin to secretly learning someone else's trade. He may not grasp the intricacies of business, but he understood that this was inappropriate. Embarrassed, he tugged at his brother's arm. "I sincerely apologize, Boss Chun. Ershing did not mean to overstep. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. Please do not take offense." Upon hearing his brother's words, Li Ershing quickly recognized the impropriety of his question. While it was acceptable for others to inquire, it was ill-mannered for them to ask, given that they were selling similar items. Now relying on this benefactor to support their business, he dared not hesitate and promptly offered his apology. "My apologies, Boss Chun. It was my folly. I hope you won't be upset." Realizing his own rashness, he felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. Chen Shuai chuckled lightly. "There is no need for concern. I simply had a stroke of luck. A customer purchased a larger quantity today. Otherwise, I might not have sold out by this time." He then added, "By the way, tomorrow we will continue with the grapes as usual, and please bring 200 pounds of peaches. Also, are there any other fruits available in the village?" Chen Shuai expressed a keen interest in this opportunity to profit from the price difference. Li Dashing and his brother were not professional cultivators. The mere fact that they could grow peach trees set them apart in the village. While there were about 10 households cultivating watermelons, such endeavors were far from widespread. No one else dared to grow anything else. This was precisely what Chen Shuai had anticipated. In rural areas, land was primarily reserved for the cultivation of crops, leaving little room for other pursuits. Setting out from the brothers' location, Chen Shuai made his way to the wholesale market. He did not acquire flour, but instead took a large bag of dough for fried dough sticks. He purchased 6 or 7 kinds of vegetables. The meat section was bustling with activity. Most visitors here were wholesale meat vendors supplying various market stalls and roadside vendors. The atmosphere was vibrant, filled with the pungent odor of meat. As one entered this area, the unpleasant scent was unmistakable. Vendors beamed with smiles. There were not just 1 or 2 stalls, but dozens, catering to the entire city. Yet, not everyone had the means to indulge in pork every day. Typically, there were more onlookers than buyers, and the wholesale quantities were modest. Currently, it was a competition of whose meat was the freshest and who could offer a lower price by even a penny. Chen Shuai arrived at the market, requiring no inquiry about prices, for the onlookers were quick to ask on his behalf. The freshness of the offerings was evident. After a brief survey, he halted in front of a stall manned by a man in his 30s. A handful of vendors had gathered, yet only one had made a purchase. The meat on display appeared quite fresh. Noticing Chen Shuai's interest, the vendor eagerly called out, "Here to buy today? Our prices are fair, and the meat is indeed fresh. Whether you're purchasing 200 pounds or merely 10, anything over 10 pounds qualifies for wholesale pricing, which is the lowest in the market." Chen Shuai glanced over and remarked, "The meat seems satisfactory. I am acquiring it for business purposes. I may not require such a quantity at once, but as trade flourishes, my demand will surely increase." Upon hearing that it was for business, the vendor thumped his chest confidently. "In that case, you will receive our absolute lowest wholesale price. How does 50 cents per pound sound?" In the outdoor market, you are likely aware that prices hover around 1 yuan 30 to 40 cents. Purchasing from us guarantees peace of mind. We collaborate directly with slaughterhouses. The quality is assured, whether for a restaurant or retail, and our prices are reasonable. This is not mere boastfulness, but a testament to our confidence in our products. Please weigh out 5 pounds of pork belly for me. Let us settle on this price today, but if I require more in the future, I hope for a discount." Chen Shuai stated, having chosen the pork belly. Selling 5 pounds was a commendable transaction. "Rest assured, your price is the lowest available. Since you've mentioned future negotiations regarding pricing, I will add an extra 2 taels today," the vendor said as he weighed out the 5 pounds of pork belly and included a little extra. Chen Shuai paid and accepted the hefty package of pork. Exiting the somewhat pungent meat section, he had procured nearly all that he needed, particularly several large heads of cabbage and a substantial bag of vermicelli. The 3-wheeled cart was now filled with an ample supply of vegetables, leading an observer to mistakenly believe that Chen Shuai was there for wholesale vegetable purchases. Riding out of the wholesale market, the storefronts outside appeared rather desolate, primarily offering household goods. Various hardware, electrical wires, brooms, and trash bags were available, alongside kitchenware. Though not the largest kitchenware wholesale market in the city, the prices remained comparable. Chen Shuai was already well acquainted with the layout and navigated adeptly to a sizable kitchenware wholesale shop. He parked his vehicle and made a beeline for the refrigeration section. Presently, household brands included only a few, such as Haier and Miaoyun, and commercial refrigerators were similarly limited. "Are you in need of a refrigerator? We stock all the international brands, Haier, Rongxing, and Xinfei, among others," the vendor offered. Chen Shuai surveyed the selection and decided, "I require a commercial unit. I will choose Haier. How do I go about purchasing this smaller model?" Chen Shuai opted for the smallest model from Haier, measuring approximately 1 meter in length, 50 centimeters in width, and standing at a height of around 80 to 90 centimeters. These refrigerators can often be found in numerous small supermarkets that sell freezers. Naturally, in many rural convenience stores, they are sold within foam boxes. The refrigerator that Chen Shuai valued could effortlessly accommodate over 100 pounds of goods. The owner, observing Chen Shuai, immediately exclaimed with enthusiasm, "You truly have an eye for quality. This is the latest model. It is a dual-temperature freezer, allowing for separation between refrigeration and freezing. If it weren't for my child's uncle managing the factory, I wouldn't have access to the lowest price in the entire city. This is a firm price of 100 yuan. Chen Shuai did not respond and turned to leave. The owner was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't the usual practice to negotiate first, followed by some back and forth? Why was this young man deviating entirely from the norm? As Chen Shuai approached the exit, the owner grew genuinely anxious. In this line of work, there are days when not a single large item sells. If it remains unsold, not only is the cash tied up, but large items also occupy considerable space. With limited room, he aimed to stock more merchandise. Encountering a potential buyer, he was eager not to let this opportunity slip away. "Wait, aren't we discussing the price?" the owner urged. "How about 98 yuan? Chen Shuai shook his head, asserting, 60 yuan, that is my final offer." The price nearly brought the owner to tears. With a quavering voice, he protested. 100 yuan is the lowest wholesale price in the city. In-store, it would range from 130 to 140 yuan. 98 is truly the best price possible. Any lower would result in a loss. Chen Shuai grinned, replying, 60 yuan is my limit. If that doesn't work, I'll seek elsewhere. Sensing Chen Shuai's determination, the owner's tone softened. 80 yuan is acceptable. He thought to himself that this was already a loss, and 60 yuan was simply untenable. As Chen Shuai prepared to depart once more, the owner finally conceded to his lowest offer of 78 yuan. This time, Chen Shuai was ready to leave without any further resistance. The price was one he could accept. Very well, 78 yuan it is. With the price settled, Chen Shuai began to test the refrigerator. Within approximately 4 to 5 minutes, it had already begun to cool. That seems satisfactory. I will tidy up my vehicle. So please do not disconnect the refrigerator just yet. He had a shelf above it, but the shelf was not fixed, allowing for the wooden panel in the middle to be easily removed. The refrigerator was not of a large size, and with a bit of organization, it could fit into his vehicle. Nearby, he noticed several ice cream wholesale shops. Humming a little tune, he entered one of the ice cream wholesalers. Inside were 7 or 8 refrigerators, all filled with colorful ice cream. The vibrant bags exuded a sweet aroma. With a basket in hand, he selected 7 or 8 old-fashioned ice pops and an equal number of ice creams in various flavors: mung bean, red bean, watermelon, peach, and egg roll. The old-fashioned ice pops were scarce, overshadowed by the abundance of ice creams. A small basket, filled to the brim, was graciously received by the smiling proprietress. One by one, the orders began to be filled. The old popsicles were priced at 1 dime, the creamy ice cream at 5 dimes, and the cone ice cream at a mere 10 cents. Aside from the cone ice cream, the rest were priced almost uniformly between 1 and 8 dimes. The total cost amounted to 4 yuan. If you purchase more, I shall gift you an additional creamy ice cream, she offered, expressing her anticipation for his next visit. The proprietress, displaying remarkable courtesy, proactively extended her offer. As she watched Chen Shuai depart, her eyes remained fixed upon him. Captivated by the presence of such an attractive young man, one she had never encountered before. Carrying the ice cream, Chen Shuai made his way to the kitchenware store. Placing the ice cream, along with the bag, inside, a small blanket, originally meant for covering buns, snugly enveloped it. There was no worry of it melting on the way home, even if it took an hour or two. Each summer, ice cream vendors, equipped with foam boxes, traversed the fields, selling their frozen delights. In just a short while, the refrigerator had already cooled significantly, suitable for storing a plethora of perishable goods. Unplugging the appliance, Chen Shuai called out, "Sir, it is ready. Could you please assist me in lifting it up?" The shopkeeper had been eagerly awaiting this cue. If the distance were shorter, he would have offered to deliver it to Chen Shuai's home as well. With a delighted nod, he replied, "Of course. You need not worry. My wife and I will take care of it." Businesswomen often possessed considerable strength. The couple adeptly assisted in loading the items onto the vehicle. After a simple securing, everything purchased for the day was now complete. Upon exiting, the vehicle was filled to capacity, and upon returning, it remained equally full. Without pausing, they drove at a brisk pace. At home, young Miaoyun had spent over 2 hours gathering cicadas, with more than 20 being today's haul. Earlier in the morning, she had already collected over 20, bringing the total to more than 50, an ample bounty that could not fit in a single plate. The 2 little ones had their hands completely muddied. The only solace for young Miaoyun was that their clothes remained relatively clean. "No more catching, it is already 3 o'clock," she admonished. "Look at your little faces, all sun-kissed and rosy. We must hurry home. We have yet to deliver the buns to Grandma." However, Tian and Yuan paid her little heed, entirely oblivious to her words. Seeing their disobedience, young Miaoyun did not indulge them. She firmly grasped each child by the hand, leading them to the wash basin. "You must wash your hands, or else your clothes will get dirty, and your father will be quite upset." At the mention of their father, Tian and Yuan immediately complied, diligently scrubbing their small hands with great care, fearing they might not be clean enough. A satisfied smile crept onto young Miaoyun's lips, as though she had once again summoned the presence of her husband in an unspoken way, embodying the notion that the virtuous role was hers to play while the blame rested with Chen Shuai. When young Miaoyun returned to her family home, she had little to bring. A few leftover buns and some remaining screws were all she had. She wheeled out the Phoenix bicycle, equipped with 2 small seats securely affixed to it. This was a creation that Chen Shuai had meticulously crafted over several hours, offering greater safety than any purchased chair. All dangers must be avoided as much as possible. For Chen Shuai, every effort is worth it. "Let us prepare to set off. We shall return shortly." Sweetie shook her head, saying, "Mom and sister can go together. I will stay at home and wait for Dad." She had just managed to soothe Yuan, which left her somewhat discontented. Immediately, she distanced herself from her mother's side, her little feet hopping as she pouted. "Sister is waiting at home. I will wait for Dad too. Grandma, you can go by yourself." "Yes, Mom, you can go alone. My sister and I will wait for Dad at home." Young Miaoyun would not grant them the opportunity to negotiate. With a fierce glare, she declared, "That one do, you cannot stay home alone." Such matters are not open for discussion. Faced with their mother's resolute stance, the powerful lineage compelled the 2 daughters to reluctantly accept the reality, sticking out their little tongues in defeat. Just as she was pushing the bicycle and locking the door, a sudden screech of brakes echoed. Dad is back. Wow. What is this big white thing?" Dad bought another large appliance. He has brought something home. Upon seeing it, young Miaoyun was taken aback. Sweetie, yes, Dad. Why did you buy a freezer? It must have been quite expensive. Our family doesn't need such a large freezer. Her words were laden with concern. Her desires were modest. She wished only for her husband's love, her children's health and happiness, and to ensure they were well-fed and warmly clothed. As for fashionable attire and extravagant expenses, she found herself ill at ease with such a lifestyle. The sight of the enormous refrigerator naturally tugged at her heartstrings. However, for Sweetie and Yuan, the situation was entirely different. Their little hands clapped with glee, fluttering about like joyful butterflies. Dad, does the big refrigerator have popsicles? Dad, I want creamy ice cream. For these two little foodies, anything related to Chen Shuai's purchases surely promised delicious treats. Yang Miaoyun looked at Chen Shuai with exasperation before glancing at Sweetie and Yuan. You spoil them. They have already begun to pout. Young girls, it seems, think only of eating. She lamented, if they continue this way and become chubby, what will you do then? No woman desires to become overweight. But even if I become a little chubby, Dad will still love me. Dad will love Yuan too. Isn't a plump Yuan even cuter? Their bright, confident eyes sparkled with innocence. Haha. Chen Shuai could not contain his laughter, his hearty chuckles echoing in the air. Just then, the side door creaked open. Chapter 86. The two little foodies must learn to respect their elders. What are you so happy about? Asked the woman in her 50s or 60s. Her face beaming with a warm smile as she looked kindly at Sweetie and Yuan. Good day, second aunt. You didn't go out? Chen Shuai and his wife greeted her warmly. Sweetie and Yuan were already aware of her. They had seen her a couple of times during these days at home. Hello, Grandma. Their sweet, high-pitched voices were particularly charming and delightful, evoking affection. Sweet Tianyuan is truly delightful. In such a lovely dress, she resembles a beautiful butterfly. Proudly lifting her chin upon receiving compliments from her grandmother, she happily twirls around in her little skirt. During their conversation, she spots the large freezer on the vehicle. Is that a sizable freezer? It looks splendid. Are you planning to sell ice cream? I've noticed others use foam boxes tied to their back seats. Isn't your investment a bit excessive? To the common folk, a freezer signifies the sale of ice cream, while some families in the city have already acquired refrigerators. In rural areas, only small shops and local supermarkets possess them. Chen Shuai shakes his head, stating, I'm not selling ice cream. It's for home use. It can store various items. I just bought it at the wholesale market. Auntie, please don't stand outside. Come in and sit for a while. This is the first time in years that Chen Shuai has invited her inside. Previously, she had always entered on her own. Despite his struggles, she wishes to assist her nephew. Over the past few days, he has transformed remarkably, working tirelessly from dawn until dusk, which fills her with immense pride. Sweet Tianyuan is quite understanding, urging, Grandma, come inside and sit. Dad bought a new sofa, did you know? These two little ones chatter away, their words melodious, making her increasingly fond of them. Yes, I've heard, and indeed, I'm here just to sit. Their cheerful voices bring her joy. Chen Shuai wheels the tricycle into the courtyard, while his second aunt helps steady the handlebars. Although he insists he can unload it himself, they remain concerned. Yang Miaoyun assists in lowering it. Chen Shuai, with remarkable strength, threefold that of his peers, effortlessly lifts the refrigerator, his height of 195 meters, allowing him to carry it with ease. Yang Miaoyun extends her hands to help, exerting effort to lower it. Chen Shuai, cautious not to injure her, keeps his arms positioned centrally. With a powerful heave, he successfully brings the refrigerator down. Be careful not to pinch your fingers, he warns as he releases the refrigerator gently. Yang Miaoyun trusts him implicitly. His voice instills confidence in her. The refrigerator lands steadily. Chen Shuai opens it, reaching inside, feeling the refreshing coolness. Today we bought ice cream. What flavors do you like? Come choose. He retrieves 2 cone ice creams, noting, these are the most expensive, priced at 3 yuan each. Even at wholesale, they cost a dime. Dad, this ice cream is truly exquisite. I want some, exclaims Tianyuan. It looks just like a tornado, so beautiful. Chen Shuai playfully pinches their adorable, translucent noses. You two little ones, how subtly you hint at things. Yuan tilted her small head, her eyes reflecting a mixture of fear and curiosity. Father, I cannot wield martial arts. How could I possibly hold sand in my mouth and shoot shadows at others with a dart? Tian, equally puzzled, pouted her lips, sensing something amiss in the statement. Yang Miaoyun stifled a laugh behind her hand, while Aunt Air, sitting nearby, suddenly burst into laughter, despite not fully grasping the meaning. Nonetheless, she could guess that it was not meant literally. Haha, this child speaks in such foreign terms, she thought, though she could not comprehend it. Yet, I find myself in agreement with my darling's interpretation. As Chen Shuai continued speaking, Tian and Yuan, like two little spiderlings, clung to his legs, preparing to climb upwards. Chen Shuai playfully bent down, placing 2 ice creams in their tiny hands to offer to grandma and mother. Although their mouths watered with desire, they remained exceptionally well-behaved, racing toward grandma with their treats. The elder had just settled onto a stool when she hurriedly stood up, exclaiming, "Oh dear, grandma want to eat. You enjoy it." Having once scolded her child for buying such expensive ice cream, she felt it was beyond her means to indulge. Young Miaoyun urged, "Aunt, the children have brought this for you. Please enjoy." This gesture taught them the importance of filial piety and understanding. Faced with Yang Miaoyun's enthusiasm, Aunt Air reluctantly replied, "Perhaps I could have a bite of the popsicle." In the sweltering heat, she had occasionally purchased popsicles herself, which were quite affordable at 5 cents, and even cheaper at 2 cents in days gone by. Thus, she was resolute in her unwillingness to partake in the extravagant ice cream. Of course, Yang Miaoyun felt similarly reluctant to indulge. This lavish ice cream was meant for the children. Chen Shuai retrieved 2 creamy ice creams from the refrigerator. "Then let us have a creamy ice cream. If you don't partake, Aunt, my nephew might get upset." With such a prompt, she felt a tad embarrassed, but accepted it nonetheless. Their relationship was quite pleasant, yet for some reason, she felt a bit constrained in front of the children. Yang Miaoyun pressed the ice cream into her hands. Aunt Air, taken aback, remarked, "After all, we are somewhat like family." Faced with the couple's warm hospitality, she graciously accepted. The refrigerator, equipped with wheels, was pushed into the main room, where it was placed not far from the large sofa. Plugged in, the temperature had already been adjusted. Requiring no further alteration, she simply closed the lid. As Tian and Yuan savored their ice creams, their curiosity was insatiable. Like 2 little shadows, they followed closely, eagerly touching the pristine refrigerator. Their small faces beamed with joy, for even at Grandma's house, there wasn't such a grand refrigerator. In this moment, they felt immensely content, surrounded by the comfortable sofa, a lovely coffee table, and an array of beautiful chairs. "Sweet and cheerful," Tian exclaimed, "Dad, does that mean we'll have ice cream all summer long?" Facing the 2 little food enthusiasts, Chen Shuai playfully pinched her adorable, rosy cheeks. "Perhaps. But indulging in too much ice cream isn't advisable. It's best enjoyed during the hot days. Also, the fish and meat we bought can be added in. Naturally, the ingredients prepared by Dad should be included as well. You two can help yourselves. I need to have a word with your second grandmother." With that, they sprawled on the sofa, laughing and relishing their ice cream. Chen Shuai switched on the ceiling fan and took a nice pop as he stepped outside. Chapter 87. The villager of renown, whom everyone wishes to greet after seeing off his second aunt, Chen Shuai inquired, "Didn't you want to go out just now?" Tian and Yuan dashed from the room, exclaiming in unison, "Mom wants to return to Grandma's house, and we want to stay and wait for Dad." This delay made Yang Miaoyun reluctant to leave. With her husband and children surrounding her, she truly wished to remain. "Should we send the steamed buns back? They won't taste good if they get cold. If not, we can take them tomorrow. I bought quite a few beans at the wholesale market today. I'll take some fresh ones over tomorrow." Chen Shuai implied that they were running low on supplies, and the variety was scant. Yang Miaoyun understood his sentiment and found it quite endearing. After pondering, she replied, 6 is more than enough for them to eat. If we have too many, they'll spoil over time. If they don't want to go, then just keep an eye on them." Grabbing the steamed buns, Yang Miaoyun pushed the bicycle out. Since his wife was returning to her family, Chen Shuai certainly wouldn't stand in her way. Chen Shuai packed 2 bags of wheat and 1 bag of rice. Raising his voice, "Then let us go grind some wheat flour." The prospect of watching their father grind wheat thrilled Tian and Yuan. "Dad, we want to go too. Grinding flour means we can play outside." They couldn't let such a splendid opportunity slip away. As Yang Miaoyun reached the front gate, she sighed in resignation. Chen Shuai was indeed excessively indulgent with the 2 girls. Placing the buns into the bicycle basket, Yang Miaoyun pedaled off, her right foot deftly lifting as the bike gained momentum. Not far into their journey, they encountered several elderly villagers. In the past, they might have tried to avoid them. But now things were different. Everyone knew Chen Shuai was doing business in the city. The elders approached them warmly. "Tian's mother, where are you off to?" With a friendly greeting, Yang Miaoyun naturally paused to chat. Securing her bicycle, she joyfully engaged with them. "Greetings, 4th aunt, big grandma, 3rd aunt, uncle, and 2nd grandpa. Chen Shuai made some steamed buns today to take to the city for sale, leaving some behind for my mother to taste," she said, opening the bag and graciously inviting the elders to sample. The sight of the snow-white buns, with the aroma of flour wafting even from a distance, prompted a chorus of compliments. Tian's mother. Did you say these buns are made by Shuai? They truly are large, round, and white. They certainly look irresistible. Tian's mother. The dishes you've prepared these past few days have been nothing short of delightful. The fragrance of dishes wafted through the village. And now the steamed buns were impeccably white. Chen Shuai has truly become remarkably capable. One day when I visit the city, I must take a look. I have heard that Shuai's business is thriving. He is indeed talented, unlike the two good-for-nothings at our home. They have all heard from others about Chen Shuai's business acumen. In this era, there are not many who venture out to work. Most remain at home cultivating the land. To go to the city not merely to work for others, but to become one's own boss is a rare feat. It can be said that if one such individual emerges from a village, they are indeed an extraordinary person. The trend of working away from home has gradually increased since 1997. Young Miaoyun, feigning modesty, was internally elated, setting aside the question of how much he earns. The mere fact that others praise her husband brought her immense satisfaction. Their conversation was lively when suddenly, Chen Shuai appeared on his bicycle. The structure beneath the frame had been cleverly modified for easy disassembly, so now, aside from a few wooden beams, the two planks and sideboards had been removed. Why haven't you left yet? We thought you had already gone to your family home, Chen Shuai remarked, greeting the elderly with his children in tow. The little girls, Tian and Yuan, donned vibrant floral dresses and butterfly headbands, resembling two delicate butterflies dancing with grace. The sight of the two brought smiles of affection to the faces of the elderly, who eagerly vied to hold the little treasures. Had it not been for Tian's interjection about their need to grind flour, the delightful conversation could have continued indefinitely. Under the gentle urgings of the two young girls, they finally took their leave. The path was clear as Chen Shuai headed toward the town. After escorting them to the village entrance, he made his way to the town. The 2-kilometer distance was swiftly crossed. Chen Shuai wasted no time and headed directly to the flour mill. Any delay would lead to endless wandering. The pristine, snow-white flour soon streamed from the machine. The milling cost 3 yuan in total. Chen Shuai had brought 2 bags of wheat and 1 bag of rice, all securely tied with rope and loaded onto the bicycle. Enough fun, it's time to set off. Let us see if there's anything you need to buy. Initially eager to play a bit longer, Tian and Yuan suddenly perked up. Daddy, I want to buy something, exclaimed one, while the other chimed in, I do too. But I haven't decided what to buy. For children, spending money is always a delightful endeavor. However, Chen Shuai had already purchased a variety of snacks. Regardless, they would need to spend some money. He lifted them onto the bicycle and rode toward the market. With a meeting scheduled for tomorrow, the town was still bustling with people today. After a brief exploration, the two little princesses, whose tastes had grown more discerning, discovered little that piqued their interest. The items here are quite nice. Should we take a look? Chen Shuai halted the bicycle at a stall. In this place, there exists an abundance of toys, yet the majority are designed for boys. The deeply ingrained notion of male preference over female is evident. The toys for girls are primarily crafted through their own ingenuity. They engage in games such as jump rope, handkerchief toss, playing with pebbles, hide and seek, and flipping the quilt. The little frog, affectionately named by the elder sister, is capable of jumping when wound up. Yuan picked up the small frog, seeking her sister's approval. Tian, having never played with one, was blissfully unaware. Chen Shuai took the frog, wounded up, and placed it on the ground, causing it to leap forward, much to the delight of the two little girls. Any toy that could be played with was deemed enjoyable, regardless of its intended gender. It was indeed entertaining. Perhaps father should acquire one. Chen Shuai opted for 2. Casting his eyes over all the items at the stall, he decided on the gaming device, which resembled a small brick, leaving Tian and Yuan perplexed as to its usage. A few days prior, he had come to safeguard the land, and his business had remained steady. Chen Shuai was elated to purchase 3 small trinkets. The vendor charged 50 cents for the jumping frog and 2 yuan for the gaming device. Chen Shuai was aware of the prices and nodded without haggling. It seemed to require 2 AA batteries, and in addition to the expected 2, he was offered 2 more. The quality of batteries at that time was quite commendable. 2 batteries could last over a year without issue. If kept in the packaging, they would not lose much charge over 2 or 3 years. Though he felt a twinge of regret at the vendor's generosity, he thought it unnecessary as the quality was impeccable. Shall I offer you 2 hair clips instead? Chapter 88 reveals that Chen Shuai's creations are truly irresistible. The hair clips were inexpensive, selling for about a dime a box, while the batteries could fetch a dime each, totaling 20 cents for 2. Chen Shuai shook his head, stating, Do I appear to be in need of hair clips for my daughter? We have several boxes at home, showcasing a variety of styles. The cost price for the 2 batteries was likely around 5 or 6 cents. If you include them, We'll proceed with the purchase. Chen Shuai's offer was exact, indicating his expertise in the matter. The vendor, keen to capitalize on the opportunity, recognized that they were in the presence of an informed buyer and was willing to offer wholesale prices. Today's encounter is indeed serendipitous. Very well, I shall include 2 batteries. Though reluctant, the vendor deemed it worthwhile to sell, even if it meant losing 20 cents. A dime is still money. If no one purchases, he would earn not a single cent. Tian and yuan, filled with curiosity, gathered around. What is this, father? Is it fun? Chen Shuai explained that it was a gaming device, though they had no idea how to use it. Of course, it is enjoyable. I will teach you when we return home. We don't have much else to buy. Let us head home now. Under the scorching sun, they were eager to leave. He tucked them under his arms and placed them in the car, where they sat on their little stools, waving their tiny fists in excitement. Homeward bound, I return to play with the frogs. Upon my arrival, I shall undoubtedly engage in a contest with my father, ensuring everyone is comfortably seated. Chen Shuai hastens back on his bicycle. Young Miaoyun returns to her parental home, where her elderly parents peer out expectantly. Why haven't the little treasures come along? Before she could stabilize her vehicle, she was met with inquiries. Amused and exasperated, she replied, "Today, Chen Shuai returned early and took them to grind flour. These are the steamed buns prepared today, which Chen Shuai took out to sell, specifically saved for you. Moreover, he purchased a refrigerator, and he instructed me to tell you that their father bought a plethora of ice cream. If you wish to indulge, do come to our home for some." Initially intending to be upset, Zhang Shufan burst into laughter upon hearing the latter part. Really? Chen Shuai is truly commendable, buying a sofa, a ceiling fan, a rice cooker, and even a refrigerator. At this pace, my heart swells with pride. You, my child, have certainly endured well. Women are inherently emotional beings, especially mothers. Witnessing her child's happiness and her son-in-law's ambition fills her with joy. The earnings of a single day equate to what an ordinary worker makes in a month. And as a mother, her delight surpasses that of her daughter. Beside her, Yang Yuanzheng grinned widely, opening a bag to reveal the pristine, fluffy buns. These buns are remarkably white and soft, he remarked, inhaling the delightful aroma that surpassed even that of our town's market. Carefully tearing off a piece, he popped it into his mouth. The fragrance enveloped him, with a sweet, tender taste that delighted his palate. Tearing off another piece, some pea paste tumbled out, and quick-witted as ever, the old man gobbled it up, unceremoniously picking up a fallen morsel from the ground. The sweet, delicate flavor melded with the bun, prompting him to devour it eagerly. Zhang Shufan observed her husband's voracious appetite, bemused by his lack of decorum. You're still the village chief. Your eating habits suggest you haven't seen a bun in centuries. Yang Yuanzheng, cheeks puffed out, mumbled, You must try it, you'll see. She knew him well. Their family was well off, with 7 or 8 sows and over 20 pigs in their pigsty. In an era where most families only raised a single pig, Yang Yuanzheng's scale was indeed impressive, yielding several sales a year. Unable to resist temptation, Zhang Shufan tore off a piece of the bun and savored it. Soft and glutinous, it crumbled delicately upon her tongue, melting away like rock candy in her mouth. The sensation was both chewy and tender, a delightful complexity. This is truly delicious. I make buns every day, but have never tasted one so exquisite. My dear, these buns aren't store-bought. They are genuinely made by Chen Shuai, and he finished selling them in just 3 or 4 hours before returning home. Yang Miaoyun nodded earnestly. You have purchased steamed buns numerous times. Have you ever tasted such delicious ones? Zhang Shufan shook her head without hesitation. No, I have never encountered such delectable steamed buns. So it truly is Chen Shuai who made them? Indeed. I am now thoroughly convinced that this is the handiwork of my son-in-law. The mere thought of it filled her with joy, and her desire to savor another bite grew stronger. The sizable bun disappeared swiftly as she devoured it with fervor. Yang Yuanzheng's voracious eating was even more exaggerated than hers. You, with your speed of consuming buns, cannot compare to me. Chen Shuai, accompanied by Tian and Yuan, soon arrived at the entrance of the 2 villages. To the left lay Yang village, and to the right was Chen village. Do you 2 wish to return home or visit Grandma's house? Home. The 2 little ones responded eagerly, without any hesitation. Chen Shuai observed them. I am aware of your little intentions. Are you planning to go home for ice cream? They did not explicitly convey their thoughts. Tian, filled with curiosity, looked at Chen Shuai and said, But Dad, I never mentioned going home for ice cream. Yuan chimed in. Neither did I. Mama said too much ice cream could upset our stomachs. Their conversation resembled that of tiny adults, exuding an aura of understanding and maturity. Chen Shuai pinched their rosy little cheeks. I am well aware of your little schemes. Mama is absolutely right. One must not indulge excessively in ice cream. Otherwise, not only will your stomach ache, but you may also find it difficult to chew, your hair might fall out, and your skin could become unsightly. Upon hearing Chen Shuai's words, Tian and Yuan immediately covered their mouths. Yuan, somewhat frightened, remarked, "If that's the case, then we are doomed? That sounds truly terrifying. I will never eat it again." Tian, somewhat skeptical, tilted her head while gazing at Chen Shuai, attempting to extract the truth from him. Nevertheless, she too felt a pang of fear regarding ice cream. Observing their trepidation, Chen Shuai continued, "In truth, as long as one consumes ice cream reasonably, such outcomes can be avoided. Therefore, moderation is key." With their decision not to visit Grandma's house, Chen Shuai rode his bike straight back to their village. Now, he was a well-known figure in the village, always at the center of attention. Since he entered the village, he had not ceased conversing, greeting this person and that. Everyone shared the same surname, descended from a common ancestor. Whether it was an elder brother or a fourth uncle, covering a distance of a few hundred meters took half an hour. Were it not for Chen Shuai's departure, these individuals would have clung to him, eager for conversation. Finally home, he felt utterly exhausted and longed to collapse onto the sofa for a brief rest. Tian tugged at her sister, and as soon as the door cracked open, they squeezed through. Chapter 89. The Education of Love. No need for your assistance in the blink of an eye. They had dashed into the house. Chen Shuai unloaded the flour and rice, retrieving the bamboo he had prepared a couple of days prior. All the bamboo was stacked in the yard. Observing Chen Shuai's actions, the girls brought over small chairs. Two little ones crouched there, their curious eyes fixed on the bamboo poles, pondering what their father might be up to. With so many bamboo sticks at his disposal, they wondered if he was crafting some toys. Playful by nature, their first thoughts revolved around playthings. Chen Shuai, however, did not jest with his daughter. He held a bamboo pole in his hand. "This is not for making toys," he explained. "I am preparing to craft a few steaming trays. Please keep your distance. Bamboo can be quite sharp. A slip could result in a cut on your fingers." As he spoke, the front door swung open. "Mom is home. Mom is back." The two joyful children rushed towards the door, elated to see the familiar figure. "You're back so soon. We thought you'd return after having a hearty meal." Chen Shuai glanced up at Yang Miaoyun and resumed his work. Yang Miaoyun retrieved a bag from the bicycle basket. Upon opening it, familiar little snacks appeared before Chen Shuai's eyes. "These are the little pastries Grandma bought for you in town today." Upon seeing the treats, the little ones, Tian and Yuan, immediately warmed up to Yang Miaoyun. They insisted on presenting the first one to their father. Yang Miaoyun handed them two pastries. The little foodies, this time, refrained from indulging themselves, fully aware of their mother's intentions. Each took a piece and dashed over to Chen Shuai. He embraced them, saying, "I'll share mine with your mother." This was a lesson in love. Chen Shuai was not like other parents who might say, "We want to eat if you're eating." Instead, he unhesitatingly accepted the sweets and encouraged them to offer one to their mother. Such nurturing education allowed them to embrace patience. As they savored the pastries, their teeth crunched through the delightful peanut flavor. While enjoying the treats, Chen Shuai continued his task, skillfully transforming the bamboo with his machete into slender strips. He measured with a tape on the large pot in the kitchen. "We are a bit short on bamboo. I'll go chop a few more. Once I return, we can prepare the meal." Though he had dozens of poles, it still wasn't sufficient. The little girl, who had been quietly enjoying her candy, suddenly perked up. She dashed off, not forgetting to grab a handful of pastries. Observing the two clingy little ones, Chen Shuai was resolute in denying them. "You cannot go. There are wild beasts and monsters in the mountains. If I encounter a beast, I must protect you, and it would be exceedingly distracting." "Does that mean you'll face danger?" they inquired. "Moreover, the path up the mountain is particularly treacherous. You can go when you're older." Despite the mention of monsters and beasts, their fear was non-existent. However, the thought of their father facing danger deterred them from venturing forth. The two little ones obediently brought out frogs and began a race on the ground. Upon seeing the frogs, Yang Miaoyun also became interested. She had never played with them before, and Tian eagerly taught her. With his machete in hand, Chen Shuai stepped outside. The mountain behind the village was not far. He would reach it in 10 minutes. Entering the forest, he quickly arrived at the bamboo grove. The area was vast, and there was no shortage of bamboo. Chen Shuai selected several tall stalks, swinging his arm with vigor to chop them down. Thud, thud. A resounding sound reverberated through the bamboo grove on the mountainside. With a crash, a bamboo stalk succumbed to the relentless force, toppling over. Following suit, a second stalk fell under similar pressure. After felling 3 consecutive stalks, he finally paused. The bamboo he had cut down was roughly the size of his arm, ample enough for his needs. Brandishing his machete, he diligently stripped away all the branches, making it easier to carry back home. On his descent, he gathered edible mushrooms along the way. As for herbs, those were a distant thought. The villagers had lived here for generations, intimately familiar with the various mountain herbs. Even the so-called chosen one, Chen Shuai, would scarcely encounter many. Should he happen upon a significant number, it would surely be a jest of foolishness. The villagers ventured into the mountains daily, returning with only a pound or two, which was already commendable. However, the wild peaches, jujubes, apples, and oranges on the mountain were plentiful. Some had been brought by birds, growing slowly over time, while others had been discarded by villagers after consumption, eventually sprouting anew. Chen Shuai ambled along, pausing intermittently to pluck ripe, wild fruits. A few bamboo poles were tied together, dragging along the ground as he made his way. Upon reaching home, he hoisted them onto his shoulder. Such lengthy bamboo poles naturally attracted attention in the village. He entered his home, exchanging laughter and chatter along the way. After a brief moment of observing Chen Shuai, his mother and two younger sisters excitedly rushed over, eager to lend a hand. "It's just a few bamboo poles. You three needn't trouble yourselves," he said, casting a concerned glance at them, fearing their assistance might inadvertently hinder him. Fresh bamboo was quite heavy. Young Miaoyun, feeling helpless, could only pull her daughters back. She genuinely wished to help, but the enthusiasm of the two little ones was hard to contain. Once they had stepped back a safe distance, Chen Shuai carefully set the poles down. He pulled out the alarm clock. It was already 5 o'clock. Every household was beginning to prepare dinner. He retrieved a black fish from the large vat. Today's meal would consist of 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes. The sizable black fish, weighing 3 to 4 pounds, wriggled in his grasp. Regarding meals, Yang Miaoyun had mentioned the topic several times, yet Chen Shuai still insisted on a hearty fare. She could only acquiesce in silence, especially considering the children were in their growth phase and required ample nutrition. However, resources were limited, and in most rural homes, a meal typically consisted of just 1 vegetable dish. "Time to prepare the fish," Chen Shuai declared, wielding a knife and carrying the fish to the water pressure machine. He poured a scoop of drinking water into it. With a hissing sound, the machine dispensed water, filling a bucket. The act of preparing fish was not solely a boy's pastime. His 2 sisters shared an equal fondness for it. Their grandfather squatted beside the well, beginning the fish preparation. Behind him, young Miaoyun wore a radiant smile, reveling in the joy of being surrounded by her husband and daughters, the cheerful chatter embodying the bliss of life. As he opened the belly and removed the entrails, the moment was filled with warmth and contentment. Tian and Yuan energetically scooped water and poured it into a basin. Chen Shuai washed several times, and the water became remarkably clear. After rinsing the last half bucket, the ground was spotless, with the water flowing out along the door's drainage, marking the completion of the fish preparation. Chen Shuai retrieved 3 potatoes and a cabbage, the vegetables intended for the dish. Tian, let me peel the potatoes," he said, taking the freshly washed kitchen knife to begin peeling the potato skins. In the countryside, there are no specialized peelers. Everyone uses a kitchen knife for this task. Chen Shuai slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten to buy a peeler. "I'll handle the peeling. You can chop some cabbage," he suggested as he stepped inside, opened the fridge, and took out the pickled vegetables and preserved chili peppers purchased that day. Chapter 90. If you open a store, your business will surely thrive. The clean black fish was sliced horizontally in the middle, adhering closely to the fish flesh. He carefully removed all the bones and the dark membrane from the fish meat. The knife was laid flat to create thin slices, stopping just before reaching the end, then making another cut to complete it. The 2 pieces of fish flesh remained connected, thin as parchment. In no time, a black fish weighing 4 to 5 pounds was entirely filleted, with the bones chopped into small pieces. Following a thorough wash, ginger, scallions, salt, cooking wine, monosodium glutamate, and the egg white from 1 egg were added. After a thorough mixing, a small amount of prepared starch was incorporated. Finally, a drizzle of soybean oil was added, rendering the fish slices translucent and emanating a fresh fish aroma. The same treatment was applied to the fish bones, but this time with the leftover egg yolk. This series of professional techniques left the 3 women astonished. They had never witnessed such expertise before. Tian and Yuan curiously tilted their heads. "Dad, why do you slice the fish?" asked one. "Yes, Dad, won't it fall apart when cooked?" the other chimed in. The 2 little ones watched with intrigue. Chen Shuai washed his hands, assuring them, "Of course it won't fall apart. You'll soon discover the flavor." He then chopped the pickled chilies, the sauerkraut, along with dried chili peppers, ginger, and scallions, preparing a large assortment of ingredients. Only then did he take the kitchen knife to start peeling the potatoes. The potatoes were sliced into shreds, while the cabbage was torn by hand. All the preparations were now complete. Tian and Yuan's eyes remained fixed on the fish slices, their curiosity about this method of preparing fish piqued. Eagerly following Chen Shuai, the three women now scrambled to stoke the fire. The pot was thoroughly cleaned and filled with soybean oil. Sichuan peppercorns, dried chilies, and scallions were added and sautéed. The sizzling oil filled the kitchen with an enticing aroma. The chopped pickled chilies were added, resulting in a chorus of sizzling sounds from the hot oil. Then the sauerkraut was tossed in, its sour and spicy flavor wafting through the kitchen as it was stir-fried over high heat, creating an irresistible fragrance. Boiling water from the thermos was poured in, causing it to bubble vigorously. White vinegar and crushed salt followed. The small basin used for washing vegetables was now spotless, with several clean lettuce leaves laid flat below. Mung bean sprouts and vermicelli were added to the pot, which made the resourceful young Miaoyun feel a pang of heartache once again. Sweet dad, have you perhaps added too many varieties of vegetables this time? Is it not somewhat wasteful? For the average citizen, cooking a dish typically involves a singular ingredient. Yet here, several vegetables are combined into one. Indeed, this feels excessively wasteful. Chen Shuai gazed at the three women with a hint of concern. It is not wasteful. You must learn to adapt. In the future, the dishes will require increasingly diverse and costly ingredients. He wanted to prepare her mentally for what was to come. As the sauerkraut and bean sprouts were removed from the pot, chunks of fish were placed in their stead. Unlike their usual method of cooking fish, this dish was prepared with remarkable swiftness. In just a few minutes, it was retrieved from the pot, culminating in delicate slices of fish. This process was even quicker, for if left too long, the meat would become tough and fall apart. The fish was substantial, yielding generous portions of flesh. The broth from the pot was poured into a bowl, the aromatic essence of the fish becoming even more pronounced, wafting gently along the chimney and out into the open air. At this moment, the fish appeared pristine white, filling the bowl to the brim, an enticing sight indeed. Chen Shuai minced several cloves of garlic and added them to the bowl. With the oil in the pot already heated, he introduced dried chilies and Sichuan peppercorns, drizzling the concoction over the fish. The oil sizzled and danced upon the fish's surface. Chopped scallions and cilantro were then sprinkled on top, rendering the bowl of fish a veritable work of art. Dad, this fish is truly beautiful and fragrant. It must taste exceptional, exclaimed the two little ones, unable to resist such temptation. The bowl was exceedingly hot, and they attempted several times to reach out, only to retract their small hands in discomfort. There are still 3 more dishes. Do not rush. For the second dish, Chen Shuai took advantage of the hot oil to fry the cicadas, carefully placing them along the edges of the pan. Having already seasoned them with salt, no further additions were necessary. The cicadas were fried gently over low heat until they changed color, releasing a delightful aroma. Only then did Chen Shuai scoop them out with a spatula. The flavor of the cicadas intensified, mingling with the scents of the 2 meaty dishes that filled the air, competing with one another in a vibrant display of culinary excellence. One dish was already overwhelming. The presence of 2 had completely captivated the 2 little girls. They knew that informing their mother would be futile. As the dishes were brought into the main room, their short legs hurriedly followed. Finally, when their mother entered the kitchen, they could no longer contain themselves and seized their chopsticks. The cicadas remained untouched. It was the pristine fish that held their affection. Despite their tender age, they wielded their chopsticks with remarkable dexterity. With wide eyes fixed on the outside, they deftly picked up pieces of fish and popped them into their eager mouths. The moment the fish touched their tongues, it melted away before they even had a chance to chew, delighting their palates with an explosion of flavor. Compared to the previous fish dish, this one was even more tender and succulent. After just one bite, they found it impossible to stop. Rural children are accustomed to spicy food, and these 2 were no exception, having been well trained by their grandmother. Having skipped rice, she continued to indulge, unable to halt her consumption. The cicadas she had diligently caught nearby seemed trivial in comparison. In their eyes, fish and meat reigned supreme. In the kitchen, Chen Shuai's spicy and sour shredded potatoes, adorned with a sprinkle of scallions and a few drops of fragrant sesame oil, emerged from the stove. The cabbage, braised to perfection, glistened with a rich red hue from a dash of soy sauce, captivating in its beauty. Young Miaoyun swallowed hard. Darling, we eat cabbage every day, but none compare to your exquisite preparation. Despite never having dined at a fancy restaurant, she felt a profound confidence in his culinary skills. Chen Shuai beamed. Reaching out to caress young Miaoyun's silky hair, his eyes filled with tenderness and affection. What did you just call me? Did you say husband? Can you say it again for me? The term husband was something young Miaoyun dared only to whisper in her heart. Just moments ago, it slipped out. a genuine expression of her feelings, though she thought Chen Shuai might not have heard. His words caused her face to flush a deep crimson, enhancing her already delicate beauty. Her fair skin appeared even more radiant, exuding a fragrant allure that entranced Chen Shuai. Say it again, husband sounds so lovely. Were it uttered by anyone else, it might seem lewd. But Chen Shuai was undeniably charming, and her affection for him was profound. When he spoke, the words carried an enchanting magnetism, infused with a hint of desire. For reasons unknown, she found herself utterly captivated, unable to restrain her feelings. With her beautiful eyes narrowed in mock anger, she playfully chastised him. You rogue, you scoundrel. Your audacity knows no bounds. Chapter 91. Having indulged, she hurried to deliver dishes to her second aunt. This was hardly a reprimand. To Chen Shuai, it sounded like playful banter brimming with affection. Young Miaoyun, still blushing, leaned in and kissed him. There was no escape. She was thoroughly kissed, the speed swift yet tender. Her face grew even redder, her heart racing, leaving her breathless. I won't bother with you anymore. You're such a child. With 2 plates in hand, she hastily exited the kitchen, fearing what further boldness he might display. Chen Shuai had prepared several dishes at home, drawing the attention of neighbors who were less than composed. His second aunt was somewhat pleased, happy for her own children's well-being, but his uncle was not amused. The bread in his hands lost its appeal. This child can't be so extravagant just because he's in the city. He can't spend as if he earns a fortune. He swallowed hard, preparing to rise. His spouse beside him immediately frowned, eyes narrowed. Look at you. Is it so wrong for the child to enjoy some good food? Several children were absent. Otherwise, there would have surely been chaos. The exclamations of his wife calmed him down. With a resigned gulp, he glanced around and had to admit. The dishes prepared by the 2 children were quite delectable. The aroma wafting through the air was particularly enticing. He had been savoring the flatbread in his hand. But after inhaling the fragrance, it instantly lost its appeal. Upon entering the room, Chen Shuai found Tian and Yuan being reprimanded. The 2 little girls had rosy cheeks, their hair fluttering in the breeze from the fan, and beads of sweat glistening on their foreheads. Chen Shuai heard a few satisfied burps and noticed that half of the fish slices had already been consumed, while the nearby Zhiliao had eaten considerably less. Chuckling heartily, he announced, "Come, let us sit down for dinner." Observing his wife still wearing a stern expression, he gently pulled the 3 of them closer. "Are you tired, my dear? If you are, let us eat first. A hearty meal will give us strength." While speaking, he discreetly exchanged glances with his daughter. Tian and Yuan, being exceptionally clever, immediately understood their father's intent and transformed into adorable little angels. They tugged at young Miaoyun's arms, saying, "Mommy, please don't be angry. Have some vegetables. Yuan will no longer upset you and will surely be a good girl." Their words were imbued with such tenderness that young Miaoyun's irritation dissipated instantly. She sighed softly. "I'm not against the children eating. I just thought we've been back for a few days now. While it's understandable that 3rd uncle and 4th uncle live farther away and don't bring food, surely we cannot overlook the fact that 2nd aunt lives next door. Wouldn't it be inconsiderate not to reciprocate?" Chen Shuai smiled gently. "I thought it was a minor issue. A few dishes on a plate would suffice. I nearly forgot to mention, I saved 2 steamed buns for lunch." He filled his bowl with a generous serving of shredded potatoes, a hearty portion of braised cabbage, and added a few zhiliao, pickled vegetables, and some pristine fish slices. The bowl was brimming and looked delightful. In the countryside, it's customary for neighbors or relatives to share a bowl of food during mealtime, reflecting the simplicity and warmth of rural life. However, as the years progressed and the gap between the affluent and the impoverished widened, the warmth of human connection has diminished. Even long-standing neighbors could become adversaries, maintaining a facade of friendliness while harboring resentment. Chen Shuai was all too aware of this reality. Holding the dishes and steamed buns, he said, Tian, Yuan, let us visit second grandma." The 2 little ones, their bellies pleasantly full, eagerly grabbed a few zhiliao, squeezing them out of their shells. Their tiny hands were greasy, fingers slipping and glistening with oil. Just as young Miaoyun reached for a cloth to clean them, they had already dashed outside. Chen Shuai, carrying the bowl and buns, followed them out. Upon stepping outside, he spotted his uncle Chen Guoyang sitting at the door. "Second uncle, we've brought you some delicious food." Originally, Chen Guoyang's face bore a troubled expression, but a benevolent smile soon graced his features. "Come in quickly. You 2 little ones just eat. Your second grandfather won't partake," he said, gently grasping their small hands. Upon noticing the abundance of dishes in Chen Shuai's bowl, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "How much have you managed to prepare? You've brought so much at once. Just let the little treasures eat. I won't touch it." Chen Shuai quickly responded, "There's enough to eat. Miaoyun urged me to bring this for you two elders. It's not some rare delicacies. You mustn't eat refuse." With that, she disregarded whether he wanted to eat or not, and strode into the house with a firm step. In the courtyard, the second aunt was mending clothes. Upon seeing Chen Shuai and the two girls enter, she hurriedly stood up, her face alight with joy as she welcomed them. "Come here quickly. Have you eaten?" Second grandmother bought some candy. "I'll go fetch it for you." She rushed inside and emerged with a bag. Inside were a variety of candies, including children's pastries, Alpen chocolates, and some unidentified soft sweets. In the past, Tian and Yuan would have been bustling with excitement over such treats. However, under Chen Shuai's affectionate care these past few days, they had likely indulged in more delightful snacks than what could be found in the village shop or the small supermarket in town. Thus, they felt no inclination towards the mishmash of candies before them, watching the children retreat rather than reach for the sweets. The second aunt insisted on pressing them into their hands. Chen Shuai interjected, "They've just eaten. Their bellies are not hungry." Observing the sister's desire to shy away, she encouraged, "These are for you. Just take them." Following their father's directive, the two little ones reluctantly accepted. Their small hands could only grasp a few candies. Looking around, they noticed that their little skirts had no pockets, so they simply handed the sweets to Chen Shuai. The second aunt remarked, "Don't take so many. I bought some too. These are for my little nephews." Chen Shuai symbolically took 7 or 8 pieces. Glancing at the bowl left on the chair, he reproached lightly, "How much could you have made to bring such a large bowl? Just leave it for the children. The two of us old folks don't care for meat or fish." He directly carried the bowl into the house, lifting the bamboo cover. With chopsticks in hand, he nudged the contents aside and emerged with the bowl, noticing Tian and Yuan engaged in a lively conversation with the elders. These two children are truly remarkable. Unlike your brothers, who can do nothing but eat, Tian and Yuan are exceptionally clever. They know everything. Soon, we will have 2 university students from the Chen family. The ancestral grave will surely be smoking with pride. Chapter 92, Childhood Playmates. This wine is from my father joyfully exiting the second uncle's home. Chen Shuai had yet to return home when 2 childhood playmates approached, chatting and laughing. "Handsome guy. Hero." One was of the same generation, while the other was 2 generations older. "You two bosses, I've heard you've struck it rich out there." The aura of these 2 big bosses instantly transformed. They chuckled. "We're just out begging, and in our begging, we've traveled over 1,000 miles. Unlike you, who has started a business in our city, earning a few hundred effortlessly each day. Is that truly the case?" In response to the inquiries of his companions, Chen Shuai naturally shook his head. Regardless of the location, wealth should not be ostentatious, unless one is exceptionally affluent. Although he felt no need to be guarded around the two of them, ordinary individuals did not warrant his full attention. If he were to claim that he made 200 to 300 in a day, it would undoubtedly provoke envy and jealousy. "No, it is quite similar to working a regular job," Chen Shuai stated, but they were reluctant to believe him. "Keep pretending. Who in our village doesn't know you have struck it rich? There are countless who have seen you selling goods in the city." Chen Shuai chose not to conceal the truth any further. Whether they believed him or not was inconsequential. One cannot control the thoughts of others. Changing the subject, he said, "I have yet to dine. Why don't you come in and have a bite?" The two quickly shook their heads, waving their hands. "No. We merely came to visit you. The Fan family next door is playing the Swana tonight. Would you like to join us?" In this day and age, there are hardly any entertainment activities. When someone in the village grows old, they often hire a Swana troupe to perform. Such events are beloved by people of all ages. The performances occur in the evening, and virtually the entire village turns out to watch. Chen Shuai had once been like them, but now he found such displays somewhat childish. These folk performances hardly captured his interest. Moreover, he had plans to go fishing that night. Fishing was a necessity for him. It required little investment. The nets were inherited from his family, and with just a bit of effort, he could earn some money. "No, I've already eaten and need to retire early. I must head to the city early tomorrow. If I return in the middle of the night, how will I set up my stall in the morning?" They understood that Chen Shuai had turned over a new leaf. Having grown up together, they were delighted to see their brother prosper. "We're just heading home to harvest wheat. Once we finish with the wheat and plant rice, we'll return. We have plenty of time, so we shall take our leave." They had already eaten and were not inclined to sit down. After seeing them off, Chen Shuai finally entered the house. At the dining table, young Miaoyun awaited his return. "You've been a bit slow. Your daughter has been back for half an hour," she joked, while busily preparing a bowl of rice for him. Chen Shuai reseated himself at the head of the table and accepted the bowl from young Miaoyun. He had just exchanged a few words at the door. "You 3 should eat. Next time you needn't wait for me." Young Miaoyun merely nodded symbolically. "Next time, of course." They would continue to wait. This was the dignity expected of Chen Shuai as the head of the household. A nation has laws, and a family has rules. Without regulations, there can be no order. This, too, was something the children ought to adhere to. Chen Shuai picked up his chopsticks and placed a piece of meat into Miaoyun's bowl. She did not eat immediately, but instead produced a bottle of wine. This bottle was from her father, taken from her family home that day. If my father-in-law were to see you, having stolen his treasured Wuliangya, he would undoubtedly be waiting for you at the door with a stick tomorrow. Initially, Chen Shuai had little interest in the Wuliangya presented by his wife. However, upon seeing such fine liquor, he felt compelled to indulge in a glass. Yang Miaoyun, however, was unaware of what constituted good wine versus inferior wine. Even if she were aware, she would unhesitatingly pour herself a glass. Well then, since you've poured it for me, let us partake. Moderate drinking is indeed beneficial for one's health. The small white wine cup held but a sip. With a swift motion, Chen Shuai downed the entire cup. He popped a cicada larva into his mouth as well. She was about to pour him a second cup, but Chen Shuai stopped her. If one is to drink, one must serve oneself. It's hardly dignified to act like a lord. After consuming 5 or 6 cups, he finally paused. Though his tolerance was commendable, he knew better than to finish them all in one go. He tightened the cap and placed it beneath the 8 immortals' table. Tian Sweet and Yuan had already eaten their fill. Even with a small black bowl containing a mere morsel, they had left it unfinished. The 2 little ones lay back in their chairs, too stuffed to move. Chen Shuai transferred their leftovers into his own bowl. When he looked up, he caught young Miaoyun gazing at him. Why are you staring at me, dear? Hurry and eat before it gets cold. Chen Shuai had intended to make a jest, but seeing her cheeks flush, he refrained from continuing. Instead, he served her more dishes. No need, I can manage on my own. With such an abundance of food. You must eat plenty, he insisted. Despite her embarrassment rendering her speechless, Yang Miaoyun reminded Chen Shuai to ensure he ate enough. The children hadn't consumed much. While he indulged heartily, he didn't forget to ladle some soup over rice for Yang Miaoyun. The tangy, spicy, and numbing flavors were particularly delightful. If you were to open a restaurant, it would surely be a resounding success. Witnessing the brilliance of someone she loved filled Yang Miaoyun with immense pride. As Chen Shuai savored the last bite of rice, he thought, for the time being, he was reluctant to open a restaurant. The capital required would only increase. That wasn't the crux of the matter. The daily grind would become quite troublesome. Finding time to rest would be particularly inconvenient. Setting up a stall allowed him the freedom to work whenever he pleased. This was the reason Chen Shuai had no desire to open a restaurant at present. Upon hearing this, Yang Miaoyun wholeheartedly agreed. Running a restaurant was indeed too cumbersome. However, he didn't disclose to her that running a company or a chain store would involve far less hassle. Of course, that was a matter for the future. Best left unspoken for now. After finishing dinner, it was nearly 7 o'clock. Chen Shuai had eaten quite quickly, having downed 3 bowls of rice, while Yang Miaoyun had barely finished one. Most of the bamboo, aside from the freshly cut, had already been processed. Yang Miaoyun swiftly finished the rice in her bowl, cleaned the table thoroughly, and then carried the bowl to wash by the well. Sweet and lovely Yuan moved her little chair beside Chen Shuai. 2 pairs of small hands propped up their chins, watching their father weave. Observing his daughter's understanding and maturity filled Chen Shuai with a sense of strength. His movements were swift and fluid, a dazzling display that captivated the eye. Yang Miaoyun entered with the washed dishes, astonished to see how much Chen Shuai had already woven. Such speed left her momentarily speechless. Despite his youth, he possessed a vigor surpassing many seasoned artisans. Yet, his forceful efficiency was truly remarkable. Unable to contain her curiosity, she remarked, "Sweetie's dad, you are the fastest wicker weaver I have ever seen." Chapter 93. Waiting at home, yet unable to sleep. Chen Shuai stretched lazily, massaging his back before rising. Including what he wove yesterday, he now had 3 steaming baskets. Why aren't you resting? Chen Shuai looked up to see Yang Miaoyun still seated beside him, realizing he had not raised his head for a while. The large clock on the wardrobe chimed 10 times. The 2 girls had long since fallen asleep. They needed to rise early with him the next day. Yang Miaoyun responded, gesturing towards the girls' rooms. Chen Shuai shook his head. No, you 3 can stay home. How about you go in the afternoon? I will try to return early in the morning. We can prepare more in the afternoon and set up together. Rising at 3 or 4 in the morning to take the daughters out would truly be torturous for them. However, Chen Shuai stepped forward, gently placing a large hand over her mouth. No buts, we will have time in the morning. Waking up this early, not to mention the children. You are also quite fatigued. Yang Miaoyun glared at him. We are all tired. Do you not feel weary as well? You haven't slept since you returned. Continuing like this will wear your body down. Faced with his wife's concern, Chen Shuai felt a surge of joy within. It's getting late. You should rest. I will go catch some fish. Equipped with a headlamp and fishing nets, he rode his tricycle out the door. Yang Miaoyun found it impossible to sleep. Since Chen Shuai Wunti let her accompany him, she remained at home waiting. The night air by the lake was brisk, yet Chen Shuai was filled with determination. Upon reaching the riverbank, he cast net after net, tirelessly moving back and forth, left and right, until he had cast dozens of nets. Only when his large plastic basket was filled did he pause. He glanced at his watch. Over 2 hours had passed since his arrival, and it was now 12:15 in the morning. Among the 3 large buckets, the catch consisted primarily of river shrimp and snails, especially the shrimp, which were abundant due to their strong reproductive capabilities. Eels, on the other hand, were scarce, totaling about 1 bucket. Chen Shuai felt quite satisfied with this haul. He found contentment in such rewards gained through hard work. After securing the load in his vehicle, he set off, not homeward, but towards the irrigation ditches in the fields ahead. Last night, I procured an abundant catch of lobsters. Today, it would be remiss to let this opportunity slip away. This season marks a veritable proliferation of lobsters. Within a mere 10 minutes, I arrived at the edge of the ditch from yesterday. Having mastered the habits of these crustaceans, my endeavors today were effortlessly fruitful. The first net haul weighed a couple of pounds. As I moved along, my speed increased significantly. This time, I traversed the entire length of the ditch, extending a distance of 50 or 60 meters compared to yesterday. Observing the half-filled woven bag of lobsters, I mused aloud. It seems I shall venture to the neighboring village's ditch tomorrow. Every creature, after all, must propagate to ensure a continuous lineage. I am acutely aware of this truth. At this hour, the sky had grown particularly dim. The pursuit of lobsters had stretched over an hour, indicating it was nearly 2 o'clock. Even though my vitality far surpasses that of my peers, a long day inevitably leaves me weary, returning home laden with bounty. The fatigue is a small price to pay for the happiness it brings to my wife and children. The fields are in close proximity to the village, and in just 4 or 5 minutes, I found myself homeward bound. Despite my careful approach, the sound of barking dogs greeted me. I had long since grown accustomed to this, as had the villagers. After all, dogs possess remarkable hearing. Often, their barks would echo through the night until dawn. Amidst this lively cacophony, I arrived at my doorstep. The barking roused Yang Miaoyun, who had been dozing at the table, and she hurried to the door. Hearing the commotion, I retrieved my keys, only to return them to my pocket. With a creak, Yang Miaoyun's anxious yet excited face appeared before me. It's already 2 o'clock. Why haven't you rested yet? If this happens again, I shall be quite upset. Upon entering, I urged her to rest, but she was understandably reluctant. She assisted in transferring the river shrimp into the tank. I poured in the catch along with the water, nearly filling the tank to the brim, causing water to splash everywhere. After removing 2 basins of water, I scattered the wild grass I had collected over the fish tank. Before indulging in a shower, I commenced washing my bicycle. If left uncleaned, it would emit an unpleasant odor by morning. After laundering my clothes thoroughly, I finally prepared to shower. Yet, I was met with my wife's disapproving glance. I've already heated the water for you. Why do you keep forgetting? The evening water is cold. You cannot be so reckless. She added, if you continue this way, I shall indeed be upset. As she expressed her irritation, the pot of water had already been filled. The basin for washing clothes was placed before me. With a smile, I poured the warm water into the basin, followed by a bucket of well water. Submerging my hands in the basin revealed a pleasantly warm temperature. Now you can rest easy, hurry, and get some sleep. Was my wife perhaps hinting at a desire for a shared bath? As Yang Miaoyun washed her hands, her face suddenly flushed. She scooped water and splashed it onto Chen Shuai, playfully remarking, the water you splashed on me truly smells delightful, my dear wife. We never washed together. Perhaps we should give it a try. Both statements were made in jest. However, Yang Miaoyun could hardly tolerate it, retorting with indignation, calling him a scoundrel, a rogue, and a mischief maker. Flustered, she hurried indoors. The child was asleep, and although she had dozed off for a while, she still felt quite fatigued. Chen Shuai swiftly finished his shower, drying himself off with a towel. He felt invigorated and full of vitality. Silently, he returned to the room, gently tugging on the light switch. Instantly, the well-lit room turned dark, as visibility vanished. Cautiously, he approached the bedside and could hear Yang Miaoyun's steady breathing. Lying down beside her, he noted that her breaths had grown slightly labored. About 2 hours later, Chen Shuai rose from the bed, listening to his wife's rhythmic breathing. He carefully got up and exited. He needed to gather some items, moving delicately to avoid making any noise. He gently pushed the cart outside and locked the door behind him. With a new door lock installed just days prior, Both the inside and outside could be secured, which was particularly convenient. The silvery moonlight spread evenly across the land. In the grass and ditches, the calls of frogs and crickets harmonized in a delightful symphony. After cautiously leaving the village, he hastened his pace. The morning hours slipped away swiftly, and for those in the business of the early dawn, every minute and second was invaluable. Arriving at his domain, Chen Shuai was soon drenched in sweat as he began his labor. He first laid down 2 boards to set up a table, then brought out several bowls. The dough had already been prepared before catching fish, and 3 large bowls of dough had risen beautifully. Chen Shuai yawned and proceeded to unwrap the bags covering them. With the work surface ready, he commenced in earnest. He swiftly chopped large handfuls of washed chives, poured out and chopped the vermicelli, and began frying eggs. After preparing the filling of chives and eggs, he took 2 cabbages, shredding and dicing them, adding salt to marinate and extract moisture more easily. The tricycle was filled to the brim, leaving no time to spare. He could only juggle his tasks while retrieving items. 2 iron buckets were placed on the stove, and from home, he had brought 3 large stainless steel containers. These containers were part of the dowry when young Miaoyun married him. Many items had been sold off piece by piece back then, and reflecting on it now, he realized how extravagant he had been. He would have to gradually repurchase various household items, ensuring that the mother and daughter could enjoy better quality goods. The dough was placed on the board, and he began to knead it earnestly, using a knife to cut it into 4 smaller portions. Each portion was meticulously kneaded, forming numerous small pieces. Half of them were on the smaller side, yielding a greater quantity, while the other half were slightly larger. The large board atop the tricycle was now brimming with these creations. Circular bamboo trays were retrieved from the carriage, crafted over the past few days. They had already been washed in the morning and were ready for immediate use. Chen Shuai used a cloth to extract every drop of water from the cabbage. He then incorporated tofu and finally chopped soaked vermicelli. The seasoning process was refreshingly simple. The vegetable filling did not require any elaborate steps. Just a splash of vegetable oil, a sprinkle of salt, and a dash of monosodium glutamate sufficed. The only remaining component was the meat filling, prepared on-site with a double knife for chopping. Oil, salt, and soy sauce were added during the chopping process. The meat was not entirely pure, as some green beans were mixed in. The beans, boiled in hot water, were chopped and blended into the meat mixture. Next came the task of rolling out the dough. The porridge was quite straightforward, consisting of millet and white rice varieties. The pan-fried buns were filled with a mixture of chives, vermicelli, and eggs, alongside a meat filling. Additionally, Chen Shuai crafted dumpling wrappers for buns filled with cabbage, tofu, and vermicelli, quickly folding them with nimble fingers. A beautifully crafted bun emerged. Chen Shuai was performing the work of 2 or 3 individuals, his speed and strength surpassing that of an ordinary person by several folds. Despite the frenzy, he remained busy and unencumbered. The 2 large dough balls yielded at least 200 to 300 buns. The fillings were used entirely, including some chives. A large pot was prepared, equipped with 3 steaming tiers. Having completed the buns, only half of the work was done. The smaller pan-fried buns were also in higher quantity. As the time passed, the aroma began to fill the air. Chen Shuai wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel draped around his neck. Pedestrians on the street began to appear gradually. Having worked here for a few days, Chen Shuai had already garnered a loyal clientele. A flat pan was placed on the stove, with dumplings carefully arranged inside. Water was added, and the lid was secured, cranked to the highest flame. The next task involved the dough for the youtiao, fried dough sticks. Under the intense heat, the buns released steam and a delightful fragrance. A few young men approached first, drawn by the enticing aroma wafting from across the street. "What are you making today?" they inquired. "The scent is making me especially hungry. Are the pan-fried buns ready? I still crave youtiao. When will they be fried?" Chen Shuai welcomed them with a smile, assuring, "The buns will be ready shortly, and the pan-fried buns will follow suit." Once the buns were steamed, it would be time for the youtiao. In just 3 to 5 minutes, the buns and pan-fried buns would be ready. This time, they had brought a long bench, allowing several men a place to sit. As they waited, another 5 or 6 older gentlemen arrived. Now with seating available, they settled down to chat leisurely, puffing on their pipes in utter contentment. In about 2 minutes, Chen Shuai brought down all 3 steaming tiers. A special board was placed in front of them to hold all the food. By now, a group of around 10 people had gathered. As the steaming tiers were lowered, the lid of the flat pan was lifted, unveiling the delicious offerings. The alluring aroma of steamed buns, the enticing scent of pan-fried buns, and the comforting fragrance of millet porridge drew everyone to their feet. "What filling do these buns have?" "Boss, I'll take 10. One exclaimed. "I too desire some buns. Why does it smell so much like meat?" Another wondered. "The flavor of chive, vermicelli, And egg is simply irresistible. Let me guess, there's also a filling of cabbage and tofu. My mother adores that filling, and so do I. Boss, please give me 10. A voice chimed in, my son loves meat. I'll indulge him today with 5 meat buns. In the face of such enthusiasm, Chen Shuai responded while deftly filling the frying pan with pan-fried buns. With nimble hands, he opened the steamer and began to serve the buns. The tofu and cabbage buns cost 5 cents each, while the green bean and meat filling was 2 cents. Here lay the chive, vermicelli, and egg buns. Alongside the meat-filled ones, chive and egg for 1 cent, meat for 1.5 cents. Amidst the chatter of eager patrons, Chen Shuai spoke loudly. Unconcerned with whether they knew the prices, he bent down to retrieve a wooden board, jotting down the prices. As the inquiries about prices subsided, he announced that anyone wanting porridge could serve themselves. Noticing Chen Shuai's bustling activity, 2 aunties offered their assistance. Young man, you cannot possibly manage all this alone, one remarked. Your speed is indeed impressive, but your business is thriving. Let us lend a hand. One attended to the buns, while the other focused on the pan-fried variety. These 2 ladies were regular customers, visiting daily since Chen Shuai's arrival. With nothing else to do, they felt compelled to help. Chen Shuai gratefully replied, thank you, ladies. In return, enjoy breakfast on the house, 2 yuan each. In the factory, one earns only 5 or 6 yuan for a 10-hour day. Chen Shuai's generosity was evident. And though they insisted they were merely helping, they felt immense joy. The 2 aunties, dressed neatly and in their 40s or 50s, appeared to come from comfortable backgrounds. Yet, at this moment, they willingly offered their assistance, and Chen Shuai ensured they were not at a loss. With 2 helpers, he was able to work more efficiently. The oil in the frying pan was hot, and he tossed in several oil sticks, the sizzling aroma filling the air. People are naturally drawn to lively gatherings. And as Chen Shuai's stall grew busier, more and more patrons approached. Initially, the 2 aunties believed their speed was commendable. Even with a queue of 10 or so, they thought it manageable. However, once they began, they quickly realized the pace was far beyond their expectations. Even if they moved slowly, there was no chance to pause. Observing Chen Shuai, they recognized that they could not match his efficiency. From 5 o'clock until 7, all the buns, pan-fried buns, oil sticks, and even porridge were sold out. Exhausted, the 2 aunties finally sat down on the ground. They were adept workers at home, but today's tempo had truly been overwhelming. At first, hunger gnawed at my stomach, but now I am too exhausted to think of food. Like a magician, Chen Shuai emerged from the car bearing 5 bowls of porridge, several steamed buns, and a dozen fried dumplings. Thank you, ladies, for your hard work today. Let us dine, he announced. In Chapter 95, titled My Wife's Best Friend, the landlord declares, I must move out. We clearly sold the property, yet you still linger. The women gazed, astonished, at the breakfast Chen Shuai had prepared. Despite their reluctance, they could not resist his enthusiasm. He also produced 5 crispy fried dough sticks. Although they had exerted themselves, their appetites were modest. Each person had a bowl of porridge, a fried dough stick, and 2 dumplings. Noticing that others had begun their meal, Chen Shuai presented some money. Ladies, this is for you. When he mentioned payment, the 2 women waved their hands in protest. No need for that. We were merely helping out, and we had nothing else to do this morning. Indeed, having eaten breakfast, they considered it a form of exercise. Chen Shuai, munching on a bun, extended 4 yuan towards them. That won't do. We agreed on a price, and it cannot be altered arbitrarily. You have been of immense assistance today. He insisted that they accept the money, for he would feel quite embarrassed otherwise. Upon seeing the cash, their desire to accept it grew stronger. After all, who in this world does not appreciate money, especially in this era, when earning it is particularly challenging? It would be foolish to refuse such generosity. After exchanging polite refusals, they eventually accepted the payment. The 2 women exchanged glances, and one hesitated before speaking tentatively. We would like to come here every day. What do you think? In just over 2 hours, they had earned 2 yuan. It was their first day working breakfast, so they felt fatigued. Yet, as they adjusted over a few days, the weariness would diminish. Earning only a few coins in a day seemed trivial. After just over 2 hours, they had earned 2 yuan, a tempting prospect even for city dwellers. Chen Shuai laughed heartily. Absolutely no problem. I would be delighted for you both to come every day. You work efficiently, and I would welcome your regular presence. What began as a simple act of assistance had transformed into a different kind of relationship. Satisfied and content, the 2 women joyfully pocketed their earnings and headed home. Chen Shuai began to tidy up. Today's rapid pace had taken him by surprise as well. Are you Chen Shuai? Just as he bent down to gather wooden scraps, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice called from behind. Chen Shuai turned to see a woman in her late 20s standing there. He felt a flicker of recognition, but could not place her immediately. Noticing his confusion, she spoke up. I am from the same village as Miaoyun. She calls me sister. We also work at the same factory. I never anticipated running into you today. Upon hearing her words, Chen Shuai instantly recognized her as Sister Wan. What a delightful coincidence. I often hear Miaoyun mention you. The visitor is Yang Wan, a close friend of Miaoyun. She cheerfully exclaimed, Really? At least that girl has a conscience. She glanced over at Chen Shuai, who had a large basin of dishes before him, having collected a bag full of trash. 3 large steamers still exuded the delightful aroma of buns. Everything here suggested just how bustling the business truly was. Although she could surmise, Yang Wan curiously inquired, You sell breakfast, right? Why have you closed up so early? As Chen Shuai tidied up, he casually replied, Not much was sold. I just wrapped up a bit earlier. Yang Wan, still intrigued, asked, You must have made quite a bit this morning then? By the time she spoke, Chen Shuai had finished his tasks. Not really. Just a few dozen yuan. Money isn't that easy to earn. Yang Wan, who had been about to take her leave, nearly stumbled in disbelief. You must know I barely make a few yuan all day long. Just yesterday, my salary increased by a mere yuan. Even that has made many envious. You truly are admirable, making dozens of yuan effortlessly in just one morning. Chen Shuai shook his head, saying, Sister Wan, I've heard that your husband is an officer at the factory, earning around 1,000 a month, right? Speaking of her husband brought a smile to Yang Wan's face. Not at all. He earns about 500 a month. Unlike you, who must be making at least 2,000. She spoke with an air of boasting, underestimating Chen Shuai's earnings to be around 1,000 yuan. Yet, even that seemed impressive to her. As for how much one could truly earn each month or day, she remained somewhat skeptical, believing that a regular job was more reliable. I must be off. I don't want to be late for work. Please give my regards to Miaoyun and tell her to come visit me when she has time. I'll go see her in a couple of days. Once Yang Wan departed, Chen Shuai prepared to leave as well. 10 minutes later, he arrived at his rented room. It had been particularly busy these past few days since he started his business, and he and T returned home. Returning this early, he noticed a few households had yet to leave. Is that Chen Shuai? I haven't seen you for days. Have you returned to the village or moved elsewhere? Upon entering, he was greeted by his landlord. She still bore the same condescending attitude, looking down on others. Chen Shuai smiled broadly. I've returned to the village. And since I had nothing else to do, I thought I'd drop by. Auntie, don't rush off. I actually have something to discuss with you. This politeness surprised her, piquing her curiosity. What is it? I have other matters and can't be delayed. I won't be living here anymore. I just wanted to inform you that I'll be packing up and moving out shortly. Though he referred to it as packing after 2 trips, all that remained in the room was a tattered quilt and 2 woven bags of belongings. The news of his departure astonished her, yet was somewhat expected. After a brief pause of 2 or 3 seconds, she simply nodded. I trust you. Since you've mentioned it, you can leave before the end of the month. With that, she turned and walked away, showing no interest in taking a look inside. In truth, there is nothing particularly appealing within the room. It lacks windows and merely possesses a door. The next tenant will simply come in to clean up a bit. Yang Miaoyun is meticulous about cleanliness and manages to keep everything exceptionally tidy. This is one aspect in which she holds a degree of trust. Observing her prepare to leave once more, Chen Shuai follows suit, retrieving a bag from the tricycle. Inside are the buns and deep-fried dough sticks sold that very morning. Excuse me, Auntie, please wait a moment. I don't have much to offer you. I only have some breakfast set aside from this morning. If it doesn't displease you, please feel free to have a taste. He presses the bag into her hands and then takes out his keys to unlock the door. Glancing at the buns in her hand, the woman contemplates discarding them, but ultimately decides to keep them, as she has lived here for 2 years and harbors some sentiment toward the place. As she clutches the buns, a Santana pulls up at the entrance. The woman opens the car door and seats herself inside. Chapter 96, a treasure found at the junk collection point. The room remains spotless, with various odds and ends neatly placed into a woven bag. After placing the bag into the car, Chen Shuai prepares to leave, having tidied up the entire space. Isn't that the handsome guy? Haven't seen you in a few days. How have you been? I wonder where you found your fortune. You should take your brothers along. Turning around, he is met by a man in his 30s. This fellow also resides here and spends his days idling about, a small-time hoodlum. Aside from him, the other residents are quite similar. In the real world, individuals like them are rather common, particularly in gangs, which are currently at their peak. Many are engaged in collecting protection fees, while larger gangs run various entertainment venues. The one he is involved with is on the smaller side. However, compared to the old Chen Shuai, he pales in comparison. Chen Shuai has trained in martial arts with the village's old master since childhood. No more than 6 or 7 men could hope to approach him. Now, in his rebirth, his strength has multiplied significantly. Such small-time thugs barely register on his radar. Nevertheless, when greeted, he responds with a perfunctory remark. "Oh, it's Brother Zhang. I have no fortune to speak of, still just idling about. But I hear your business is flourishing?" Chen Shuai's words are intended as a courtesy. In this line of work, who does not know of Chen Shuai's ruthless reputation and decisive actions? Although he may not be a gang leader, his notoriety is well known. Such small fry are hardly worthy of concern, and the man holds a deep respect for Chen Shuai. Surprised by Chen Shuai's words, he hastily shakes his head, saying, "Handsome guy, you flatter me. In our line of work, who doesn't know you? I have always regarded you as an idol. I only hope to follow in your footsteps one day." Chen Shuai waves his hand dismissively. "You speak too highly of me. If you follow me, you might find yourself starving more often than not. Who doesn't know that I am the very embodiment of idleness? Hello, at least you could collect a protection fee. Look at me, I'm just aimlessly wandering. I have matters to attend to, so let's leave it at that for today. Another time, we shall converse again." Engaging in dialogue with such individuals holds little interest for Chen Shuai. He merely feigned attention before preparing to leave. The fact that Chen Shuai had exchanged so many words with him was already quite exceptional. The man eagerly nodded and bent slightly. "All right, handsome, when you have time, I invite you." Chen Shuai secured his belongings and bid farewell to a few neighbors before departing. Naturally, his return to cancel the room reservation sparked some discussion among the onlookers. After 3 to 4 minutes, a tricycle came to a halt. Before him stood a shop selling motorcycles. Besides selling motorcycles, they also offered modifications. The motorcycle business had been lackluster lately, with only a few well-off city dwellers making purchases. Additionally, in recent years, some affluent families had begun to present motorcycles as dowries. This had become a dream pursued by many young men. In the eyes of some boys, motorcycles were even more significant than brides. This shop was relatively large and operated as an official self-managed store. Chen Shuai didn't enter to browse the motorcycles, but instead headed straight to the repair section. 2 young men had just finished repairing a motorcycle. Chen Shuai approached and got straight to the point. "Masters, I would like to install a throttle on my tricycle." Installing such devices on tricycles and bicycles was no longer a rarity. They received such requests daily, especially for bicycles, where the installation of a throttle could instantly transform it into a motorcycle. This practice was quite common in rural business. Well-known brands like Phoenix and Forever bicycles could carry several hundred pounds and were easy to ride. Tricycles, being 3-wheeled, were comparatively heavier. "Yes, we have stock available," they replied. "The installation can be completed in just over half an hour. If you wish to proceed, you can pay at the counter." Chen Shuai had initially only intended to inquire, but was taken aback by the prospect of immediate installation. "What is the price?" he asked, now eager to expedite the process. This larger tricycle, with its robust wheels, was particularly sturdy. The staff assumed Chen Shuai was merely asking out of curiosity. Many came to inquire daily, but only 2 or 3 actually proceeded with installations. As motorcycles were just beginning to gain popularity, only large stores like this one enjoyed thriving business. Their wages were likewise tied to their performance. The older technician hurriedly replied, "The price is reasonable, only 80 yuan. It's quite convenient, allowing rapid acceleration with the throttle. Especially for a vehicle of your size, the fuel tank can hold more. If one isn't enough, you can fit 2. 80 yuan was not a trivial sum. Chen Shuai hesitated slightly, realizing he would be investing his breakfast money into this endeavor. He chose not to speak further. These workers were merely doing their jobs. To install a motorcycle engine, one had to pay at the store. In contemporary times, the number of individuals engaging in this profession has dwindled significantly. It was not until after 2004 that it began to flourish. Chen Shuai approached the counter and took a seat. The young saleswoman greeted him with enthusiasm. "Are you here to purchase a motorcycle, sir? We carry only renowned brands. A motorcycle from us will last a lifetime," she articulated with a sweet voice, fervently expounding on the merits of the motorcycles. Chen Shuai interrupted her. "Miss, I am not here to buy a motorcycle today." Upon hearing this, although the smile remained on her face, her enthusiasm noticeably waned. Such occurrences transpire daily. If every visitor made a purchase, every salesperson would be prosperous. Despite the subtle shift in demeanor, Chen Shuai remained unfazed and continued, "I would like to inquire about installing a motor at your shop. May I ask how much it would cost?" The notion of not buying a motorcycle but rather installing a motor was, in itself, quite commendable. The woman's face brightened once more with a cheerful smile. "Our prices are exceedingly reasonable. The installation is swift, and the motor is exceptionally attractive, particularly in terms of power. It is remarkably robust. In addition to a foot peg switch, it also features an automatic start. This technology is undeniably top-notch. though she refrained from elaborating further. Chen Shuai was already well aware of the details. Before she could finish, he interjected, "Beautiful miss, let us discuss the features later. For now, please tell me the price. Have you considered that if the price is too steep, I may not be able to afford it, and you would be disappointed?" His humble approach was, of course, met with skepticism. Without substantial means, one would not inquire about motor installation. The woman smiled radiantly. "The price is quite modest, merely 100 yuan. Do you intend to install it today?" Chapter 97. Willing to add 10 yuan for gifts and tools upon hearing the price. Chen Shuai stood up without bargaining and turned to leave. After all, this was not the only establishment in the city. He was known for his decisiveness. There was no need to dally over prices here. Many individuals inquired about prices only to walk away. However, Chen Shuai's striking appearance captivated her, rendering her unable to look away. His charisma was evident, suggesting he was no ordinary individual. At just over 20, she found herself unable to resist the allure of such a handsome man. Hastily, she stepped out from behind the counter and pursued him. "Sir, could you please wait a moment? What price do you think would be reasonable for the motor installation?" Chen Shuai remained silent, continuing his walk. She had not received any orders for several days, and it was a rare opportunity to encounter such a striking man who was interested in installation. She was determined not to let this chance slip away, standing in front of him. Chen Shuai remarked, "I can only offer 50 yuan. Anything more would be a distant dream. 100 yuan is indeed excessive. However, this price has been slashed by half. Such a figure is simply unacceptable. Their manager would never agree to it." The woman, feeling somewhat troubled, replied, "My authority allows for a maximum of 80 yuan. Even if I were to consult the manager, the discount would only be a mere few yuan. This price is truly untenable." Chen Shuai glanced at her and said, "Since we cannot reach an agreement on the price, I shall take my leave." As he made to depart, she grew increasingly anxious and interjected, "I can sell it to you for 60 yuan. Any lower is simply impossible." Still, Chen Shuai was disinclined, finding the price rather steep. The woman, now exasperated, stated, "Even if you scour the entire city, you won't find such a low price. 50 yuan is simply unfeasible." Chen Shuai shook his head, "Then so be it. I cannot part with that amount." With a look of disappointment in her eyes, the woman watched as Chen Shuai rode away on his tricycle. This was something he could either possess or forego. After all, it was merely about giving her that sense of longing. "Little lady, are you tempted? Knowing full well that 60 yuan is beyond possibility for you. Are you considering subsidizing it with 10 yuan from your own pocket? If that's the case, you would be quite foolish. Do you even know him? Are you aware if he is married?" The woman stood there, lost in her thoughts of disappointment, when suddenly her shoulder was tapped. "Sister Fong, what nonsense are you speaking? There is no such thing. I would never sell it for 60. Otherwise, wouldn't I be losing 10 yuan? On average, I barely earn 10 yuan a day." The woman, referred to as Sister Fong, smiled mysteriously. Her words, however, were met with disbelief. After approximately 12 or 13 minutes, Chen Shuai turned his tricycle into an alley. Beside the road stood a light box that read, "Scrap recycling, household appliance, and machine recovery." Chen Shuai was quite familiar with this place, having frequented it in the past to sell various items. Upon entering the small courtyard, he was greeted by piles of scrap metal, cardboard, and waste paper. "Boss," Chen Shuai called out as he rode in. From a nearby small room emerged a disheveled man, his face grimy and unkempt. Upon seeing Chen Shuai, a smile instantly brightened his face. "Brother, you've come. What are you selling today?" Chen Shuai walked into his small room and settled onto a bamboo chair. The space was a chaotic mess, dirty and untidy, especially in the corners where some bearings were scattered. This was less of a room and more akin to an outdoor rubbish heap. He picked up a cup of water from the table and drank it down in one go. The boss hurriedly poured him another. Chen Shuai surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "No need for more. I didn't come here for tea or fruit. I'm here to see if you have a complete set of motorcycle parts." The man, initially puzzled by the request, nodded without hesitation upon hearing Chen Shuai's words. "I frequently acquire motorcycles here. Brother, if you desire one, feel free to ride it away." Essentially, they possess minor issues, with one currently in need of tire replacement and the bearings also requiring attention. If you wish to take it, simply push it away. A smile graced Chen Shuai's lips as he patted his shoulder. "Come, let us take a look." There is indeed a backyard where the truly valuable items lie. In the yard, one can find copper, bicycles, and various bearings, along with heavy iron plates, among other things. In one corner, 2 motorcycles are situated. One appears fragile, as if it might shatter with a gust of wind, while the other is similarly dilapidated, with 2 flat tires and a tattered seat. The body of the motorcycle is likewise in a state of disrepair. The owner, somewhat embarrassed, referred to this as a motorcycle with minor issues. Upon seeing Chen Shuai approach, he hurriedly lowered his head. This battered contraption was acquired for just a few yuan, and he had planned to sell it off in a couple of days. Business had been quite good lately, and he had even bought a new motorcycle just the other day, though he kept that to himself. Chen Shuai examined it closely, fiddling with various parts. I do not need the motorcycle itself. I require the components. Pray tell, how much for the parts on the bike? The owner shook his head, insisting, no charge, it's merely scrap metal. We've known each other for years. Would I really charge you? I'll fetch the tools, and we can dismantle it together. Chen Shuai offered him 10 yuan, but the owner, known as Gongzi, adamantly refused. The entire motorcycle was purchased for just a few yuan. If you take the parts, I'll only lose 2 or 3 yuan. Can I not part with such a trivial amount for a brother like you? After all these years, would I want others to mock us? Given the owner's insistence, Chen Shuai refrained from arguing, as he had not previously allowed this fellow to profit from him. The tools were remarkably comprehensive, an entire toolbox filled with various models. These tools are impressive. You've amassed quite a collection, remarked Chen Shuai. Even when I repair vehicles, I lack such a complete set. Wei Dagong immediately interjected. I heard from others that they spotted you by the roadside. Brother, you cannot truly be repairing vehicles there. Can you? While dismantling the engine, Chen Shuai affirmed, indeed, it is true. Do you think I would jest? Wei Dagong, having received confirmation, pushed the toolbox over. Brother, how did you come to engage in such work? With your stature, you could easily run a company, regardless of the veracity of his words. The toolbox was indeed quite comprehensive, albeit not brand new. It was still in commendable condition. I hope you do not find it lacking, he continued. I can gather 5 or 6 complete sets of tools from here. Gifting them would be a gesture of goodwill. Why not? Just as Chen Shuai was about to decline, Wei Dagong quickly interjected. I truly believe you are doing the right thing. A sister-in-law like yours is exceedingly hard to find. Chapter 98. The First Customer. And the one who buys the most. Chen Shuai was not one to indulge in pleasantries, nor did he utter a word of thanks. Such expressions held no significance in his lexicon. Having already conveyed his gratitude, there was no need for repetition. Wei Dagong, unaware of the profound assistance he would receive from Chen Shuai in the future due to his actions today, would later reflect on this. However, that is a tale for another time. Equipped with adept tools, Chen Shuai efficiently dismantled the necessary items with remarkable speed. Watching him maneuver within the vehicle, Wei Dagong inquired. Handsome, are you truly planning to load everything onto the tricycle? Shouldn't we consult an expert? Yet, Chen Shuai, being quite the virtuoso himself, was reluctant to involve anyone else. No need. I appreciate your generosity today, brother. We shall meet again when time allows. Having stowed all the components into the vehicle, Chen Shuai pedaled resolutely towards the wholesale market. The list of items to procure was dwindling, yet as he shopped, the tricycle gradually filled to capacity. Although vegetables were cultivated at home, he was rarely there, resulting in only a modest supply. Moreover, the essentials remained largely unchanged, particularly chives and vermicelli, which had become indispensable purchases. At this hour, it was merely 9 o'clock. In the past, he would have had no inclination to return home. However, thoughts of home now occupied his mind. Upon arriving at a clothing store, Chen Shuai found himself momentarily immobilized. The prospect of purchasing fabric for garments was out of the question. His earnings were designated for his wife and children. As the store had just opened, the proprietor eagerly welcomed the first customer. Yet, upon seeing Chen Shuai enter alone, devoid of a female companion, the shopkeeper experienced a twinge of disappointment. Her establishment offered a range of apparel for both men and women, yet the likelihood of a solitary man making a purchase was slim. Nevertheless, she was duty-bound to greet him warmly, for every customer, regardless of the odds, was vital to her business. Sir, are you in search of clothing? Chen Shuai merely nodded, beginning to browse the selection. This clothing store was somewhat smaller than the previous one, yet the styles remained appealing. He selected a blue dress, inquired about 2 items suitable for a 3-year-old girl, and requested assistance with sizing for a height of approximately 1 meter. Initially, Chen Shuai had merely intended to window shop. He did not anticipate purchasing 3 garments, much to the shopkeeper's delight. The fabric of my garments is undoubtedly top-notch. If they do not fit, you may return them for an exchange. Our shop also offers complimentary alterations. As she spoke, she retrieved the items. Chen Shuai inspected them thoroughly and, satisfied with the fit, inquired, how much for these 3 pieces in total? His question indicated genuine intent to purchase, igniting a spark of excitement within the shopkeeper. The total for all 3 is 33 yuan. The price is absolutely fair, and our craftsmanship is of the highest quality. This is a promise I stand by. Having made a purchase before, Chen Shuai was already well acquainted with the pricing. Chen Shuai held up 2 fingers, 20 yuan. It was a hard-won encounter with his first customer, and she ended up purchasing 3 items. She was determined not to give up. After much haggling, they finally settled on 22 yuan. This was indeed the upper limit of the price. For a single piece of clothing, the profit amounted to just over a yuan. Nowadays, people are remarkably sincere. The prices they offer are invariably the lowest. This pricing leaves little room for negotiation. After receiving Chen Shuai's payment, the 3 garments were meticulously packaged. The shopkeeper's wife praised him once more, saying, "It seems your wife is truly beautiful. To receive such care from you is the greatest joy for any woman. Wishing you both happiness and prosperity. We look forward to your next visit to our little shop." Her words were heartfelt. As she escorted Chen Shuai out, she watched him leave, still lost in admiration. Had it not been for the arrival of another customer calling for the owner, she would have remained enveloped in envy. At home, Tian and Yuan awoke to find their father absent. Without even washing their faces, their wide eyes searched the house. As if Chen Shuai had hidden away, they dashed around inside and outside, wondering why he had left alone when they had agreed to go out together. Yuan, eager to join him, urged her mother, "Mom, why don't we head out now?" The 2 little ones, with their bright eyes, were eager to venture outside. Miaoyun glared at them, saying, "We only said we would go out to look for him, and you haven't even washed your faces. Going out in such disarray. Not only would your father disapprove, but the villagers would surely mock you. Only if they dressed beautifully could they venture out." This final remark finally quieted them down. They washed their hands, determined not to let their mother leave them behind. The clever Tian immediately encouraged her sister. Yuan quickly grabbed her sister and surrounded their mother. Faced with their persistence, young Miaoyun was rendered speechless. If it came to going out, she was the one truly feeling constrained. As they tugged at her, she began to grumble, "If it weren't for you two, I would have gone out long ago. I had resigned from my job to spend time with your father. Now, I have to stay home and take care of you." It was a bright sunny day, promising to be quite hot by noon. "If it's cool, you two can come along. If it's too hot, you will go to your grandmother's." She had no intention of overly pampering her children. She spoke honestly with them, leaving no room for concealment. While Tian and Yuan washed their hands, sticking out their little tongues, they knew their mother all too well. Just as young Miaoyun was admonishing them, she heard someone call out, "Tian's mom." Responding, she walked towards the door. Once Tian and Yuan had finished washing, they stepped outside to see their mother engaged in lively conversation with several women. They approached, but after much time spent, their efforts proved fruitless. "In any case, it seems that my mother has an endless array of topics to discuss with others." After much effort, not only did she fail to achieve her goal, but she also attracted 2 or 3 more visitors. Chen Shuai has once again risen to prominence. In a matter of days, he has managed to purchase a sofa and replace the ceiling fan while conducting business in the city. It is also rumored that he has acquired a rice cooker and a pressure cooker. With such remarkable capabilities, few in this village can compare to him. Over tea and meals, he has become a frequent topic of conversation. While some gossip about his misfortunes, others equally discuss his successes. It is unclear how much time has passed, but as the temperature rose, they prepared to return home. The previously dissatisfied Tian and Yuan suddenly perked up. Daddy's back." Chapter 99. What is this grand machine? Father? Are you collecting scrap? Upon Chen Shuai's return, the women engaged in conversation greeted him warmly. In the bustling city, the impoverished are overlooked, while the wealthy in the mountains have distant relatives. This adage remains timeless. In the village, the majority are engaged in farming at home, while ordinary folk occasionally venture to the nearby county for short-term work. Chen Shuai is undoubtedly a remarkable individual. Moreover, who is unaware that Chen Shuai has practiced martial arts since childhood? Among his peers who studied under the old master, he possesses the highest talent. Everyone acknowledges that in a one-on-one confrontation, they are no match for him. Even against a group attack, Chen Shuai could successfully break free. Such praise is truly astonishing. Among the onlookers are 2 women who are the wives of Chen Shuai's childhood companions. While others may not know him well, they are quite familiar with his prowess. "Brother, you returned so quickly? You truly are impressive. In just a short while this morning, and here you are again." People envy those who excel, and goods must be compared to determine value. They express their admiration. "I am truly envious of you. With such a beautiful and virtuous wife like Miaoyun, and 2 well-behaved daughters, if you were to have a healthy son next year, it would surely make others green with envy. With all that you brought back this morning, you must have earned quite a bit, right? I estimate that your morning's efforts equate to our monthly income." These women are overwhelmingly envious of Chen Shuai and his wife. Yang Miaoyun is not only the most beautiful woman in her village, but also holds that title in Qinjia village. Such beauty is not only admired by men, but also envied by women. Who could resist such a captivating visage? Having lived together for decades, they are well acquainted with each other. Their compliments are sincere. After exchanging a few more words, they eventually returned home. The carriage was laden with too many items, making it difficult for Tian and Yuan to climb in. Daddy, what is this large machine? You're not collecting scrap, are you? Is this an electric motor? Albeit an old one? Are you planning to invent something? A flurry of questions escaped from the inquisitive daughter. Chen Shuai, riding his bike, crossed the threshold and entered the courtyard, while Tian and Yuan, with their little legs, excitedly ran inside. They were particularly curious about the items in the car. Of course, when they saw their father return, their joy was even greater. Yang Miaoyun had just managed to calm them down, and now she could only shake her head and sigh. Chen Shuai entered the yard, unloading everything from the vehicle. Engine oil, throttle wires, and a jumble of miscellaneous items were set aside. The tricycle was flipped over, its 3 wheels pointing skyward. Chen Shuai's sudden movement instantly piqued the interest of Tian and Yuan. The 2 little ones moved their small chairs and gathered around Chen Shuai, their eager eyes fixed upon him. Yang Miaoyun, too, was curious and inquired, Tian's dad, is the car broken? The 2 little ones stared blankly, their curiosity evident. After washing his hands, Chen Shuai opened a bag, revealing today's buns, pan-fried dumplings, and youtiao. These are leftovers from today. Do you still want some? Upon hearing about food, the 2 little ones became animated. Tian quickly raised her hand, exclaiming, Daddy, I'm still hungry. Yang Miaoyun felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. She reached out, grabbing their little ears, a mixture of frustration and affection in her demeanor. Did we not just have a hearty bowl of rice porridge this morning? How could you be hungry already? With their father's support, they felt no fear. Yuan pouted, looking particularly aggrieved. But I'm hungry. The porridge simply doesn't fill me up. With both little girls protesting together, Yang Miaoyun felt her frustration mounting. Do as you please. If you eat like little piglets, that's your concern. I've said it 100 times, yet no one listens. If that's the case, what more is there to say? Chen Shuai's smile began to fade slightly. Are you really hungry? If you are, then you may eat. If not, it's best to refrain. Overindulgence not only affects your appearance, but also leads to weight gain and is detrimental to your health. Chen Shuai thought his reasoning would deter them, but to his surprise, they were unfazed, especially Tian, who was quite the little glutton. She tugged at her sister, her little nose wiggling. Sister, can you smell that delicious aroma? Yes. It smells wonderful. Is it coming from the bag? Indeed, so we must persuade Daddy to share it with us. Although they whispered, Chen Shuai heard every word clearly. The little ones were clever, even resorting to hushed tones to concoct their schemes. Haha, you 2 little rascals. Yang Miaoyun listened, somewhat perplexed, glancing at Chen Shuai as if to ask, what is so amusing that I'm not privy to? Chen Shuai set the bag down on a nearby chair. When it came to his children, he believed that if they wanted to eat, they should indulge. After all, they were young girls, and a bit of exercise would suffice. As soon as their father placed the bag down, the 2 sisters rushed towards it. Chen Shuai then opened another bag. Shall we eat first or admire the dresses? He spoke as he revealed 2 beautiful dresses from the bag. The floral pattern of this dress is far more exquisite than the last one. Previously, I wore a blue floral dress, but this time the style is even more appealing, with a more captivating design. Father, please wait. Let us finish our meal before we try it on. There is no need for Chen Shuai to open it, as I have already unwrapped the bag myself. The aroma of the large steamed buns and crispy oil sticks is truly delightful. Suddenly, a cheerful chirping sound emerges. It's unclear who made the exclamation. Chen Shuai, unfazed by the commotion, retrieves another garment from the bag. Just moments ago, Yang Miaoyun's stunning dress had captivated the eyes of several village women, leaving them in awe and showering her with compliments. They reached out to touch the fabric, seemingly reluctant to let go, as if lingering a moment longer would make the dress rightfully hers. This brought immense satisfaction to Yang Miaoyun, especially since she had unexpectedly acquired another dress. Her heart brimmed with joy, yet simultaneously, a pang of guilt surfaced. Why did you buy yet another one? You should just buy for the children, she lamented. I already possess enough clothing. Mine are neither tattered nor particularly old. Others wear patched garments. Yet here you are, acquiring new outfits one after another. Upon inspecting the bag further, she discovered 3 pairs of sandals. The designs were lovely, unlike those sold in town, more suited for the villagers. These shoes were not only aesthetically pleasing, but also remarkably comfortable, crafted with superior quality and a softer texture that did not chafe the heels. Yet, amidst her happiness, A sense of sorrow enveloped her as she realized that only the clothing for the three of them resided in the bag. Yang Miaoyun felt a deep ache. We already have more than enough clothing. Especially for me. I possess a large collection, certainly enough to fill a substantial bag. There is no need for more. I could wear them for decades without exhausting my supply. If you choose to buy for yourself next time, do not blame me for being unforgiving. Chapter 100. You are more beautiful than a fairy. Though initially vexed, Yang Miaoyun's demeanor captivated Chen Shuai. Upon regaining her composure, Yang Miaoyun fluttered her enchanting eyes and pouted her cherry-red lips, her voice imbued with a sweet allure. What are you staring at? Am I wrong? You are the head of the family, and we can certainly manage. Next time, you must buy something for yourself. If you don't, I certainly will. Chen Shuai, lost in admiration, nodded absent-mindedly, his gaze fixed on her every graceful movement. To him, she embodied perfection in every aspect. If you continue to stare, she may ignore you, he thought. Yang Miaoyun not only possessed beauty but also spoke with a melodious voice that sent shivers through Chen Shuai. At that moment, her complexion and neck flushed a bright hue, resembling hawthorn berries, as warmth enveloped her entire being, leaving him entranced. All right, I shall cease. Is this acceptable? I have not purchased clothing recently, having acquired several outfits over the past few years. Upon sorting through them, I still have 7 or 8 sets. Though you have clothing, it does not reflect my wife's elegance. Let us discard those garments. My dear wife must always be adorned with exquisite beauty. Do you understand? Not even the celestial goddess from the heavens can rival your beauty, not even by a fraction. To possess you in this lifetime, even if it costs me my very existence, is a worthy endeavor. As the last word escaped his lips, Yang Miaoyun's delicate hand swiftly covered his mouth. Such tender, affectionate words were something she had never encountered before. Mother is touched. Father, give mother a kiss. Father kisses mother, and I, along with my sister, cannot see. The sweet voices jolted them back to reality. Chen Shuai, with an unwavering confidence, was unbothered by the situation. Rather, he wore his pride like a badge. Yang Miaoyun, however, felt a swell of embarrassment. It was only at that moment that she realized how intimately they were positioned, with one of Chen Shuai's hands clasping hers while her other hand was still covering his mouth. The proximity was undeniable, as she found herself nearly nestled in his embrace. The two little girls, with their tiny hands shyly covering their eyes, still peeked through the gaps between their fingers. How embarrassing. How could you behave this way? This is in front of the children. You naughty rogue. Unable to bear it any longer, Yang Miaoyun turned and dashed into the house, summoning every ounce of strength to escape. Chen Shuai looked at the sweet and innocent girls with a sigh of resignation. You two really ought to behave better. Look at the trouble you've caused your mother. Such scolding words would have been taken to heart by any other girl. But these two little mischief makers merely made faces and stuck out their tongues, disregarding their father's exasperation. Chen Shuai gathered the 3 garments into a bag, including the one for the shoes, and brought them into the main room. The heat was beginning to rise outside, prompting him to take the items indoors for a meal. Although a few towering ginkgo trees had been planted in the yard, the sun's rays failed to penetrate through. As the temperature climbed, it became increasingly stifling. No, I want to help father fix the car. I too wish to assist father with the repairs. They exhibited none of the typical demureness expected of young girls. Their carefree and unabashed demeanor delighted Chen Shuai. Ultimately, as long as the children were happy, it was all worthwhile to him. All right, so long as you are not afraid of the heat or getting a bit sun-kissed, your father is more than willing to have you as his free little helpers. Such a fortunate arrangement is rare to find. Chen Shuai retrieved the wire and began his work under the vehicle. The original brakes had already undergone some enhancements, and what he had brought was not limited to that. The 3-wheeled bicycle S brakes were already quite commendable, and with this modification, they would become even more durable. As he flipped the tricycle over, he detached the plastic from the right side and replaced it with the throttle handle. The motor was positioned at the curved beam of the bike, while the fuel tank, taking up no extra space, was installed behind the seat and secured to the main frame with wire. The final component to be installed was the pedal for starting the engine. Chen Shuai had removed the automatic switch from the motorcycle. The small battery was nearly in pristine condition, about 70 to 80% new. Since Chen Shuai had taken it, he naturally opted for items that could potentially be useful. Presently, lead-acid batteries are rather expensive, as electric vehicles have only just begun to emerge in major cities. Their rarity surpasses that of motorcycles, as a few batteries can last 5 or 6 years with daily charging at home. The pricing is steep, making them inaccessible even to many urban dwellers. Consequently, they are seldom seen in the streets and alleys of the city. Once the battery was secured and all the wires connected, an oddly formidable 3-wheeled vehicle was perfectly showcased. Chen Shuai produced a 10-kilogram white plastic barrel. This was reminiscent of the scent that children chase after cars for. Wei Dagong could not hide anything from Chen Shuai. The gasoline he had used was undoubtedly reclaimed by Chen Shuai. Upon opening the lid, the entire contents of the plastic barrel were poured in. "Daddy, how does the car drink water? Is it thirsty too?" The child exclaimed. "It seems like what you're giving the car isn't water. Why does it smell so awful?" Chen Shuai, drenched in sweat, was once again disarmed by the two little treasures. He chuckled. "This isn't water. It's gasoline for the car. With this, Daddy won't need to pedal. The car will run on its own." Young Miaoyun watched curiously, noting that all these components were secondhand, indicating they were purchased from a scrap station. She was ruthless when it came to buying clothes for them, never batting an eye. Yet, he was assembling the motor with used parts. Before she could voice her thoughts, Tian and Yuan had already climbed aboard. "Daddy, does it really go fast? Can we go for a ride?" This time, Young Miaoyun was genuinely upset. She swiftly intervened, lifting both children down. "Daddy woke up at 3 or 4 in the morning to work and is exhausted now. If you want to go out, your mother will take you on the bike. Daddy needs to rest for a bit. But we want to ride this." Young Miaoyun was resolute. "Absolutely not. Daddy will be tired and sleepy. You are little treasures. You can't treat him like a mere plastic bag." Seeing Chen Shuai smirking nearby, Young Miaoyun admonished him sternly. "You're laughing? You've spoiled them. Immediately, go take a shower and rest. At least until 2 o'clock. From today on, you cannot go out so early. The midday heat is too intense. If we earn less, then so be it." Chapter 101. Staying home and guarding despite Young Miaoyun's sternness, Chen Shuai felt a warm sweetness in his heart. After all the commotion, it was already 10 o'clock. A shower on a hot day was rather convenient. Just 1 barrel of water, a few splashes to clean off. And he was done in 2 or 3 minutes. Under Young Miaoyun's firm guidance, Chen Shuai returned indoors to rest by the fan. Young Miaoyun cautiously held her daughter's hand and softly remarked, "Your father not only rises early in the morning, but also returns late at night from fishing. Do you have any idea how arduous his work truly is? Such a demanding job would leave even a man of iron utterly exhausted. Do you truly wish to see your father, worn out to the point of immobility?" Her words rendered the two playful little ones silent. They had been oblivious to the extent of their father's hardships, but now they began to understand. Tian shook her head, saying, "If Dad works so hard, I shall stay at home and take care of him." "Me too, Mom. I want to go out. I will wait for Dad to wake up," chimed Yuan. The two little treasures, who had just been chattering away, suddenly became exceptionally obedient. Young Miaoyun felt a wave of comfort wash over her. In truth, she had no desire to venture outside either. Chen Shuai's toil weighed heavily on her heart, filling her with guilt. The suffering she had endured over the years was a distant memory, long forgotten. "I truly do not want to go out. You can go inside and enjoy the fan while I wash your clothes from yesterday, along with your father's," she continued. The two little ones complied and entered the house. She gathered all the clothes belonging to the family, placing them into a large basin. The children, demonstrating their understanding, came over to lend a hand. However, as they began washing, it became apparent they were more interested in playing with bubbles. Young Miaoyun couldn't help but smile at their innocent antics. This toy was indeed delightful. Most children had played with it at some point. With nothing suitable to hold the bubbles, they resorted to using 2 broken bowls and fashioned 2 straw sticks from the outside. "Look, this is how you do it," Young Miaoyun said, placing the straw stick into the bowl and blowing gently. This taught them the correct method for bubble play. Such peaceful coexistence among the three was indeed a rarity. After finishing the laundry, Young Miaoyun proceeded to prepare lunch. In the countryside, it was uncommon for anyone to have a midday meal. Families generally subsisted on just breakfast and dinner. Even when hunger struck, one had to endure. Dinner was typically served early, around 4 or 5 o'clock. In recent days, the chimney at Chen Shuai's home had become the envy of the neighborhood. Even when not emitting smoke, a delightful aroma wafted from within, eliciting admiration and jealousy from all. Young Miaoyun chose not to awaken Chen Shuai and quietly prepared lunch. By the time he stirred, it was already noon. Why didn't my alarm ring? Did I forget to set it? He wondered aloud as he donned his clothes and stepped out. The table was already laid with a spread of dishes. Young Miaoyun served rice, saying, "No, perhaps you simply didn't turn it on. It's getting late, hurry and eat. Though it may not be as delicious as your cooking, it's still decent enough." Tian and Yuan pouted, having already tasted the food. They knew the flavor paled in comparison to their father's culinary skills. Chen Shuai picked up his chopsticks and sampled a morsel. It's still quite tasty," he acknowledged. "The flavor is quite delightful. You too should savor what your mother has prepared. Recently, whether at noon or in the evening, every meal has included meat." Suddenly, however, It has been reduced to merely 2 vegetable dishes, which has entirely dampened the appetites of Tian and Yuan. They find the food unappetizing, having just eaten and deeming it inferior to what their father prepares. I too find the taste lacking. Alas, these little ones are unable to find anything suitable for their palates. With the heat of the season, they have resorted to porridge for lunch. Let's persist. Your father will prepare a delicious meal for you this evening. My daughter, young Miaoyun, seems indifferent to their complaints. Indeed, the flavor is as described. The buns and fried dough sticks were all laid out for consumption, yet there remains an abundance that the 2 of them will never manage to finish. The buns and fried dough sticks were indeed set aside by young Miaoyun for Chen Shuai. The 3 of them have modest appetites, and today they have not engaged in much activity, leaving their stomachs quite unhungry. It was only upon Chen Shuai's remark that they were brought out. There are still 6 or 7 buns in the bag, along with 3 fried dough sticks remaining. Chen Shuai took one of the fried dough sticks and tore it in half, breaking it into pieces to place in their bowls, gently pressing them down with chopsticks. The aroma wafting from the bowls instantly ignited their appetites. The entire remaining fried dough stick was placed before young Miaoyun. Before she could refuse, he took the stick, tore it into segments, and added them to her bowl. The fried dough stick was quite large. Even in young Miaoyun's bowl, it could not be contained. Half is sufficient for me. You can soak the other half in your bowl. The 2 of them have had enough. They might not finish all of this. As for the buns, Tian and Yuan have already had their fill. With the porridge and fried dough sticks, they are quite satisfied. Young Miaoyun managed to eat 1 bun. And despite their reluctance, the 2 little ones also consumed 1. Chen Shuai, possessing a hearty appetite, of course, ate the most. The reserved buns and fried dough sticks were ultimately consumed entirely. After the meal, as Chen Shuai prepared to get to work, he discovered that young Miaoyun had already begun. While installing the motor earlier, she had consulted him. Therefore, the amount of flour prepared was significantly more than yesterday. The mixture included red beans, mung beans, and pea flour. This time, Chen Shuai added just 1. With the heat, the several large bowls of dough had risen remarkably well. Chen Shuai was exceedingly pleased. Gazing at young Miaoyun in awe, is this acceptable? It aligns closely with my expectations. My dear wife, you truly are like a worm in my belly. On our family's record of achievements, you are the true star. Young Miaoyun, basking in her husband's praise, felt a surge of happiness, though she remained modest in her response. No, not at all. All the credit belongs to you. The 3 of us have contributed nothing and have merely caused a stir. Are you trying to make a fool of me? Chen Shuai replied, promptly commencing his tasks. The dough under the sun had risen exceptionally well. On this occasion, the starter used was specially reserved by Chen Shuai. After taking a whiff, Chen Shuai felt quite satisfied. This starter, utilized for steaming dough delicacies, is a culinary skill that has been passed down for thousands of years. Over the past few days, Chen Shuai had provided her with specific guidance. Indeed, this starter was exceptionally well executed. Your skills have already surpassed those of many professionals, he praised as he brought over the bowl. In this chapter, living steadily without extravagance, we aspire to earn a living alongside our father. Young Miaoyun's assistance expedited Chen Shuai's work significantly. The 2 little girls, Tian and Yuan, were overjoyed. Their tiny hands had turned fair and lovely. Young Miaoyun found an old piece of clothing to serve as an apron for them. I'll buy you both proper aprons when we return today. Observing their adorable demeanor, Chen Shuai suddenly wished to purchase aprons for them. Their charming appearance paired with beautiful aprons would undoubtedly be delightful. Young Miaoyun quickly shot him a glare, saying, why buy when we have a sewing machine at home? We still have some black and patterned fabric. It won't take long to make them. Such extravagance was utterly unnecessary in her eyes. Living a grounded life meant not spending money frivolously. Sensing his wife's displeasure, Chen Shuai quickly assented, you are absolutely right, dear. Your skills are renowned far and wide. As long as you have the fabric, you can create and design even more exquisite garments. I initially intended to buy 1, but now I can save that expense, as my wife will make me 1. The 2 little girls initially hoped for a purchase, but upon seeing their father's excited gaze, they immediately sealed their lips. With Chen Shuai's guidance, young Miaoyun became increasingly adept and swift at making steamed buns. The beans had already been placed into boil. Today, a larger quantity of buns was being prepared. The first batch consisted entirely of plain steamed buns, given that they were soaked in hot water. This time the boiling duration was relatively brief, and the beans had already blossomed. All the dough for the buns was thoroughly kneaded and ready. Each scoop was swiftly shaped and placed in the steamer. When all the buns were completed, Chen Shuai entered the kitchen. The first batch was already out, filling 2 steaming trays to the brim. Nearly half of the large pot was set aside in a foam box. This time, 3 layers of steaming were conducted simultaneously: green beans, red beans, and yellow peas. each in its own steamer. The fire was fueled by mulberry branches, producing a crackling sound. Even dried mulberry twigs bubbled under the flames. The reserved moisture was meticulously extracted. While waiting for the pot to boil, Chen Shuai retrieved a small oxygen pump, connected it to the battery, and placed it in a basin of water. The once calm water began to bubble vigorously. "Dad, what is this toy? It's so much fun." The bubble blowing seemed especially entertaining and efficient. Chen Shuai put away the oxygen pump, stating, "This is no toy. It's something I acquired today. It's fairly functional overall." Once everything was neatly arranged, 3 larger foam boxes were brought in yesterday. The collection of cardboard boxes was indeed quite substantial. Chen Shuai was not one to easily incur a debt of gratitude. It was unlikely that he would allow the favor owed to someone to be settled so effortlessly. Wei Dagong was also rather polite. These 3 foam boxes were exceptionally clean, pristine in their whiteness. After washing them with some laundry rags, they sparkled with cleanliness. One could only wonder where all these items had been sourced. As young Miaoyun emerged from the kitchen, her curiosity piqued. Chen Shuai was shaking off the water from the foam boxes, proclaiming that they had been obtained from the recycling station, including the motor as well. The owner was an acquaintance of his. Upon hearing that it was a friend, young Miaoyun felt a mix of sorrow and joy. She was pleased that her husband was so frugal, yet troubled by his past, which was far from respectable. He had mingled with all sorts of characters, and she worried about the potential for him to fall back into that world. This was not the future she envisioned. As the time approached, they prepared the steamed buns for their departure. The vehicle was fully equipped. Once the buns were out, they could be on their way. Tian and Yuan were particularly excited, eager to venture into the city early in the morning. As Chen Shuai opened the steamer, he presented the buns one by one. The 2 little ones climbed onto a stool to reach inside. It was just past 1 o'clock. Even after arriving, the heat would still be quite intense. In the afternoon, it could be sweltering. Otherwise, they could stay home with their mother or take some buns to their grandmother. However, they were unwilling to entertain such notions. Yuan pouted, asserting, "I think the temperature is quite bearable. I am not spoiled. If my sister can endure it, so can I. I want to go out with Dad to sell fish and earn some money. I want to sell buns with Dad this time, and I will be especially patient." Young Miaoyun also wished to accompany them. Chen Shuai had brought an ample supply of fish and shrimp. It was a task meant for several people, and the exhaustion of completing it alone was easily imagined. Perhaps they could let the 2 of them go, under the shade of a tree. It wouldn't be too hot. They needed to understand just how challenging it was for their father to earn a living. Young Miaoyun's thoughts were clear, and Chen Shuai was well aware of her sentiments. Ultimately, it was about what they desired. Yet, these 2 little ones were not so easily swayed. Their determination to go was unwavering, which was why their mother accompanied them. Observing Chen Shuai's willingness to accommodate them, young Miaoyun raised her small fist in a gesture of triumph before setting it down. This time, they had a full load. However, before they departed, Chen Shuai gently lifted them down. The 2 little ones protested, kicking their legs and wriggling. "Daddy, I want to ride in the car." But against Chen Shuai's formidable strength, their resistance proved futile. He firmly warned them, "There's too much in the car. It's not safe at all. You can ride back when we return." The seats in Yang Miaoyun's car were already secured, and the couple seamlessly coordinated their efforts. Chen Shuai placed them directly onto the bicycle. The seats are meticulously crafted, and the bamboo used for the main structure has been carefully selected. The sturdiness of the seats rivals that of iron. The spacious design accommodates 2 riders comfortably. You should know how to ride a tricycle, right? A gentle tap with your foot engages the first gear, while pressing backward downshifts. In fact, Chen Shuai could bypass the gears entirely and simply accelerate. However, this approach is less efficient, requiring less power than using gears. Such a design is truly advantageous for the future. Moreover, Chen Shuai has improved the reverse gear, which serves as a significant enhancement. Yang Miaoyun understands, while that motorcycles require gear engagement to achieve rapid speeds, without gear shifts, one is merely riding an electric scooter. Notably, geared vehicles possess greater power. However, operating them can be somewhat cumbersome, which causes her a measure of apprehension. She contemplates the prospect of reversing and gestures, saying, "I can ride the tricycle, but I genuinely cannot handle the acceleration." She possesses the skills to ride a bicycle, and we are certainly not slower than you. Yang Miaoyun, educated in the ways of motorcycles, acknowledges their speed. Yet, with a full load, even the desire to speed is futile. As a rural woman, having just acquired a bicycle, she has dedicated herself to learning. Her proficiency in transporting goods is commendable, especially while managing 2 children. Aware of her capabilities, Chen Shuai agrees to let her take Tantan and Yuan along. "All right, it's getting late. Let us set off." Chen Shuai presses a button on the handle, and a resounding sound fills the air. The proximity of the noise is indeed striking. In this era, such a mode of transportation carries a certain prestige. Chen Shuai sits atop, gently twisting the throttle. The tricycle effortlessly bears the heavy cargo. Tantan and Yuan, seated on the bicycle frame, joyfully wiggle in delight, exclaiming, "Daddy, you're truly amazing. Is the tricycle about to transform into a robot? This is so cool." Releasing the throttle, he halts the vehicle and turns to lock the door. "With this addition, my tricycle will be considerably faster. You three ladies should exercise a bit of caution. I suggest tying a rope in front of you. When my vehicle accelerates, it will be easier for you." Although his words seem lighthearted, young Miaoyun firmly disagrees. "Sweetheart, you need not go to such lengths. There's no need for such fuss. If you truly tie a rope, I would not dare to ride." She is quite resolute in her disapproval of such actions, deeming them excessively perilous. Chen Shuai retrieves a rope, only to put it back down again. After all, the distance is not far. A little perseverance will see them there soon. Chen Shuai gently shifts gears, and with the throttle's assistance, the vehicle moves forward. Yang Miaoyun hastily follows on her bicycle. The Phoenix bicycle boasts impressively large wheels, capable of reaching speeds of 60 to 70 miles per hour when in motion. Although the road is not paved with concrete, it is remarkably sturdy, having been layered with gravel and sand. Provided that no heavy trucks traverse it, such a road remains quite satisfactory, even in inclement weather. Chen Shuai rides with remarkable ease, swiftly shifting from the first gear to the fourth. Yang Miaoyun maintains a steady pace, cautiously pedaling her bicycle while the gentle breeze brings joy, eliciting cheerful exclamations. The wind caresses their faces, offering a delightful sensation. With Chen Shuai leading the way, Yang Miaoyun rides exceptionally smoothly. Within just half an hour, the city's silhouette emerges on the horizon. As they transition onto the bright asphalt surface, their speed increases, becoming ever more effortless. Chen Shuai heads directly to the spot where Li Dasheng has set up his stall, determined to arrive punctually as promised. The smiles on the faces of the two brothers upon seeing Chen Shuai are unmistakable. Li Dasheng, noticing the abundance of goods Chen Shuai carries, feels a twinge of embarrassment. "Let me help you with that," he offers. "Your bicycle is already quite full with all these peaches. I'm not sure exactly when you'll arrive, otherwise we could have delivered them to you." Were he alone, he would undoubtedly arrive on time. However, having a family introduces a degree of unpredictability. He admits to Chen Shuai that he truly doesn't know the exact timing due to numerous pressing matters. This sentiment brings a hint of embarrassment to Chen Shuai as well, yet he feels it is a worthy trade-off. Choosing between obligations, naturally, spending time with his wife and child takes precedence. After a brief hesitation, he states, "I haven't set a specific time, but I should arrive before 2 o'clock. I'll inform you of any special circumstances." Such a considerate employer brings joy to the brothers, who find that problems they cannot resolve are easily handled by others. Li Dasheng loads the peaches and accompanies Chen Shuai, who still needs to repair his bicycle for his wife and child's visit, primarily focusing on fixing flat tires. His hands remain relatively clean. The distance to Li Ming's bike shop is approximately a mile, and he arrives in the blink of an eye. Having failed to collect parts yesterday, Li Ming had been grumbling about Chen Shuai. Just then, the roar of motorcycles fills the air. Today, the shop is also under the scrutiny of a supervisor. Upon entering, Chen Shuai encounters two unfamiliar faces, and the words he had prepared die on his lips as he pretends not to recognize them. "Boss, I need bicycle parts. Here is the list, please hurry. I'm pressed for time." Li Ming's expression transforms into one of admiration, his tone exceedingly respectful. "Certainly, boss, it will be ready shortly. Please take a seat. I have tea for you to enjoy." He swiftly pours a cup of tea, hurrying off to gather the requested items without further ado. The supervisor observes from the side. Chen Shuai remains remarkably relaxed. Before he has even finished his tea, all the requested items are gathered. "That will be 8 yuan in total, boss." Chen Shuai had acquired a substantial quantity of goods this time, nearly exhausting his inventory. After settling the payment, he promptly turned to leave, as he had no time to engage in conversation. Outside, he had a person carrying peaches, and he could not afford to keep them waiting. It was already past 2 o'clock. Any further delay would jeopardize his business for the day. 6 minutes later, Chen Shuai arrived at his designated spot. Today, 3 new vendors had set up shop, 2 selling vegetables and 1 offering watermelons, which were in season. Among the crowd, only the watermelon vendors seemed to be thriving. As Chen Shuai unloaded his goods, he raised his voice once more, his slogans flowing seamlessly and exuding charm. A few customers, clearly already anticipating his arrival, were his loyal patrons. Upon seeing Chen Shuai, they rushed over, eagerly greeting him. "Boss, you're quite late today. I've been waiting for you for 10 minutes. If you don't show up soon, I might just leave." The enthusiasm of these customers was palpable, a routine exchange for them. Yet it signified a booming business for Chen Shuai. A flourishing enterprise inevitably indicates the quality of the products, a fact that was indisputable. Particularly, the residents from the nearby villages had long been his regulars, especially fond of purchasing his fish and shrimp, all wild-caught, ensuring delicious fare. Several women hurried to the front, clamoring for his offerings. "Boss, give me 2 pounds of lobster. The eel from last time was delectable. I'll take 2 large ones today. These snails are surprisingly tasty. Just give me a large plate. I still prefer fish. I must have a big one today." The customer's eagerness was almost overwhelming. Onlookers, particularly the 3 new vendors, were taken aback. They had arrived expecting to find a bustling marketplace, yet they witnessed an unusually vibrant scene at Chen Shuai's stall. Despite the heat of the season, which typically favors the sale of their watermelons, their own business had faltered, with customers flocking exclusively to Chen Shuai's stand. Intrigued, one of the newcomers inquired of a bystander, "Who is this person? How can he attract so many buyers even before unloading his goods? Is his product truly that exceptional?" His question piqued the curiosity of the other vegetable vendors, who listened intently. Had they not witnessed it firsthand, they would have found it hard to believe that such a successful business could exist. Naturally, they yearned to uncover the secret behind Chen Shuai's triumph. The speaker was also a fruit vendor, highlighting the competitive nature of their relationship. Yet beneath the adulation and sweet whispers of the crowd, some, with pride and arrogance, could not help but exclaim, "One cannot deny their remarkable talent. I shall refrain from elaborating further. You shall see for yourselves." Indeed, to unveil another's secrets in their presence is an act of profound immorality. The man, realizing this at a crucial moment, hastily sealed his lips. After all, it is hardly a secret. A mere few minutes here would suffice to uncover it. The trio felt a twinge of discomfort. For was it not their own desire to speak? Yet, in the blink of an eye, that intention evaporated, and words became as precious as gold, unwilling to be uttered. Naturally, everyone here is astute. They soon discerned the hidden truth. Chen Shuai's eloquence is truly formidable. Addressing individuals as elder sister, beauty, aunt, matron, uncle, brother, or younger brother, he tailored his greetings according to age and attire. However, they failed to recognize this nuance, merely listening to Chen Shuai's continuous stream of titles. The crux of the matter lay in his precise understanding of his product. He was thoroughly aware of what he offered. Moreover, upon attentive listening, one could hear Chen Shuai elaborating on how to prepare delectable fish and shrimp. Such a commendable service attitude was beyond their capabilities. It was not merely that they struggled to articulate their thoughts. It was more that he possessed skills they lacked. The chasm between them was indeed vast. In that moment, they could only resign themselves to fate and await their fortunes. This was undeniably genuine, not a feigned display. Chen Shuai had been present for a mere 15 minutes. Yet he had not managed to sell everything, particularly the steamed buns, which were remarkably popular on this second day. The buns were large and white, priced at 1 jiao each, while those filled with red bean, yellow pea, and green bean were priced at 1 jiao and 5 fun. The prices were reasonable and especially well received. Steamed buns are a staple in households, and thus, they sold in abundance. Of course, this was in the city. In the countryside, the sales were not as brisk. To sell effectively, prices would have to be lowered, or they could only sell in small quantities. Under Chen Shuai's influence, young Miaoyun's ability to engage customers saw significant improvement. Possessing a beauty that could outshine the moon and flowers, she now wore a smile that was particularly sweet. Everyone is drawn to beauty, even in business. A pleasing appearance guarantees success. A perfect pair of handsome men and beautiful women, a match made in heaven. Additionally, the delightful assistance of Tian Tian and Yuan Yuan was invaluable. To all the esteemed elders, uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters, our offerings are unparalleled. Once you taste them, they will linger in your memory. Indeed, this is the embodiment of a virtuous lineage. If you desire it, nothing is beyond reach. Chen Shuai's steamed buns, peaches, grapes, fish, and shrimp were nearly snatched up. For those eager to sample, Chen Shuai provided a small knife for students. Many, after tasting, immediately proceeded to make their purchases. At 5 cents per pound, the price remains acceptable for city dwellers. Chen Shuai harbored no intention of cultivating his own produce, as it demanded excessive effort. Instead, he preferred the straightforward gain of 1.5 cents directly in hand, which he deemed the true path to greater profit. Although young Miaoyun had visited 2 or 3 times, today she felt particularly joyful. The 5 large steamers and 2 foam boxes, each over a meter long, were filled to the brim. With ease, they sold out. Before young Miaoyun could express her delight, a red Santana halted in front of their stall. The woman who emerged was strikingly beautiful, clad in sensuous and revealing attire, a micro skirt, a backless top, high heels, and sheer stockings, complemented by a small handbag. Such an ensemble was a rarity even in the city, with all pieces being international luxury brands unattainable for the average person. The sound of her high heels clicking on the cement drew the attention of everyone present, men, women, and the elderly alike, their eyes drawn involuntarily toward her. Upon seeing this woman, Chen Shuai's expression shifted slightly. It was her third visit. However, since she was willing to pay, it was not for him to intervene. Just as he was about to speak up to dissuade her from cutting in line, the woman, almost as if guided by fate, moved to the back to queue. In no time, she was at the front with 8 or 9 people ahead of her. She surveyed the scene and declared, "As per usual, I'll take everything. Double the price, and please load it into my car." Chen Shuai maintained a smile. If others could not purchase, that was their concern. He had come here, bringing his family, solely for the purpose of earning money. As long as there were buyers, he would sell. He was neither a saint nor a savior, and the affairs of others were of no interest to him. "Very well, I shall load your order," he replied, beginning to weigh and package the items uniformly before placing them in the car's trunk. There were still plenty of fish, shrimp, and peaches remaining, divided into several bags to ensure her vehicle remained clean. "Your total is 75 yuan, he announced. "Here is 100 yuan. The remainder is your tip." The transaction followed the same routine without any pretense. The woman simply had money to spare and was unapologetically indulgent. Chen Shuai found no reason to concern himself with her capriciousness. After all, the money was now in his possession. This left onlookers in a state of bewilderment. Such a generous tip represented their entire daily earnings. Why did good fortune seem to favor others so persistently? Chen Shuai continued to tidy up with ease. Glancing at the clock, it was only 4 o'clock. If this continued, he would have sold out in less than 2 hours. Watching the car disappear into the distance, Miaoyun cast a puzzled glance at Chen Shuai. Naturally, she held no doubts regarding her husband. Her curiosity merely lingered over how such good fortune could exist in the world. Chen Shuai refrained from offering any explanations. The more one attempts to clarify, the more convoluted the situation becomes. Quietly, he gathered his belongings, preparing to depart. A woman in a red Santana drove until she reached an opulent villa before coming to a halt. The villa, spacious and resplendent, boasted 3 stories and an expansive garden adorned with an exquisite array of vibrant flowers, uniquely arranged. Additionally, the courtyard featured a charming swimming pool, particularly inviting. Upon alighting from her vehicle, the woman was swiftly greeted by 2 middle-aged women. As they unloaded the items, she casually remarked that they were free to handle things as they wished. Entering the living room, she picked up the phone and dialed. "Mom, I bought fish today. Please come over for dinner." Chapter 105. The unpleasant smell is no issue. We are simply farmers. "Honey, this beautiful woman must have visited many times before, hasn't she?" Chen Shuai, who was riding ahead, paused momentarily. He was well aware of the woman's jealousy. What seemed like a trivial matter could spiral into something more complicated if one fixated on it. His mind raced, and after a brief moment, he replied honestly, "This is her 3rd visit. I truly cannot fathom how these wealthy individuals indulge themselves. I wonder how they manage to consume such quantities." In truth, he had initially hesitated to sell to her, but ultimately decided against it. He was in business, not charity. Even if he chose not to sell to her, how could he ensure that all his other customers would make purchases? Thus, he resolved to sell to her, securing his profit. As for her reasons for buying in bulk, that was beyond his concern. Chen Shuai's tone was innocent and sincere, utterly unassailable. Miaoyun glanced at him, hesitating for a few moments, likely contemplating the balance of gains and losses. Ultimately, love triumphed over doubt, and she chose to believe in him. "Perhaps she has many servants and numerous diners," she suggested. "It's possible that they might not consume at all, but given their wealth, why shouldn't they buy more?" Chen Shuai found comfort in this notion. Often, the affluent simply had the means to indulge in ways that those of lesser means could not comprehend. With this issue resolved, he felt a sense of relaxation wash over him. However, a new concern emerged. The pursuit of wealth remained paramount. He contemplated how to ensure a happy life for his wife and children. As for others' fortunes, he maintained a calm disposition, devoid of envy, and instead felt invigorated by a competitive spirit. The true task ahead was to devise ways to amass his own fortune. With his mindset realigned, he felt revitalized. As Miaoyun spoke, she observed Chen Shuai closely, a testament to her affection for him. Their ensuing conversation unfolded with Chen Shuai poised and composed, leading the way. His first destination was, of course, Li Dashing's establishment. He retained a keen interest in ventures that involved capitalizing on price differences. Every business inevitably begins small, gradually growing into something substantial. Instant success is a notion that Chen Shuai does not subscribe to. Merely 2 hours after the initial delivery, he returned. Li Ershing was utterly bewildered. The speed of progress was astonishing. He now held Chen Shuai in the highest regard, recognizing him as a commercial prodigy with an undoubtedly boundless future ahead. Though he was affectionately called Li Ergo, he was no less than a true human being. Without waiting for his elder brother to speak, Li Ershing hurried over. Boss Chen, your business is truly remarkable. Over 200 pounds of peaches, along with your goods. Sold out just like that? I, Li Ergo, am genuinely in awe of you. You are truly my idol, an absolute mogul. Chen Shuai modestly replied. It is merely good fortune. The quality of your peaches is exceptional, crisp and sweet. No matter how adept one is at selling, if the product is subpar, success remains elusive. A skilled cook cannot make a meal without rice, after all. Otherwise, one might still be sitting there selling peaches. I intended to leave you to some fish. But given the high temperatures, I feared they would spoil by the time they reached you. Instead, I have saved some buns for you brothers. There are only 6 left. And I hope you do not mind. Chen Shuai's words were sincere, devoid of any pretense or condescension. This authenticity was palpable to both men. They were simple, honest farmers. Unfazed by such gestures, they would feel profound gratitude as long as one treated them kindly. This genuine sentiment was something they could truly appreciate. Upon seeing the buns handed over by Chen Shuai, they felt a sense of discomfort, reluctant to accept. With utmost politeness, they declined, their voices brimming with appreciation. There is no need. Please keep them for selling or for your own consumption. We acknowledge your kindness, but these buns are truly more than we require. No matter how they insisted, they were unwilling to accept. To them, the thought of taking advantage was far from enticing. Furthermore, 6 large buns were considerable. They were crafted for sale, and taking them made them uneasy. Lacking anything to reciprocate further diminished the spirit of mutual exchange. Chen Shuai maintained a smile. Do not be so modest. It is settled then. These buns hold little value, and if you do not accept them, I would feel quite embarrassed. He placed the buns on their stall, clearly indicating his stance. The next day, the quantity of peaches would be the same as today, and he would place an order for their goods. Li Ershing hastily began bagging the vegetables he had brought. He extended his hands. We do not have much to offer. What we grow is hardly worth anything. Chen Shuai graciously accepted, understanding that reciprocity is a natural aspect of human interaction. If he did not accept the buns, the gesture would lose its significance. They are no longer overly concerned with all of this. Well then, I extend my gratitude to you both. But I must be on my way to shop. After conversing for quite some time, I still need to head to the wholesale market. In approximately 10 minutes, Chen Shuai arrived at the vegetable wholesale market. In addition to purchasing a few vegetables, he also acquired some eggs and soon found himself in the meat section with the children. Please kill a chicken, but don't chop it up. The tricycle came to a halt at a chicken vendor, and Chen Shuai spoke up. Tian and Yuan climbed down from the vehicle. Look at all these chickens. They're so adorable. Daddy, should we catch one to take home and feed? Sister is right. I want to raise a chick. We can forego chicken meat. Fish is also a fine option. Chen Shuai gently held their little hands and replied tenderly, now that the weather is warm, it's not easy for chicks to survive. Let us wait until it cools down to buy some. Young Miaoyun, upon seeing their desire to acquire chicks, immediately disapproved. Grandma has raised dozens. We can catch some when we visit her. Let us catch a crowing rooster and a few hens that lay eggs. At this, Tian and Yuan immediately fell silent. They were well aware that Grandma had plenty of chickens. If they went to catch some, Grandma would surely oblige. Such an opportunity was not to be missed. Mother is right. Let us go to Grandma's. Yes, we should drive to Grandma's. Their eagerness was palpable as they thought of their plans. Chen Shuai lifted them into the car. Visiting Grandma is fine, but we should also stop by the wholesale market to buy some meat. It's for Dad, and also for Grandma and Grandpa. Whenever food was involved, their enthusiasm was boundless. Yang Miaoyun found herself unable to voice any objections, as the trio had already dashed off ahead. She could only follow closely on her bicycle. By 3 or 4 o'clock, the wholesale market experienced another peak period. The entrance was bustling with trucks coming and going, and the crowds were densely packed. The cacophony of truck engines, chatter, and footsteps melded into an incessant symphony. Tian and Yuan had never encountered so many people. It truly opened up a world of curiosity for them. There are so many people here. Is it more than in our village and Grandma's village combined? Daddy, is everything here just vegetables? Chen Shuai, in high spirits, responded cheerfully. With his little cotton jacket in tow, he felt invigorated, explaining with a smile, indeed, Besides vegetables, there are fruits and some daily necessities available wholesale. The prices here are generally lower. Many vendors come here to buy in bulk. Chen Shuai patiently elaborated, "You wait outside. It's a bit unpleasant inside. Besides, there's no breeze in there. It's cooler out here." Tian was not inclined to agree. Tilting her little head, she declared, "I'm not afraid. We are country folk. Why should we mind the smell?" With her sister's confidence, Yuan felt compelled to join in. "I want to go inside too. We must not miss such a great opportunity." "Very well, two little adults. This is how it is." For them, confidence abounds. Since everyone is willing, Chen Shuai naturally has no objections. Entering the establishment, we shall procure whatever meat our hearts desire. There is a dog meat restaurant nearby, renowned for its delectable flavors. Particularly, the taste of dog meat is inherently exquisite. One bite, and you shall find yourselves utterly captivated. Upon the mention of dog meat, the two little ones are filled with excitement. With their father's culinary skills, the feast will surely surpass expectations. Is it true that uncle from third grandpa's house is preparing for marriage? In that case, father can handle the cooking. Chen Shuai finds himself both amused and exasperated. These two little ones are indeed precocious. In their quest for more gastronomic delights, they have already begun to solicit business for themselves. Your third grandpa must have already secured a chef for the occasion. They are professionals, and I doubt third grandpa would entrust me with such a task. Although Chen Shuai had declined, Tian Sweet and Yuan have etched it in their minds. Hand in hand, the family of four strolled into the wholesale meat area, drawing envious glances from others. Chen Shuai, accompanied by his wife and daughters, returned to the same place where they had purchased meat the previous day. The proprietor's memory is quite remarkable. Upon seeing Chen Shuai, he greeted him with enthusiasm. "Welcome back. The mistress of the house is truly beautiful, and these little treasures are utterly adorable. Today, with the arrival of these two little ones, the meat must be at a discount, even if I incur a loss. It shall be a pleasure in my heart." Chapter 106. More meat purchased, off to grandma's to catch chickens. Others show him such respect. And Chen Shuai is in high spirits. Everyone enjoys hearing compliments, and he is no exception. With a cheerful demeanor, he responded, "On account of your kind words, I must purchase an additional 2 pounds of meat today. No need to elaborate further. I do possess a modicum of confidence." The proprietor's heart swelled with joy. He relished encountering particularly generous customers. Chen Shuai surveyed the fresh cuts of meat on the counter, which appeared satisfactory. Pointing to a half slab of pork, he gestured, "Today, I would like 9 pounds of pork belly, with 3 pounds packed separately. And for this lean meat, 5 pounds, please. You may start cutting from here. A little more or less is acceptable." The proprietor's skills were commendable, as the cuts were nearly uniform in weight. Chen Shuai's gaze swept around, landing on the vibrant red dog meat. The hue indicated freshness and authentic flavor. "Let us weigh 6 pounds of this dog meat, from this particular section." The proprietor beamed with delight. This was quite a substantial order. With swift precision, he cut the meat. After weighing it, it came to just over 6 pounds. The proprietor's smile widened, and his spirits soared. Although it may not match the volume that wholesale buyers procure, one thing is certain: customers who engage in such business tend to be frequent patrons, as they utilize the products daily. He calmed himself and, following Chen Shuai's instructions, began to cut the meat with great care, ensuring each bag contained a little extra, a tactic to win over customers. Witnessing Chen Shuai spend such a considerable sum of money, young Miaoyun felt a pang of sorrow in her heart once more. Regardless of how much pork was purchased, it was all in the name of business. However, the dog meat was evidently for personal consumption. The price of dog meat had soared to 3 yuan per jin. Such exorbitance was painful to bear. In the factory, after a grueling day's labor, one could scarcely afford 2 jin of meat. The sentiment of distress was undeniable. Yet in public, she could not voice her thoughts. Observing Chen Shuai carrying so much meat, young Miaoyun felt the urge to assist him. Chen Shuai waved his hand dismissively. "No need. This weight is manageable, as long as the bags are sturdy enough to bear the load. It won't be burdensome regardless of how one carries it. You needn't trouble yourself. If it becomes too heavy, I will handle it." With several large bags in hand, he strode toward the vehicle parked outside. Spotting a stall selling wholesale eggs nearby, Chen Shuai's spirits lifted once again. The eggs were sold by the crate, and the prices were quite reasonable. "I'll take a box, please," he called out. "That'll be 8 yuan in total. Would you like to carry it yourself? Or shall I assist you?" "I'll manage. It's not far from here." Chen Shuai paid and lifted the box of eggs toward the tricycle. Young Miaoyun had emerged just in time to see him paying and collecting the eggs. She tugged at her hair in dismay. This seemed excessively extravagant. Quietly resolving to bring back a few hens from her family home, she thought that even if it wouldn't be enough, it could at least supplement their needs. Noticing her momentary distraction, Chen Shuai spoke up, "Let us get going. It's already 4 o'clock. We started early today, and I'd prefer not to return late. With a full load on the way here, the journey home will be particularly easy." Under Chen Shuai's insistence, he secured Yang Miaoyun's bicycle with a rope. Initially, their pace was slow, but as they grew accustomed to the rhythm, they quickened their speed. It was delightful not to have to pedal oneself, which naturally lifted their spirits. Chen Shuai frequently glanced back to gauge Yang Miaoyun's condition. This arrangement indeed bore some risks, necessitating cooperation from both parties. The rider's skill was paramount. Yang Miaoyun had been cycling for 3 or 4 years, and her intelligence and quick learning abilities enabled her to master the skill with remarkable speed. Most importantly, Chen Shuai maintained a consistent pace, avoiding erratic fluctuations in speed. In areas where the road was poor, they would accelerate or decelerate as needed, and Chen Shuai would preemptively inform her of any approaching pedestrians or vehicles. This proactive communication significantly enhanced their safety, providing early warnings of potential dangers. In open spaces, the bicycle could move quite swiftly, comparable to an individual pedaling at full speed. The most delighted were Tian and Yuan. Before leaving, Chen Shuai had prepared a foam box lid, securing it at the front of the tricycle to cover the gap, providing a soft and comfortable backrest for them. Under Chen Shuai's instructions, they remained still, enjoying the ride. Listening to the roar of the engine, the two little ones were positively exhilarated. Seated here was far more comfortable than on a bicycle. As they watched the trees swiftly recede, they joyfully broke into song. The youngsters even playfully made faces at their mother behind them. Particularly, the spirited Tian shouted loudly, "Mom, you're going too slowly. Your hair is blowing in the wind." Yang Miaoyun, on the other hand, was quite anxious, loudly reassuring the two from behind. The tricycle sped along, and any sudden movements could potentially send them tumbling off. Such delightful moments were truly to be savored, but they were fleeting. With the throttle pressed down, the vehicle raced forward, and within half an hour, they arrived at the entrance of Laoyang village. The engine's thunderous sound caught the attention of a few elderly men resting under the trees, who lifted their heads. Motorcycles had become somewhat familiar to the villagers. A number of young men had married, and their brides had brought motorcycles as dowries. The adornments on Chen Shuai's vehicle were a sight to behold, unlike anything they had seen before. They had only encountered bicycles retrofitted with motorcycle engines. Of course, mounting it on a tricycle offered far greater utility. Riding it exuded an impressive aura, eliciting envy from the old men. Initially, some had doubted the legitimacy of his business endeavors, but this had now been proven. Upon seeing them, Chen Shuai greeted them with a friendly nod. With each visit, he grew more familiar. His memory was remarkable. In just a few visits, he had nearly memorized the names of the village's elders. This alone earned him their admiration. It is well known that a son-in-law might struggle throughout his life to remember his wife's relatives, yet Chen Shuai, having only visited a handful of times, had already remembered them all. This not only showcased his excellent memory, but also reflected his respect for them. Chen Shuai halted the vehicle, distributed cigarettes to each elder, exchanged a few words, and then made his way home. As the sun set, the fiery orb illuminated the sky, casting vibrant clouds that took on various shapes, resembling horses, cattle, magnificent palaces, and towering mountains. Clear skies were common, but such splendid clouds were rare. The family of 4 reveled in nature's beauty. Yang San hummed a tune. Her spirits lifted. The married daughter thought fondly of her daily visits to her maternal home. Tian and Yuan, like other cherished children, delighted in visiting relatives. The entrance to Yang Miaoyun's home buzzed with liveliness. With ample space at the front, trees lined the sides, their leaves rustling in the breeze, creating a refreshing atmosphere. Chen Shuai's arrival drew everyone's attention. Almost the entire village was aware that Yang Miaoyun's husband was considered a slacker. Over the past few years, she had endured considerable hardships. Yang Yuanzheng had become a subject of jest among the villagers. Were it not for his position as village chief, he might have truly struggled to get by. However, in recent days, Chen Shuai had demonstrated remarkable determination and a strong drive for progress. In the past, Chen Shuai rarely visited his mother-in-law's home, but recently he has been particularly diligent. He has completely transformed, leading a life that is utterly different from before. Miaoyun has been spreading the word that every time Chen Shuai comes over, he brings his own ingredients. In the past few days, there have been fish, meat, and even lobsters. After years of abstaining from meat, they are finally indulging. While others might think such claims are mere exaggerations, they certainly believe Zhang Shufan's words. Their home has been filled with delightful aromas, the scent of meat wafting through the air. With the arrival of the son-in-law, everyone felt it inappropriate to linger. They simply followed young Miaoyun, echoing her every call. Even with a majority of the women present, Chen Shuai remained exceptionally enthusiastic toward them. He brought in meat and several large white buns from the car. Today, the buns had been prepared in abundance, and even young Miaoyun hadn't noticed the few that remained, believing they had all been sold out. Tian and Yuan carried fresh vegetables, and Tian was the first to respond. Grandma, these are picked by Dad and me, and I helped too. Grandma, I chose them very carefully. Faced with her two well-behaved granddaughters, Zhang Shufan found no time to chat with her old friends. My dear little treasures, you make Grandma so happy. In this world, only you two care for Grandma the most. Hurry home. Grandma bought snacks and beautiful clothes for you in town. Watching her mother return home, young Miaoyun could only bid farewell to everyone. The women who had come to chat were truly astonished. Is this the so-called lazy man everyone speaks of? With such filial piety, one might struggle to find another in the 10 miles and 8 villages. Chen Shuai entered the house carrying the vegetables and placed the meat on the table. In a water tank in the yard, the fish he had brought was still swimming joyfully. Mom, why is there still a fish left uneaten? We have plenty of fish at home. And this big head carp doesn't taste great. Wait a moment, I still have 2 bass at home. We'll eat one and bring the other for you. In daily life, bass are not easy to catch. Like the mandarin fish, they are particularly elusive. Especially mandarin fish, which are rare and exorbitantly priced. Zhang Shufan, somewhat confused, replied, don't send any bass, please. This big head carp tastes quite good. We, the old couple, truly cannot eat any more, which is why we haven't killed it. Since you're here, we'll prepare fish for dinner today. Chapter 107. If Grandma's cooking isn't good, let your dad stay and cook. No. We'll go home for dinner. Grandma, please don't trouble yourself. The 2 little ones were adamant about not wanting to eat here. They wouldn't dare praise their grandmother's culinary skills. Although it was acceptable before, ever since they tasted their father's cooking, there was simply no comparison. Zhang Shufan was unaware of the thoughts of these 2 little ones. Not a bother at all. Grandma just wants to cook for you. Observing the challenging communication between grandmother and granddaughter, young Miaoyun could only sigh and interject. Their underlying message was clear. The meals prepared by her were not to their liking. They yearned to return home for their father's cooking. Zhang Shufan, however, remained unfazed, gazing indulgently at her granddaughter. You little gluttons, how dare you conspire against your grandmother? Should you mock her again, beware of a spanking. If you desire your father's cooking, then let him prepare it. After all, he will certainly agree, as he is cooking for his own daughters. Wisdom often comes with age. The longer one lives, the more astute they become, and this aptly describes her character. Unbeknownst to her, she deftly diffused her own awkwardness while also entertaining the children. Seizing the opportunity, young Miaoyun pressed on, Mother, we don't have any chickens at home either. I plan to catch a few to take back with me. I've also been contemplating whether to bring back a pig to raise. Without hesitation, she agreed to her daughter's request. I had intended to give you 7 or 8 chickens. As for the pig, whether or not to raise it is a bit troublesome. We lack nothing at home, especially meat. Whenever you crave it, we can simply slaughter one. Why buy so much meat? Just cook one dish and take the rest with you. Tonight, you mustn't return home to eat. If you desire your father's cooking, you can have it every day. Your father has worked hard all day. It's time to learn how to show filial piety. With your grandmother and mother working together, we can surely create something delicious. Though it may not match your father's culinary skills, your grandmother is confident. Once the mother-in-law spoke, Chen Shuai felt it inappropriate to interject further. He squatted down, taking the little hands of Tian and Yuan. Today, we will dine at grandmother's house. We just bought meat, and your father will prepare braised pork for you. The 2 girls were delighted by this outcome. Their faces lit up with a conspiratorial smile. Really? Thank you so much, Daddy. Indeed, you are the best father, they exclaimed. Even at grandmother's house, they could still savor their father's dishes. Chen Shuai feigned exasperation, adopting the demeanor of a victim, his exaggerated expressions eliciting hearty laughter from the 2 little girls. Zhang Shufan felt a bit embarrassed. Arriving at her mother-in-law's house, she still intended to continue working. However, Chen Shuai had other plans. He was determined to pamper his precious daughters. Mother, you just sit back. Chen Shuai will handle this dish. Others may do as they please. But we shall focus on our own tasks. Regardless of her mother's agreement, he insisted on accompanying the children. Witnessing their affection, the burden in Zhang Shufan's heart finally lifted. Very well, I will accompany my granddaughters. But when your father returns, you must serve as a witness. Chen Shuai began cutting the pork belly into chunks, not in perfect squares, but rather into slices approximately 2 centimeters thick. If too thick, the flavor wouldn't penetrate. If too thin, it would lack visual appeal. Meanwhile, Yang Miaoyun had already shredded the potatoes and prepared a lotus root and bamboo shoots. All the necessary ingredients, including scallions and ginger, had been meticulously chopped. Upon seeing that everything was ready, Yang Miaoyun felt a sense of accomplishment. As the ignition sparks to life, preparations for the meal commence with anticipation for the next task. Water is poured into the pot, and Chen Shuai places the meat within. Admittedly, this method may not yield the most delectable results, yet when it comes to self-preparation, such concerns are trivial. The meat simmers in the pot, while another large pot is set ablaze. In rural settings, the abundance of vegetables necessitates simultaneous cooking, and it has become customary for everyone to utilize large pots for this purpose. Both dishes incorporate a modest amount of aged vinegar, a dash of dried chili peppers, and a sprinkle of fresh ginger. Time seems to fly, and in the blink of an eye, the dishes are nearly ready. Hence, the two dishes remain unprepared, with the pot boiling for just 2 to 3 minutes. The contents are then retrieved and cleaned thoroughly before adding an appropriate amount of soybean oil to the pot. Fresh ginger, scallions, star anise, bay leaves, and cinnamon pepper are tossed in, followed by the addition of the pork belly. Chen Shuai opts not to caramelize rock sugar or white sugar, as modern food lacks additives. He does not favor the sugar that is produced. Once the pot reaches a boil, he skems off the foam. Next, a suitable amount of white sugar and various seasonings are added. Finally, the heat is reduced, allowing the dish to simmer gently. Within the stove, just 2 or 3 mulberry branches suffice. As flames dance and fragrant aromas waft through the air, there is no need to linger idly by the fire. With the root of the mulberry tree cast into the stove, Chen Shuai pulls Yang Miaoyun outside. In mere moments, fine beads of sweat begin to form on her delicate forehead. As he holds her hand, Yang Miaoyun struggles to free herself, aware that this is not her personal sanctuary where she can act freely. This is her maternal home, and being caught by her mother in broad daylight would be utterly mortifying. Let go. My mother is still in the yard. Before exiting the kitchen, Yang Miaoyun finally escapes his grasp, shooting him a fierce glare with her large eyes, suggesting he ought to comprehend her unspoken words. Yet, ironically, the very thing she fears seems to manifest. Mom, why is your face so red? Are you getting burnt from the fire? Suddenly, Tian appears before her, prompting her cheeks to flush even deeper. Flustered, she defensively replies, yes, the fire was a bit too strong earlier. Go play. Mom needs to cook and has no time to entertain you. As she watches Tian depart, Yang Miaoyun turns her glare back at Chen Shuai, feeling increasingly exasperated with his antics. With her mother absent, she quietly mutters, you rascal, why did you have to drag me out here? Your audacity knows no bounds. But what am I to do? If word gets out about us holding hands daily, will I ever be able to step outside again? If they're essay next time, I'll just share a room with the child. You can sleep alone. Immediately, Chen Shuai becomes obedient, raising 3 fingers in a solemn vow. You are absolutely right. My dear wife, I shall always heed your words. A wife can never be wrong. Whatever she says is the truth. With that, he promptly retrieves some money, declaring, today as purchases were modest, these coins must be handed over to my wife. He presents a thick bundle of change to her. Gently shaking his head, he remarked, do not entrap me. I have no intention of managing this money. You shall handle it yourself. After all, this £100+ is entrusted to you. For the past 2 to 3 years, Chen Shuai had not heard such sweet words due to his own reasons. He immediately countered, that is out of the question. My wife possesses absolute authority over this money. As he spoke, he placed all the funds into the fabric wallet she had made and handed it over to her. Chapter 108. The cooking of my partner is akin to the taste of chaff. The aroma of braised pork wafted through the chimney, ascending towards the heavens. Just moments ago, they had been outside, proclaiming to everyone that they indulged in meat and fish daily. Now, the fragrant scent of meat had already begun to drift away. Slowly simmering over a low flame, the savory aroma grew even more intense. Outside, Tantan and Yuan were playing when they suddenly became restless. Does it smell good, Grandma? This is food made by Dad, Yuan declared. Sister, you and Grandma stay outside. I will go in to help. Yuan was the first to dash inside. This sudden burst of energy displeased Tantan. Grandma, I also want to help inside. Zhang Shufan glanced at the sky, the chimney, and inhaled the fragrant air. It truly smelled delightful. It seemed he was genuinely remorseful. However, where did he learn such culinary skills? The heat from the clay pot was quite fierce. Even on a low flame, it was far superior to that of a gas stove. Within just 10 minutes, the broth in the pot began to thicken. Chen Shuai gently inserted his chopsticks, and the meat was exceptionally tender. After such prolonged simmering, there was no need for any starch. I caught a whiff of this aroma as soon as I entered the village. Chen Shuai, I cannot compete with you. I lack significant skill. I cannot even fry an egg properly. Were it not for my partner, I might truly starve. Thus, he continued to glance around, realizing that his partner was not nearby, and quietly added, initially, your mother-in-law's cooking was rather acceptable. Among rural women, her skills are quite proficient. I am fairly content and immensely grateful. Yet, your culinary prowess is simply extraordinary. After 2 tastings, her dishes were indeed difficult to swallow, akin to consuming chaff. The 2 little ones were particularly puzzled and inquired, Grandpa, if Grandma's cooking is so unpalatable, how have you endured it for so long? Yes, Grandpa. Should I tell Grandma to learn more from Dad? Grandpa, what does chaff mean? Is it particularly distasteful? Their innocent words, spoken with childlike sincerity, rang true. Not only were they expressing their honest feelings, but the 2 little ones had already rushed out, exclaiming, Grandma, Grandpa says your cooking is terrible. It's just like chaff. In that moment, Yang Yuanjing's face turned as pale as snow. This was truly a heart-wrenching blow. If it were from others, it could be overlooked. However, these 2 little ones were his most cherished granddaughters. It was too late to intervene. Zhang Shufan had just emerged from the outdoor restroom when she overheard Tantan and Yuan chattering away. Due to certain peculiarities concerning her health, they could only have one child, Yang Miaoyun. Consequently, they showered immense affection upon Tian and Yuan. Upon hearing the call for Grandma, Zhang Shufan hastily responded, indicating that if there was anything needed, it should be conveyed to her. Yang Yuanzhong, who had initially chased after the child, wore a particularly grim expression, akin to that of an elderly woman who had ingested arsenic. Tian remained oblivious to the gravity of their misstep, chattering away as if seeking praise. Grandpa just said your cooking is terrible, as if it were akin to eating chaff. Upon hearing her sister speak, Yuan quickly chimed in. I informed Grandpa so that you and Dad might learn a thing or two. Do you know what chaff is, Grandma? This question left Zhang Shufan momentarily stunned, as her limited education rendered her unfamiliar with such terminology. I don't know. Perhaps you could explain it to me, old man. As she spoke, she rolled up her sleeves. Although she was unaware of its meaning, the implication was clear. He had insulted her cooking. Yang Yuanzhong was not afraid of his wife. Rather, he had profound empathy for her. Observing her demeanor, he could already anticipate the unfolding events. My dear, please remain calm. The children are present. Shouldn't we consider preserving some dignity? Otherwise, what of your reputation? This was certainly an undesirable situation. Thus, he believed that any punitive measures should be temporarily set aside. It must be said that Yang Yuanzhong possessed remarkable adaptability. As long as his wife was happy, he was willing to overlook any grievances. Ultimately, Zhang Shufan lowered her arm, which she had raised in indignation. Throughout her life, she had embodied the role of a dutiful daughter and a loving mother. Now, with her 2 beloved granddaughters by her side, her image must not only be preserved but also enhanced. Yet, her gaze remained fixed on Yang Yuanzhong, as halting the punishment was, in essence, a concession to the children. However, the underlying issues persisted. If they chose silence, she would not press them. Regardless, whether they spoke or claimed ignorance, the children were well aware of the truth. With that, she cradled her precious granddaughter and returned to the courtyard, leaving Yang Yuanzhong utterly bewildered. He knew his wife all too well. The quietude she exhibited now would soon give way to tempestuousness. He looked helplessly at his daughter. But before he could utter a word, Yang Miaoyun had already retreated inside. Faced with her mother's authority, even she felt the need to step back. Chen Shuai could not help but chuckle quietly. As Yang Yuanzhong assumed his son-in-law was reveling in his misfortune, Chen Shuai whispered, Father, diffusing this crisis should be a piece of cake for you. He cast a meaningful glance back at him. At the dining table, aside from the few dishes stir-fried by Chen Shuai, as the mother-in-law, Zhang Shufan was determined to contribute. Yang Miaoyun assisted her, and together, the mother and daughter worked diligently. After a good 15 minutes, the dishes were finally ready to be served. A table adorned with 6 dishes. In this day and age, even when relatives visit, merely 3 dishes are prepared. Over the past few days, Chen Shuai has been a frequent guest. According to the sentiments of the younger generation, they are considered family. It is simply not feasible to visit daily and indulge in extravagant feasts. No matter how affluent a household may be, sustaining such a lifestyle in these times is arduous. Yet, the family of Yang Yuanjing manages to do so. Moreover, the dishes on the table are brought by them. Observing the lavish spread, it is evident that Yang Yuanjing occupies the seat of honor. He beckons Chen Shuai to sit beside him, with Tian and Yuan joining as well. Traditionally, women are not permitted to dine at the table. While men partake in the meal, women are excluded, regardless of the closeness of their relationships. Sons-in-law are often regarded as half-sons. However, Zhang Shufan still refrains from joining the table, demonstrating her respect for Chen Shuai, as well as for the head of the household and the customs in place. Young Miaoyun, returning to her maternal home, is likewise barred from dining at the table, as it is customary for men to enjoy the finest food and drink before women are allowed to partake. This ancient tradition has persisted for millennia. Chen Shuai, however, dismisses such customs. Miaoyun, mother, please join us at the table. What rules are there to follow? In my view, they hold no weight. We are all family, and there is no need for such formalities. How others choose to conduct themselves is their affair. We shall live by our own principles. With so many rules in place, life cannot continue. In Chapter 109, the notion that rules must not be broken is further explored, with the implication that indulgence in the feast is expected. Guests might utter similar sentiments, yet as the host, one must show respect to their visitors. After some contemplation, she turns to her daughter, acknowledging Chen Shuai's words. He is right. We live for ourselves. However, I cannot join, and I am quite full from lunch. You all eat first. I will have my meal later. With that, she picks up a bucket and heads to the small shed, where several large sacks of rice bran and a sizable vat of pig feed are stored. In an age devoid of commercial feed, this is essential sustenance for the pigs. As she scoops out some rice bran, a realization dawns upon her, and she endures the task with remarkable effort. In the main room, Zhang Shufan's absence from the table is met with understanding. Should outsiders become aware, it would surely be somewhat embarrassing. Chen Shuai, we are family, so please do not stand on ceremony. This is a bottle of wine from the last time I sold a pig, waiting for your arrival so that we could enjoy a few drinks together. Grateful for the rare moment of joy from his father-in-law, Chen Shuai responds sincerely. Very well. Let us share a drink. Just to be clear, we are family, and there shall be no distinctions in toasting. Yang Yuanzheng wholeheartedly agrees, though tradition dictates otherwise. The deep-rooted culture of wine drinking spans thousands of years. Even a son-in-law is treated as both host and guest in their home. Chen Shuai takes the initiative, uncorking the bottle and setting out 2 cups. He lifts the cup before Yang Yuanzheng, who receives it with great delight, and they clink their cups together at the base. This is a display of respect from the younger generation towards their elders. Both the elders have emptied their wine cups. Chen Shuai, cradling his chopsticks, handed them to Yang Yuanzheng. Let us feast upon fish. This particular fish was a collaborative effort of the 3 of them. Chen Shuai directed from the side while Yang Miaoyun and her mother took charge of the preparation. Though the table was laden with an abundance of dishes, the fish was the sole delicacy that could not be partaken of casually. Only the highest elder at the table was permitted to take the first bite before the others could indulge. Yang Yuanzheng, having taken the first mouthful of the fish, allowed Chen Shuai to be the second to partake. The 2 youngsters, in their exuberance, resembled guests at a banquet. With their little black bowls before them, they eagerly filled their vessels with various dishes. Observing their culinary enthusiasm, Chen Shuai was suddenly inspired. The way you're eating gives off a festive vibe. I noticed there are sweet potatoes at your grandpa's house. How about I prepare some sweet potato candy for you? Just days prior, they had enjoyed a feast at their grandfather's home. Upon hearing Chen Shuai's suggestion, Tian and Yuan instantly perked up. What child does not delight in the sweet allure of candied treats? How wonderful! Daddy is making candy, they exclaimed. I also wish to help Daddy make candy. However, upon uttering this, their appetite waned. Chen Shuai, somewhat regretful, responded, no need for assistance. Daddy will have it ready in no time. Yang Miaoyun, with a hint of schadenfreude, retorted, aren't you just inviting trouble? Why mention candy when things were fine? Now you must make it immediately. Yang Yuanzheng chuckled heartily, showing a distinct favoritism towards his son-in-law. In the eyes of rural folk, a woman's inability to bear sons is seen as her failing. Given his own circumstances, he felt he could not voice any objections. I believe Chen Shuai is quite right. A girl should be raised with abundance. I shall wait here while you 2 get to work. After all, he cannot cook. Since it was his idea, he ought to handle it. Not only did he abstain from eating, but he also transitioned into babysitting mode. The earlier incident regarding his granddaughter had already slipped his mind. Chen Shuai, with his thick skin, was unfazed by any social conventions. If it were someone else visiting relatives, they would hardly engage in culinary endeavors. The 2 large red sweet potatoes were swiftly peeled, cut in half, and then quartered into rolling chunks. After rinsing them twice, Yang Miaoyun began to kindle the fire. Chen Shuai lifted a large oil barrel and poured a generous bowl of oil into the pot. Having completed this task, he couldn't resist teasing, your mother will surely feel a pang of sympathy upon seeing this. Don't forget to inform her that we use this oil for cooking. Once ingredients have been fried, they cannot go back into the oil barrel. Yang Miaoyun shot him a glare. If your mother sees this, she will undoubtedly feel some concern. How many times will you use this? It could last her several weeks. However, concern is futile. We're not preparing this many delicious dishes for them. The two exchanged light-hearted banter as they continued their task. The sweet potatoes were placed in a colander to drain. Once the oil started to smoke, reaching a temperature of 7/10 hot, Chen Shuai carefully poured in the sweet potatoes along the edge of the pot. As the sweet potatoes entered the pot, the golden soybean oil immediately began to bubble fervently. Under the high temperature of frying, a layer of crispy skin began to form on the surface of the sweet potatoes. The originally white sweet potatoes became adorned with a golden hue in the shimmering oil. The aroma wafting from the frying sweet potatoes was particularly enticing. Although the two little ones were usually prohibited from entering the kitchen, the irresistible fragrance drew them in. "Daddy, what is this? It smells so good," they exclaimed. "It must be delicious. When can we eat, Daddy?" Chen Shuai, ladling out the oil, reassured them. "You can eat very soon, so be patient. Just go back and wait." The girls trusted Chen Shuai implicitly and happily rushed into the main room, chanting excitedly. Chen Shuai poured all the oil into a container and added sugar. Stirring it in one direction with a spatula, the sugar melted swiftly, its color transforming rapidly. Once fully dissolved, the sugar took on a blood-red hue. He then added the fried sweet potatoes and quickly tossed them together. Although this method was somewhat inconvenient, it posed no problem for Chen Shuai. Every piece of sweet potato was coated in a golden glaze. He sprinkled a thin layer of white sugar onto a plate and transferred all the sweet potatoes onto it. The dish, fragrant and sweet, was ready to be served. The sweet treat had to be consumed immediately, otherwise, it would stick together and transform into another dish known as lioli. Chen Shuai called for his mother-in-law to come and have a taste. However, the large platter was simply too much to finish. Young Miaoyun swiftly intervened, for rules in the countryside held great significance. Without rules, chaos ensues. If she desired to eat, she would have already joined for the meal. No woman wished to be the subject of gossip. With a sense of helplessness, Chen Shuai carried the platter indoors. Tian and Yuan could hardly contain their excitement, ready with their chopsticks and small spoons, eager to indulge. "The candy-coated sweet potatoes are here, everyone. Enjoy them while they are hot." The two girls could hardly wait, quickly raising their chopsticks. Their speed was commendable, yet they struggled to grasp the sweet delicacies. The sugar had become particularly sticky at this temperature. Yang Yuanzheng, feeling for his granddaughter, swiftly picked up some sweet potatoes and placed them in their small black bowls. "Eat quickly while it's still hot." The two little ones did not require much encouragement. Though their chopstick skills were not yet refined, they persevered. The sweetness was too hot, so they resorted to shoveling with their chopsticks directly into their mouths, wincing at the heat. "Delicious, Daddy. The candy coating is simply divine," they exclaimed. "So fragrant, truly sweet." Yang Miaoyun took a piece for herself and savored it. It is indeed quite fragrant and sweet, with a chewy texture that is slightly sticky, yet leaves one yearning for more. This flavor truly is a great delight in life. "Father, please don't serve them any more. Those few pieces are already sufficient for them." The old gentleman dotes on his granddaughter immensely, with just a few large chopsticks. Two small black bowls can no longer contain the abundance. The dish of candied sweet potatoes, when lifted, does not stick together, yet when placed together, it tends to adhere. With so much in the small black bowl, transferring it becomes both unappetizing and inconvenient. Fearing that his granddaughter may not have enough to eat, he adds another bowl, filling it with 2 pieces of braised pork. Chen Shuai finds himself both amused and exasperated, remarking that it is already ample. 2 bites from them would be quite sufficient. A balanced mix of meat and vegetables is undoubtedly preferable. Yang Yuanzheng is well aware of this, yet he finds himself utterly unable to resist the charms of his granddaughter. He proceeds to add more vegetables to her plate. 1 small black bowl is insufficient, so he fetches a few more. These bowls are relatively inexpensive and are generally used for banquets. Yang Yuanzheng had procured an entire box of them wholesale. Chen Shuai pours the wine, suggesting that it is unnecessary for him to serve the dishes, allowing Miaoyun to do so instead. "Let us drink together," he insists. This should have been a sentiment expressed by Yang Yuanzheng. It is often said that grandchildren are particularly cherished, and this sentiment rings true. After pouring the wine, Chen Shuai prepares to lift his glass, only to recall his refusal. His eyes are on his granddaughter while his words deny, "1 cup will suffice. If I were to serve every cup, I could not allow you to bring more." He chides playfully, "You keep insisting we are family. This is not how it should be. I am not yet so old that I require your assistance in serving wine. Should that day come, even if you disagree, my 2 granddaughters must serve their grandfather." With the father-in-law having said such, Chen Shuai refrains from serving any more wine. Of course, this is merely politeness. Typically, 3 cups would suffice. In a family setting, this is generally the norm. The two little ones, Tian and Yuan, are relishing their meal, their mouths glistening with grease. The vegetables remain largely untouched, and they eschew the fatty portions of the braised pork, preferring only the lean cuts. Young children have such peculiar tastes. Chen Shuai and the father-in-law are quite content, savoring the fatty bites that the girls have left behind. Young Miaoyun rolls her eyes at the indulgence. You continue to spoil them, she remarks. Other children would be lucky to get a taste of fatty meat, yet they are not so fortunate. Yang Yuanzhen glares at his daughter. Enough, enough. I have just these two granddaughters. Is it wrong for me to show some affection? He insists that her current duty is to ensure Chen Shuai has two robust grandsons. That is the crux of the matter. As a father, he must assert his authority in front of his son-in-law. Yang Miaoyun gazes at him incredulously. It is as if family planning is merely a matter of desire. One cannot simply have children at will. Speaking of family planning, Yang Yuanzheng lowers his voice. Your fourth uncle is the head of the planning office in our town. This minor issue is hardly a concern. Your second uncle, too, serves as the deputy in the city. I have heard that he may soon ascend to the top position. It is not merely a matter of what a father wishes. It is all just a matter of communication. While your second uncle is still in office, any matters must be addressed. As long as no illegal actions are taken, this should not pose a problem. Chen Shuai merely smiles at the side, recognizing that his mother-in-law's family indeed possesses considerable influence. However, Chen Shuai was not particularly concerned. If one desires a certain way of life, one must strive for it. Should one wish for assistance from others, that is permissible. However, he was reluctant to owe anyone a favor. Yang Miaoyun, preparing to rise, showed no hesitation. Our lives, after all, are ours to manage. Unless absolutely necessary, we would not agree to trouble our second uncle. Otherwise, it would provide others with leverage against him, which would be detrimental. Of course, maintaining familial ties is still essential. As Yang Yuanzheng was about to speak, Yang Miaoyun skillfully extracted several pieces of sweet potato from the dish. She then placed some braised pork onto a plate, carrying a substantial portion outside. Zhang Shufan was busy transporting buckets of pig feed to the pig pen. The terrain outside the house was spacious, accommodating 8 or 9 rooms. The pig pen was conveniently situated here, making both feeding and watering particularly easy. You must try the sweet potato. It's made by your son-in-law. Make sure to taste it before feeding, she urged. There are a few left to be fed. Let me assist you. Without waiting for her consent, Yang Miaoyun set down the plate and seized the bucket from her hands. Child, my hands are covered in chaff. How can I eat? Zhang Shufan exclaimed, albeit hastily lifting the plate. She carefully placed it on a stool beneath the entrance, scooped water into the basin, and vigorously washed her hands. Picking up chopsticks from the plate, she sampled a piece of braised pork. This flavor is truly delightful. Later, I must ask Chen Shuai to teach me. Unable to resist, she took another piece of meat. After devouring 2 pieces, Zhang Shufan eagerly indulged in a sweet potato. This taste surpasses even what Tai Tu makes in our village. Compared to ordinary families, their lives were vibrant and flourishing. Grandmother, have you tasted the meat and sweet potato made by Dad? Tian asked, holding a small black bowl and eagerly eating with great delight. It was all lean meat, and the joy was palpable. Her little face was smeared, rendering her mouth nearly invisible. Both girls were not picky and were willing to eat anything, alternating between bites of braised pork and sweet potato. With such a manner, one could hardly perceive them as proper young ladies. As she approached, Zhang Shufan quickly intervened. Grandmother has just finished working and is a bit dirty. You and your sister play for now. Let me clean up and change my clothes. In truth, she bore no unpleasant odor, and her clothes were not excessively dirty, merely some rice husk from feeding the pigs. Nonetheless, she was unwilling, believing that bringing children along in such a state was irresponsible. Mother, please eat quickly. Just as she began to rise, Chen Shuai emerged from the main room. Drinking alone inside was not quite appropriate. All right, you two enjoy your drinks. Do not worry about me. I had a bowl of rice at noon and am not hungry. With that, he carried the plate and thermos to another room. Chen Shuai said little, realizing he could not continuously engage his mother-in-law in conversation. He took the hands of Tian and Yuan, observing their faces smeared with food. He retrieved tissues from his pocket and offered them to the 2 girls. Chapter 111. 2 little demons have arrived. Let us not delay and depart swiftly. I can drink no more. Please take your time, esteemed elder. The 2 of them had already consumed a bottle of wine. Just as Yang Yuan was about to open a second bottle, Chen Shuai declined. Mantu was brought over, and upon closer inspection, it was the same batch that Yang Miaoyun had brought yesterday. Chen Shuai rose to retrieve the mantu from the vehicle. Initially intended for his own consumption, after being steamed for 2 or 3 days, he had yet to enjoy any. Since they had already dined here today, it was only fitting to bring some along. The mantu from yesterday should be left untouched. Let us savor today's offering, along with a few baozi for you to taste. Yang Yuan was only aware of his steaming mantu and was unaware that he had also prepared baozi. Intrigued, he accepted the offering. The baozi was large, exceptionally white and tender. Even before tasting, the aroma of the filling wafted forth enticingly. Unable to contain his eagerness, he took a hearty bite. The flavor of cabbage, vermicelli, and tofu is truly delightful. Each mouthful was bursting with exquisite fragrance. The combination of tofu and cabbage was remarkably savory, intertwining harmoniously. It felt less like consuming baozi and more akin to indulging in a fine pastry. Such baozi, without a doubt, would be splendid anywhere. I have frequented the city numerous times, visiting famed establishments like Zhang S. and Li S. baozi shops. Yet, they pale in comparison to yours. He took another baozi without hesitation, devouring it in one large bite. This one filled with green beans and meat is exceptionally fragrant. Many vendors selling baozi often rely solely on pure meat, leading one to assume that such offerings would be particularly aromatic. However, the reality is quite the opposite. Having tasted your meat baozi, I can confidently declare that the flavor is truly unparalleled. The baozi were substantial. Yang Yuan managed to consume 2 large baozi along with some vegetables, and after a hearty meal, he let out a satisfied burp. Chen Shuai, having devoured a mantu, also expressed his contentment with a burp. The 2 little ones, Tian Sweet and Yuan, had nearly finished their meals. Their small bowls still contained remnants of food, but their little bellies could no longer accommodate more, yet they were reluctant to relinquish their bowls. Chen Shuai observed their antics, bemused. That should suffice. Just look at how much you've eaten. Your faces are barely visible beneath the food. If I weren't familiar with you, I might not even recognize you. Indeed, it's your indulgence that has led to this. Yang Miaoyun, carrying a pig feed bucket, interjected with a hint of annoyance. She was utterly speechless. These are not 2 little princesses. They are indeed 2 little demons. It's getting late. It is already 7 o'clock, and night has fallen, Yang Miaoyun continued. Not yet having set down the pig feed bucket, Zhang Shufan, emerging from the house, immediately chimed in. She had just finished feeding the pigs and had not noticed the time. Upon stepping outside, she realized it had grown dark. In the eyes of the elderly, children must return home before nightfall, as centuries of tradition dictate that unclean entities may appear after dark. Thus, the issue of safety emerges as a paramount concern. Yang Miaoyun places great importance on the safety of her cherished ones. It is better to be cautious than to dismiss potential dangers. After filling a basin with water and soaping her hands, they prepared to depart, with Tian and Yuan diligently washing their hands. Zhang Shufan hurried indoors to retrieve 2 flashlights. Chen Shuai reassured the elderly woman, stating, "There's no need. I have already equipped the front of the vehicle with a flashlight." Given the proximity, they would reach home in just 3 or 4 minutes. Zhang Shufan shook her head, insisting, "That won't do. This flashlight is for the children." She carefully allocated the 2 flashlights, placing one in the basket of the tricycle. "All right, then let us be on our way," Chen Shuai remarked, noting that darkness had descended. They could not afford to delay, as even the 2 to 3 li from his father-in-law's house was not a trivial matter. Chen Shuai activated the lights on the handlebars, while the 2 little ones eagerly turned on their flashlights. Despite the added equipment, the couple did not hesitate and promptly set off. The roar of Chen Shuai's motorcycle tricycle echoed as they quickly left the village, with Yang Miaoyun closely following behind. The flashlight in the basket illuminated the entire tricycle, complemented by the beams from their tiny hands. The 2 children were exceptionally delighted, not just the boy but the girls as well. There was no competition, only harmony, as they shone the lights upon the sky and around them, playfully sweeping the beams in their reach. In their exuberance, they even pointed the lights at their mother. Were it not for Yang Miaoyun's adeptness, she might have stumbled. This behavior irked her, as they had developed a bad habit over the past few days. Unable to contain her frustration, she exclaimed, "Look at you 2. You've become completely unruly. Consider how many bad habits you have adopted and what poor behaviors you exhibit. If you continue to act recklessly, it won't just be indulgence. It will be detrimental to you." This was their first warning, and she declared that if they repeated their transgressions, no plea for leniency would be entertained. Given these circumstances, while corporal punishment may not be necessary, some form of discipline remains essential. Though they had contemplated defending themselves, their mother's stern gaze instilled genuine fear. Her words carried the weight of a serious warning. For Yang Miaoyun seldom spoke with such gravity. By the time she finished her admonitions, they had entered their village. Upon reaching the entrance, the atmosphere was vibrant and bustling, filled with longtime neighbors. Chen Shuai held a certain respect for them. Under his guidance, the two little girls had become acquainted with many villagers, a feat not commonly achieved by children of their age, save for a few mischievous ones. At this hour, everyone had just finished their meals, especially near the village committee where a sizable area was equipped with some exercise apparatus. Though labeled as exercise equipment, it bore little resemblance to what would be seen in later generations. Essentially, it revolves around the parallel and uneven bars. There is little else to speak of. Chen Shuai's residence is not far from the community center, thus he encounters numerous acquaintances. At this hour, one could truly describe the atmosphere as particularly lively. The brief exchange of greetings consumed a good 5 or 6 minutes. Once renowned, Chen Shuai continues to hold a notable reputation. Yet upon his return, one might question whether such exuberance is excessive. I believe it is prudent to exchange a few words before we take our leave. As the head of the household, Chen Shuai had less time for conversation than Yang Miaoyun. He opened the lock and swung the door wide, voicing his thoughts. Yang Miaoyun approached the end of the corridor and switched on the lights. You two shall conclude your visit here for today. After a day filled with frolicking, you are positively reeking. Do avoid inciting your mother's ire, and keep yourselves composed. I shall prepare hot water for your baths. Chapter 112. Awaiting their return, the large pot was thoroughly cleaned and filled to the brim with water. A generous handful of straw was added to ignite the fire, supplemented by several mulberry branches. Soon, a roaring blaze enveloped the pot. Chen Shuai placed a substantial mulberry root inside and gently stirred the contents. Such a sizable root burned with remarkable vigor. Underneath the stove, he meticulously cleared the area with a small stick, thereby significantly enhancing safety. Stepping outside to escape the heat, he tidied up the house. Only then did he gather 2 sets of clothing, preparing to wash them thoroughly. Under the blazing fire, the water in the pot rapidly heated up. Chen Shuai carried a large basin outside to fill with water. Once the entire pot was emptied, he replenished it with another generous supply of water. There was no need for more firewood. No one could act independently in such matters. Chen Shuai then settled on a stool at the kitchen entrance to observe. This was not a gas stove. The kitchen was filled solely with straw and branches. Safety concerns must be prioritized. Moreover, the basin he was using was quite substantial, originally designated for holding fish. With the advent of a large plastic basin, the former was rendered almost obsolete. Although it was utilized daily, it showed little wear and tear, remaining a 6 or 7/10 new basin. Yang Miaoyun, swift and adept, managed the 2 little ones with ease. Indeed, she had become their formidable adversary. Once she spoke, the little ones hardly dared to utter a word. This exemplified the unique authoritative influence a mother possesses. Shall I fetch you some water? She inquired, observing the 2 little ones bathe and don clean clothes. Chen Shuai intended to prepare water for Yang Miaoyun. No need. I think you should go catch some fish now. This way, you won't return too late. You must be back before 11, otherwise, your health may suffer in the long run. Rather than this, I would prefer if you refrained from fishing altogether. This sentiment flickered for the first time in her mind. The task of preparing water was not something Chen Shuai should have been concerned with. Upon hearing this, Yang Miaoyun's face flushed once more. If someone were to overhear her, she would undoubtedly be mortified, her face flushed with embarrassment, and her demeanor visibly reluctant. She spoke with utmost seriousness, her voice barely above a whisper, evoking the impression of someone harboring a guilty secret. Every action was taken with caution, as if fearful of any misstep. Observing his wife's demeanor, Chen Shuai noted that this was not the first time such banter had transpired. Reluctantly, he nodded in agreement, stating that he would take his leave. Next time, your sharp words will surely slip out quietly. How does that sound? He prepared to exit, instructing them to securely lock the door and be mindful of their safety. Equipped and ready, Chen Shuai hurriedly made his way out. Though he had opened his mouth several times, he ultimately swallowed his words. The riverbank was not far, and in about 10 minutes, he arrived there. To save time, Chen Shuai moved swiftly, hauling up everything from the fish trap, which significantly increased his speed. His netting skills had improved considerably since his initial attempts. This time, he was not in pursuit of a large catch and soon departed on his bicycle. He sought lobsters not in the previous creek, as there were 5 fields in the village, each lined with ditches that interconnected. This location, too, was an optimal habitat for lobsters, where various vegetables and fruits were often discarded. During this season, lobsters proliferated abundantly, reaching a point where they seemed inexhaustible. Children, often around 10 years old, also engaged in lobster fishing, using branches tied with a line, the end of which was baited with frog meat. Sundays had become a customary day for boys to venture out in pursuit of lobsters. There were also mischievous ones who would dive right in, unhesitatingly reaching into lobster holes. This activity was notably lucrative as well. In a newly discovered creek, the lobsters were even more plentiful. However, Chen Shuai had little time to fish like the children. By nightfall, lobsters would congregate along the shore and on branches. Particularly along the bank, the larger ditches rarely had many fallen branches. Thus, this evening proved to be quite fruitful, with a bountiful harvest of lobsters. It seemed he would need to purchase some eel traps. With the aid of his headlamp, Chen Shuai spotted numerous large holes along the creek, though he had caught very few in the river. Checking his watch, he noted it was only 10:30. This was the earliest he had ever concluded his endeavors in quite some time. With a preliminary plan forming in his mind, he pedaled his way home, returning in under 10 minutes. His modified bicycle was dual-purpose, capable of being pedaled or powered by fuel. In the fields, a motorcycle was used. And as he approached the village, Chen Shuai was pedaling his bicycle. Although it had grown somewhat heavier, it posed no challenge for him. Not to mention the mere distance of a few steps. Even greater distances could be traversed with the ease of a whirlwind. Arriving home, he gazed over the courtyard wall and noticed the lights still aglow within. It was evident that young Miaoyun had yet to retire for the night. Upon reaching the doorway, she rushed to greet him. Chen Shuai contemplated expressing his thoughts, but ultimately chose silence. As he settled the fish and shrimp, young Miaoyun had already prepared the water for them. Such thoughtful care would touch anyone's heart, and for Chen Shuai, it was truly heartfelt. After washing with soap, he rinsed himself thoroughly, eradicating any lingering fishy scent. The delightful aroma he carried was indeed as he wished. After extinguishing the lights, he prepared for slumber, rising early the following day. Yet before retiring, he mixed several large bowls of dough. Once everything was ready, he finally turned off the lights. The next day, around 3 or 4 in the morning, he quietly gathered his belongings and set off on his bicycle. Once he had cleared the village, he revved the throttle. Riding alone, Chen Shuai moved with remarkable speed. The early morning hours were indeed golden, especially before 7 o'clock, when time seemed to pass swiftly. At this pace, he felt a sense of ease. He arrived at his stall nearly half an hour earlier than the previous day. Rising early, he departed at dawn. Yet, despite his swift progress, Chen Shuai felt an undercurrent of dissatisfaction. He had no time to lament and immediately set to work. There were items to be removed from the stall, as well as new arrivals. He was handling tasks meant for several individuals, a common scenario for anyone. Fortunately, after about half an hour, the 2 older ladies from the previous day finally appeared. Chapter 113, $1 more for you. The boss meets a kindred spirit with the assistance of the 2 ladies. Chen Shuai's pace quickened considerably. From start to finish, the 2 women participated almost in unison. With 2 people working, tasks were distributed more meticulously, leading to a more harmonious collaboration. With more hands, the work was manageable, and by 5 o'clock, they began selling. Today, there were quite a few customers. Even before the products were fully displayed, patrons were arriving. Chen Shuai had built a reputation during his few days here, particularly among the local gentlemen who relished his offerings. As before, a long queue formed. By 7:30, the sales had concluded entirely. "Let us eat, dear ladies," Chen Shuai said as he tidied up and beckoned them to dine. He had prepared a generous meal, considering their early arrival. He took 6 yuan from his pocket and said, "Aunt Li, Aunt Zhang, you have come so early today. I shan't say much else. Your work today has been truly exceptional. Such capability is indeed unparalleled. Originally, I intended to offer you more, but I am just at the beginning of my journey. There remains much to be accomplished ahead. As long as the 2 ladies do not find it distasteful, their wages will undoubtedly increase over time. They have little to occupy their time at home, which is why they arrived so early today. 2 yuan for nearly 2 hours of work is quite satisfactory. After all, being idle at home is still idleness. I had no intention of being overly ambitious in my earnings." Who could have anticipated that Chen Shuai would unexpectedly give an additional yuan? Such an act is rather extravagant. Indeed, even for this brief period, 2 yuan is already quite substantial. If more were to be offered, it would become somewhat inappropriate. How much one earns is their own affair. We must not be overly greedy. Though they live in the city, at the core, they remain farmers. In their youth, they were indeed farmers too. Chen Shuai shook his head, stating that it simply would not do. After working for such a long time early in the morning, giving them 2 yuan still left him feeling somewhat guilty. Their early arrival and diligent work deserved recognition. Persuaded by Chen Shuai, they reluctantly accepted the money. They are accustomed to rising early, and with money in hand, their resolve to follow Chen Shuai through life strengthened. This morning was particularly early, and they were not even hungry. A light meal was sufficient, and they could eat no more. In a short span of time, dozens of people arrived inquiring about work. Hence, after finishing their meal, Chen Shuai promptly gathered his belongings and departed. Remaining any longer would require incessant explanations. Having set objectives for necessary purchases, he swiftly acquired everything he needed. Upon exiting the wholesale market, Chen Shuai spotted the hardware market across the street. He rode his bicycle directly over. He stopped at a sizable hardware store named Jinxing. This store was also quite large, which aligns with Chen Shuai's habit of preferring to shop at larger establishments. The larger the store, the fairer the prices tend to be. As the owner, a young man in his late 20s, opened the shop early in the morning, customers began to arrive. He greeted them with sincere enthusiasm, his face beaming with a smile. "Welcome. What can I assist you with today?" Chen Shuai surveyed the myriad of products within the store. "Do you have energy-saving bulbs?" he inquired. In this day and age, most people still rely on incandescent bulbs, which emit light through a tungsten filament encased in a round glass. Few households have encountered alternative bulbs. The owner's smile broadened. "You've come to the right place. I happen to have energy-saving bulbs. It may sound amusing, but their sales are quite low. The average person typically finds them unnecessary or lacks trust in such bulbs, as they seem unrealistic. What they fail to realize is that these bulbs have a significantly longer lifespan and are more energy efficient, costing only 2 to 3 times more. The most significant aspect is that this light bulb is exceptionally bright, emanating a brilliant, snow-white light rather than the dim, yellowish glow of incandescent bulbs. It evokes a sense of comfort and an enhanced sense of style. It is rare to encounter a kindred spirit. He is eager to embellish every benefit he knows about this product." Chen Shuai finds himself both amused and bewildered, as he possesses a greater understanding of the bulb's capabilities than the owner himself. However, the current technology and aesthetic appeal have not yet reached an elevated level of modernity. Energy-saving bulbs, as they stand, are merely circular tubes. The higher the wattage, the thicker and longer the tube becomes. When Chen Shuai spoke, the owner finally recognized that he had been somewhat overly enthusiastic. The energy-saving bulbs come in sets of 2 at 15 watts, 1 at 20 watts, and 1 at 30 watts, amounting to 4 energy-saving bulbs in total. The owner was momentarily taken aback, pausing for a moment before he began to search frantically around him. After about 3 or 4 minutes, he finally managed to produce 5 energy-saving bulbs, brimming with excitement, yet tinged with a deep sense of apology. All 5 bulbs were placed on the table. The owner was unaware that Chen Shuai had originally ordered over a dozen energy-saving bulbs. Since the store's opening 3 months ago, only a few had been sold. Moreover, the wattage offered was not as substantial. Even wholesalers and factories do not supply such high wattages. Perhaps, in the future, there may be access to greater wattage. All of these bulbs are 20 watts. They are remarkably bright and guaranteed to last 5 to 6 years without issue. I can assure you of a 2-year brightness warranty. Within this period, provided the failure is not due to human error, I will replace any defective bulbs at no cost. Purchasing 4 today makes you the most significant customer since the store's opening. As for the price, it is exceptionally favorable. This establishment primarily operates as a wholesaler. Here, you can acquire a bulb for 1 yuan, while in a regular hardware store, it would cost at least 2 or even 3 yuan. While speaking, he hastily began to open the packaging, testing each bulb as performance. Typically, standard households utilize bulbs with a cross-shaped base, and Chen Shuai's home is no exception. So there was no need for further scrutiny. He processed the invoice for the bulbs and inscribed the start and end dates with a pen at the top of each bulb. Once this was accomplished, he carefully placed the 4 bulbs into a box, then sought out a cardboard carton, filling it with soft paper for protection. Such meticulous packing would lead an observer to believe it contained antiques. The level of safety ensured that even if it were tossed about, it would remain unscathed. Finally, the packaging was complete, and he felt a sigh of relief wash over him. "Sir, each bulb is priced at 1 yuan, totaling 4 yuan. He spoke while casting a concerned glance at Chen Shuai, fearing he might suddenly change his mind. Chen Shuai found this price agreeable, noting that he would have to pay at least 2 yuan for the same bulbs in a typical hardware store. Rather than handing over the money immediately, he continued, "I almost forgot. Please include a flashlight as well. Additionally, I would like 6 batteries." The proprietor was utterly delighted. The flashlight was intended for guests, equipped with 3 size 1 batteries. Furthermore, the purchase of an additional 6 batteries indicated that Chen Shuai possessed more than 1 flashlight at home. The flashlight was vacuum sealed, ensuring that it would retain its charge for 2 to 3 years as long as it remained unopened. Each flashlight cost 5 yuan, while each size 1 battery was priced at 50 cents. Chen Shuai produced 12 yuan. The owner, visibly excited, remarked, "You are indeed the largest individual buyer aside from my wholesale customers, and thus, I offer you wholesale prices." With money in hand, Chen Shuai felt a sense of reassurance. The light bulbs had not been selling well. Despite being on the shelf for quite some time, he had been unable to sell even a dozen. However, the sale of 4 bulbs in a single day left him feeling quite exhilarated. In addition to the bulbs, he had also purchased batteries, marking a true auspicious beginning for his venture. As Chen Shuai carried the freshly acquired bulbs, he inquired, "Considering my substantial purchase, wouldn't you think of offering me a little something extra? I'm not asking for much, perhaps a few meters of wire and a couple of switches?" Chapter 114. You are the largest individual buyer. Chen Shuai boldly contemplated once more. He was undoubtedly a skilled negotiator. Receiving a few meters of wire with such a large purchase seemed reasonable. However, he also expressed a desire for additional switches. Observing Chen Shuai's considerable purchase, the owner felt somewhat tempted. In reality, switches were quite inexpensive, costing merely a few cents each, so providing him with 2 or 3 would not be a significant loss. Chen Shuai understood that this transaction would not be a one-off deal. After a moment of thought, the owner proposed, "How about this? I'll give you 3 switches, but I cannot part with the wire." Chen Shuai sported a radiant smile. "I don't need a long length. I merely require enough for minor household electrical connections. A mere 10 meters will suffice." His request nearly left the owner in disbelief. Apologetically, he replied, "I'm afraid I cannot provide such a long length of wire. However, I do have a few meters of old wire available. Rest assured, it is all in good condition." Chen Shuai could only nod in agreement. "All right then. Since switches are not costly, could you add 2 more for me?" Regardless of his finances, Chen Shuai was a firm believer in bargaining. He always maintained that one should never shy away from negotiating. The owner, realizing that offering a few meters of old wire was not an extravagant concession, hesitated briefly before stating, "Let us see. This type of switch is the most advanced available. The round ones are durable and can last for decades. So I want to provide you with more than that. You can have 2 round switches and 2 of the squeeze type. I really cannot give you any additional ones." As he spoke, he retrieved the wire. Though somewhat worn, Chen Shuai could discern that the wire was of acceptable quality. Bundled together, it seemed to measure around 6 or 7 meters in total. Chen Shuai felt quite pleased with the amount the owner had agreed to part with. Exiting the hardware store, he checked the time on his small clock. Originally set to conclude at around 7 o'clock, the proceedings had dragged on until 8:50. Chen Shuai, unwilling to linger any longer, started his vehicle, hastening towards home. After a span of 7 or 8 minutes, the 3-wheeled cart came to a halt at a gas station. He retrieved a plastic barrel from the compartment. In this era, a city might possess only a scant few gas stations. The streets seldom witnessed cars. Rather, motorcycles dominated the scene. Nowadays, refueling was entirely reliant on plastic barrels, as there were no fueling machines available. Chen Shuai instructed the attendant, "Fill the plastic barrel to the brim and ensure the vehicle's tank is full." This 3-wheeler was a modified original motorcycle, capable of traversing 200 to 300 kilometers on a full tank. The attendant's demeanor was quite pleasant, likely attributable to their low wages. Only 2 elderly women were present to serve. They meticulously filled the barrel, ensuring it was brimming, and did the same for the tank. The fuel was dispensed into the plastic barrel, with the proprietor having pre-weighed it to determine the price per barrel. Chen Shuai's barrel was spotless, and after it was filled according to the weight displayed, he inquired about the pricing based on the size of their barrels. After settling the payment, he started the engine, confident that all matters had been resolved. As he accelerated, the vehicle sped forth with great swiftness, especially once he exited the city, almost in the blink of an eye. The roar of the engine stirred the surrounding wild grasses. Such velocity was unattainable by bicycle. The smooth, yellow earth was sparsely populated, rendering the terrain relatively level. As the vehicle surged forward, it kicked up a cloud of dust. Occasionally, a passerby would catch only a glimpse of Chen Shuai's silhouette. Upon returning home, his hair was tousled, resembling a bird's nest. Tian and Yuan flitted around him, clamoring for their father's embrace. After unloading the cart, Chen Shuai finally had a moment to catch his breath. He grasped a light bulb and climbed atop a tall chair to remove the bulb from above. This sudden action piqued the curiosity of his 2 little ones, and even young Miaoyun was taken aback. Wasn't the light bulb functioning well? Why has it been taken down? Before she could voice her question, Chen Shuai had already replaced it with a white energy-saving bulb. It appeared less aesthetically pleasing than the original incandescent bulb. "What type of bulb is this? It looks rather unappealing. Could it possibly be an energy-saving bulb?" She was aware, having attended high school in the city, that evening study sessions necessitated a certain familiarity with light bulbs. Chen Shuai descended from the chair and confirmed, "Indeed, this is an energy-saving bulb. Our incandescent bulbs emit too dim a light. This one is much more comfortable. The difference is apparent at night, even if it remains unseen during the day. This light is quite bright." Tian and Yuan, filled with eager curiosity, tilted their heads and inquired, Is this bulb truly so extraordinary, father? Chen Shuai nodded affirmatively. You will understand its significance when night falls. Have you had breakfast? This is what I brought back for you today. He had specifically set aside this meal for his daughters, who had indeed already eaten, each having a bowl of thin porridge. Upon seeing the breakfast brought home by their father, the two children immediately shook their heads and then nodded. It was unclear whether they had already eaten or not. Regardless, when Chen Shuai offered the food, the two little ones rushed over eagerly. Miaoyun glared at him, saying, "Look at you. We are clearly already full. With all this fuss, we won't need lunch at all." However, Chen Shuai held a different opinion. He knew they must have had porridge for breakfast. Taking Miaoyun's hand, he sat down on a chair, insisting, "You should eat more. You can't have porridge every day. Children have insatiable appetites. They will be hungry again soon after eating." He had intended to say more, but upon reflection, he realized how accurate his statement was. Miaoyun, feeling somewhat aggrieved, replied, "Yes, you are absolutely right. I should not have acted this way. From now on, I will consult with you on any matter. This morning, I thought it would be fine to just have a little." Having said this, she left him little room for further retort. Chen Shuai felt a mix of affection and amusement. "My dear, remember this. My life is devoted to you both. We cannot live like others. Having only 2 meals a day, that is simply unfeasible. Let us put it this way. We are not brought into this world to suffer, but to relish life." He held on to Miaoyun's hand, unwilling to let go. Suddenly, Yuan leaned in, making a funny face that startled Miaoyun. Coming back to her senses, she realized that Chen Shuai was holding her hand firmly. In the past, she would have blushed profusely at such a gesture, but this time, to Chen Shuai's surprise, she did not resist. Yuan leaned closer, and Tian followed suit, their little heads pushing together. Miaoyun felt her composure slipping. Even when Chen Shuai released her hand, she instinctively moved back, maintaining a certain distance. "Show me what delicious food you have today," despite having just eaten porridge. Chen Shuai's words made her genuinely feel a pang of hunger. The amount he brought back was indeed quite substantial. Mama San began to distribute the food, and the earlier chaos had completely vanished. Now, the atmosphere was one of maternal kindness and filial piety, creating a scene of harmony. Observing Mama San's hearty appetite, Chen Shuai spoke again. "For lunch, I will make you all some hand-pulled noodles. It is my specialty." When he had run the restaurant, it had been the first dish he mastered. Tian and Yuan, with their wide eyes, looked up at their father, asking, "You mean the noodles are pulled out?" This was a perfectly valid question. Faced with the cleverness of his two little treasures, Chen Shuai realized it could indeed be understood that way. "So, save a little room in your bellies." By now, it was already past 10 o'clock. Hearing that there would be more delicious food, the two clever girls immediately ceased their eating. They knew their father well. If he mentioned it, it must be particularly scrumptious. The buns in their hands no longer seemed appealing. Watching the two little foodies, Chen Shuai felt a swell of pride. Simply by saying this, they have now come to understand. If it is spoken by their father, then the dish must undoubtedly be delectable. Miaoyun finds herself at a loss with these two little food enthusiasts. "I'll take a quick shower, and then we can go out for a stroll." It was still early, and Chen Shuai had not prepared lunch. A bowl of noodles, in Chen Shuai's capable hands, was effortless to make. He tidied up the small room, which originally served as a storage space. Now, situated near the well, Miaoyun had cleaned it thoroughly today. This small room was to be utilized as a shower area, albeit in a somewhat rudimentary manner for the time being. With an abundance of items in the house, there was no cause for concern. The 3 small tiled rooms provided ample space, not to mention the additional 3 tiled rooms. There was no shortage of accommodation for whatever belongings they possessed. Chen Shuai fetched the largest water bucket from home, filling it to the brim with 3 large buckets of water before it began to overflow. He gathered his tools and, using a hammer and chisel, deftly carved through the ground. After a series of strikes, the path was cleared, with the water flowing. It could be considered a basic bathing area. He replaced all the light bulbs, quickly swapping out the one that had likely been broken for quite some time. It would be splendid to have an electric shower, or perhaps a solar one. Contemplating solar energy, Chen Shuai pondered how long it would take to become functional. Of course, that was not feasible at the moment. Many people would fill a bucket with well water in the morning and let it sit in the sun. By the end of the day, it would be pleasantly warm. When poured into a pot, it heated up considerably faster. Chen Shuai currently did not require hot water. He fetched a bucket of water for a simple rinse. The shower water flowed out through the newly carved drainage, and in just 2 or 3 minutes, Chen Shuai had finished his shower. He emerged in a fresh, clean outfit. Clothes make the man, they say, and this attire, worn merely 3 or 4 times, appeared particularly new at that moment. Miaoyun gazed at him, somewhat captivated. What is a handsome man? This must surely be the epitome of one. Do refrain from wearing that patched garment again. I noticed you still have 6 or 7 outfits. From now on, wear such clothes while working. Next time, I'll accompany you to the shop. I've seen you hesitate to purchase several times. If it continues like this, it goes without saying that we, as a family, won't buy anything either. You are the head of the household, the pillar of strength. If you don't dress well or eat well, then it matters not how beautifully we dress or how well we eat. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, do take a moment to reflect. We, at least, are indifferent and do not care. Such admonishments compelled Chen Shuai to take heed. All right, I shall remember this. No matter what, he would commit this to memory. With Chen Shuai as promise secured, she finally felt at ease. Chen Shuai gazed upon the mountains behind the village and suddenly inquired earnestly, "What do you think the profits would be from leasing this mountain?" The unexpected question left young Miaoyun momentarily perplexed, for she had never harbored such grand ambitions. Consequently, she found herself at a loss for an answer. Yet, it soon dawned on her the daunting yet exhilarating nature of the inquiry. With her large eyes blinking, she responded, "I believe our current life is quite satisfactory. You earn several hundred yuan a day, and we, as a family of 3, are truly content. Honestly, this happiness is quite extraordinary. A life like this is not something everyone can provide. At this rate, in just 2 or 3 months, we shall become individuals of considerable means. Within a year or 2, you could be the wealthiest in the village." The mention of wealth stirred excitement in her, even though becoming a millionaire seemed out of reach. Nonetheless, for a wife, such a prospect appeared undeniably appealing, especially in Chen Shuai's case. No woman would be inclined to take such risks. They are simply women, after all, desiring nothing more than a peaceful existence and a happy family. Young Miaoyun's expression grew serious. How should I put this? I truly feel the risks are too significant. Chapter 115. A tour for everyone's praise. The astute young Miaoyun quickly grasped Chen Shuai's intentions. Deep down, she yearned for stability. That was of paramount importance to her. She feared that their secure life might be jeopardized. Her delicate forehead creased with worry. Chen Shuai looked at her with a hint of concern. "I haven't proposed anything definite. I was merely sharing my thoughts. You seem eager to accompany me daily, yet I am not particularly keen on that. Engaging in such small-scale trade could indeed provide for the family. In this era, it might even lead to a moderately prosperous life, but that was not his aspiration." Chen Shuai tended to keep his innermost thoughts to himself, revealing vulnerability he rarely showed to others. However, young Miaoyun was different. She was now the closest person to him. "All right, I will fully support you," she suddenly declared, her earlier reluctance evaporating, though she was uncertain about the inner turmoil she had just experienced. Chen Shuai had intended to revisit the topic later, but young Miaoyun's unexpected support brought him immense comfort. This was the sensation of being trusted. This was the essence of love. As for Tian Tian and Yuan Yuan, they could hardly contain their excitement, circling around Chen Shuai. "Daddy, when are we going out to play?" Tian Tian asked impatiently, her big eyes fixed on him, echoing her sister's sentiments. Chen Shuai crouched down, embracing each of them with one arm. "Come, let us explore the village." Upon hearing this, their delight was palpable. They had never had the opportunity to wander about before. It was only on a few occasions that Chen Shuai had taken them through the village. Now, the prospect of an outing filled them with joy. "Daddy, when are we going out? Where shall we go to play?" Chen Shuai kissed each of them on the cheek, one on the left and one on the right. The 2 sisters, with their small hands gently caressing their faces, playfully turned their little pale faces. Chen Shuai, gazing at their adorable visages, burst into hearty laughter. "All right, let us embark on our journey." He turned to young Miaoyun, wishing to invite her along. Young Miaoyun quickly shook her head, exclaiming, "You go ahead. It would be rather inappropriate for me to tag along. Make sure you return promptly, don't take too long." With their mother declining the invitation, the trio of father and daughters hummed a merry tune as they stepped out, feeling particularly proud. As they exited, Chen Shuai's second aunt happened to be emerging as well. "Hello, second aunt," chirped Tian Tian and Yuan Yuan in sweet voices. "We're off to have some fun. Would you care to join us?" This brought a cheerful gleam to her face. The 2 little darlings were indeed exceptionally well behaved. "No, second aunt shall not join. You go ahead," she replied. Yuan Yuan, ever chatty, leaned forward, waving her little arms. "Second aunt, later at noon, Daddy is preparing to make hand-pulled noodles. You must come over to taste." This left her, as an elder, feeling a bit bewildered, grasping her headscarf in confusion. "What kind of noodles are you speaking of? Hand-pulled noodles? I've neither tasted nor seen such a thing. Once you prepare them, I must have a bite." The prospect of tasting the dish made Yuan Yuan particularly joyful. Even as they ventured further away, she reminded her second aunt not to forget. With a kiss of affection from Chen Shuai, they traveled a short distance before reaching the village committee. The small square was bustling with a considerable crowd, comprising individuals of all ages. Men and women held fans, while stools were brought from their homes. Naturally, everyone present was familiar with Chen Shuai, accompanied by his two daughters. He greeted the gathering with warmth. In this village, Chen Shuai held a respectable standing. Nearly all in attendance addressed him with reverence. Only a few elderly gentlemen were referred to as uncle or elder by him. Tian and Yuan, without needing prompting, understood their place and respectfully greeted those they ought to. Receiving compliments from those present, Chen Shuai made his way into the village committee office. "Second uncle, are you on duty here, or merely idling?" he inquired upon unexpectedly entering the village head's office. Seated within was an elderly gentleman in his 60s, the village secretary, Chen Yongyan. Upon hearing the voice, he looked up, and, upon seeing Chen Shuai at the doorway, broke into a smile. Setting aside his pen, he welcomed, "Chen Shuai, come in and take a seat." As he spoke, he prepared to pour tea for Chen Shuai. However, Chen Shuai, quicker on the draw, poured 2 cups himself. "No, I cannot allow you to serve me, esteemed elder." His eyes wandered to the corner where a large bottle of soda rested. Such bottled soda was a favorite among children, a luxury only afforded by generous households. Typically, the soda consumed was packaged in bags, resembling the convenience of bagged soy sauce or vinegar. This bottled beverage, a sparkling concoction of white and yellow, cost 20 cents per bottle. Chen Shuai, ever unpretentious, readily seized 2 bottles and bit off the caps. "Here, the soda flows freely. Uncle, do you have any Jianlibo soda?" he inquired. "This quality simply does not befit your stature and surroundings. If not, perhaps you have a few bottles of Waha?" Chen Yongyan's expression shifted, his displeasure unmistakable as he regarded Chen Shuai. The availability of this soda was a rare act of benevolence from his superiors. "Jianlibo, Waha, those were mere fantasies. I've heard tales of your recent fortune, young man, raking in hundreds in a single day. Why not sponsor a bottle for me?" Chen Shuai reached for another soda, popped the cap, and drank heartily. Upon witnessing her father indulge, the 2 girls followed suit, sipping delicately and savoring the fizz. Chen Shuai finished his drink without hesitation. "No worries, a few bottles of soda are trivial. If uncle wishes for some, I can easily bring a few cases to your home." His generosity made Chen Yongyan feel somewhat bashful, prompting a swift change of subject. "What brings you here today? Do come by my place for a drink." Chen Shuai eagerly agreed, stating, "To be honest, uncle, I've been fishing at Qinglong Lake for the past few days. I still have 2 fish at home. I'll bring them to you." The saying goes, one does not seek out favors without reason, and Chen Shuai's visit exemplified this notion. "Do you have something to discuss? If so, speak up. If not, I shall return home for dinner." Chen Shuai opened 2 bottles of soda, one for himself and one for Chen Yongyan, who felt a pang of regret at the thought of such precious soda being consumed. "Enough, enough. Do you treat this as mere water? A case contains 12 bottles. Enough for our village committee for an entire week. At this rate, you'll finish it all in no time." Chapter 116, "It's too much to ask, truly. Look at you. So miserly," Chen Shuai remarked lightly. "In truth, I do have something to discuss with you." Chen Yongyan rolled his eyes in annoyance. "Speak, what is it? Do you have business as well?" He urged Chen Shuai to be quick, threatening to leave if he remained silent. Chen Shuai shrugged nonchalantly. "Why the hurry? Are you eager to see Aunt?" His jesting tone belied any concern for the elder's feelings, which only irked Chen Yongyan further. "Your audacity grows by the day. Just wait and see how I handle you." After a few playful exchanges, Chen Shuai resumed, "Hurry up. If you don't speak, I will take my leave." Observing Chen Yongyan's impatience, he finally asked, "I merely wish to inquire how much it would cost to lease the back mountain of our village for a year." "Certainly. I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely wish to inquire." Chen Yongyan promptly rose to his feet, his eyes blinking as he spoke. "This mountain belongs to the collective. I cannot make decisions unilaterally. So, you were contemplating the back mountain? I can only tell you that it is particularly challenging. The mountain is abundant with various medicinal herbs, wild fruits, bamboo, and more. If it were to be leased to certain individuals, others would undoubtedly oppose it. Everyone here has benefited considerably from the mountain. Severing this source would not be agreeable to anyone, regardless of who takes over. Thus, I suggest you abandon this line of thought." Chen Shuai displayed a knowing expression. He held little hope. The current level of openness falls far short of the necessary requirements. Just as Chen Shuai was about to rise, Chen Yongyan remarked, "I wonder what your intentions are with such a vast mountain. If you do not require a specific mountain, I could consider leasing you some land, or perhaps a fish pond." Chen Yongyan surmised that Chen Shuai's inquiries were indeed self-serving. However, The matter was too significant for him to take responsibility. Should he make a decision on such a scale, his standing in the village would undoubtedly diminish, despite their shared ancestry. This would be entirely futile. Chen Shuai looked at him and inquired, "How much land can be allocated? If possible, I would be satisfied with several dozen acres. There is no need to rush. We can proceed in this manner." Chen Yongyan blinked, visibly displeased. "My dear boy, are you not speaking nonsense in broad daylight? I have no capacity to grant you several dozen acres. Do you wish to cultivate the land?" Chen Shuai shook his head. "I possess no knowledge of farming or agricultural crops. Given your anxious demeanor, I cannot sell it. Thus, regarding safety, you need not worry, uncle." His words were uttered with an air of finality, as if already settled. Chen Yongyan blinked, no longer feeling hungry. How could he have forgotten that Chen Shuai was indeed quite the scoundrel? Anger was not an option now. He had just stated that he could provide land. Yet in a blink, his words seemed to hold no weight. Regardless of the situation, this was surely unacceptable. The village still had vacant land, but not in such abundance. Chen Shuai recognized this and stood up. He was not one to beg others. Once he voiced his request, he would not press if the answer was no. Observing Chen Shuai rise, Chen Yongyan felt a twinge of embarrassment. He glanced out the window and lowered his voice. "Let us do this. We will discuss the detailed plans further. Whenever you have time, we can have a thorough conversation." There were layers to his words, and Chen Shuai discerned the answer he sought. He then took the young boy's hand. "Very well, we shall take our leave now. I intend to dine at your home this evening, uncle." The father and daughter emerged, and indeed, some gazes were cast their way. Chen Shuai's reputation in the village was quite notorious. In any case, one must seize the opportunity. There is no way they would relent otherwise. Indeed, this is the sentiment of Chen Shuai, reflected in his actions. Little do they know, the Chen Shuai of today is not the same person they once knew. Upon emerging from the house, he observed the expressions of those gathered, recognizing their unspoken thoughts. "Everyone, please enjoy yourselves here. I shall take my leave," he announced. It was the height of noon, and Chen Shuai had no time to engage in their idle chatter. Instead of heading straight home, he cradled Tian and Yuan in his arms. "Let us take a stroll to your great-grandfather's house. In just half a month, we will be lending a hand there." Tian and Yuan had only heard about it from others and were unaware of the specifics, having met their great-grandfather and great-uncle only once before. "All right, let us go to great-grandfather S for the 8 big bowls. When can we eat the 8 big bowls?" Chen Shuai observed their eager expressions and playfully tapped their little heads. "Why is it that you're always thinking about food and fun?" Tian chimed in earnestly. "Sister is absolutely right." Chen Shuai shook his head. "I have yet to inquire about the exact timing. Since we have the opportunity today, let us go and take a look." Initially, they held hands, but in less than 100 meters, the two little ones grew reluctant to continue. "You two are quite lazy, aren't you? It's merely a few steps. Why the reluctance?" "Very well, I shall continue to carry you both," he decided. Although their village was not particularly large, the adults managed well enough, while the children would undoubtedly tire quickly. Held in Chen Shuai's embrace, they thoroughly enjoyed the journey, laughing and chatting until they reached the familiar entrance. Only then did he set them down. "Let us 3 go inside. I cannot tell you the specific time. That is a matter for your great-grandfather." With that, Chen Shuai pushed open the large gate. The people in the courtyard, seated on stools, were engaged in conversation. Upon seeing the door swing open, they turned in unison to look. "Here comes the handsome one. Come, take a seat. I was just thinking about inviting you over today," called out his third uncle, Chen Guoying. A smile adorned Chen Shuai's face. "Uncle, Auntie, you are all at home. Is Dolly also here?" His greeting brought evident joy to them. Tian and Yuan, ever so well behaved, approached, exclaiming, "Hello, great-grandfather. Hello, great-grandmother. Hello, little uncle." Their adorable demeanor brought immense delight to the family. "Come here quickly and sit down. Great-grandmother will fetch you some candy." Chapter 117. Proclaiming everywhere, father made noodles at noon. "Not just yet. I'll be on my way shortly. I've heard that Dolly is preparing to get married." Chen Guoying nodded in affirmation. "Yes, next month. I was just discussing this matter with your younger brother. That lad even mentioned extending an invitation to you. Your presence here is truly wonderful. Please, take a seat." Chen Shuai, displaying no hesitation, pulled up a chair and seated himself. Tian and Yuan had already been whisked away by their third grandmother in search of food. Accepting the tea that Dolly handed to him, Chen Shuai inquired, "On which specific day?" "I would like to come as well." His cousin, Chen Dolly, responded hurriedly, "Brother, rest assured, I will inform you of any matters concerning my younger brother at the earliest opportunity. When the time comes to host relatives, we shall rely on your assistance." Chen Shuai nodded, showing no sign of formality. His statement held truth. It would not be he who faced embarrassment in such an affair, but rather the others involved. Given Chen Shuai's status as a junior member of the family, he was obliged to heed the arrangements made. Their third uncle, Chen Guoying, interjected. We are preparing for the 8th of next month. We still have not secured a chef. Recently, there have been numerous celebrations and funerals, making it quite challenging to extend invitations. Chen Shuai noted this as well. Despite it not being a festive season, the number of events was surprisingly high. However, this was a matter belonging to others, and he could only offer a suggestion. Are both families in our village busy? What about the neighboring villages? The 2 families in our village happen to have engagements during that time. I haven't inquired about the nearby farms yet. I was planning to ask today. Chen Shuai stood up and said, All right then, please do let me know when the time comes. I fear I might forget, and it would be embarrassing if outsiders were to laugh. He continued, I shall return home to prepare dinner. I still have business to attend to later. I noticed the wheat in the fields has turned golden. Isn't it time to harvest? We have just over 3 mu of land. It should take about 2 days to finish the work. Here, each family manages over an acre. Being an only child without siblings, Chen Shuai benefited from his grandparents' land, which allowed him to cultivate 3 mu, including mulberry and vegetable plots. Meanwhile, Chen Guiying possessed a larger expanse, with 1 son and 3 daughters. And over the past 2 years, their brothers had lent a hand. Now, Chen Shuai had come to a realization. They could assist, but should not shoulder the entire burden. He voiced, It seems we should begin preparations soon. I noticed that the neighboring village has already started. I checked the fields yesterday. They are nearly ready for harvest. Ruffling his hair, he added, Tomorrow evening and the morning after should have favorable temperatures. I'll start the harvest. Uncle, would you like to join me? Chen Shuai's determination left his uncle somewhat dazed. In their village, no family had yet commenced harvesting, as everyone preferred to wait until others began before taking action themselves. This collective approach fostered motivation and minimized mistakes. Otherwise, I reckon it won't be long, perhaps 3 days, before someone else starts. Chen Shuai picked up a freshly washed green apple and took a hearty bite, waving his hand dismissively. Since it is ready for harvest, I won't linger. We cannot simply wait for others to act first. His third aunt's face broke into a smile of satisfaction. What you say is true. I can see it is indeed time to harvest. The weather has been relatively cool these past few days, but it is expected to heat up again soon. The silkworms are preparing to spin their cocoons, which will undoubtedly keep us busier. If we could expedite the process by 2 or 3 days, we might accomplish half of our tasks, allowing for a more relaxed pace later on. As the silkworms prepare to cocoon, Chen Shuai finds himself in a rather helpless situation. He is particularly lackadaisical, despite having over an acre of mulberry fields at home, which he has entirely entrusted to his uncles for their care. They tend to the silkworms and can afford to feed them more generously. Of course, during the winter, all the mulberry branches must be pruned by them, and everything is brought back to Chen Shuai, stacked neatly at the entrance. Chen Shuai observes the children joyfully indulging in snacks and calls to them, Let us return home to prepare lunch. It will be warm today, so you can visit your grandmother's house. Upon mentioning lunch, Yuan excitedly waves her little hands. Grandma, Daddy said he will make hand-pulled noodles for lunch, and you must come over for a bowl. Although she is unfamiliar with hand-pulled noodles, her enthusiasm as a child remains undiminished. The little ones genuinely adore their grandmother, and though she may not know what hand-pulled noodles are, their excitement is palpable. As the month draws to a close, there are only a few days until your uncle's wedding, where they eagerly anticipate the feast of 8 dishes. The 2 children can hardly contain their excitement, having visited their grandmother's house several times and become utterly enchanted. This is the time when children relish the prospect of improved meals. Sweet immediately raises her small hand. Grandma, Daddy really cooks exceptionally well. Why not let him prepare the meal for you? The 2 girls hold their father in the highest regard, convinced that no one could possibly cook better than he does. Their assertion, albeit unspoken, is remarkably accurate. In his previous life, Chen Shuai was a chef of considerable insight, having earned a notable reputation through his culinary skills. Ultimately, he established a chain of several hundred hotels, which merely constitutes a subsidiary of his larger enterprise. The admiration of his daughters does not necessarily imply that he is revered by others. Moreover, given that his uncles are getting married, it is unlikely that he will take charge of the kitchen. Shaking his head, he remarked, I possess some culinary skills. Yet when it comes to family banquets, I cannot compare to them. Chen Shuai humbly expressed this without any pretense, clearly conveying his thoughts. He indeed possesses the capability and his skills are commendable, but he harbors a reluctance to engage in the cooking himself. Sweet's comment suddenly jogged Chen Guiying's memory. Ah yes, I recall you once studied under the renowned chef Chen Dalu from our village. That old master was the finest chef for miles around. Surely you must have hosted several banquets together? Unfortunately, that esteemed chef passed away last year. As he spoke, he couldn't help but observe Chen Shuai's expression. Although Chen Shuai had been rather lackadaisical during that time, he was still quite dedicated, having spent several days at the old man's home. Chen Shuai's future success is undoubtedly linked to the solid foundation and exceptional rural skills he acquired. Chen Shuai's third aunt also recalled this and smiled, saying, "It seems indeed true. If I cannot find a chef, handsome boy, you must not let the event fall short. In this vicinity, among the surrounding countryside, how many disciples of Chen Daoyuo can be found? Yet, your innate understanding surpasses them all, and the dishes you create come ever closer to his standards. Just moments ago, you were troubled over the chef position, but now, the chef stands before you." Chen Dali, too, immediately interjected, "Brother, do not shy away. This responsibility will soon rest upon your shoulders." Chapter 118, Truly Delicious. Father is the most remarkable. Faced with his family, Chen Shuai found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, they shared a blood connection. As for his uncle's affairs, he felt compelled to exert his utmost effort. With a sigh, he conceded, "Very well. If there truly is no one else, then your nephew shall step forward." Having spoken, Chen Shuai prepared to depart. Wherever one dines is of little consequence. Let your third uncle venture into town for groceries. Observing Chen Shuai's intent to leave, his third aunt, Wu Yuan, earnestly urged them to stay. Chen Shuai held the small hands of Tian and Yuan. "No, third aunt, I must return to prepare for the afternoon's business. After one more day of work tomorrow, we shall proceed to harvest the wheat." Upon hearing this, they found themselves unable to persuade him further. It was essential for him to earn a living, and as elders, they could not hinder his progress. Chen Guiying and his entire family accompanied them outside. "No need to see us off. We are all family. Let it not resemble a formal farewell." With ease, Chen Shuai lifted both girls, cradling them in his arms. After a leisurely spin, nearly 40 minutes had passed. Upon returning home, he discovered young Miaoyun washing vegetables, one bunch of greens, and a handful of beans. "You're back. You could have walked down on your own. Why let your father carry you?" The two little ones stared wide-eyed, their ponytails swaying like rattles. Yuan dashed over, hugging her mother's leg. "No, I want to eat the noodles that daddy makes." Witnessing his younger sister's enthusiasm, Tian clung to Chen Shuai's leg, swaying back and forth. "Daddy, my sister and I want to eat noodles. We promise not to touch any other dishes. We simply wish to enjoy the noodles." With a fond gaze, Chen Shuai regarded her, knowing he had committed to this promise and would not waver. Pinching her tiny nose, he replied, "Of course, it will be daddy cooking." Having declared that they would have noodles today, he had no intention of changing his mind. "Just wait a moment. The noodles will be ready shortly." While beef would typically accompany the dish, they had already consumed the last of it. "Then today, we shall have pork instead. I marinated a piece earlier." After a brief moment, it would be more than adequate. Chen Shuai had concealed the marinated beef from their view. Yuan promptly released her mother and joined forces with her sister. Chen Shuai opened the refrigerator and retrieved a small bowl. This exemplified the advantages of a dual-temperature freezer. Removing the plastic covering, he ignited the stove, placing the meat within. Having been marinated, the necessary ingredients were minimal. Just a bit of ginger, scallions, star anise, bay leaves, and cinnamon would suffice. He added several twigs, causing the flames to dance more vigorously. The water within soon reached a boil. Chen Shuai grasped a mixing bowl and began adding flour. To enhance the flavor of the flour, it must undergo continuous kneading. Here, an appropriate amount of salt and baking soda has been added. Due to the warm weather, the resting time has naturally been shortened. Now, we arrive at the true essence of the process. The large dough has transformed into a long strip exceeding a meter in length. This strip is immediately divided into pieces of various sizes. With 2 successive pulls, the dough takes shape. Meanwhile, in another pot, the lid is lifted to retrieve the meat using chopsticks. As the dough elongates, it becomes a lengthy strand. With a few resounding thuds, the dough is hurled into the pot. Today, there is no broth, leaving one to ponder the flavor. It's been agreed that if it turns out unappetizing, it will be consumed slowly, but it must not be spat out. Without the enhancement of broth, the noodles lack their fragrant allure. However, one must wait for the next opportunity for rebirth and prepare in advance. Yang Miaoyun, tending to the fire, gazes contentedly at the three of them. The meat glistens enticingly, appearing particularly appetizing. Regardless of the heat, the cutting of the meat commences immediately. The freshly cooked meat exudes an irresistible aroma. As it is sliced into thin pieces, the snowy steam mingles with the rich scent of the meat. This delectable aroma renders the two little ones unable to contain themselves. their little feet bouncing as they gaze eagerly. It smells so good. Daddy, I want a piece. I too desire a morsel. Just a single piece will suffice. Me as well. Daddy, just give me one. Tantan and Yuan fix their eyes on the meat, salivating in anticipation. Chen Shuai pinches out 2 steaming slices of meat. Sure, why not? Today, the noodles themselves lack flavor, a hint of guilt lacing his tone. As the first bowl is served, the second follows suit. Employing the same method and recipe, the second bowl is soon ready. Apart from the salt, a touch of the meat broth has been added, topped with a sprinkle of scallions and a drop of sesame oil. Daddy, is this pulled noodles? It smells divine. I can't take it anymore. The aroma is simply too enticing. Daddy, I must eat first. Their speech mimics that of adults, mature beyond their years, striking a pose of seriousness. All right, you may start eating. Then, the third bowl emerges, showing no signs of pause. After the first bite, thoughts of a second chopstickful arise. The third bowl is quickly ready. Prepared for young Miaoyun. Why have you given me so much meat? I don't mind. There are still vegetables at home. Just one piece is sufficient. She genuinely hesitates to part with such generous portions of meat. The noodles contain only 2 or 3 slices, which is already quite ample. While speaking, she deftly places meat into her bowl. Tantan and Yuan express dissatisfaction with their portions, feeling they are insufficient. The noodles have yet to be touched. Yet the meat has already vanished. Observing their mother scoop out the meat, they instinctively reach for it. It's incredibly delicious, so fragrant. Daddy, you are truly amazing. Of course, it's absolutely delightful. Sister, you should hurry and try the noodles. 2 young girls were exceedingly pleased with Chen Shuai's noodles. In the final pot, he had added the greatest quantity of noodles, filling an entire small basin. Anyone who felt they hadn't had enough could serve themselves from the basin. Chen Shuai placed the noodles on the table, picked up his chopsticks, and noted that a large platter of meat had already been devoured to a significant extent. The speed at which he consumed was truly enviable. Nevertheless, Chen Shuai's mood remained exceptionally delightful. After taking a bite of the noodles, he shook his head and remarked that they were somewhat off today, primarily lacking in broth. He could only say they were barely passable. Chen Shuai took a large porcelain bowl and scooped out a generous portion from the basin, topping it with a few slices of meat, a drizzle of sesame oil, and a sprinkle of vibrant green scallions. You all eat first. I'll take a bowl over to Aunt Air, he declared. As for Uncle San and Uncle C, they were simply too far away to deliver to each individually. If it had been in the past, Tian and Yuan would have insisted on going along. But now they were particularly quiet. You all enjoy. I'll deliver a bowl. In this chapter, titled Eating Too Much Will Make Us Chubby, Chen Shuai's bowl was the largest in the household, typically reserved for his own use. Today, whatever he could carry over would count as his goodwill. And Air, the noodles are ready. I brought this over on Tian and Yuan's instructions, he stated. Seeing Chen Shuai truly bringing it over made her feel a bit embarrassed. How can that be? Just bring what you can, leave some for the children. We can make our own noodles. Ignoring her refusals, Chen Shuai carried the bowl into the house. You really brought it over, didn't you? We had a late breakfast and aren't hungry at all. If this is left until evening, it might spoil. Hurry and take it back home, Uncle Air said. Looking at the bowl Chen Shuai had brought in, eager to rush outside. Chen Shuai, however, paid him no heed, lifted the cover off the dining table, and poured the noodles into a bowl of similar size. Uncle Air, do give it a try. I'll head home now, he said, holding the empty bowl and turning to exit. The couple called after him, but to no avail. They could only return inside. The noodles indeed smelled delightful, and the slices of meat looked incredibly tempting. This boy, Shuai, was becoming increasingly thoughtful. My perspective is that he may not necessarily excel at such farm work. But as our own children, we should do a bit more. The children have their own land and cannot assist us. Although they are older, they remain particularly strong when it comes to labor. The younger generation simply cannot keep up with them. In their conversation, they continued to express their intention to help Chen Shuai with his work. The couple picked up their chopsticks, unable to resist the alluring aroma of the noodles. In these times, devoid of festivals or celebrations, who can afford to eat meat? After enduring long periods of hardship, even a dish consisting solely of vegetables can be exceedingly delicious. The noodles they had made themselves were somewhat flat, but Chen Shuai's noodles were round and remarkably elastic. Each strand was exceptionally long, non-sticky, and delightfully smooth. As the food entered their mouths, the delightful springiness of the noodles danced against their teeth. With each bite, the noodles not only exuded a fragrant aroma, but also a subtle hint of spiciness. The delightful flavor was further enriched by the savory essence of the meat, and the broth from the stewed meat infused the noodles with an irresistible taste. It was truly delectable. One could not help but commend Shuai Zi. who had evidently honed his culinary skills. If I may say, his prowess might indeed surpass that of his predecessors. Wasn't Lao San in search of a chef? Deluo certainly has a number of apprentices, and Shuai Zi should be acquainted with them. At this remark from Chun Guoyang, his wife shot him a disapproving glance, somewhat reproachfully stating that such matters should be addressed by Lao San himself. She urged him not to speak out of turn. Her words, however, left him feeling somewhat perturbed, and he waved his hand in annoyance, exclaiming, "Enough, enough. Do you truly think me a fool? I am well aware of the situation. Such exquisite noodles are beyond your capabilities to replicate. When you have the chance, do seek Shuai Zi's guidance." He continued to chatter on, yet his mouth was never idle, as he indulged in large mouthfuls of the noodles, completely neglecting whether his spouse had enough to eat. This prompted his wife to join in the fray. As they engaged in this delightful feast, Tian Tian, Yuan Yuan, and Yang Miaoyun also savored the meal with gusto. Particularly Tian Tian, who caressed her round little belly, exclaimed, "I can't anymore, Daddy. It seems my tummy has reached its limit. Your noodles are just too delicious." Yang Miaoyun, on the other hand, was more reserved. Unlike the two chatty children, though she consumed less, today she had eaten quite a bit more than usual. The bowls at home were relatively large, and Chen Shuai had even procured larger ones for today's family meal, making them resemble small basins. "I can't take it anymore. My belly feels like it might burst. If I continue eating like this daily, my weight will surely escalate. I fear I might gain quite a bit in just a few days. I cannot allow myself to indulge further. It could be detrimental to my health." She gazed longingly at the remaining half bowl of noodles, pushing it towards Chen Shuai, saying, "I can't eat anymore. Truly, I cannot. Please finish what is left, and do not be picky." Chen Shuai had nearly finished his own small bowl, the slurping sounds of noodles echoing loudly. As he surveyed the nearly half-full bowl before him, he felt a bit sheepish. "You three are using bowls of a similar size. Just look at Tian Tian and Yuan Yuan. It seems they've eaten more than you." Yang Miaoyun rolled her eyes at him and retorted, "How can you even say that? At this rate, we'll all become little chubby ones. Those once charming girls will turn into plump ones. Just contemplate that scenario." Yang Miaoyun's words struck a nerve, and Chen Shuai felt a chill run down his spine. "Oh dear, this seems rather alarming. You are absolutely right, my dear. If we continue down this path of indulgence, they will hold me accountable when they grow up. This must be curtailed immediately. If you are full, do stop eating." Indeed, Tian Tian and Yuan Yuan had reached their limit. However, now, with a slight space in her belly, she felt she could continue eating. Yuan Yuan pouted her little lips, particularly reluctant, her small hands protecting the bowl. "No, Daddy, I can finish it," she insisted. Chen Shuai reached for Tian Tian's bowl of sweets, saying, as the elder sister, "You must set an example. Being an elder sister means you must learn to be obedient and lead by example. Do you truly wish to become a little chubby? That would not be a pleasant sight. Not to mention beautiful skirts, even attractive clothes would no longer fit." He emphasized that such a situation would be quite unfortunate. "So, do not be foolish, otherwise, it would truly be a case of losing more than gaining. Just look. Haven't you noticed that you have gained weight these past few days? The desire to be beautiful is universal, especially for a lovely young girl." Chen Shuai's words seemed to resonate with her, and Tian Tian reluctantly set down her chopsticks. Though her mouth longed to continue eating, her father's frightening words compelled her to surrender. Observing Tian Tian's decision, Chen Shuai turned to Yuan Yuan. "Since your sister has stopped eating, shouldn't you follow suit?" Yuan Yuan heard him loud and clear and hurriedly put down her chopsticks, murmuring, "Yuan Yuan doesn't want to be a little chubby. She wants to wear skirts." Chen Shuai gently ruffled her hair, feeling a sense of relief. "All right then, this will be it for now. The sun is quite fierce this afternoon. You and your mother should not go out today. Wait for cooler weather." He pointed out how their little faces had already tanned to a dark hue. Playing outside was clearly on their minds, and with their father's refusal, they looked helplessly and sadly at their mother. Chapter 120. In this household, your father is in charge. Chen Shuai gazed outside at the blazing sunlight, noting that even the breeze felt warm. "In our family, all matters are decided by your father. You cannot go out in such scorching sunlight. I shall take you back to your grandmother's house." Yang Miaoyun's words left no room for disagreement. The children might stay behind, but she had to go. As the three of them spoke, Chen Shuai had already stepped out to work. Today, he had managed to finish early, allowing him to return sooner. The beans had been soaked overnight, and soaking them in advance would expedite their cooking. This morning, Yang Miaoyun had already followed Chen Shuai's instructions and let the flour ferment at home. For large bowls were filled with dough that had risen beautifully. Chen Shuai tugged at the dough, which stretched like the fibrous strands of a loofah. He then moved all the bowls into the main room. The filling included yellow peas, red beans, green beans, and an added touch of sorghum. In recent days, they had gradually prepared 2 steaming racks, meaning there were now 5 large steaming racks ready. Upon seeing Chen Shuai begin to handle the dough, the 2 little ones instantly perked up. Where they were going to their grandmother's house no longer seemed important. With these 5 types of buns, along with some dumplings, they would certainly have enough to sell. Today, the buns shall be filled with 3 distinct fillings, and I fear I may need an entire cart to transport them. Chen Shuai retrieved the soaked vermicelli, which amounted to nearly a basin full. He drained it all into a colander, letting it rest on the chopping board. With a swift motion of his twin blades, the vermicelli was chopped into a substantial quantity. The chives, already washed clean by young Miaoyun, sparkled with clarity after 2 thorough rinses. Leave the chives, cabbage, and tofu all to me, Chen Shuai declared. The buns could be steamed first. It would be no problem if they needed a longer cooking time. In fact, if stored properly, buns could last quite well. Many professional bun vendors prepare them in the morning, ensuring they can be sold throughout the day. Of course, they might darken slightly. With fervor ignited by his wife's encouragement, Chen Shuai agreed. You are absolutely right. The buns should indeed be steamed first. He entered the kitchen, filled a pot with boiling water, and soon the thick wooden sticks ignited. After tidying up, Chen Shuai returned to the main room to begin making the buns. The dough required repeated folding and kneading, forming uniform pieces that were neatly arranged on a bamboo steamer. This batch surpassed yesterday's production, filling several bamboo trays to capacity. Yet, it still seemed insufficient. He resolved to weave a few more upon returning in the evening. I will steam the buns. You may take your time, he reassured young Miaoyun, who had been diligently assisting him. Grateful for her help, they both carried the buns into the kitchen. The pot was already bubbling with steam. Lifting the lid, they placed the steamer inside, positioning the buns with care. Once filled to the brim, the straw lid was placed atop. Within seconds, under the vigorous heat, steam began to rise. Checking the time, Chen Shuai returned to finish the remaining buns, which were few and quickly completed. Next, they began to prepare the filling and roll out the dough. The collaborative effort between the couple was efficient, particularly as they were 2 loving partners. Their pace was remarkably swift. As the buns began to steam, the dumplings were also rapidly assembled, with several large steamers of buns emerging from the pot. Water was added along with firewood. The cloth covering the steamer was removed for a thorough wash. Once relayed, the buns were placed inside anew. With the lid secured, Chen Shuai commenced the loading of the cart. Their 2 little ones sat on small chairs, observing their parents busily bustling about. They attempted several times to lend a hand, only to be gently declined. Now, the 2 sisters could only watch in anticipation. Are you 2 so bored? Chen Shuai inquired. I'll bring you something new and exciting in a few days. Suddenly appearing before them, he ignited their previously dull expressions with a spark of excitement. What rare treasure can Daddy bring us now? They wondered eagerly. Anything related to food or play was immediately desirable to them, and they yearned to possess it without delay. Chen Shuai shook his head. That won't do? You must wait a few more days. For now, entertain yourselves while I continue my work. Just when tranquility might have settled, their eagerness only heightened, following Chen Shuai around with renewed energy. Yang Miaoyun harbored suspicions that Chen Shuai might be acting with intent. Just moments ago, they were engaged in play, yet in the blink of an eye, they were drawn away. Amidst the cacophony, the vehicle was finally loaded, and the steamed buns were ready to be served. Chen Shuai picked up another foam box. Now, 3 foam boxes were in simultaneous use. Not only fish, but even the steamed buns were brimming. Observing the reinforced layer he had constructed, Chen Shuai shook his head in resignation. Fortunately, the weight was manageable, otherwise, transporting it would have been impossible. With all the buns out of the pot, they were forcefully stuffed inside. The vehicle was loaded to the brim, awaiting the journey to sell its cargo. Once everything was secured, they could set off. Yang Miaoyun fastened her seatbelt, glancing at her daughter, whose expression was one of clear reluctance. Tian and Yuan clambered into the vehicle, realizing that today they could not take them along. The sun blazed fiercely, and their father bore a substantial load. Without regard for their approval, she cast a knowing glance at Chen Shuai. Indeed, the load was considerable, filling the entire vehicle. Chen Shuai remained silent. With 200 or 300 pounds of peaches among the goods, they could easily fetch several hundred yuan. Mother was right. Today was simply not convenient. Tomorrow, or perhaps the day after, they would need to work in the fields. Young children often enjoyed field work, but teenagers did not share the same enthusiasm. Once in the fields, they were obligated to labor. However, Tian and Yuan had never harvested wheat. The prospect was genuinely thrilling and exhilarating for them, leading to their immediate agreement to refrain from going out today. Having accompanied their mother a few times, they had come to understand this reality. Even if they tagged along, there would be no opportunity for play, and their mother might become even more displeased. Young Miaoyun remained unaware of their thoughts. The fact that they agreed was already quite satisfactory. Chen Shuai emerged from the main room with 2 straw hats. One was placed upon Yang Miaoyun's head. "You all go ahead. I will lock the door. Do you want me to accompany you?" He remembered to bring along the few steamed buns and buns for his father-in-law. Besides those, he had packed 3 or 4 pounds of crayfish. He chose not to bring fish this time, having just cooked some the previous day and not wishing to indulge again so soon. Yang Miaoyun observed him pulling out so much and waved her hand in mild discontent. "There's no need for so much. You've worked hard to catch them. Just sell them. Besides, we can't consume them every day. We still have several items from the vegetables we bought yesterday." Chen Shuai stubbornly hung the extra on the bicycle handle. "A bit more 1 tea hurt. Your parents are healthy, which gives us peace of mind. Moreover, these aren't tea purchased. They're freshly caught fish and shrimp, so we can indulge. Ride slowly. I'll walk at a leisurely pace to wait for you." Chapter 121. Li Ershing was left speechless, amazed at the business they conducted. Watching the 3 of them depart, Chen Shuai finally locked the door. "You're heading out again? That's quite a load you have there. The whole village could smell the buns you've been steaming these past 2 days." Chen Shuai produced a few buns. "And take these buns to eat. It's getting late, so I'll be on my way." Chen Shuai unexpectedly placed several steamed buns into her hands. Although he was swift, the clock had already struck past 1. He revved the engine, releasing a plume of black smoke, and sped towards the outskirts of the village. Just as he exited, he spotted his wife, Yang Miaoyun, who immediately quickened her pace. In the realm of commerce, time is of the essence. Chen Shuai decelerated, moving forward at a measured pace. Since Yang Miaoyun wished to accompany him, he was more than willing to oblige. In approximately 6 or 7 minutes, she caught up with him, drawing from past experience. Yang Miaoyun proactively secured the rope. Even with a full load, the engine remained remarkably powerful, outpacing a bicycle without a doubt. The road was sparsely populated, alleviating safety concerns. Upon reaching their destination safely, they were surprised to find Li Ershing waiting for them. "You need not wait for me here. I rode my bicycle today. You can simply ride over afterward," Li Ershing remarked, now holding great respect for Chen Shuai. He hastily added, "It is only right. Please do not say otherwise." Chen Shuai promptly handed him some money. Even before unloading the steaming hot buns and dumplings, a few customers had already gathered around. He unloaded while simultaneously selling. Before Li Ershing could depart, he witnessed 7 or 8 individuals making purchases. The speed at which Chen Shuai operated was incomprehensible, far surpassing theirs. While the peaches, which were notoriously difficult to sell, languished in their stalls, Chen Shuai effortlessly moved several pounds. In just 2 to 3 minutes, he had sold 20 to 30 pounds, which piqued his interest. Wherever Chen Shuai went, customers followed. It was nothing short of miraculous. Some individuals across the way had no business at all, seemingly emerging from nowhere at such rapidity. Each customer departed with delight after making their purchases. Li Ershing was utterly astonished, observing that the business showed no signs of slowing. The pristine white buns required no covering. They were continuously handed out. Customers requested not just 1, but often 6 or 7. The pace was astonishing. Moreover, many patrons did not stop at just buns. They desired fish and dumplings as well. This was not mere commerce. It was as if they were directly providing goods to the customers. Chen Shuai and his wife could scarcely pause for breath. The spectacle left Li Ershing entranced, his eyes fixed in disbelief. In nearly an hour, they had nearly sold out of several large foam boxes of buns, an abundance of fish, and close to 300 pounds of peaches. It was truly remarkable. Even if the 2 brothers were to sell for 2 days, they could not hope to match such a volume. Such extraordinary methods suggested that whatever one possessed could be sold without limit. While observing Chen Shuai effortlessly managing such a large quantity of goods, Li Ershing was left troubled, wondering how others could accomplish the same so effortlessly. The speed was simply astonishing. When Chen Shuai noticed him, Li Ershing remained there, staring blankly. "Li boss, why have you not returned yet?" "Indeed. Tomorrow marks the final day for selling peaches. I fear I will need 3 to 4 days to attend to the agricultural tasks at home." Upon hearing Chen Shuai's remark, Li Ershing hurriedly responded, expressing that they had also intended to speak with him today or tomorrow. They needed another couple of days. As the time for harvesting wheat and planting rice was approaching, Chen Shuai found himself at a loss for words, as he still had to tend to the fields. If these plots were left uncultivated, there would be no means to pay the grain tax, which was an obligation that must be fulfilled. Over the years, uncles and relatives had lent their support. Li Ershing, somewhat brazenly, assisted nearby, his excitement palpable from this close-up learning experience. Chen Shuai understood his intentions and refrained from commenting. Typically, while selling goods, one could observe from the sidelines. Yet today, Chen Shuai did not see that woman come by, leaving him with a tinge of disappointment. After all, her offered price was more than double that of others, and she consistently spent between 30 to 20 yuan each time, in a span of 1 hour and 40 minutes. Aside from the crayfish and snails, everything else was sold out. Chen Shuai handed over a few steamed buns, saying, "Thank you for your help. Please take this to eat." Li Ershing, still yearning to sell more, vigorously shook his head. "No, really, I cannot accept such kindness. You were generous yesterday, and today I truly cannot take these. As we collaborate, we are like brothers. Please, do not be so polite." Despite his insistence, Chen Shuai did not press the matter. Li Ershing rode back joyfully on his bicycle. After more than an hour without his younger brother's return, Li Dasheng, the elder sibling, found himself preoccupied. In this age without means of communication, reaching out was nearly impossible. There were public telephones on the street, but he had no idea whom to call. Just as he was consumed with worry, Li Ershing returned on his bicycle in a flurry. "Where have you been, you rascal? Why did you take so long?" His tone was a mix of concern and reprimand. They had not come out merely for leisure. On such a hot day, their purpose was to earn money. Both were established in their own families, and he could not provide complete assistance. Only through business could he support his brother after selling his own goods. "At this hour, where did you wander off to?" Faced with his brother's inquiry, Li Ershing recounted the events. Chen Shuai had been swift in his work, wrapping up quickly. Those on the same street were left in awe. Not only did he sell a significant quantity, but his speed was also astonishing. Today, 2 more had arrived. Originally a mere intersection, it had transformed into a small-scale agricultural market. Their pace was truly remarkable. How much could they possibly earn? It was genuinely enviable. The business they conducted in such a short span equated to several days of their own earnings. Chen Shuai had already tidied up, securing his cart. With 1 more day of work ahead, the items needed for purchase were minimal. After making a quick round at the wholesale market, he had not procured much. As time passed, young Miaoyun grew anxious. Business had been exceptionally smooth today, and she yearned to return home early. Chen Shuai rode his bicycle, but came to a halt in front of a steel shop. This establishment was known for its welding and ironwork, thriving in the surrounding area. Chen Shuai called out, "Boss, could you come over? I need assistance in welding a frame." The owner, who was busy welding iron, hurriedly approached with a cheerful demeanor. "What do you need welded? What are you looking to create?" The man, in his 40s, exuded warmth and enthusiasm. Chen Shuai gestured towards his tricycle, saying, "I require a sturdy frame. Please take a look, I will explain." Chapter 122. It must utilize the finest materials. Cost is of no concern. Chen Shuai pointed to the tricycle, emphasizing, "I need a robust framework, larger than this one. The width should increase by 60 to 70 centimeters on both sides, while the length must extend to about 1 meter. Most importantly, the height should reach 3 levels." As he spoke, Chen Shuai produced several sheets of paper. The steel pipes must be substantial. This design allows for folding and easy disassembly. He meticulously elaborated on his design concept. The owner had never encountered such a request nor welded anything of this nature before. Chen Shuai earnestly insisted. It must all be made of stainless steel, the finest and thickest available on the market. The price is not a concern. In short, only the best materials will suffice. How many days do you think it will take to complete? After a thorough explanation of his design principles, the owner began to grasp the concept. Realizing the necessity for such durability, given the multitude of items Chen Shuai intended to transport. After digesting the information, the owner expressed a hint of concern. If it becomes too thick, the bicycle will become heavier. Chen Shuai nodded in satisfaction, pleased that the owner understood. He pointed to the bicycle, stating, "The entire frame must be reinforced. A comprehensive upgrade is required to ensure it can carry at least double its original weight." The previous bicycle was of commendable quality. Although the tricycle Chen Shuai purchased was somewhat worn, it exhibited no actual damage, merely some chipped paint. The overall performance of the tricycle remained intact. The owner listened intently, akin to a dedicated student in a classroom. This welding task was unprecedented for him. He typically worked with iron and had only learned to weld stainless steel for a little over a week, having completed just a few minor projects, such as household frames. Chen Shuai's project presented an unparalleled challenge. His curiosity led him to ask numerous questions, striving to visualize the concept in his mind. Such a complex welding endeavor promised immense benefits for his technical advancement. He pondered that as long as he didn't incur a loss, he would be willing to undertake the job for free. After a moment of hesitation, he earnestly stated, "You see, boss, the price of stainless steel is higher than that of cast iron. If you require the finest stainless steel, we will have to use imported materials. The quality is exceptional. Just yesterday, I welded a shelf for myself, and it is remarkably sturdy. However, The price is still quite steep. Would you be willing to proceed with this choice? Chen Shuai was certainly well aware of stainless steel, particularly the imported variety, which at this time boasted unparalleled quality. What do you mean, boss? Please, speak candidly, he urged. Chen Shuai had already deciphered his intentions. You see, our little shop has rather limited funds. Would it be possible for you to provide a small deposit? He did not specify an amount, as too large a sum would be embarrassing, while too small might not suffice. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Shuai produced 100 yuan. I require imported stainless steel, ideally of the best quality, with the most suitable thickness and utmost durability. I am familiar with several brands, and I hope you will not disappoint me. The boss, somewhat excited, accepted the money. This was the largest order he had ever received. Typically, transactions involved mere dozens of yuan. Yet, here was 100 yuan merely as a deposit. This represented not only trust, but also recognition of his abilities. Immediately, he proceeded to issue an invoice. For him, integrity was paramount. Having received the payment, he felt compelled to ensure the client's peace of mind. The invoice clearly stated the amount and was handed to Chen Shuai. Today, I will order all the steel materials as per your request. I will commence operations tonight. Within 5 days, or hopefully around 3, the frame will be welded together. What is your address? Once completed, I will deliver it to you. If it proves inconvenient, I can install it directly at your home. As thoughts of harvesting wheat and drying grain, as well as planting rice, crossed his mind, Chen Shuai took the pen and meticulously wrote down the address. Boss, once the welding is finished, I would appreciate it if you could come to install it at home. The boss carefully noted the address, and thus their transaction was thoroughly concluded. Despite the substantial payment, young Miaoyun felt no regret. After all, this was a matter of safety. While wooden beams were indeed impressive and sturdy, they paled in comparison to steel. It was as if a great sorcerer stood beside a mere mortal, a firefly attempting to rival the brilliance of the moon. Observing young Miaoyun's cheerful demeanor, Chen Shuai remarked, "My dear, I just spent so much money. It could amount to over 200. A tricycle costs only a few dozen yuan, and the modifications and reinforcements come to this much. Don't you feel any pinch?" Young Miaoyun shook her head, a smile gracing her lips. "Not at all. This is for business purposes. If your tricycle weren't a large model, I would even encourage you to purchase a new one. Speaking of which, you truly bought such a sturdy vehicle for just a few dozen yuan?" At that moment, she recalled the price of the tricycle. Despite its paint peeling, it was indistinguishable from a new one. Little did she realize that vehicles depreciate the moment they are purchased. Although it had suffered no damage, after 2 or 3 years, its value had barely exceeded that of scrap metal. Chen Shuai nodded. "Indeed. This tricycle is the largest model available, and I negotiated the price down. The person I bought it from was quite the bargain expert. 30 yuan for a vehicle that is 7 or 8 parts new. Surely it seems somewhat deceptive. This automobile could easily fetch 70 or 80 yuan. In contrast, a new vehicle of a similar kind would cost over 300 yuan. It appears we have mutually capitalized on an opportunity, thereby reaping profits." As for young Miaoyun, he now speaks freely, sharing all he knows. Investing several hundred yuan to modify a vehicle purchased for just a few dozen is indeed a worthy endeavor. A large tricycle can rival a Changhe in terms of hauling capacity. Chen Shuai ventured to a nearby paint shop, where the proprietor presented a can of red paint. Young Miaoyun had already surmised his intentions. "No, let us take 3 cans of paint." Chen Shuai blinked at her, a smile gracing his lips. "My dear wife truly thinks ahead." The paint shop owner had little to add, aside from the paint. There were also 2 bottles of Songjiang water. The paint cost 1 yuan per can, while the Songjiang water was 50 cents a bottle, totaling 4 yuan. For such trivial expenses, Chen Shuai did not haggle. After settling the bill and collecting the paint, he took his wife by the hand and departed. Young Miaoyun's cheeks flushed crimson. It seemed as if he had grown accustomed to this, frequently taking her hand. Nowadays, young men and women in the city have become quite liberal, openly holding hands and even kissing in public. Yet, this was broad daylight, and in a shop no less. What audacity! "You rogue, you lecherous scoundrel." Upon exiting the shop, young Miaoyun struggled to free her hand. Her beautiful eyes, flushed cheeks, and sparkling gaze fixed upon Chen Shuai, radiating a strong protest. Chapter 123. We shall return to dine. Envy of the village women. Half an hour later, they returned from the city to the village. Even before reaching the door, Yuan heard the distinct sound of a twin-cylinder engine. This imported engine was indeed powerful, a key reason for Chen Shuai's choice of this motorcycle. Most people in the country tend to purchase single-cylinder motorcycles, which are more affordable and durable. Those who opt for this imported model are generally from affluent families. The sound it produced was strikingly impactful. "Daddy's home, Daddy's home." The 2 little ones excitedly dashed outside. Zhang Shufan quickly followed, calling after them. Come back. How could your father return so soon? It takes nearly 2 hours for the round trip. Tian, yuan. Slow down. The girls had already reached the main road at the entrance. Their parents, riding the motorcycle, approached them. Upon seeing Chen Shuai's vehicle, they waved their tiny hands, eager to climb aboard. Wait, you can't just hop on. There's no room with all this stuff inside. Just a moment while I tidy up. Chen Shuai halted the motorcycle and rearranged several large basins to clear space. Finally, he took each girl by the hand and helped them into the vehicle. Zhang Shufan emerged, spotting Chen Shuai's return. You're back so early. You must have traveled quite swiftly. I'm preparing the meal. We cannot linger until dusk. Young Miaoyun and her children spoke in unison. We shall not dine here. We will return home for our meal. Witnessing this synchronized utterance, Chen Shuai explained. I need to tidy up the entrance upon returning, preparing for the wheat harvest tomorrow afternoon. You two elders can take your time with the harvesting. Once I finish my tasks here, I will promptly join you to assist. Zhang Shufan glanced at her daughter and then at her son-in-law. I plan to harvest in 2 or 3 days. You two are rather eager. How about this? Your father and I will go ahead and help you with the harvest. Chen Shuai immediately declined, stating, what kind of son-in-law would allow his mother-in-law to toil for him? Tian and Yuan resolutely remained in the vehicle. Chen Shuai placed the remaining 7 or 8 small eels into the bucket. In his haste today, he hadn't procured many vegetables. Just follow my previous suggestions, and everything will be perfectly fine. Zhang Shufan lifted the bucket, intending to place it in the car, but Chen Shuai waved his hand, having already activated the engine. I catch fish daily. I have no worries about our meals. Tian and Yuan energetically waved their arms. Grandma, keep some for yourself. Daddy catches plenty every day. Goodbye, Grandma. We will return tomorrow to play. In their hearts, visiting Grandma's house was solely for the joy of being with her. The family of 4, amidst the roar of the motorcycle engine, ventured further away. Beyond the village's central area lay the fields, where golden wheat swayed like a vast desert. In a mere 300 to 400 meters, they would reach their village, taking about 5 to 6 minutes to arrive home. In rural areas, each household has a considerable space at their doorstep, often used for drying grain during harvest time. However, this drying process is not undertaken lightly. The ground is uneven and subject to the elements, requiring preparation. At the moment, 6 or 7 women were gathered at the entrance, chatting with the second aunt. Yang Miaoyun halted her vehicle and joined the conversation. You returned quite swiftly. I could still smell the steamed buns at 1 o'clock. And now it's not even 5. How did you manage to come back so soon? Your business seems remarkably flexible. That is truly impressive. With so much on your vehicle, how much does it sell for? What do you sell daily? Can we accompany you in your endeavors? The simple greetings made Yang Miaoyun feel a bit bashful. Naturally, taking others along was out of the question. That would be a foolish undertaking. However, she could certainly offer guidance. After all, they were all from the same village. Sharing a common ancestry, one must avoid offending others, as they would inevitably cross paths again. Seizing the moment while Chen Shuai pushed the cart, Yang Miaoyun humbly remarked, You all flatter us too much. It's merely setting up a stall, selling a few buns, and casting a net for fish. That's all there is to it. Compared to those who run shops, we are far from it. If one is willing, they could also set up a stall. Some small business owners only sell at nearby markets. They lack the means to venture into the city. While Yang Miaoyun conversed with them outside, Chen Shuai pushed the cart into the courtyard and unloaded everything. After fetching 2 buckets of well water, he grasped his specially crafted long brush, sprinkling laundry detergent upon it. He scrubbed until spotless. With the 2 buckets of water poured, the vehicle gleamed clean. Chen Shuai emerged from behind the gate, brandishing a rake, one made of bamboo and the other of iron, specifically designed for tilling the earth. As he stepped outside, Tian Sweet and Yuan, who had been trailing behind, eagerly dashed out. Uncertain of their father's intentions, they simply followed along. Observing the somewhat dry and hardened ground, Chen Shuai fetched 2 more buckets of water. Forgoing a basin, he poured water with one hand while holding the bucket in the other. Upon witnessing their father's actions, the girls understood his purpose. Are you tidying up the threshing ground so early, handsome? One remarked. I reckon it's about time for me to head home and tidy up as well. I ventured out today. The wheat is fully ripe and ready for harvest. If that's the case, I too shall return home to prepare. It will take a day or 2 to complete the work. No more chatting. Taking advantage of the cool afternoon, I must return home to labor. Initially engaged in lively conversation, the sight of Chen Shuai working compelled everyone to rise. Why not come over to my house? Do you really need to lend a hand for such trivial tasks? Observing their intent to leave, Chen Shuai finally spoke. No, I must return home to cook. The children will be back from school soon. Indeed, If we delay cooking, night will fall. With Chen Shuai laboring, the others found it difficult to continue their chatter. In the countryside, one tends to mirror the actions of others. If someone is working, so too must they. Having just harvested garlic, there was no time to catch a breath. The threshing ground at the entrance also required attention. Chen Shuai poured water, and Tian Sweet and Yuan grew increasingly anxious. "Daddy, I want to sprinkle water too," they exclaimed. "How about a competition, Daddy? My sister and I will sprinkle from that end." Chen Shuai, feeling somewhat helpless, acknowledged the mischief of the two little girls. Miaoyun pulled them aside. "You two should refrain from causing trouble. This task is beyond your capabilities. If you were to sprinkle water, you might end up drenched yourselves." However, the two little ones were relentless. The idea of a water splashing game was simply too entertaining to resist. Gently stroking their hair, Chen Shuai kindly said, "You may use those two smallest basins." With their father's consent, the girls were overjoyed, ready to leap into action. "We're splashing water. Hurry, sister. Whoever grabs the basin first gets to keep it." Tian Sweet called out loudly as she dashed into the courtyard. Chapter 124, Becoming Little Water Sprites. Before tilling, they must catch cicadas. "You really shouldn't have agreed to them. If they get muddy, they'll have to wash themselves," Miaoyun remarked. Before Chen Shuai could respond, the two little ones scampered outside, their little legs moving swiftly. Two small basins were simultaneously thrust forward. "Daddy, pour water for me first. I got here first. You should pour for me first." Regardless of the situation, Tian Sweet and Yuan were always competitive. Chen Shuai had previously reprimanded them on several occasions. Observing their continued insistence to outdo one another, he decided to cease pouring water altogether. "Why are you two still clinging to your old habits?" Tian Sweet, as the elder sister, "Shouldn't you let your younger sister have a turn?" Yuan, regardless of the task, always sought to seize the moment, yet she ought to allow her sister some grace. "You two are a loving family. If you do not unite, others will surely mock you." This grand principle, conveyed to two 3-year-olds, elicited their vague understanding as they nodded absent-mindedly. Two small basins were placed upon the ground, and two pairs of innocent eyes gazed up at him. Faced with such a gaze, Chen Shuai felt his resolve weaken. He poured a modest amount of water into the basins, approximately the equivalent of 2 teacups. "That should suffice. Now take them over," he instructed. Observing the meager amount of water, the children, though reluctant, complied. After all, there was still some water. Should their mother become angry, even this little would vanish. The two whimsical little creatures began splashing joyfully. The agreement made moments earlier to approach from the other side was entirely forgotten. Their small hands were wildly flinging water about, toward the sky, their sister, their brother, their mother, their father, and the ground, resembling two uncontrollable little monsters. "How could you two even splash your mother? Just wait until she catches you. You'll get a spank," Chen Shuai admonished. "Stop splashing. How did you manage to soak yourselves as well?" Fortunately, the limited amount of water he provided meant that, amidst their playful chaos, it quickly ran low. Upon glancing at their skirts, he noted they were already a third wet. Just from these few moments of play, the two little ones were utterly delighted. Tian waved her basin cheerfully. "Daddy, I want more water." Seeing her sister's enthusiasm, Yuan was quick to respond, following suit. Miaoyun attempted to intervene, but their little hands were already plunged into the bucket. Their innocent demeanor was nowhere to be found. They had transformed into two little rascals. With another bucket brimming with water, containing a teacup, the scene was set for mischief. Chen Shuai began to splash water, while they took it upon themselves to pour more. Miaoyun, a touch irritated, seized them. "No more splashing. Look at your clothes. They are thoroughly soaked." Yet, the two little ones, enchanted by the game, were unwilling to cease. Pouting, they pleaded, "No, Mommy, we promised to be careful this time. We won tea splash recklessly. I will be just like my sister." "Absolutely like Daddy." Miaoyun, attempting to entice them, suggested, "Let us see if there are any cicada nymphs left. If there are, we cannot let them bask in the sun." She proposed that this task be entrusted to them, suggesting a collaborative effort among the three of them. Miaoyun believed this would be an irresistible endeavor. However, to her surprise, the children remained unfazed. Chen Shuai halted his splashing, realizing he had forgotten about this aspect. Nevertheless, he had already captured quite a few in recent days. Setting down the water bucket, he remarked, "Mother is absolutely right. How could I have forgotten? We must check if there are any cicada nymphs left." Yuan tilted her head in confusion. "If we don't catch them, will they come out later?" Chen Shuai nodded, and then shook his head, leaving the two chatty little girls in a state of anxious curiosity. "What does that mean, Daddy?" Chen Shuai laughed heartily as he bent down to search, responding to their inquiries. "After a brief interval, the plowing will commence. Some may be uncovered, but if not, the stone grinder will compact the earth repeatedly. Of course, nothing is absolute. Eventually, cicadas will emerge from the ground, an inevitability. This is what my father means when he shakes his head, yet nods in agreement. Chen Shuai's words left them somewhat bewildered, yet it seemed they grasped the essence. The family of four rejoined the endeavor of capturing cicadas. As they stepped outside, Chen Shuai's second aunt, Miaoyun, observed them and inquired, "What are you all searching for as a family?" Chen Shuai straightened his posture, stating, "We are preparing to clear the threshing area at the entrance to see if any cicadas remain." "Aunt, are you not ready to tidy up?" Just then, footsteps echoed from behind the door as his second uncle, Chen Guoyang, peeked out. "Your second aunt and I were just discussing this. They are in no rush. And I dare not speak or ask." His words displeased Miaoyun, who glared with wide eyes. "Why must you always voice such things? You, a grown man, cannot take charge? Why must every decision fall to me, a mere woman?" Her raised voice rendered him speechless. Chen Shuai intervened to diffuse the tension. "Aunt, you are correct. Uncle, you are at fault." He then winked at him. Chen Shuai generally refrained from meddling in others' disputes, but he felt compelled to address this one, nipping it in the bud. Their harmonious coexistence spared him considerable trouble. Faced with Chen Shuai's persistent winking, Chen Guoyang sighed in resignation. "You are right. It is indeed my fault." With that, he turned and retreated inside, emerging shortly after with a bucket of water. Their entrance had nearly exhausted the cicadas, after numerous attempts. Chen Shuai had managed to catch around 20. With a smile, he quickly scanned the hall, having captured 6 or 7 cicadas. "Let us place them in a small bucket to add some salt and fry them later." Their focus shifted entirely as 2 small basins were brought forward. Young Miaoyun had also caught 5 or 6 cicadas, ample for the 2 of them. Chen Shuai urged, "Are you all particularly exhausted from catching cicadas? You 3 should rest for a moment. If you're still hungry, we can catch more." While Yang Miaoyun encouraged them to take a break, Chen Shuai splashed water about. In their envious, helpless gazes, 2 buckets of water were soon emptied. Anticipating a shortage, he poured another bucket before ceasing. Observing their pouting lips, he admonished them, "Look at yourselves, covered in water and mud. Your desire to work is commendable, but you must also consider your safety and attire. Once the water dries, you can use the rake for the plowing. There will be tasks suitable for you." Chen Shuai was particularly fond of his 2 princesses. Yang Miaoyun decided to disregard their antics, allowing the 3 of them to proceed as they wished. His third aunt remarked with a smile, "These 2 little ones are eager to work. They have a promising future. Just look at your second grandfather. He simply does not enjoy working." Chapter 125. The threshing ground is ready. Using an iron rake to level the ground, Tian and Yuan were exceedingly eager to experience it. However, there was only one rake at home, which left them feeling particularly dissatisfied. Yuan was the first to rush over, her eyes pleadingly fixed on Chen Shuai. Her expression somewhat pitiful. "Daddy, could I please have a try?" Chen Shuai found himself both amused and helpless. His earlier words had merely been a casual remark. It is easy to let one's guard down around children. Chen Shuai gazed at her with resigned affection, gently pinching Yuan's smooth little face. "I apologize, my dear, but this task is truly not suitable for you. If you really wish to help, you may use the bamboo rake. We have a larger one and a smaller one, and you may play with the smaller one." Such tools were too perilous for young ones. Even so, Yang Miaoyun, watching from the sidelines, felt her heart ache. "Oh, I won't interfere any longer." With that, she retreated indoors, choosing to avert her gaze from the scene. The smaller bamboo rake was intended for household use. Crafted by Chen Shuai himself. With 1 rake for each, the 2 sisters strained to pull it along. Chen Shuai worked ahead, digging the ground to a depth of 3 to 4 centimeters. Soon, they grew anxious as their father's pace was too swift. "Sister, we must hurry. Daddy is almost done." Their earnest efforts elicited laughter from Chen Guoyang, who had just stepped outside. "These 2 little girls are simply adorable," he exclaimed, raising his voice. "Keep at it. How about we assist second uncle afterward?" Yuan's cheerful ponytail bobbed with excitement, embodying the spirit of innate talent destined for greatness. "All right, third uncle. My sister and I will come over shortly." Such precocious words left anyone who heard them bewildered, especially considering they were living separately from their son, making it inconvenient for him to offer assistance. "That's enough for now, my little engineers. You may call it a day." Chen Shuai's words were heeded by Tian and Yuan. Though the rake was somewhat small, it truly was quite tiring. For the moment, they merely wished to rest. Naturally, it was impossible to shake them off. Despite their fatigue, they remained steadfast. 2 little chairs were placed right at the entrance. "Daddy, keep going. We're cheering for you. Daddy is the best. Tian supports you. Daddy is amazing. Daddy is incredible. With each enthusiastic cheer, Chen Shuai felt himself float with elation. Having finished raking the ground, he sprinkled water once more. Initially, they had considered coming over to assist, but Chen Shuai admonished them, "No need for that. Just wait here. The ground has already been tilled, and if you step in, you'll turn into little mud people." Observing the whimsically spirited sisters, Chen Shuai issued his directive. Working quickly, he realized that this time, he used significantly less water. Meanwhile, his uncle next door was laboring at a much slower pace, bent over as he prepared the ground at the entrance. From the kitchen, Chen Shuai brought out a bag of wheat husks, evenly scattering handfuls across the area. The dexterous movements exhibited are far from the pace typical of the youth. In a mere 3 to 4 minutes, the task is completed. Beside him, Uncle Air also sets aside his rake. "Shuai, shall I assist you in hauling the stone roller?" Chen Shuai shakes his head, replying, "No need, Uncle Air. It's just a small task. You may take your time, and I shall help you shortly." The stone roller is categorized into 2 types. One features a rugged, uneven surface, while the other boasts a smooth, solid plane that compresses evenly under motion. Chen Shuai retrieves a rope from home, beginning to secure it to the stone roller. Previously, this task was solely performed by his father, with Chen Shuai merely assisting from the sidelines. Once secured, he ties a knot at the other end of the rope and attaches it to his arm. Young Miaoyun, emerging from the main room, expresses her desire to assist. "Let me take a portion of the rope to help you pull." Tang Tang and Yuan quickly grasp the purpose of the rope and rush over, exclaiming, "Daddy, we want to pull the rope too. Are we to be the horses?" "Daddy, I want to try." Observing the eagerness of his daughters, Chen Shuai firmly declines. "Is this a suitable task for you? You 3 are too eager to take on this labor. The stone roller poses certain risks when in motion. Besides, it is sufficiently manageable for me alone. Your efforts are not required." As he speaks, Chen Shuai sets about his work. Uncle Chen Guoyang shakes his head in resignation. "You are quite the industrious child. If you tire, just call for me." Chen Shuai acknowledges this while pacing the area by the doorway. The stone roller behind him emits a low rumble as it rolls forward. Chen Shuai operates with a circular rhythm, progressively tightening his movements until he has rolled over the entire area. After 4 or 5 rounds, a serrated pattern emerges at the entrance. Meanwhile, Chen Guoyang has taken a rope and secured the flat stone roller. Chen Shuai's efforts have been remarkably swift and effective, achieving a robust compression. That should suffice. You truly possess a knack for work. After all these rounds, you must be quite fatigued. Take a break. Allow me to take over. Sweat beads glisten on Chen Shuai's forehead as he shakes his arms, wearing a radiant smile. "No need, Uncle. I am brimming with energy." As he speaks, he strides over and takes the rope from his uncle's hands. "You really should take a rest. How about I help you pull?" "No need. With my 2-meter height and 200 pounds, hauling this is hardly exhausting. You should rest while I roll it a few times." As Chen Shuai pulls the stone roller, Chen Guoyang certainly remains active. Having toiled in the fields for a lifetime, he requires no rest after a day's labor. Chen Shuai circles the stone roller, transforming the surface at the entrance into a notably smooth and solid expanse. The previously uneven ground is now remarkably level, and cracks in the surface have vanished, leaving the entire area gleaming as if it were a mirror. One circle after another, every inch of land had been rolled over 7 or 8 times before finally coming to a halt. Here, Chen Guoyang was already in the midst of the first round of compaction. Such a task was as trivial for him as a common dish for Zhang Fei. He declined Chen Shuai's offer of assistance, for it was simply unnecessary. Chen Shuai was well aware of his capabilities and would not insist. At the entrance, Tian and Yuan were radiating joy. Tian had found a woven bag from somewhere and exclaimed, "Isn't it especially comfortable to sleep on the freshly laid road my father just completed?" She tossed the bag onto the ground and lay down next to it, crossing her legs with an air of satisfaction akin to a wealthy landowner from Shaanxi. Yuan, feeling impatient, dashed back home to fetch her own woven bag. Chapter 126. The dog meat is aromatic. The broccoli is yours to handle. They lay down however they pleased while Chen Shuai had already entered the house. Smoke was rising from the chimneys of every household. Chen Shuai opted not to enter the kitchen today. Instead, he prepared the meal outside in the yard. The marinated dog meat was retrieved from the refrigerator. After the marination, the gamey odor had vanished, replaced by a rich, meaty aroma. He carried the meat into the kitchen, where he cleaned the pot and added fresh water. Scallions, ginger, Sichuan peppercorns, star anise, and bay leaves were among the sweet spices added. He brought it to a boil over high heat, skimming off the foam. Only a large piece of firewood remained as the flames quickly diminished, covering the pot. Chen Shuai stepped out of the kitchen. Near the kitchen door, He set up a cement countertop for chopping vegetables. This was where family meals were prepared. He placed the gas stove on the stone slab, alongside a head of broccoli and a bundle of water spinach. From yesterday to today, Chen Shuai had purchased a plethora of vegetables. Dining at his table meant enjoying a proper meal. It was unacceptable to settle for anything less than a wholesome feast. Now, having returned to life anew, it was his responsibility as a husband and father to ensure that his wife and children had nourishing food. Tian and Yuan, who had just been playful, immediately became obedient. Chen Shuai's cooking was their greatest delight. Dad, it smells so good. This dog meat is even more fragrant than ribs. When can we eat, Daddy? They tilted their heads, gazing at Chen Shuai with eager eyes. After cutting the water spinach, he soaked it in a basin of clean water, then presented the broccoli to them. The dog meat required a little more time to cook thoroughly. Now, this broccoli is for you two to handle. Just look at how simple it is to prepare, he said, having already scored the broccoli with a knife to make it easy to break apart. Miaoyun joined in to lend a hand, bringing over a small bowl and 2 little stools. This dish will be entrusted to the 3 of us, she declared. The rest of the main dishes will be prepared by Dad. Does that sound good? Of course, that is perfectly fine, they chimed in, thrilled to finally be able to assist, something they had seldom done during Chen Shuai's cooking sessions. This suggestion was indeed splendid, and they felt it was highly feasible. The 3 women were busy separating the broccoli, and there were few vegetables left. They washed the water spinach twice and drained it in a colander. They sliced ginger and scallions, peeled a few cloves of garlic, crushed them with a knife, and chopped them a few times. The dried red chilies were cleaned and cut into pieces. Up to this point, all the ingredients had been prepared. Holding a chopstick, one of them lifted the pot lid. A cloud of steam billowed in the kitchen. The chopstick effortlessly pierced through the dog meat. Chen Shuai took out the firewood and placed it among the ashes below. The dog meat was now stewed to perfection and ready to be savored. The rich aroma of dog meat filled the entire kitchen, wafting up through the chimney. Such a delightful scent lingered above Chen Shuai's home. A gentle breeze carried the fragrant aroma away. This meat's fragrance was far more enticing than that of ribs or beef. The scent rivaled even that of lamb, perhaps surpassing it. At this hour, every household was preparing dinner, and the intense aroma permeated the sky. Neighbors emerged from their homes, drawn by the enticing smell. A few elderly villagers, leisurely strolling, paused in their tracks. The delectable scent of dog meat was irresistible. Who could afford such a lavish meal? Especially when it wasn't a holiday. The stew was indeed extraordinary. Not many possessed such culinary skills. Ah, what a temptation, especially for those who had just eaten. Is that truly a meal? What they were preparing was a feast. Surely it must be from Shuai's home? There was no doubt about it. How affluent they must be. Truly, one cannot judge by appearances. Feeling somewhat ashamed, they marveled at the skills displayed. Those out for a breath of fresh air, upon catching a whiff of such fragrance, could hardly move. Others, unable to resist, including Tian and Yuan, dashed into the kitchen, abandoning their tasks. Chen Shuai had already retrieved the dog meat. Tian and Yuan, with their wide eyes, gazed at the meat in Chen Shuai's bowl. Daddy, I want to eat. This time, they could no longer hide their cravings. The aroma of the dog meat left them utterly defenseless. Chen Shuai held the bowl, saying, "It's still too hot. Let us head indoors." The rice had been steamed, and they would prepare some porridge as well. Today, they could finally enjoy their meal. Outside, Miaoyun had already prepared the broccoli. She heard Chen Shuai's voice from outside. "I'll cook. I'll make some millet porridge quickly." The task was entrusted to Miaoyun. The water spinach and broccoli were soon set into motion. Chen Shuai cleaned 2 pots and simultaneously tended to the fire. The garlic water spinach was on the way. As he spoke, he poured oil into the pot, adding scallions, ginger, garlic, and dried chilies. With a sizzle, the water spinach was quickly stir-fried over high heat. Next came the broccoli, cooked just as swiftly. With the flame now subdued, Chen Shuai prepared to pan-fry the cicadas. Amidst the delightful aromas, dinner was completed. The dog meat could be easily pulled apart by hand. Observing the 2 little ones, Chen Shuai was at a loss as to how to begin. After washing his hands, he entered the main room and tore apart a substantial piece of dog meat. A generous platter was filled, its vibrant color and tantalizing aroma captivating. Faced with such a delectable feast, Tian and Yuan could no longer resist. Without hesitation, Tian took a piece of dog meat and placed it into her mouth, exclaiming how delicious it was, praising her father's culinary skills. Yuan, unwilling to be outdone, swiftly devoured another piece. Indeed, their father was the finest cook, and dog meat was inherently fragrant, a dish beloved by all ages. In an era marked by scarcity, even a morsel of meat could evoke envy in others. Thanks to Chen Shuai's unique marinating technique, the flavor was even more exquisite. Shall we invite uncle and aunt over to partake? He suggested, tenderly holding their little hands and gazing at them with affection. However, to his surprise, Tian and Yuan shook their heads in unison, reluctant to share such a delightful dish with anyone else. Chen Shuai sighed in resignation. The aroma of the dog meat was simply irresistible, and it would seem impolite not to offer some to others. Yet, if he were to bring only a small portion, it might appear insincere. Thus, he contemplated inviting them over to enjoy the meal together. Little did he know, the two girls were adamantly opposed to the idea. Stepping outside, he found his uncle and aunt struggling with a stone mill, preparing for a second round of grinding after just finishing the first. Chen Shuai approached them, saying, "Uncle, aunt, I've just prepared a meal. You need not continue your work, come dine with us."